Oh, my TV screen. There's one more thing I've got to do. What happened there? Oh my god. What was that? What was that? Check. 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 Hello, people.
XP bonus campaign that's going on right now at the anniversary.
What the
Those
fuck?
levels will come very fast, and
Oh god. What? Oh. Tonight I'm going to move a Mac all the way out to an old system I used to hang out in many years ago. Or I could just go to my old system. Oh no, I forgot to do something. Oops. 100,000 for 10 Shoto invite. Okay. Well, shit. I'll take the free money, yeah. Let's go sell stuff. Gotta go buy a knife. Or like a level 51 knife. I don't know what level I am now. I feel like I have the gear to go get my key right now. Gotta change my Twitch title, make sure. Gotta change my Twitch title. Oh no, it went out. It went out the right way. Okay, so now... Damn it. You said those move fast. They don't. Damn it.
Your inventory is full.
One G for the Alair elixir. Oh my god. 20,000.
Your inventory is full.
Oh, oops. would like to buy another knife. I guess I could buy that life belt now, and I probably will. It's, well, in a spike necklace. $100,000, that's it. 1 million. That seems like pretty easy to get to now. $200,000 for the spike necklace. That's insane. What about a fang necklace? It's 20,000. Well, let's buy that, and we'll work our way up. Body. Oh, no, not body, but waist. I want to buy this, yeah, this, well, actually, I think better than the, no, light belt's super good. Light belt's, like, the best thing, I think, this level. I mean, the Royal Knight belt, it has 2 strength, 2 dex. That's almost as good. That's, like, 6 accuracy. But I mean, it's still not. I mean, yeah, like in it. But I mean, it's, yeah, it's still not as much as that. The Royal Knight's belt, you'd have to be level fucking 5, rank 5, Sandy, to even buy that. So I don't know. So now, yeah, like now, I guess I buy the life belt while there's still one to be had. Like, yeah, like let's see what we can get for this. Like, let's try 70. I didn't get it. 80. 90. Yeah. Okay, so then... accuracy, too much. Evasion 3, 50,000. I'm tempted to, well, no, I mean, I guess I could get the Nomaz Mano +1. That's 3 million. That's insane. Look, some of the gear. Really, there's nothing here that I totally need except that life belt and dex rings. Yeah, they'll have dex rings, I think, right? I hope so. Oh, sniper rings, actually. I'm sorry. Sniper rings, right? Are 200,000. I'll have to buy those, but they're... I mean, I don't know about buy those, but yeah. Sort by level. And we'll go take a look at what dex rings run, because I'm sure they're cheap, right? I'm like fairly sure. Oh my god. Like, how much are astral rings? Yeah. 100,000, that's it, because you can just run and go get them. because everything's open. You could just go do a BCNM, so it doesn't matter. Like the stuff that you need, you can go get, which is cool. I would say it's like pretty cool. Like I could go get like really interesting things right now. I never really thought about it that way. I don't want to though, because the end of the game is the point. Look, they want 200,000 for these crappy ass fucking balance rings. I mean, it takes like 45 goldsmith to make that, or 50 or something, so it is expensive. But I mean, what? Like, what else can we get here? Anything else with like decks on it at all? No. I mean, yeah, that thing. How much is that? There. That one's cheaper. Why? I mean... It has an accuracy enchantment on it, which is really crazy. So I guess, yeah, like I guess they want to change things up. They're like, you have to use these. Yeah, like sure. It's still like 2 decks for the price. It's actually very good. It's not bad. Okay, good. So there's like there's what I consider baseline right now. How does the vision? Okay, you can only wear 1. Is that? Oh no. Here we go. So how does the vision work? Can we... This is a 30-minute buff. Probably lasts 30 minutes. It's got accuracy and ranged. Vision rings. Cool, I'm down. And then life belt. And a fang necklace. See, now I got significantly stronger. My baseline stats just went up by like 20% or something. So I'll stop missing a lot. I'll stop missing a lot more. Or less, or whatever you want to call it. I'll miss a lot less. So now... I guess my next shit is to go to... Port Windurst. Just checking to see if my friend's waiting for me or anything like that. 1.1... 1.2. Yes. Oh, those are cheap. Yeah, I can just do it that way. That's even cheaper. Okay, so I think we're ready to move. So that means going to the survival guide. Cool. I love how you can stage wherever you want. I can just go right back to where I was. ROM 4, Fort Guspa. I'll pay with Gil. It's unfortunate, but I will. I'll pay with Gil. What am I going to do for money? I'll have to figure out something. It's leveling. It's a lot of leveling. Okay, I get here. I don't need my pets until... Well, I mean, I should get my pets, but I don't really need them. My pets. So where am I? I'm... Yeah, it's down South Way is a whole bunch of the ones that I need. Level 10. Yeah, but like... Are they that way? I can't remember. I think I climbed it already. That's the way back into Uga Grotto. That's the way. So, but I don't want to use... I mean, really, I'm just going to one-shot these things. Yeah. I'm going to steal from him. Yeah. I mean, beast coins are beast coins. I'll disenchant them. 11 gil. That's funny. Yep. 20 gil. I mean, yeah, at this point, I'm so desperate that I'll take the 25 gil. It adds up. I love the Asian sensibility of money, where they're like, oh, yeah, sure, here's 2 cents. And in America, 2 cents won't buy you shit because capitalism is just destroyed everything. And there's on top of it, there's a middleman for lemon stand. There's middlemen for lemonade stands. You know, so like, you know, that's a different proposition. 2 cents in America doesn't matter. $2 does, but 2 cents doesn't. And in Asia, 2 cents fucking matters, and it should. You know, 2 cents does matter. It's an increment that leads to true wealth. It's you know, but in capitalism, it's that is not the case. It's kind of annoying. Like I'm not saying like Asian sensibilities around money and communism stuff like that is better. I'm saying that money shouldn't be this thing that that is devalued to us at all. That is a weird, like, you know, free trade is dead. Like, nobody can freely do what they want thing, where the fascists have tied it up so deeply with so many fucking middlemen, so many fucking laws, that you can't sell a lemonade on the side of the fucking road without a middleman. You definitely can't be successful without getting rubbed out by the competition. It's disgusting. Dealing drugs was like that. Like big money things like constructions like that, it's all like that, and it's fucking dumb. It has to do with like the lack of like it's a lack of like refinement, kind of. It's a lack of value of things. It's a lot of things. There, that's one of them. I want to summon the trust so it's faster. I'm starting to look a little bit more like a real player. It's kind of good. Yeah, my skills went up a lot. Like a little bit of dex went so far. I should technically farm Lizzie. It sucks because I feel like the old boomers are coming back to this, and they're like, this sucks. It's just not the Final Fantasy I remember. And they need to go to Horizon, and all those people that spent 7 years on Horizon or whatever. There it is. There it is. First kill. First kill. I'm so happy I level Thief. I like, look at how much better Treasure Hunter. Last night I must have killed 200 of these. I didn't get shit. Second kill with Treasure Hunter 2, and I just pulled my chest key and a tapestry, and I'm done. I'm just full blown done right now. I can warp out. I don't need to warp out. But I could warp out. Now, how did I get in here? Yeah, it's like over here, right? I could grounds out right to the next goal, which is keys, right? Yeah, I think keys are the next goal. I have the grounds tome to Winder, so I'll take it to Gideus. This is the way out, right? Yeah. And okay, so yeah. So right over here. Crossbows are so fast that I think I probably will level them, just because like they're like, you can just keep pulling. I will have to level crossbow, and that sucks. Like, I should technically start now. Like, I don't know. Like I don't know. I can't. Rogat Saren will level my throwing. Maybe I just run Boomerang Rogat Saren for the rest of eternity, because I don't feel like I need to waste the time and money to buy Bloody Bolts, and there's definitely no way I'm farming them. There's no way I'm farming them. Like, way later on, I might look at woodworking in like 5 years or something like that. I have no illusions to what the Final Fantasy XI grind is. I've done it so many times. It's like 3 years. Like 3 years from now, I might be willing to do woodworking. I've done it so many times. I've been doing it most of my life. I've done the Final Fantasy XI grind, like, I don't know, 9 times or something. I think, yeah, like 9 times, 7 times, something. I don't know what it's been. 7, 8, 9 times, something like that. 9 times. I can name the characters. I had one character on Fenrir, 7 alts, all level 1. So yeah, so one character from Fenrir. I sold that account. So that's the first one. Second character from Fenrir, 10 alts. That's the second time I did it. Then I leveled to 75 on Ashura. That's all on that same second account. 75 on Ashura, right? Then I did it again in the 360 era. I started over, but I took like 10 jobs to 99 or whatever. Yeah, like 99. Yeah, it was like 10 jobs to 99, because that was back in the Worm era. And, oh, no, am I fucking up here? Yeah, I fucked up here. Wait, no, is this right? Yeah, I came out the wrong entrance is what it is. But it's good to understand what it's doing. I understand a little better now. Yeah. So, It's okay. These warp scrolls cost nothing. They don't want you to waste time on travel anymore at all. They're like, nah, just warp scroll out. Go buy another scroll and you're done with this place. So, keys wise, I have to travel to all 3 dungeons as a thief, which I now have access to. No. I have not been to Palbora Mines. So I was doing that journey on Dancer, but I can't do that journey on Dancer. I don't have the drop rate, and I could hang around the 3rd floor of Palboro Mines until I get a key, but that will take fucking forever. I think I want the keys out of the way, and I'll just level in other places that are more fun. So, gonna go dump the rank points, because there's really no use on for those except for essentially Scrolls of Warp, right? Yep. Like, these will always be cheap. They're very cheap. You know, I can always warp out. So then I take the crystal right back to the west side of Port. It's kind of like the real life. You like take a train somewhere. You're like west side to Port. This is how it was when I was a drug dealer. I was like, okay, I'll take a bus where you're going. I'll be there in about 2 hours. Okay, I'll take a taxi where you are. I'll be there in about, 30 minutes. Okay, I'm taking an Uber. I'll be there in 20. Okay, I'm taking, my friend's going to drop me off, and I'll walk down the road. That'll be an hour. Or oh, my friend's giving me a ride. I'll be there 45 minutes, etc. But it never was, I'm driving to you. It never was. And that's how I stayed out of jail. It was never, I'm driving to you now. It was, there was when I was an Uber driver, but that was the only time, I'm saying, drug dealer. When I was a drug dealer, I didn't ever drive anywhere. And this is that thing. And so now Final Fantasy XI used to be like you had to walk everywhere. It was like the most poor game I ever played because you walk everywhere like some kind of like peasant. You just walk everywhere. It takes hours and hours and hours to play Final Fantasy XI on the private server reality. And I had this burning desire to dominate there. On Nozomi, on Wings, on Horizon. I was one of the original 10 black mages on Horizon, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, RuneScape without teleports. You're getting what I'm saying? Yes, there you go. Exactly right. Couldn't have said it better. Thank you. Yes, you did. That is exactly right. RuneScape without teleports is just stupid. It's stupid to waste that much. And so Yoshi P came back in like 2015. He really did. He came back in like 2015 and he noted 2 things. He was like, I'm having more fun on a private server, and it's because they knew what sucked about the game and they fixed it. And then so he was like, okay, get rid of all the travel, get rid of it. And they connected all the crystals in like they connected all the crystals in 2010, but they didn't they didn't do this until 2010, and then in 2015 they added the geomagnetic founts, and then by 2020 there was like a way to teleport to every area of the world instantly except for the end game content at the end of the Seekers expansion, which is how it should have always been. I think about how much time I traveled over the last 20 years. And by travel, I mean walking to Juneau 40,000 times at 7 minutes a pop for no good goddamn reason at all. And so now I'm unwilling after coming back to retail briefly for like a day way back in like April. I was like, okay, well, I have to make a decision here. I'm probably either going to quit Final Fantasy XI permanently, which is what I thought I would do, or I've got to quit. I've got to quit private permanently because I just cannot do the Bastok run to Dunes or the Qfim run to Juno, or the Battaglia run to LDM, or any of that shit. I just can't. I can't take another 15-minute fucking boat every single time I want to make a character. I can't do that. That kind of time theft is so fucking bullshit, unrealistic. And by the end of it, by 2015, I've read articles where Yoshi P himself commented on the toxic nature of it. He was like, this game will eat your fucking time so fucking bad. And like, so they fixed it in 14. They were just like, here's crystals to everywhere you would ever want to go from day one. It was never an issue in 14. It absolutely was an issue in Final Fantasy 11 until like 2015 or something. For 13 years, I just walked and walked and walked and walked and walked and walked. Now I look back and I think I'm not very good at Final Fantasy 11. No, I'm good at Final Fantasy 11. I can level any job to 75. I can write all the macros. I can kill the dragons. I can kill Ab Virtue, and I have. I'm good at. I've killed Ververtra and all the world dragons and shit. And I have. I've done all the HNMs and, you know, Lord of Azonzo and fucking, you know, I've done them all in Era. I did Sky in Era. I did C in Era. Apollyon, fucking Dyna. I did all that shit. Sat in Dyna for 3 years. I mean, I've done it all. But what I don't think I did well was walking. I would tune out, I would alt tab, I would get on Facebook, I would watch a YouTube video, something I would tune out for the 7-minute fucking walk that I always had to do. Thinking back, I prided myself on Final Fantasy 11 so much. I was like, I'm so good at this game, and it's a genuinely hard game. Half the time, the black mages haul off and hit you with Faraga 4 and lay you out on the ground for 1200 goddamn damage. I shit you not. Doesn't matter if your health bar is 1600. Half the time, the black mage mobs just hit you with a stun and dump Faraga 4 on your entire fucking party, and you get wiped out on anything past essentially level 75 content. That's how it works. Either that, or they paralyze your tank and they come kill a healer, or they, you know, or they sleep everybody and then they come kill you because you're the throughput there, or something like that. I mean, or there's just 13 of the mobs, and if you're trifling at all, if you run like a Sleep God or a Horrid Lullaby, or God forbid, some kind of damage spell like a Diaga or something like that, right? You are going to have a bad time. All 20 of those mobs are going to make swift work of you. You're dead in 10 seconds. And I used to really, really pride myself on being good at that stuff, right? But now I realize that what really made me a really fucking good Final Fantasy XI player was the ability and the willingness to A, do the walks to Juno 7,000 times, B, tune out while I was doing it and pretend I wasn't tossing my lifeblood away, my time sink, my time everything, right? And pretend I wasn't tossing my time down a well that I couldn't go swim down to go get it back or whatever. It was just the, you know, it's the death of it's the death at the end of eternity, all of mankind's wasted time walking to Juno. And now I realize that no matter how good I am at Faraga 4 mobs and CCing 13 of the 20 mobs and killing the tank and then taking through their entire pack one by one, calling the Bard orders and sending the Black Mage to Sleep God and shit when all of us are fucked. I'm good at that shit. What I'm best at is walking to Juno 7,000 times. And I would say that's what made me one of the best Final Fantasy XI players in the world. The willingness to do the walks over and over and over and over again. And I watched my compatriots leave Final Fantasy XI for WoW. I watched them leave like Final Fantasy XI for ESO, Final Fantasy 14, World of Warcraft, even stuff like EVE Online and other games and stuff. I watched them all leave. I watched them all leave, and I know why. It's because they, in the end, were not willing to do the 7,000 runs to Qfum, and I was. It had nothing to do with I had the best priest gear on the planet, or I was, 15 points from Gladiator, or any of that shit. It was the willingness to A, do the walk, B, shirk the walk, C, find run speed or something to get through it, beg and shake and cajole and sexual favor mages and warlocks and friends to get you, like white mages to teleport you, white mages friends that are your slave that'll taxi you wherever you want to go, black mages that'll D2 you, like teleports, like clone jumps and EVE Online and all that. You really love that stuff because in the end, you're throwing your life away for 50,000 runs from goddamn Qfum to Juno. And that's the difference. That's what made me great. It's not, and I wouldn't call it being great. I'm saying, why was I always in the top echelons of the scene? Is because I was willing to do the walks. That's the difference. Do I die all the time? Absolutely. I died just last night in a Navy Ferox and I lost 180 million and I had to scramble to get the clone out of there. I die all the time. The night before, I got pegged for a 580 million Gila. So in the last day, I've made 900 million and I've lost 780. Now I call that a win because I'm 120 up. But is it really winning? It's not really winning, is it? Because I lost 2 really expensive ass ships and I'm just above the profit margin to be able to rebuy them again, right? So I don't know about that. I wouldn't say I'm good at these games. I'm just willing to do the 15 jumps over and over and over and over and over again. I'm willing to do the runs. Yoshi P edited this out of the game entirely. He just wrote it out of the game. It's not there anymore. It's just not there anymore. Like you can teleport right now. I'm gonna teleport to the west side of port. Right, look at me. This would have been 20 minutes of walking. Watch me do it in 20 seconds, and that is proof that some of these giant corporate triple anus bastards that want to fuck us in the ass because they don't want to make games like Baldur's Gate 3 or Final Fantasy 11 or D&D and stuff. They just want to cash grab all day with loot boxes and FIFA and EA and triple anus and all that. The difference is like now they think they can just cash grab by forcing you to do walking sim all the time still, and that won't happen. I didn't like seeing it in Diablo 4. I didn't like seeing it in Diablo 4. I didn't like seeing it in Tower of Fantasy. Even though those things you can teleport around all the time, it still feels like a lot of walking for some reason. I think there's a lack of utility and mobility in modern or even old postmodern MMO, or not postmodern, but pre-modern MMOs. So, you know, now I'm like, okay, so every time I do a walk, I think about that investment and how much of my life, like my time sink, right? And I really appreciate that they finally fixed, like, the only problem in Final Fantasy 11 to me. There's 2 problems. One is no one's playing it. But I mean, that's okay. It means that all the assholes are gone. And there's only like nice people left that really care about grinding and don't care about like treating each other badly and don't want to be trolls or shitheads. I've noticed that the trolls and the shitheads are so bad to their community while they're there that they eventually leave because they pissed off everybody. And they're sick of everybody, and everybody's sick of them. So they move on to the next game. I'm one of them. I do it all the time. I leave Rust for something else, and they're like, what? You left Rust? Yeah, I left Rust again. I'm sorry. I left Rust again, yeah. Sorry, I left Rust for something that's been in my life for 20 years, because it's more fun and all this. And and they removed the walks. They got rid of the walks. Watch, I'm going to jump around. I mean, it took me a long time to talk to it, but... you know, I'm going to travel, I'm going to travel in the current region to the west side of port, which is home point, I don't know. I'm going to start memorizing these. Home point 2. Yep, and then and I'm going to start memorizing these so I can use it like an instant taxi system. I go click, 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 boink. Click, 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 boink. And I'm suddenly where I want to be instantly. And I believe this was far more monumental. This change was far more monumental than all of the Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight expansions combined. This crystal innovation was far more outside the box and just like pure love for the community, and it cost them nothing to do it, and the infrastructure was already there, and they just took the time sink out of the game because it's a 3-year long game if you're good at it. It's like a 10 to 20 year game if you're not good at it. And like it's like a 3-year, if you're really good at it, you have it all memorized. It's like a 3-year game to get, say, 5 to 10 level 99s and capped out rank 10 with like the end gear game. So it's like about 3 years of every day. About 3 years, I would say. I mean, I'm sorry, but it really is. Like, you know, you're seeing how long it takes right now. Streaming makes it longer too. But anyways, survival guide, we're going out for keys. So next we go to the places we have been, which is Gideus, and we go get my key and potentially a stab at Humaju the Torrent, right? Go see if we can get a nice item out of this. So we go back to Humaju the Torrent at Gideus, which is, of course, Saruta Baruta. I could go to the Inner Hiroto, but I can't do West Saruta. There is no survival guide in West Saruta. There is a geomagnetic fount, but there is not like a survival guide in Gideus, which is like frankly tragic. I have to spend guild to use the survival guide. That's tragic too. It should have been conquest points because those are useless and they come in and they're like the most readily available currency in the game. I don't know why they wouldn't make travel based around conquest points and force people to stay in the old zones. That's another thing that Final Fantasy XI did, is they forced you to stay in the old zones, just like WoW. You have to go through all the old bullshit, but the difference is the more knowledge that you have about the game, the easier it is to just come up to level 10 in like an hour. The more you know about it, the more you know how to play it, the more you know what to skip and what to do. And that's the difference. World of Warcraft is always the same shitty, like, I don't know, whatever it is, 45 to 100 hour grind to cap or whatever it is. Final Fantasy XI, you could really shoot up to level 99 in 4 hours if you wanted to. If you had the friends and you had the carry and you had a mind to get boosted, it is 4 hours to cap. With the proper knowledge, it's like 4 hours to cap. And I used to use link shells that would provide those essential services to their friends all the time. Like my friend Thayette, she leveled 15 job classes with me all the way to 99, and we did it all of it in Zerum Mines, all of it off GOV, because it's the fastest way to do it. You start out level 1, the mobs level with you, and the more you kill, the more they spawn. And every 20 mobs or so, you get another. And so remember how big they thought Torghast was going to be? And you always wonder, where did they get Torghast from? They stole Torghast from Final Fantasy XI. Torghast did not impress me at all. They stole Torghast from Final Fantasy XI. That was originally a Squaresoft idea, and how Yoshi implemented it was, if you went to GOV, or say FOV, it's GOV, which is like Grounds of Valor, GOV, it's Grounds of Valor books, and you leveled in the same zone without zoning, without leaving. You got these things called prowesses, which is exactly what Torghast was. Every little while you would get 5% crit, and you're like, oh my god, I got 5% crit. Or, oh my god, I just got 25% spell haste. Or, oh my god, I can teleport forever now. That kind of shit. That's what GOV was in 2010. You always wonder, so you gotta understand the triple anus. I would not say Square Enix was a triple anus corporation until they started doing production. They were never a triple anus corporation. I don't really believe so. Final Fantasy, while it was a labor of love by Final Fantasy VII was a labor of love by by 2000 and I want to say, or no, like 97 or whenever it is that Final Fantasy VII came out. By then, they were a corporate entity and they were making money and stuff, but they started out art house and very small. And that's how we got Final Fantasy XI. In the same era that they did 7, 8, 9, and 10, they were also very cognizant of this idea of taking those core concepts of all those games, 7, 8, 9, and 10, they're all in 11. They're all there. Every aspect of it, from the summons to all of it, it's all in 11. So 11 is an amalgamation of 7, 8, and 9, and 10. And you'd be surprised how many hateful, shithead, toxic scrubs attacked Final Fantasy XI and killed like a 5 to 6 brilliant, like wonderful, half Asian, or whatever, half Eastern, half Western community, down to like 30,000 in 5 years from 2010 to 2015, because they were like, 11 just sucks dick compared to World of Warcraft. But no, it doesn't. It's actually superior in my opinion, and not because I'm biased. I'm talking about the depth of Final Fantasy XI is something like 100x times the depth of vanilla WoW. And one of the reasons that I believe this is that there is 4,000 more named mobs in Final Fantasy XI than there is in World of Warcraft Classic. And by the time you reach Abyssia, it's like 8,000 or something. It's insane. There is named mobs all in each zone. There is at least 5 to 10, if not 20 to 25 named mobs or something like that. I think World of Warcraft does the same thing now, but they didn't back then. Final Fantasy XI did all of this way back before WoW ever did. So now I'm more partial to the execution. Yoshi took a look at it in 2015 and he was like, yeah, if this game's going to survive the next 8 years, the crystals have to connect All the travel should be possible, but still behind this terrible 20-hour time sink grind of walking. But the core ethos of what Square Enix stepped to the table with is something that I appreciate. And honestly, EVE Online did this too with the needle jacks. They were like, nah, screw jumping 45 times and getting killed on the way anymore. That's for time sink people that want to play old school RuneScape or something like that, right? We want you to enjoy the game and get right to the dungeon and get to the thick of it, get what you came for, and go on about the 3-year grind it takes to finish the game to completion. It's like 3 years to take Final Fantasy XI to a relic. I would say completion to me is Matt's cap and a single relic weapon, which means that you mastered Dinah, you mastered Sky, you mastered Sea, you mastered Apollyon. You might have even done like Campaign and Ballista as well, Salvage, something like that. You might even done Omen or any of that stuff in Seekers and stuff. And so by that time, you've got a relic weapon because you grinded out Dinah so long that you've got the Gallarhorn now, or the whatever, I forget all the names of the relic weapons and stuff. And with the day that you buy your relic weapon, I guarantee it is going to be day 790 or something. I'm sorry, more than that. It's going to be day 1080, and you're going to be like, oh my god, I've spent 1,000 days of my life grinding this game, and it sucked me in all bad, and it just ate my life. And you look up and you're like, oh my god, 3 years have passed and I have a relic. And this is how Nosomi was. This was how Wings was. I was working towards that on Horizon already. Like, I'm going to work on that here. Because here, the AI will support you. You don't need humans anymore. The travel is non-existent once you've done it one time. The toxic people don't ever enter into your life anymore because you don't ever have to put them in your party. And this is my excuse for getting around the shitty side of the culture and that's how I get around the shitty side of the culture. I go back to the old games that they're just not willing to play because they're not willing to do the Juno run 7,000 fucking times. I go back to the fucking Rust zombie server that I always played in my Rust youth, and I force them to do the zombies and the fucking wood grind and the XP grind to go get a base to door camp me and get eaten by the zombies while you door camp me. And if I do EVE Online, I'm going to stay in high sec and force you to come fucking suicide gank me. And I'm always going to roll in ships that are too strong for you to suicide gank. Or, I mean, that's just never the case. But, I mean, a concerted ganker would still have to work or dump a lot of real-life money, like hundreds of dollars, to be able to reach me. And that's one of the reasons why when I became a streamer, I told everybody for a long time, I said, I don't want to be a streamer. I used to say this all the time. I used to get a lot of people telling me, okay, well, what do you want to do? They'd be like, you're so unhappy. And I'm like, because I don't do what I love. And they're like, what do you love? Oh, I sit around MMORPGs all day and I time sync dump my entire life into them. Whether I have a girlfriend, whether I have a job, whether or not I do anything, this is what I do. This is what I love. It's what my passion is. Some people go out on the tennis court. Some people go out on the basketball court. Some people go out on the race car track. Some people play poker. Some people do this and that. My life's calling was to do this all of my life, and I embraced that back when I was like 27 years old or something like that. I was like, well, and on top of it, I also did other interesting things. Like I didn't play video games for 5 years between the age of 33 and 38. I just banged women, did drugs, drove taxi, banged strippers, and dreamed about a better reality where I had money so I could play MMORPGs in my house all day rather than worry about that shit. What's up, Begon?
Good baby girl to sleep finally.
Yay! Are we getting towards it?
What?
Towards BG3?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm doing this fight quick, and then I'll be ready to hop on.
I'm on FFXI. It'll take me a second. I've got a safe log. One sec.
You said you quit.
No, I quit the private scene because the retail connected all the crystals right. So imagine if you didn't have to use flight points in World of Warcraft, you could just click the NPC and teleportal right straight to Duskwallow or whatever. That's what they did to Final Fantasy XI retail back in 2017. So I went back to retail because private, you have to do I was just talking about it on stream, you have to do the walk 6,000 times. You have to do the flight point 6,000 times, And so that's why I'm going back to retail permanently, because you don't have to do that anymore. You can go anywhere you want in 2 minutes. And I wish WoW would do the same. I wish WoW would connect the flight points, honestly. I mean, the portals are good enough, but like retail WoW, they need to connect the flight points. Like the flight sucks. It takes too long, in my opinion.
Yeah, flight points are pretty annoying.
Yeah. No, are they bad? No, they're a beautiful way to see the world. The RP is tip top. I'm not against flight points or griffins or whatever, you know. I'm just saying the time sink, though, I think is unacceptable in the 2020s. We have too many games to play, that kind of thing. Okay, coming in BG3, I'm going to do all my titles.
Yeah, I started my harem run, so I'm trying to see if I can make that work.
Gonna get a foursome with the ladies?
Well, the trick is making Lizelle and Shadowheart not want to murder each other. That's going to be the hard thing. There's going to be a lot of reloading as I play with like which one option in the dialogue doesn't make them both angry.
Okay, I'm not kidding. 45 misogynistic comments just popped to my brain. Some of them involving really like benign things like chocolate, stuff like that. But it's still a misogynistic comment that I'm just not going to say. Give them chocolate. That'll fix it in real life. Give them chocolate.
Well, not every woman likes chocolate.
Are you sure?
I've
never met one. You don't have to do it often. Just one piece of chocolate. You'd be surprised. We're doing BG3.
It's okay. I'll say that I like misogyny for the simple fact that it pisses off people that I don't like usually.
I don't like misogyny, but nope, that's it. I'm going to leave it there. But I mean, I can see what you're saying. I don't like the confrontational tribalism lately. And I would never engage in misogyny to piss people off because of their triggers. But I can see what you're saying. I don't like what you're saying, but I don't condone it. But
let me say something similar that's of a similar vein.
But I like the provocative nature of what you're saying. That is something that I like, you know, and that's all. Sorry.
So let me put it this way. This is what I argue to people on the left that otherwise don't agree with me.
Like me, yeah.
Even if I didn't agree with 80% of what he says and does, I would still support Donald Trump because look at who his enemies are. The fucking Illuminati, the deep state,
yes.
All the corporatists,
yes.
Everyone that we all should hate hates Donald Trump. And even if you don't like Donald Trump and find him repugnant, you should at very least a little bit support him. Because look at who his enemies are. That says a lot more than what comes out of his mouth or he posts on Twitter.
I wholeheartedly 110% agree. That man is not deep state, and of the last 7 presidents, he scares me the least. He also scares me the most, and that's the problem with it. He scares me the most, but he scares me the least. And I don't really understand that. Some could say COVID fell on his watch, big on. And that's an accurate statement. COVID fell on his watch, and it was mismanaged. That's the core.
China released the China virus on his watch.
When I think COVID, I think U.S. Army lab. I don't think China. I mean, I think both really, but I think U.S. Army lab when I think of COVID. I don't think China. No,
it's not a U.S. Army lab.
Are you sure?
Not hear about its origins at all?
Yes, I heard all about the origins, but the novel viruses have been researched in U.S. Army labs since 1971, and that's where this comes from.
But it's
China
didn't
US
do
Army.
That. It's not U.S. Army. It's U.S.
It's U.S. origin.
Colleges.
It's originated.
US colleges and
Canadian
it's
China
colleges.
And China triggered. China triggered it, but it's U.S. origin, and that's my issue. They're both.
No,
they're both
it's
complicit.
not just U.S. origin either. There actually are Chinese spies who were caught and convicted even.
Yes.
For stealing biochemical secrets and samples from U.S. I think it.
I do not refute this. I do not refute this.
It was specifically one of the U.S. Ivy League colleges that does that research, and there was also a Canadian institute too.
Yes.
So they stole samples and research from the U.S. and Canada, sent it back to China, experimented the fuck out of it, got a bunch of money from Obama.
This is correct.
And I mean, that's Nate. If you haven't heard about Fauci and how, if people ever talk about Fauci and beagles, there's a lot of actual lore there.
My stepfather talks about this every day, and I've heard all of it. Trust me.
Okay,
But I
yeah,
also I'm not stupid
it's
enough. I'm not stupid enough to say what you're saying is wrong. I'm just not that stupid. What he's saying is correct, but also I don't see why this creates a tribalism gap between the parties that forces us to hate each other. Though I think everything that you're saying is accurate, and there's a lot of deep state bullshit going around in it, and I think Trump's the least complicit, but it's still an entirely toxic, shitty situation that's tearing us apart. So I mean, I don't know why we need to focus on the details of it. China might have triggered the virus, but why were we fucking with novel viruses in the first place? Everybody is guilty.
Well, if you look at, I'm not saying Bill Gates is the only force behind this.
No, it's the deep state.
To anything Bill Gates talks about, he wants to depopulate.
I hate Bill Gates because of Microsoft. I don't need him. I don't need to hate him for putting chips in our needles and shit. I hate Bill Gates passionately for Microsoft. I don't need to worry about the other things that he's done, like the Lolita Express.
Oh yeah, he's a big buddy of Epstein. I mean, even after Epstein was already had like sexual allegations against him, they were still best buddies.
Almost done. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We're having a very spicy conversation.
Important conversation too. People are not talking about this stuff, and they do need to. It sounds like water cooler, like sensationalistic conversation. But honestly, if you as an American cannot freely discourse with your fellow Americans about what troubles you, you are in trouble. You know.
Well, anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot to talk about, but there's a lot of misinformation too.
Yeah, it's entirely fake news. Trump was not wrong about that. Every time he screamed fake news, I'm like, duh. We've been saying that on the leftist, like extreme, like I'm talking like, you know, almost like socialist leftist, like punker grassroots thing since the 2003 or something. We've been saying that, you know, that both parties are really complicit in this bullshit. Like I'm more respectful when people say libertarian these days than Democratic or Republican, because or even say I don't vote or INR, I'm not represented, than saying Democrat or Republican. I think both parties are stagnant and they're killing the world, and that's and I don't see why people don't talk about that more. I think they're both complicit in this. I think both the Clintons had skeletons in their closets, and I think the Bushes had skeletons in their closets.
Well, they all did. I mean, Bush and most of our presidents lately have been like Skull and Bones out cult members. Bush and Kerry were both Skull and Bones members.
I've seen Obama and Baby Bush shake hands at Bohemian Grove on a fucking crazy Alex Jones thing from 2004, or I think it was like 2008. Yep. And I saw that, and I never trusted either one of those motherfuckers ever again. And sure, we all love Obama. We act like he's Jesus now, or was anyways. But I didn't vote for him, and I don't trust him. I'm sorry. When I saw him shake George Bush's hand, I was like, I'm sorry. No. I don't trust you any more than Bush. Sorry. You know, and that's my problem now. I am INR. I am not represented by either of these parties. That's INR, and that's a tragic problem. You know.
Yeah. Now it's a difficult conversation, that whole not represented thing, because I've heard people talk about why can't we have 15 parties like France.
Yep.
And I don't know the actual number. I'm just pulling it out of my ass.
We do, but only two of them get 98% of the vote. We do have 15 parties.
So here's the thing. If you pose just about anything in politics that you think is crazy or like really fringe, there's about at least 10, probably 15 to 20% of the population that actually does want that thing.
Yes.
Now, just think about this. In France, the party that has the presidency and the most seats in whatever their parliament is usually has about 20% popular support. Why is that? Because there's so many parties. If each one has 5% of the vote, you know, it only takes 10% to be the lead party.
Yeah, did you know that in the year 2004, 75% of the vote in the country of Sweden was controlled by the Pirate Bay Committee? Pirate Bay. And Swedes were so up in arms about people trying to tell them that they couldn't share music or videos or any of that, that literally the Pirate Bay Political Committee took over the country of Sweden in like 2004 in terms of the votes. Now, they didn't take over power-wise, they're just in terms of the vote. And they legalized basically sharing everything in Sweden because they were so like disgusted by the idea of the IP mess that we're in now, that literally the Pirate Bay political party won the presidency for 4 years. And this is something that you know, and so you can see how the lunatic fringe might come out of the corner and be like, fuck the deep state. We're going to use 90% of the vote to take over this country. That's how we got the Nazis. You know what I'm saying? It sucks. I mean, sorry, I could go on forever. I'm gonna.
There were a lot of things that brought the Nazis, fake news being one of them.
Yeah, fake news. The price of because of the Treaty of Versailles, the price of a loaf of bread. Sound familiar? The price of a tank of gas went up to $100 a gallon, and a price of loaf of bread went up to $10,000. So the people were starving in the Lodz Ghetto or whatever. Not Lodz Ghetto, but what became the Lodz Ghetto. And in Germany, it was just like, well, we're going to have to put a Trump in power now to like put an iron fist on this motherfucker, or we're going to die of starvation. And that's how we got World War II and the Holocaust. And that shit sucks. It's like fascism leading to fascism. But I mean, Versailles wasn't fascism. It was like the world pissed at Germany for causing World War I. But the Treaty of Versailles was kind of fascism in a way. It was ensuring that Germany was going to be poor for 100 years. And that's kind of fucked up when you think about it. I don't want to defend Germany. I'm just saying they had reasons to nominate Hitler like that. They had reasons. And that's the reasons that we have in the U.S. today. Starvation, like the price of a gallon of gas, the price of a loaf of bread, all the shit that caused World War II. We're seeing this in the U.S. today, and we have to be very careful about that. Then we go looking for a savior like Trump, you know. And they end up being a criminal like Trump and Hitler, and it's not good, you know, that stuff.
The Trump and Hitler comparisons.
It's not bad. I'm sorry. There is no comparison. I'm saying I am backing them up. Trump is currently. I mean, now they never did Nuremberg to Hitler, but they would have. He killed himself if you believe it. I mean, I don't believe it, but he killed himself. He believes it. The same thing. Trump, in the end, will face a jury the same way that Hitler would have faced a jury if had he not like disappeared, right? So I mean, they were both criminals. That is an accurate statement.
No, Trump hasn't done shit. That's why they haven't been able to get him with any real charges. He's the most scrutinized person in our history.
They have him dead to rights on forgery, Bagon. He forged a document. That is criminality.
Which document?
The document at the end of the Georgia election where they stated that Trump had won the election. He's going up for forging a document. The U.S. is indicting him right now for forgery. Go Google it. And he'll be convicted of this. He forged a document. I mean, this is just go Google it. I'm not lying.
Because what I've been hearing
is... He forged a document that stated that the Republicans won the U.S. fucking presidency in Georgia, trying to trick the fucking Electoral Commission into believing that Trump had won, and they almost did. But then they caught this, and they went back, and they've got the document with Trump's signature on it. This is forgery, and they have now, indicted him for this, and they've got him dead to rights on forgery. He's a criminal.
No. It's not forgery. It's not a crime. Republicans did win it. It was a fraudulent election.
Yes.
And that's the argument I'm going to use. And that's why we won't agree on this point.
Yes. No. I do agree with you now. I do believe there was some election kibitzing there on both sides. I don't think either one of them are good. I'm not trying to push some kind of democratic fucking thing. I'm trying to look at it the way a district attorney would look at it, right? Another crazy thing is Hitler was never a criminal. Hitler never faced a trial. Hitler killed himself in his own bunker. So drawing a correlation between calling Hitler a criminal when he was literally a nominated figurehead that caused World War II and executed all of those Jews, but he never did see a courtroom, right? So you couldn't call him a criminal. And this is how a district attorney would say it as well. Drawing a correlation between Hitler and Trump in terms of criminality doesn't work because Hitler was never convicted of a crime.
Courts are illegitimate. You do not need a court for someone to be a criminal.
No, yeah, that's another thing. So see how wishy-washy all of this gets? It's not my place to judge these people for being criminals. I was a criminal and I faced my time in court and did my time. So there's all this wishy-washy shit about this. It's not my place to judge these people, you know?
Outside of Twitter,
that's God's place.
Outside of people on Twitter saying "Orange Man Hitler," I don't know what the equivalency is,
and I don't know how that helps. Honestly, I stopped making fun of Trump. Except for the things that I know he's done long ago, way back before he ever even took the presidency. I stopped attacking Trump. I started attacking the tribalist people who had seemed to just like look past the criminality. You know?
Like, if you want to knock Trump for the Trump University stuff, go ahead. I don't even.
No, I don't
to
care
really
about
argue
that.
it,
I'm
but I
talking
understand
about
that was
no.
awful.
Three people died in the Trump Tower. They burned to death because there was no water sprinklers in the Trump Towers. That is verified.
See, I haven't heard about that either.
Go Google.
That is a negative thing that if it's true, I'm down with. That's a bad docking against Trump.
I've seen Trump bounce a black man out of his rally for essentially the color of his skin.
I don't believe that. You're gonna have to show me some hard proof.
Oh, you want the video of that? Yeah, here. Now that I can link right now. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't think Trump has anything against black people.
I know he's got something against Mexicans.
If you're gonna say it's build the wall, then that's not true at all. That's a legal versus illegal
How
thing,
about
and a whole lot more.
How about setting back race relations between Mexico and U.S. for 500 years by essentially drawing a correlation or an inference about Mexicans all being rapists and murderers? That set us back 500 years.
That's not what he did. That's fake news right there.
I saw him say, I've seen him say.
I've heard that same audio clip dozens of times. He never said all Mexicans are rapists. He said that rapists and murderers are coming across from the border from Mexico.
Yes, but see,
he never said they all are.
Yes, but see, a U.S. figurehead like the president should never make a statement like that sets us back 500 years in race relations with our closest neighbor.
Of course he should say it. It's plain English. It's the truth. It's what's happening, and Mexico's enabling it. They're actually allowing a lot of criminals from even south of Mexico to come up and invade us.
I got the wrong character again. I'm sorry. Coming in.
That's fine. I need to load the campaign, actually.
Yeah. I cannot say that what Begon is saying is wrong, and I honestly have hope when I say this. I think we can agree still. I think the left and the right can still agree that there's been funkiness here, and I don't wish to dwell on this stuff like a lot of the left does. One of the things I hate that my mother does is they sit there and think about how bad Trump is all day instead of worrying about their own fucking lives. And I'm sick of that. I'm sick of it. I don't want to hear about Trump ever again. He lost the election. That's all I care about, you know. Like, you know, and if you lost it because somebody stole it, I'm sorry. And I hope to see prosecution of those criminals like they're doing to him for forgery.
Well, and the thing you're calling forgery is, I understand it was, he was claiming that he had won the election when the official narrative was that he had lost it. But it's not a coincidence that in all the battleground states that were projected to be Trump, you know, like we all went to sleep thinking Trump won them, and then we woke up and found Trump hadn't won them according to the official polls.
Yes.
They all basically closed and kept counting again and again and again until Biden had more. And it's every single one of those battleground states. It's obvious something criminal and fraudulent happened. It's just, anyway, so the criminality would be if he said he won when he didn't believe he won.
Yes.
But I don't think there's any way you can make a legitimate argument that Trump didn't believe he won.
What they're going to indict,
the country believes he won.
What they've indicted him for, and what they're going to do to him, is forgery, and that's what he did. And you will see it in a year when he is essentially in jail for conviction of forgery. They have the document; it's all over the internet. He did forge a document. He will go to jail. He's a criminal. And this I am sure of, because I've seen the document. Now, I'm not saying I want him in jail. I'm saying I don't know how he's getting out of that. He committed forgery. And I mean, you know, I've seen that document he wrote. Everybody can see it. He's up being indicted for it right now. They forged and lied about who won the U.S. presidency. That makes him a criminal. That makes him indefensible, just like the Democrats, in my opinion. The Democrats are worse. The Democrats lose because they suck. Like, why, if the Democrats are so good all the time, then why do they constantly lose to these people? They're not a good party, you know? Neither is Republicans, and they're both criminals.
I sent you the invite, by the way. But, no, yes. I mean, we're going to get hung up on this because I'm going to argue all day long that he didn't forge because he stated the truth. He did win, and that's just the fact of the matter. That's
actually,
what my
Begon,
argument's going to come down to the
that
whole time.
That is, Begon, I will restate, I will rethink my position on this, because what you are saying is, in fact, true.
Well, like something semi-related that I'll
It is true. I will not argue, right? I'm not arguing with you. You get what I'm saying? Okay.
The Arizona race for governor, Carrie Lake versus Katie Hobbs.
Fuck.
Carrie Lake was rickrolling Katie Hobbs every chance she got. She destroyed that awful woman. You know who was actually running the polls?
No.
Who was running the counting houses?
No,
Katie
no.
Hobbs.
Sounds right.
The Democrat who didn't really win but got the official win was running the polls and kept counting things and closing polls at in the Republican areas. The polls would close earlier. They wouldn't even be open, or they'd open late. Just shit like that to make all the Republicans that were going to go vote in person turn around and go home.
Yes.
There was a lot of fishy shit like that
Yes.
happening. Katie Hobbs was running the election. The person who's running for the election was running the election. That's criminal right there that she's even allowed to.
Yes, that is gerrymandering votes. It's
well, President Trump had to delegate all of his assets to his family because presidents aren't supposed to have stakes in things that they're controlling whether or not the stakes are valuable. What the fuck is Katie Hobbs doing running the election that she's trying to win? She's running the counting houses.
They're both guilty of this all the time. I want both parties out of here. Why do we have an electoral system? Why do we have a voting system where humans control the votes? It should be computers running. It should be AI running this government. It should be fucking votes that are counted by cell phones, and the computer should be run by both parties, kind of thing. Because I don't know why we still have people counting votes in 2023. I don't trust humans to do anything at all. And I think both sides are criminal in this respect. I think both sides do this election fucking kibitzing, and they have been doing it for 50 years.
I'm firmly in the no digital.
No digital.
Both parties have waffled on that. The Democrats for a long time were railing against these Dominion voting machines and saying how hackable. In fact, that's where a lot of the Republican arguments came out against Dominion voting machines, because they would pull up these documentaries from 4 to 8 years ago from Democrats talking about how they were riggable in all these dozens of ways and insecure and all this.
You've ever seen those screens at the what's it called, the stock exchange, that shows you all the world's money coming in and ticking all this? I want to see a screen that we all look at on election day that shows the votes being titled and all that stuff. You can see your name on the list. It's public record. Nobody's in there messing with it or any of that stuff. I want a tamper-free election process that maybe isn't controlled by computers, is controlled by humans. But I don't want the counting process controlled by humans.
I would honestly, if push came to shove, I would go back to everyone gets a stone and they have to walk up and put the stone in a bag, and we'll count up which bag has more stones in it.
I think that's superior.
Go to that at some point.
That is superior than the computer suggestion.
Yeah, yes. But I also believe we shouldn't have a blind democracy where just everyone has a vote and everyone has the same say. I live in a place where there are shit-eating bums all over the fucking streets. Every single one of these degenerates could be handed a ham sandwich by some corrupt pollster and have as much say as I have. I have a job, I have a family, I actually pay some attention to politics. I'm not a scholar or any shit like that. But I try to pay attention and stay informed. Mm-hmm. I at least have an educated opinion.
You are very informed. You're very informed.
But these shit-eating bums that fucking piss on the trees and expose themselves to kids, and they're throwing trash everywhere in the streets and digging through garbage cans, they have literally as much say as I do in anything that goes on in my state, in my country. And I think that's just so fundamentally wicked and corrupt, and I hate democracy. I think we need something modified from just everyone gets the same vote no matter what, just because they live here.
I love your brutal honesty, and I tend to agree. Unfortunately, I'm on the left, but I'm ultra left-wing liberal, right? But I think the system needs to be rehauled to something like what he just recommended. It's not good where it is now. The bums who piss on trees vote for right wing, and then we get Trump. You can look at it both sides. They vote left wing, and we get Biden, and it's the same problem.
Well, actually, if you look at the voting demographics, it's usually middle-aged white women. They go and vote for someone like Biden.
Yep, it's true.
That's actually his strongest demographic, is middle-aged white women.
Latino and white women. Yeah.
No, Biden has really nosedived the Democrat Party's control over blacks and Latinos. They are heavily swinging towards Trump ever since 2016 versus previous voting trends. I'm not saying they have a majority yet, but it went from 5% to 20% of the black population, that kind of thing. Biden has tanked minority approval of the Democrat Party.
I don't approve of the Democratic Party. I want them the fuck out of here. I think of them the same as the Nazis. Same as the Republicans. I want them out of here. They're American traitors, and this is where we should stop. I begin to
Yeah,
sound. When I start to sound crazy, this is where we usually stop the conversation. You know?
Yeah, it's a point we have to go back to the Baldur's Gate 3 stream.
Sorry.
No, but I just ending thought though. I don't know what system I would propose for being
I don't know
eligible to
either.
vote. That's where I'm happy to have a conversation.
I
'cause
definitely
don't
think you
even
should
I know
have.
the answer.
I think you should definitely pay 20% of your income in taxes every year. Definitely. I'll tell you that.
I'm principled on it to the point where I'll take the Starship Citizens line, like service equals citizenship.
Service equals citizenship. Yeah.
I've never been in the military. I don't plan on joining the military unless if it's a defensive war because we're being invaded. But I would happily make it military service, even if it would.
I would too.
Even if it would remove my ability to vote, I think that's a worthwhile hurdle for people to have to get through to get the power to vote. I would be willing to lose the right to vote to make that the standard.
I have something to say about this. I enlisted in the Navy one time when I was too overweight and playing too much World of Warcraft to actually get in. But I did enlist in the Navy and did the 6 weeks with a Navy recruiter, and I ran with him for like 5 miles every morning. And he was like, "You're not going to lose this weight. You're playing too many video games." And I was like, "No, I'm not." So they let me out of that, right? But I did enlist, and the reason that I did this was I read Starship Troopers when I was a kid, when I was like 7, 8 years old, something. And in this,
Before his blood can hit the floor.
what's his name? I can't think of the author. It is Robert E. Heinlein. He fucked my brain forever when he suggested that everyone should do 4 years of required required service, and then they should have free college. So they aren't born losers, right? And then you can choose to stay in if you want to, but either way, you're a citizen and then you can vote. And this infected my brain when I was 7 years old, and I've always wanted this all of my life, and I would fight and die to get that sort of change in this country, and I would enlist still at this point, still at 300, and right now I'm 328 pounds. I would still enlist and do it 8 years in Navy bid. I still would do it if it meant voting for something that I believed in. But instead, we have nothing that we can believe in.
All I'm saying is
Well, that's also something that takes some backing, because, like, I would say college shouldn't come free with it. I think we need to reform our 1
The
through
GI
12
Bill
grade
is-
education system so it's less useless to us.
The
And
GI
also,
Bill is
college
good.
used to be cheap. College used to be very cheap before
Oh,
government got involved.
$100,000 for a fucking bachelor's degree is the greatest scam that I can conceive of. Really.
Yeah, like
that is. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm not, in our current fucked system, what you said makes sense to me, making college free for veterans.
That's the
But
GI Bill. We've done it
shouldn't
since the
need to be free.
60s. It's the GI Bill. We've done it since the 40s. I mean, I love that. It's the GI Bill.
I'm saying colleges didn't need to be so expensive than they weren't before government-backed loans, where they just started okay, well, instead of $1,000, now it's $10,000 because the government prints money for us.
Yep. And Sally and Fannie Mae and all this. See, Bagon's kids are going to come up and they're going to charge Bagon's kids for Sally Mae and all this. And he's going to deal with it like I dealt with it when I went to college. And it's not fun. It's anal rapage, essentially. It's...
Unless if my kids want to be like specifically a doctor or lawyer, they're going to trade school if they want advanced education, because trade school's a way better bang for your buck. That's
Smart
if
man.
the current environment is still in effect.
Smart man.
18 years.
Yep.
But how things currently are, unless if they wanted to be literally a doctor or lawyer, I'd say fuck no, you're not doing that. I will happily support you in all these other ways with all these other things, but that's a bad decision going to college.
There's a good father. Most fathers don't give a shit about those things. You know?
Like my parents sold me on the whole pipeline lie of you do high school, you go to college,
me too.
you get married, life's happy, and you have a bunch of kids.
So did I.
I went to college I went to shit school. ITT Tech was fucking garbage.
I went to CCD.
I graduated with a bachelor's of science. Yeah, I was
Hells
supposed to be able
yeah.
to go get a nice IT job. I couldn't get a fucking job because I didn't work any internships or anything like that. Entry level on any place I tried to apply must have like 4 years experience and a bunch of internships and all kinds of crazy shit on top of having a bachelor's degree for an entry level job. And you know the biggest reason why that is H-1B visas. We bring slave import.
Yes.
Imported slave labor from India and other Asian countries to fill entry-level tech jobs so that Americans can't get them unless if they just go, like above and beyond 4.0, and I did 4 years of internships for free at Boeing or something. You can't get your foot in the door because of H-1B visas and the picky hiring process that comes from that.
Now, okay, I'm not a racist person, but I'm going to tell a racist story, okay? When I was young, when you knew me, when I was in the Exodus, Eximos, Uda age, Begon, I lived with a guy named Mike, and I'm not going to say any further than that. Mike was a wonderful man. We always suspected that he was a secret army ranger or something because we knew he had service and he was going off every weekend. He was a weekend warrior, but he was also spec ops or something like that. He would never tell us who he was. But he was a really wonderful man. Knew him for 10 years. Really good guy. Anyways, the whole point of the story was he said he would tell us, I'm a racist. And we look at him, we're like, oh my God, we're left-wing liberals and we live with a racist? And he says, no, the reason I'm racist is one time I met a dude in New York and I asked him his story and he told me it. Yesterday, he was in Tijuana, and then he caught a van from Tijuana full of workers all the way to New York City, and he paid $30,000 in Mexican pesos, and they installed him in a job in a McDonald's in the Bronx in a day. And this bothered Mike a lot. A lot. And he said, I'm racist because of that. And
I don't think that's racist.
It's racist. It's racist in the respect that there's a race delineation. If he just said, it sucks that somebody can just come get a job in this country where there's people dying in the streets of starvation and can't get a job. And I'm like, yes. And he said, I don't dislike Mexicans. I dislike that they like to do things like that. And I said, yeah, I can't argue with that. It sucks when you meet a white man who has logical reasons to have a bias. It sucks when it happens because you have to look at it from like the Jesus perspective of just turn the other cheek, try not to think about it, don't be judging, judge not lest ye be judged, etc. And so I love that man, Mike, still do, but I mean, he was like very full-heartedly, he would tell you, he would say, I plain don't like Mexicans, and I'd be like, dude, that is very difficult for me to handle. And he was like, well, I've got a reason, and I'm like, yeah.
But that's not all Mexicans. That's a very specific subgroup of Mexicans.
It's a subgroup of Mexicans, yeah.
Most Mexicans that come here legally hate illegal crossers. Mm-hmm. In fact, they're very staunchly pro-border and pro all the rest of that stuff because they hate these booters coming in. It's economic terrorism.
I have two friends, both of them well off, who live in Mexico, who were in my clan Ace. One of them a young woman, one of them an older man my age. Both of them dislike... I'm not going to go further than this because it becomes racist. I'm just going to leave it there. These are Mexicans who dislike Mexicans. That's a tragedy. I'm an American who dislikes Americans. That's a tragedy too.
Well, no, we're humans. We're naturally going to
We're humans.
For all kinds of reasons.
For all kinds of reasons. I hate my government. Sorry, I don't hate the American people at all. For any reason, really. It's the government, not the people.
I hate people that are Americans, but I don't hate the American people as a whole.
Yeah. We're rich, we're fat, we're crass, we tend to be dismissive, we tend to pass judgment when it's God's job. I mean, some Americans really bother me, but I still love my own people. I will never speak out against them worse than what I just said, I don't know what to do here, Githyanki.
I like to put it as God's the judge, but I'm the bailiff. I'm going to send you to him to be judged.
That's actually a very good quote, Begon. You should write it down.
No, that's normally the obstinate thing I said to my mom when she's trying to tell me not to be judgy. I'm like, fuck that. I'm going to kill this guy so God can go make his decision then.
It's not okay to judge people. Just like lump them into a category. It is okay to make a judgment call when it involves yourself or your family. What you don't want to do is, you don't want to judge them just on a concept of who you think they are. You want to actually have a reason, I think, and you want to make sure.
Oh, we're about to have a special encounter here.
My idiom is case by case basis. That's what Asmongold says, and he helped me with that one. Case by case basis.
Okay, so we have to get to that portal. I think all of us.
Okay, so we gotta run.
That third turn is over, so we can't fight these. I almost wiped when I ran in this the first time.
Excellent tip-top political conversation. I like that we didn't descend into some kind of argument. I love that we were able to have an open exchange of ideals from the left and the right. I think we often agree on the same things, and we are closer than we might think. I have right leanings. I think he's got left leanings. I think it's cute.
I don't think I have many left wings.
I think you do. I think you're a love and
the things you would call left are more libertarian, which aren't left. They're center.
It's like center. He's more centrist. Or at
least it's a non-left right thing.
Non-left right.
It's not it's not a binary.
No, it's not a binary thing. It's somebody who has good values. That's about as specific as I need to be.
Yeah, because some of the stuff we're disagreeing on is like, I see the sky as purple and you see the sky as orange, and we're arguing over something that we're fundamentally never going to agree on, because we literally see the world differently. Like, I've heard people talk about how there were some like African tribals who didn't understand what blue was because they didn't have it as a concept in their collective understanding of things. Yes. And it wasn't until outside groups came and explained what blue is they understood the ocean was a different color.
Yeah, I
don't know if that's real or that's just bullshit, but it made sense to me.
People will die for what they believe for. There was a very famous story of a Japanese armed soldier who was on an island who believed that the World War II was still going all the way until 1976, and he killed 150 poor people in the community or something like that. Every time they came looking for him, he thought it was just the whitey come to kill him, you know? So he just kept killing people who thought, because he didn't know the war was over. Is this man wrong? Did they prosecute him for murder? No.
No, he was just a loyal soldier. You know how they got him to stop murdering people, right?
They dropped like leaflets, didn't they, or something? I can't remember what they did. No.
They found his old commanding officer.
Oh, like, and he brought him. That's
like
right.
Librarian or some shit, and they put him like on
a loudspeaker.
Drive around with a loudspeaker.
The war's over.
Yeah, they had to actually find his fucking retired commander in like a bookstore or something and haul his ass over there.
The truth is always stranger than fiction. And honestly, he was not a murderer, now was he? Because what he was doing in the intent was not murder, it was war. It's a big difference between war and murder.
He was doing war
very, very well. And honestly, I could see myself making the same shitty mistake if I really was a fundamentalist believer like that. I could see myself making that same sort of mistake and dying for Colfax and Broadway in the middle of Denver, and believing that I don't care if somebody tells me the war is over, I'm still protecting Colfax and Broadway in Denver or whatever. You know, it's my home, you know. I'm sure he felt the same way.
Sorry, I'm trying to like
do all this
everyone over so we can actually get past everything, because we have to get to that portal or we all die.
I'm last, so I don't have to worry about it. Just let you set all the precedent.
Also, they keep coming through the portal, so don't even try to go after them.
Okay, so we're just gonna run. I'm gonna teleport 2 times and wait for you. How's that?
Yeah, teleporting is a viable option. Let's see. You think if I do an arrow of darkness, that the darkness will stop opportunity attacks?
We can blind, yes. Well, they can't shoot out at us. We can't shoot in at them, but they can't shoot out at us until they get out of it, which is very good.
I just mean we've got Minthara right there next to Tugi Yankee, because I threw that orb wrong.
You're gonna slip out with no attacks. I would think their chance of opportunity is like 0. I would say.
Okay, well, we're gonna throw a blind over there too, and then I think. Oh, maybe only one of us has to go.
Okay, well, something happened.
Never mind. Okay, we won.
Congratulations on this non-battle.
I thought all of us had to make it to the portal, and it was actually hard. But yeah, Astarion made it in 1 turn with Shadow Step. Or Misty Step, I mean. Oh, this is going to be very lore important. You're going to learn a lot of stuff, so we need to stop talking about non-game stuff for a few here.
I'm done with the political stuff for the afternoon.
Okay.
Because it's dangerous for my stream. I love these conversations, and I get too worked up. Bad for my blood pressure. I get to Hitlering. I get to thinking about storming the White Palace and stuff like that. So...
It's tricky getting into politics, because odds are you're going to piss off half your viewer base.
I don't give a flying fuck about that. I don't care what they think. I tell the right-wingers all the time, prove yourself to me on a case-by-case basis or stay out of the stream. I don't care what you think. I'm really judgmental of the right wing, so I try not to bring that to the table. I just try to keep that in my own mind.
If it helps, I'm very judgmental against left wing.
Yep, and I'm sure we can hopefully one day reunite, you know. But it is a fundamental disagreement.
I've reached the point where I think the only way anything's going to change in terms of like unity is... I mean a flat-out genocidal civil war or an invasion from an outside force that forces us to get along again.
I would love to fight the right. My friend Kyle and I used to talk about forming Republican hunting parties, and he would list out the atrocities that the Colorado Republicans had done.
Hurry. I can't hold him alone.
And then we would plan names and stuff, and that's when you begin to realize that you're just not... Now, where are we going now?
We are
just
going west. No, you weren't watching the cutscenes. We need to go to the skull.
the skull. Okay, so then I'm gonna teleport. No, I'm gonna invis. Are we in combat? No, we aren't. Are you gonna
Of course
open?
we're in combat. We gotta help brain friends.
Now.
Okay.
Brain friends must be helped.
All right, I will help them.
If you don't help brain friends, they're gonna come after us after the brain friends are dead anyway.
I think you have leftist leanings because I believe that you, Begon, believe that friendship is magic.
Well, so tell me a leftist leaning you think I have, and I'll explain very quickly.
Friendship
how
is
it's
magic in the respect
not
that
leftist.
I think if you had the choice, you wouldn't push the push the button on the other half of this culture. I think you would try. I think in my heart, I believe that you would be good enough to try to reach some sort of peaceful outcome. I think that delineates you from the. I think that delineates you as slightly leftist leaning. I think most right wing would prefer to just shoot us. And I want to fundamentally believe that you wouldn't kill us. You would try to save us first. And I want to fundamentally believe that I would try to save you guys rather than kill you first. You know, and that's I believe right and left leaning. Your leftist leaning in the respect that I think you would try to work it out first. Oh, I have an end turn. I'm so sorry. There you go. And you're I'm sorry. I'm rightist leaning in the respect that I would fight you with a pistol in a civil war, even though that's against my violence beliefs and stuff. And I think you're leftist leaning in the respect that you would choose peace over war. And that's what I mean by that. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're still able to talk. Is fundamentally we don't have a disagreement on. I think if we had a choice, we would save the entire culture, both of us, right? Or would you just kill us?
You're making a lot of assumptions about me.
I am. Well, it has been 10 years since I've spoken to you. A lot has happened in the meantime. I'm just wondering where's the other target?
No, we killed everyone. We have to just keep going now.
All right.
But we do want to be at full health here because we're about to have a difficult fight against some elite dudes.
It's not over. Come to the
But
skull.
just keep hopping down is what you got to do. I mean, I'll say just like the homeless problem. I've hit the point where like I'm fed up and I don't give a fuck anymore, and we'll go back to living happy lives after the things are resolved. Yeah, like
I love it.
I am at the point where I straight up would happily send every single homeless person in America, they're fucking obese layabouts that have every opportunity to go to a shelter, get a shower, work at McDonald's, and build your life back up if they wanted to. Most people that are homeless by choice, not by circumstance.
Yep, it's very true.
I am happy to have grace for people that are legitimately homeless for not their fault reasons. I'm not saying it's black and white in that sense, but every homeless person that is deemed by me to be a layabout, lazy shitfuck, I would put him in death camps. I don't mean like we're gonna incinerate you. I mean we're gonna work you in a gravel mine until you collapse. I've literally hit that point of I don't give a shit anymore.
Yep,
with the homeless problem.
He's mad as hell and he doesn't want to take it anymore. And honestly, I don't believe that's bad. I mean, it's a bad thing that he wants to death camp them, but it's bad. It's not bad that he thinks this.
Well,
because he has reasons, you know, he has causalities.
I will tell you the only two things that hold me
I don't
back.
agree. You know,
There's two things that hold me back. One is the threat of incarceration, because of course there are people that don't agree with me that'll try to put me in a cage, and two is belief in God and humanity and all that shit. Like if I was an atheist,
there's your leftist leanings. Your leftist leanings. There they are.
If I was an atheist, I would not really have much telling me to not just get a hammer and start bashing heads in as long as I can get away with it.
Yeah, I could see Begon being a very good paladin.
You gotta realize, as a Christian, I fully believe this. It's like there's
right and wrong,
CCTV, and there's a floating
God in the sky
just following me around everywhere, and you know someone sees me, someone that has a lot of power and authority over me, and even if I'm not gonna get hit by a lightning bolt, there will be a comeuppance, and I need to not go do that thing that I know he wouldn't approve of.
I believe the same thing in different ways. Absolutely. I've never done anything that I believe would send me to hell. I've done things that other people would, I think, believe would send me to hell, but I've never harmed a living thing. So
I've harmed lots of living things. You've never killed a mosquito?
Not on purpose, no.
Oh, I hate mosquitoes. Bill Gates loves mosquitoes.
I love
them free in auditoriums.
I love repellents.
Okay, so I think we just missed some shit because we were talking. So this is the Emperor. He's the friendly mind flayer.
Okay. I'll stop now. I promise. We're gonna stop. I will not segue again. I promise.
Yeah, it's like we're hitting some really big lore shit right now, and we're talking about politics.
Whatever.
Okay, so what should we go with here?
If they start politicking, just roll with it.
Okay, so the Emperor's fighting Githyanki. We helped him fight the Githyanki. Now he says, "Help me." That's where we're at.
The Honor God. Eliminate them. My forces are weakened by their assault, but with your help, we can turn this around. Destroy the Guard. I will subdue their master.
Wow. Detect thoughts.
He's a mind flayer.
Oh, you can't.
Doesn't work
right.
on mind flayers.
Right. Duh, I'm an idiot.
Together, we can turn the tide.
I will say at this point, it's very important that we help him. Not that you have any option, you have to help him.
Alright.
So these are basically murder monks on crack.
17 AC. They're threatened. Unarmed. Advanced unarmored movement. Deflect missiles, don't bother.
So these are all very knockable. If you at any point see you can knock something, you should do it here because this is a hard fight. And I don't have a lot of knock arrows. I have literally 6 of them.
I've got Eldritch Blast that'll boot both of them each turn if I land.
Oh, hold on. I saw. Yep, I got an angle. I might be able to kill him.
All right.
And he's out of the fight.
Very good, Begon. Working with the master.
I don't see a way to boot this guy, but there's 2 on floating
Boop him
rocks
towards
behind
the pit, and I'll put him in the pit.
Well, so what I am going to do, though, is the ones up top, I'm going to boop them off, but I got to turn on sharpshooter, because that's going to nerf my ability to hit.
Oh, yeah, one's up top. I didn't even realize. Shit.
No, there's 2 up top.
2 up top.
Ah, my arrow did not knock it where it said it was going to knock, that's for sure.
That sucks.
Yeah, I'm not so inept that I did the wrong knock, that the game said it was going to knock him backwards. Alright, well, let's hit him with an assassin shot. And I think that'll be... Oh, no, actually, hold on. Now Astarion's on the rock.
Oh, advantage.
That'll be a pretty big deal. Oh, no, that was mean. Holy shit.
What was that? That was a Embrace of the Inferno.
Yeah, it was like that level 2 fire spell, except it had added psychic damage. Anyway, back to murdering things.
Well, I hope we can be brothers and not death camps. That's all.
I don't think it's ever going to come down to it because people don't revolt when they are happy and fat. And that's one reason why Stalin and his USSR operatives that have been tearing down this country ever since the Cold War, that's why they haven't succeeded yet, because people are still fat and happy enough to where they aren't willing to risk it in a bloody revolution.
Yes.
Like, too many people are too fat and happy. I know it takes a small minority of the population. It was like a third or less of the population that fought off the British, the strongest empire in the world at the time. You know, it was like a third didn't care, a third were with the British, a third were against the British, but they really believed in what they were doing and they're willing to die for it. And being willing to die for something like a full-on zealot really makes a big difference. And I don't think there's a lot of people that are like that right now. I think it's people who would like to talk about it, but there's not many people who are willing to go do it. And I don't think a lot of people don't want all the blood, death, and murder anyway. You know, and even if your side wins, you're gonna have a pretty desolate country afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
It'd take a long time to rebuild the damage of losing half your country's population.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not going to give them their argument, but there is something to the Democrats saying we need to have open borders so we can bring in slave labor from abroad, because there's jobs that need filling, and they're willing to make slaves out of third worlders to do it. I'm not saying that's right. It's horrible they do that shit, but there's a point to be made in that we do need people to fill roles in society, and killing half of your population is detrimental to that.
Absolutely, and let's hope it never goes there. Oh
no! And the F8 gets hit. I'm willing to take a lot of hits in this game, but I'm not willing to take a full-on death from knockback.
Yeah, maybe don't telly to the rock. We didn't know.
Well, I didn't think they could knock back. That's not fair. Okay, I'm gonna enter in sneak mode here.
I could open invisible if you want.
The Githyanki is the source of
That'll kill one of
protection
them.
against the absolute.
See, I haven't tried die monster, but I think that would make us die. Like, actually die.
Everything we've worked towards is lost. The honor god. Eliminate.
I don't think the Emperor is... no, he's explained it.
Together.
He's the only thing keeping us from becoming a Mind Flayer thrall, so if he died, we would die.
Right, okay.
Oh, effectively die, you know, we'd be mastered. So we don't want to say die Mind Flayer and come in and kill him. That's a bad thing. Alright, knockback. Sorry, let me get back on track here.
Yeah, we should have saved after your good boop.
I'll tell you what, I'll say, I don't want to be too safe scummy. I'm just not willing to take getting knocked off a cliff like that.
No, my thing is I think the boops are... See, the boops are very RNG, so when you get a good one, you should save it. Yeah, see it?
Yeah, I just had 2 perfect boops, but he resisted both of them.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, you can reload now, but I don't want to.
No, I'm not going to be that kind of reloaded scummer.
No.
That's going above and beyond on what's okay.
I'm gonna stun the one standing by the brains, and that way they hit him.
I mean, they're all pretty nasty. That mini boss one that has twice as much health is especially
Never mind.
nasty, though.
I'm just gonna deal with this one.
Yeah, if she can do that in one turn, we might want to stop her.
Oh shit! I don't think I didn't. I forgot to do my damn bind pack weapon.
Yep, that would be a thing.
So annoying.
Okay, I only have a 50% chance to hit, so this is pretty bad.
Boop.
Hold on. Oh yeah, 25% chance to pull that off. Oh yeah, there's actually a boop hole right there. Maybe I can get that.
Yeah, I was like boop.
I did just fail 2 knockbacks though.
It's alright, we'll get him.
Alright, hold on. I hate how I have to like search through Asterian's bags to find my arrows of booping.
That's D&D though.
I wonder if there's a way to not... Oh yeah, I already moved. I was gonna say, I wonder if there's a way to like only knock the Githyanki.
Yeah. Yeah, what if you kill both of us?
Yeah, I'm trying not to do that.
Kinda looks like it's gonna.
No, I can be very picky with how I place my arrow if I'm doing this. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing a way to boop him where he actually falls in that hole. He falls next to the hole, it looks like.
We could push him at that point. I could push him.
Give me just a moment before I give up on trying this. I'm looking at the angle.
Yeah, he's got AC 19.
Yep, it's real badass right there. Yeah, it's just barely not willing to push him far enough. I just need to attack.
If you push him over, I can Eldritch him in the hole. Eldritch will work. One of them will hit him.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh,
but I mean, you have options. Look at your options. You know. We could blind the other one.
I think I can throw one of these little void balls and probably open up an opportunity.
I don't want this monk casting at us, so I'm going to blind him while he fights the brains. I think that was a good opening, actually. Blinding was actually not that bad of an idea. Oh.
There, if you can boop him, you can boop him now.
I can boop him now.
Although maybe I can boop him. Let me find out where those arrows are again. I don't know, I'm not seeing an angle that looks like he's for sure gonna go in that little hole. Oh wait, there's one. I found it. And he resisted.
At least Asterion didn't go in the pit.
Well, I shot because I saw Asterion wouldn't go in the pit.
Yeah. I can stun him here and we'll get a boop on him.
Well, thankfully, the intellect devourers didn't all die the first turn this time. But yeah, Emperor is pretty powerful. He shouldn't go down, so don't worry about him.
I should just go push. Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Save. No,
No,
don't save.
We did just lose some loot by booping him, but I think it's monk loot. I don't know. It's fun booping things. I'll take the loss of loot. The really good loot in Act 3, a lot of it's going to be from vendors. So we want to basically get into main Baldur's Gate city and just hit all the vendors up. Oh, there's your demon form. It's pretty neat you get that form.
It is. This is a good fight for it. He's 1 foot too far. It's so stupid. Can he jump? Oh, he can dash. Will dash work?
You'll lose your action.
Oh, yeah.
You just end your turn. You can't do anything.
Stunned. The brain stunned him. That's very good.
Yeah, I didn't think brains could do that.
Nice. $30 is legit. Good job.
Well, let's see if I can. Oh, no. Let's do a flourish.
Nice. Another 26, set 27. You put him down. Good shit. Good shit.
These guys taking half damage? I feel like I'm not hitting very hard.
They have 19 A or they have 17 AC.
No, it's a. Well, okay. Well, that one hit like it normally does.
22.
Remember, I've got my stance that adds 10 damage to my attack. So when I see my attack hit for like 11, I'm like, "What's up?"
He farted on you.
Oh, he's dominated. Nice.
Oh wow, yeah, that's very helpful. Yeah. Wow, this was easy. This was like too easy.
We booped the boss.
Yeah.
When you boop bosses, it tends to make things easy. One health. Is that once per long rest you can activate that form?
Uh-huh.
Oh, looks like that'll be incredibly helpful.
Uh-huh.
It nerfs your charisma stat, though.
That's okay. I have multi-attack, 4 for 32. It's just about the same amount of damage, really.
Okay, well, if you have actions, you need to jump up there and start melee attacking our thrall.
I don't. I'll get closer, though.
That's
Also,
weird, it won't end the combat.
I believe it is an entirely different health bar for 100 damage, so I can just jump in as a tank, and they can hit me for 100 damage, and it keeps them busy while you just waste them.
Yeah, it's a shapeshift like you would have with
it's like
any
a
other class.
shapeshift like a druid, yeah, which is very powerful. That's why I did it. I was like, yeah, I'd rather use up my 100 health bar here. I would like to...
Come to the skull.
I want to use my psionic jump and then go demon form to initiate battles, and I'll just jump in, right? And I'll tank for you.
Thank you. That was too close.
I'll land on the boss.
Don't look at me like that. I am a mind flayer. Yes. Without me.
And they can do their 100 damage while you just open up range and boop and all that.
I owe everything to that.
Oh, I don't like this either. Yeah.
Yeah, so what we just found out is the Emperor is actually the dream visitor that's been talking to us and helping us this whole time.
I didn't know. I missed it.
Yeah, that's the way it's good to watch.
It was necessary. Rare are those that would openly consider a partnership with a mind flayer. Even those who are on a path of
These days, I'm a battler.
It's like I said before.
The story's very
I'm
good,
just
but
like you.
honestly, the combat is what I'm here for.
An adventurer. I came from Baldur's Gate, though I was never one to be constrained by circumstance. I longed for more. That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers on a search for treasure. To a colony of mind flayers who caught me, changed me into what I am now.
Gross.
For years, I served the Elder Brain. The one you know
Kill it.
as the Absolute. I was a thrall like any other, but I was fortunate. I broke free and started a new life in my old city. I sustained myself on criminals. Unglamorous, but they were
He was like Batman.
Yeah.
And they fueled me while I did my work.
Brain sucking
I had
Batman.
the good fortune to meet
I always wondered if Batman was robbing all the criminals that he busted in the background, and that's why he was so rich.
I became the governing force behind the Knights of the Shield.
If you bring Joker home, right, who cares about the money the Joker stole, right? And that's why I always thought Bruce Wayne was rich.
As the Emperor, such was my influence. Though of course they had no idea what I really was. My needs were sated. I was happy for a while. Until my true nature was discovered by the tyrant himself, Lord Gortash.
We're gonna get him next.
He tore me from my home and brought me back to the brain, where I became a slave once again. A slave he continued to call the Emperor. The name was intended as a slight, to remind me of the heights from which I fell. But I have grown fond of it. It encapsulates well who I've become. Indeed, his hubris knows no bounds. To enslave me, that was his nature. But to enslave an Elder Brain, a questionable decision. I shall look forward to sharing his downfall with you. We fought to tame Prince Orpheus, the son of Gith herself. His power has been the source of your continued protection against the voice of the Absolute. The power to disrupt hive mind communication. It is the same power that enabled Orpheus's mother to bring about the fall of the Illithid Empire eons ago. A power she passed on to him, and that I leveraged for you. When Orpheus's mother left, a usurper took her place. Vlaakith declared herself queen of the Githyanki. Vlaakith wanted his power, but Orpheus rose against her, and so she sealed him and his honor guard within this prison. Bound by infernal chains, Orpheus could never leave. Bound by duty, his guard never would. They were close to breaking my hold on that prince. And if they had succeeded, we would be lost. I am relieved. You have embraced your potential enough that you could help me eliminate them. Alone, Orpheus will be much easier to control.
Yeah, did you pick up what he was talking about there?
Yes, I did, yeah.
It's like he's the son of the woman that the Gith that originally like broke up the Illithid Empire and freed the Githyanki.
Yeah.
And he's been imprisoned by Vlaakith, who's actually a false emperor. Or like a false deity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Vlaakith, the like Lich
bad
Queen
guy.
super ruler, like the semi-deity that runs all the Githyanki.
Yeah, you wanted to like subvert him, didn't you?
Well, so she's actually a bad guy. She imprisoned
the
Orpheus,
lady?
who's like the true heir to the Githyanki Empire. And she has no idea how the fuck the Githyanki threw off the shackles of Mind Flayer dominance. Because it used to be the Githyanki were a slave race to Illithids.
Yeah.
So it's Orpheus's mother is the one that came up with the psionic power to like block out their psionics.
Cool. Imagine how cool how much of a breakthrough that would be.
Well, so as he explained, Orpheus has inherited that power from his mom to block out Illithid psionics, and he's trapped inside basically a pocket dimension, which is what we're in now, that artifact.
Okay.
So that's what.
We're inside the artifact right now. Okay.
Yeah, we're inside the artifact's like pocket dimension thing. Okay. So the artifact is a prison for Orpheus.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you for giving me the overall, because I'm like I'm not good at absorbing this stuff first time. It takes me a lot of playthroughs, you know.
Well, that's where the mission was. That's what the Mind Flayer ship, the Nautiloid we start on.
It makes the connections are there, yeah.
That Nautiloid was sent to go capture this relic, because this relic is the only thing the Absolute sees as a threat still, because Orpheus has the power to disrupt its psionic abilities. Without Orpheus there, it can just take over anything at anyone, basically.
Right.
So, anyway...
How does Orin and the guy in the black robes play in all this? Like, kind of like that's the connection I'm not making.
It's a conspiracy for power. They each serve one of the three different evil gods.
Okay.
Basically, they teamed up and they got the crown of Karsus. Karsus is like the head arch magi of the Netherese Empire. And it's kind of like a Tower of Babel thing. He got too powerful, he got too strong. He tried to make a god item, but he made something that was so powerful he couldn't control it. It ate him and like almost destroyed the world and caused a big breakup of the weave and all that shit. So what they did is they found the crown of Crassus, which had been, I think this is a later, not really spoiler, but later lore detail of the crown of Crassus was in like some demon lord's treasure vault.
Yeah.
And the big three managed to, or at least Gortash. I can't remember if it was all three of them or if there was a different party and they grabbed it. But anyway, a group managed to get that relic out of the Demon Lord's vault. Okay. And they used the three Nether Stones together to control whoever's wearing the crown. So the crown is an item of dominance. It's so powerful that it can override an Elder Brain's autonomy.
Ooh.
So they have used the crown and the three gems that control the crown to control the Nether Brain. I mean, I'm not fully up on like what all their motivations are. Like Gortash wants to dominate Baldur's Gate. He's got an army of robots, like devil robots, that act as RoboCops. And he's managed to take over the politics. Basically, he controls the Paladin Order of the Flaming Fist, and he controls an army of super robots. And they're trying to make the army of the Absolute attack Baldur's Gate so Gortash can successfully defend Baldur's Gate with his super robots and become its overlord.
Okay.
So the Absolute army is there to give Gortash absolute power. Right. Now, the Orin, the assassin that worships
Blood Ball or whatever, yeah.
As far as I don't know why they work together, because as far as I'm aware, her goal is literally just to murder everybody. Like, she's got a big cult, and all they do is murder random citizens of Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
So as far as I know, she wants to just murder everyone, so she doesn't care about controlling things.
She's the Joker, huh? Constantly chasing a car tire, wouldn't know what to do if it caught it.
So there's bits and pieces of lore that I don't quite understand. Like I said, like why the three of them are working together beyond just the gods that are each avatars of like to conspire.
Yeah.
But you know, like the individuals though have conflicting motives.
If the Githyanki ever find out what she has done, there will be civil war.
Yep.
Blacketh will be finished.
Emperor is saying here that if Orpheus ever gets free and the Githyanki at large learn the truth of what happened, they would turn on Vlaakith and there'd be a civil war.
God, we're like right up in the nexus of it.
Yeah, so but remember, he's the only thing keeping us from getting dominated by the Elder Brain. Without his power, we would get turned into Mind Flayers in an instant.
Yep.
So we've been leveraging his power this whole time.
No. Gortash sent me on a mission to retrieve the astral prism. I was one of many, but the first to
It's
find
very twisty, the story,
how
but I like it
Gortash
a
or the
lot.
other
It's very
chosen
deep.
learned of its existence. I do not know. The moment I found it, I felt a change. My free will returning. I followed the feeling inside and found Orpheus. I realized what the prism was for. Containment. While my body was within the prism's bounds, my mind was free. I could resist the Elder Brain, the Chosen. Better yet, I could plan to overthrow them. All I needed to do was subdue Orpheus and find allies in the outer world. You. There may come a time when that is necessary, but there is no guarantee that his power would survive his passing. The risk is too great. The moment his protection is gone, you would become enthralled to the Elder Brain, just as
God,
I.
and we're like
We
right,
may
we're
look
like the
different,
catalyst in the
but
middle
to
of
the
it.
Elder Brain, we are already the same.
We're the battleground they're all fighting on, like our party. We're alike in other ways too, but I don't know though.
No, we're the one chink in their plan.
Yeah, we're like the one trigger. Yeah, I mean I said catalyst. Yeah.
I appreciate that. But
I have a
this is
question,
what I
Begon, but
am.
no, after the
My
lore.
original body was destroyed when I transformed. When I first escaped the Elder Brain, I searched for a new vessel. But the longer I inhabited this one, the more it grew on me. I realized that returning to my former self would only impose limitations. Any advantage I could gain by restoring my original appearance, I already had to hand in the form of magic, and that humanoid shape you've come to know. As an Illithid, I have far surpassed who I ever was before. You, too, should embrace this change.
Yeah, I think he's right too. But I mean, also becoming alien slugheads isn't maybe the best thing in the world.
I am pleased to hear that. You will do very well as an Illithid.
A lot of power.
I've been studying you for a while now.
Oh
I believe
God.
I can trigger the next stage of your tadpole's life cycle.
Yeah, they think you guys landed in what was it, Mexico or something recently?
The transformation will not be complete. The physical alteration in particular will only be partial. But your potential will certainly be amplified. Would you like to do it? Would you like to evolve?
Ray, when someone asks you, "Are you a god?" you say yes.
I'm happy to have more powerful friends, but, well, better you than me.
Uh-huh.
You continue to surprise me. Your mind is truly something special. Now, hold out your hand.
Usually they just say aberrant. Yeah, why is it always some disgusting slug? Can't it look like a Violet crack or you know some titties or something? It's always got to look like some weird butt slug. Yeah, you're gonna eat that thing, Begon. Eat it, eat it. Yeah, eat the slug.
I'm not
Begon.
gonna eat it.
Eat it.
I'm not gonna do what that fucking rollicking along farm guy wants me to.
Its yearning almost
Wow, Begon has become corrupt over the.
veritable feast.
No, I've evolved. I'm an
Evolved.
evolved life
It's
form.
'cause it evolved.
Your flesh.
Yeah, dude, I'm like a graveler now.
Yeah, you're very very interesting thing.
Different.
No longer am I a Geodude.
What happened to your fucking eyes, Begon? You have 8-ball hemorrhages for eyes.
Of a joint or muscle.
You look like some godless thing now.
Well, guess who got fly as a free action?
When your allies
Oh,
see
well,
what
that's
you
worth
can
it
do,
though, because now you can just go
Yep.
boop them right to their
try
face.
themselves. But we mustn't lose
You can go
focus.
pushing targets
We
off.
need to resume our journey. You heard the Chosen. The brain has gone to the city, and the army.
Wow,
marches
Begon
to-
just evolved into Neo and left the Matrix, left me behind. And he's gonna fly to targets now, and I have to teleport.
There's some overpowered as fuck abilities you get from evolving as an illithid.
I bet there is.
Now,
That was like a lot of power.
I think you can go and evolve too by using the thing, so I'm gonna pass it to you.
Using what thing? The Gimra?
The tadpole that I just got.
Oh, so you're gonna pass it to me?
I just handed it to you, yeah. So it activates the outer, like, tier of brain powers for illithids. The first one you get automatically for free is the fly ability. It only takes movement speed. It does not cost you any actions.
Ooh.
It's so good.
Okay. So I want to do this, but is it just using the item? Is that all?
I think that's all. I'm always activating.
You should save it. Save it here so I don't fuck anything up, huh?
Okay, just make sure you commune with it. Don't eat it, because we can't.
Eat it.
I don't think we can have other people evolve if you eat it.
No, I'm not getting anything.
What are your right-click options?
Use. Oh, here, I'm gonna share the screen. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
Does use work?
Use works, but it doesn't do anything. Hold on. Okay, so we're looking at this, and if I use, I get nothing.
Okay.
And there's the options are. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, leave your form. Try dismissing form.
That's a good idea. That's probably why. Sorry. Oh, and while I'm at it, I want to do my, there we go. And then, I am using this slug. Oh, there we go.
Okay, but I was
good
hoping
shit.
Life pulses from within. The parasite's thoughts whisper.
It'll fuck your face up, but I highly recommend you do it.
I'm doing it. I don't care about my face. I did the white face because I knew I was never going to see it. I was going to be covered in armor. I'm blessed to have a nice circlet right now, but, well, I mean, really, I didn't think I would ever see my face, which is why I gave her white face, you know? Yeah, open your mind to it, right? Ooh, I can read the thought. I can read the tadpole's intentions. You want me to do that?
It's just if you want lore.
I do want lore. Yeah, let's go see what he says. Ah, I lost the roll. Oh, well, it was worth a try. Oh, no, I can roll again. Right. I'll skip it if it's boring. I just want to see what they say. I might not be able to get it. There it is.
The tadpole screams for growth with painful intensity. It has been starved of life, of purpose. It welcomes your probing like a void waiting to be filled. If you let it, it will evolve you. Just as the Emperor said. Your thoughts swirl with possibility. Your body strengthened, your mind bolstered, your very self expanded. All within your reach, if you open your mind to the parasite. A coldness seeps through the tadpole's essence. You feel different.
Perhaps, once the others see what you can do, they will consider trying it for themselves.
Black eyes. So now I have fly.
Yeah, you have flies in action. You'll need to dig it up from your bars there.
Force tunnel. Charge forward, pushing all objects and creatures in your path 4 meters away from you. Concentrated blast. You must be concentrating on another spell to cast this. 3d6 psychic, 3d6 conditional. Ooh. If the target was concentrating, you heal as much as the damage that was dealt to it, which is so strong. It's got lifesteal. And transfuse health. Sacrifice half your remaining hit points to heal a target for the same amount. So I can also lifesteal and then give it to Begon. I can fly, and I have Psionic Overload, available only in combat, 1d4 damage, 1d4 psychic. Your attacks deal additional 1d4 psychic. A buff that gives me 1d4 psychic damage every turn, but I also take 4 psychic damage. I don't really like that, but all the rest of it, really amazing. So I believe I'm done and ready.
No.
No?
Go to your talent tree.
Talent tree.
Top right.
Oh, yes. Looking for Luck of the Far Realms.
So see, the outer talents are what really is, that's what you're shooting for now. So there's a few that you want to get ASAP. Look on the left side, far left. So free cast. Look at that. Toggleable passive feature.
Oh my god, I want that. I want that. I want that so I can just teleport forever for free. Oh,
no.
No.
So once per long rest, your next thing you do is free.
Oh, so I can stun twice?
It says resource cost, so I think once per rest cooldowns aren't going to count. But like you can get a free attack, or you can cast a spell and it won't cost a spell charge, that kind of thing.
Cool, okay.
Now, go below that to the next one, Mind Sanctuary. That one is broken as fuck.
Yeah, is this the best one?
So it makes a bubble. Anyone standing in it can use their actions and bonus actions interchangeably. So your bonus action lets you do more attacks. If you're a thief rogue, it's really broken because that extra bonus action is an extra attack. Anyway, so one of the most powerful ones though is down, like all the way down on the left. Mind Blast. That is a long-range, large cone that does make damage and stuns.
Oh, wow.
So, Mind Blast is really good. And then over to the right, down and to the right, but I'm only doing outer sphere here, so down and to the right. Black Hole. That is such a good ability. So it's going to grab every enemy. It's only enemies. There's no friendly fire, but it grabs every enemy in a large area and pulls them towards what you call.
Oh, yeah.
It applies a slow. Now, the best thing about this is, let's say I cast a Firewall. Firewall does damage on every enemy turn, but it also does damage again if you move them. So if I cast Firewall, they all take damage for being in the Firewall, but you can cast Black Hole and make them take an extra tick of Firewall, or Cloud Kill, or whatever ground effect there is. Black Hole is really neat. It's a good way to like peel things off you too. I mean, so there's some other things like there's a special counter spell, Psionic Dominance there. That's a counter spell. So you get an extra counter spell that any evolved Mind Flayer can use.
I really want that.
You also get a Displacer Beast form. You can turn into a Displacer Beast. There's one for persuasion checks that helps, because I'm doing persuasion all the time. Anyway, so you have to unlock the inner ones to get to the outer ones. I would say as a starter, you should probably get Black Hole, because that's really, really powerful. So take like the two that you have to reach it. Yeah, take Displace, and then Black Hole.
Ooh, falling damage. Nice, yeah.
So click it again. There, now Black Hole's unlocked, so click it. And I saved one more for you. I would say do Psionic Dominance, because that's going to really help us out. Yeah, that one right there.
I agree, but I'm not going to be able to... Oh, I can just go to it? I can go to it. Cool.
Well,
I see
it. The adjacent
right,
one.
Oh, cool. I like the system a lot. The system is really...
If you can take Mind Blast, you have one more point you can spend still, the bottom left. Mind Blast would really be helpful. There you go. Okay, that's all of our illithid points, but we'll get more later.
Alright.
We just want to make sure we loot everything quick before we take off. We booped off the guy that had the best loot on him, so it's not going to be anything amazing.
I'm going to redo my spells right quick here, because I got smites and stuff that I forgot about.
Yeah, you also got a lot of new abilities for the Mind Flayer stuff.
Yeah, but that's all on my bar, though, I think. Yeah, here's Mind Blast, Black Hole. That's all here on my bar. It's good.
Unlocking your Mind Flayer tier 3 powers is a huge power increase.
It is, yeah.
I mean, just for the fly ability alone, it's worth doing, though, because fly makes your life so much easier.
Oh, I have all these cool Divine Smite critical reaction things. And, like, for instance, if I Divine Smite and I miss, it doesn't spend a spell slot. So I can Divine Might forever. Divine Smite, excuse me, you know. Not forever, but until I land it.
Yeah, your Divine Smites are broken. That's where you have people that are playing Paladins that are one-rounding tactical difficulty bosses.
Okay, I'm all set now, I believe. Thank you for waiting.
Let's get out of here, then. Yeah, they have to basically keep re-rolling their turn until they proc a crit, but as long as they proc a crit on their opener, they're able to just one-round bosses, which is insane.
That took the edge off.
D&D is the best game ever made. It just is. It has the most freedom. Like, even Rust doesn't have this kind of freedom, really. Rust is the only other one I can think of that has this kind of freedom.
I just wish Grand Wizards of the Coast would stop trying to ruin their IP.
Yeah. Well, you know... It's such a fine thing, balance. It's...
Balance? They do shit like saying, oh, half-elves are racist now. We can't have half-elves.
Yeah, I suppose never mind. You're talking about their execution. No, their execution is terrible.
I'm talking about, like, the dumb shit they do to their IP.
I was talking about the games.
Dumbing down.
Like, the games, I think the balance is actually okay. We have somebody who wants Shadowhearts that wants to talk to you, if you care.
Everyone wants to chit-chat right now. It's because we're about to enter Baldur's Gate, so everyone's got their own little agendas.
Popular.
Talking.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
It is not the gate.
I want that armor.
Blackith would destroy and Voss would set. It is Orpheus.
Why does she get the best
blood
armor?
of the mother, the prince of the comet.
This game needs lock style, which is like you can wear anything, but you can see whatever you want.
For you to know the tale of Orpheus, you must know.
And I would lock style her chess piece.
And of Blackith. Long ago, when we rose up against our gates,
Or transmog, I guess.
Mother Gith made for the Hells to secure an alliance with the archdevil Tiamat. Tiamat gifted the Githyanki our red dragons. Gith remained in the Hells, and Tiamat's envoy proclaimed Vlaakith our ruler. The first Vlaakith of many.
Wow.
It is Vlaakith.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
People now call Queen.
157? What? Oh, Vlaakith. What? It is Vlaakith 157, who my people now call Queen. It's a wow. It's a robot.
No, so basically the original Queen, she went and like made a pact with Tiamat, like the super dragon, and Tiamat gave them infinite red dragon slaves. And just every leader has been called Vlaakith ever since. But now this Vlaakith has turned herself into an overlich and like a demigod. So this Vlaakith has gone crazy, basically.
Yes. Our current queen has claimed undeath and reigned for 1,000 years. But it
Weird bug people, insect people.
Tried to slay. Orpheus is Gith's only son. He led his mother's own honor guard in a coup against Vlaakith I. It was Kithrak Voss himself who slayed the prince in vicious battle, or so the Varshas teach us. Yet the Prince of the Comet's been with us, subdued by that repugnant Illithid. Should Orpheus go free, he would tear Vlaakith's empire to pieces and build new glory from the scraps. The seed and the sower. Every word Voss spoke, he spoke true. Orpheus is the living proof of the Queen's lies, and the living weapon that conquered our Geich slavers. One word from his lips, and the people would doubt. 2 words, and they would rage. 3 words, and they would bow to the true heir. If the Githyanki are to be free, the Prince of the Comet must lead the way. What about him? The historical slates describe Orpheus as a fearsome, terrible creature, powerful beyond measure and enthralled by the Geich. So mad with power, he'd smash through the Githyanki Empire and deliver the shards to his Illithid masters. and glowing with such psionic force that he and his red dragon blazed a trail through the skies. A lethal comet careening towards my people. Lies, of course. Vlaakith spread a false image of Orpheus as monstrous betrayer, and her knights as the butchers who sliced him through. She was right to fear him, I'll grant her that. So great is the comet, it could shatter her reign. The Emperor may be loathsome, but it's right. Orpheus can disrupt a gay hive mind. A talent like that makes the Prince a powerful shield and a powerful weapon. Why destroy a weapon like that, when you can contain it in a relic and keep it for yourself?
Yeah.
A weapon is only
Like
an
the ring.
asset for as long as it isn't pointed at you. The means of Vlaakith's own end has been ripped away from her. Better to have Orpheus killed than to risk his escape. Better to risk the rise of Illithids than let the Prince of the Comet deny her the godhood she craves.
Oh, I love her.
Orpheus is honor guard, loyal to the end. Trapped by Vlaakith in the same prison holding their noble prince, fruitlessly hacking at the sphere that contains him. They see us as Geich, tadpoled husks in the Emperor's thrall. I regret their deaths, but I pledge to live as they perished, in the service of Gith's son.
Yeah, she's true, like unarrably
Very well.
true. Like Errol Flynn or something.
And so we can convince her to take the evolved powers, but all of our companions by default don't really want to. It's just one of those things, you offer the suggestion and you have to pass a check of some kind.
Ah.
We're chatting.
Oh, sorry.
So, there's been a mind flayer inside the artifact, or astral prism, the whole time we've had it. Sounds like utter madness, even though I've seen it with my own eyes. The more I learn, the less I understand just why I do not serve Shah anymore. Nor the Mother
Very
Superior.
good.
The prism is no longer my mission. Saving my parents is.
We'll see it through.
But I digress. Did you want something?
Yeah, we want to save your parents. I want to fuck you.
Of course.
Let's do that one.
May I?
Oh, this is literally the same options as last time. I don't know, nothing I see there that's gonna progress anything. Alright, where's everyone else that wants to chat? Probably need to talk to Dame What's Her Butt, the Angel.
My resplendence honors yours. I am free from my bonds, but not my duty. The dead 3 are risen. The dead 2 remain. You must face them. I will help. Our thoughts are as one, my friend. You must face the Chosen of Bane and Baal. I will do my part to see them laid low. Pray, ask, and I will tell. Do I not radiate with my mother's brightness, her glory? There can be no doubt. I am of her silvered flesh, her celestial womb.
I didn't realize that. So she's Selene's daughter. That means she's also sister to Shar. I believe Shar is supposed to be the daughter of Selene.
I thought it was sisters.
No, I
Shar
could
is
be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Shar is supposed to be Selene's like twisted daughter. Like I said, I could be wrong, but that's what I understand it to be.
Twin sisters in the pantheon of D&D deities. Char's the mistress of night. Saloon is Our Lady of Silver, the moon goddess of non-evil lycanthropes. They are twin sisters in the pantheon.
Okay.
Yeah, because one's dark, one's light sister. That's why I said sister of the dark, sister of the light. That's an old trope from a lot of fantasy, not just D&D. I use a phrase called sisters of the dark because they're very bad.
He worshipped the Moon Maiden. He was threatened by my love for Isabel.
Almost nothing worse than
love for me.
a sister of the dark.
When she died, curse the day, the hour. We each of us mourned bitterly. But Ketheric's pain could be touched by no aid, no boundary. He turned to wretched Shah, the Lady of Loss, for relief. And she whispered into his ear, poisoning his mind. He and his loathsome advisor, Balthazar, lured me into the Shadowfell, claimed they'd found someone in need of my aid. There, they trapped me in their infernal cage.
Bastards.
I was killed. Murdered,
Oh.
made dead over and over and over by justiciars of every make and kind.
Ugh.
I was reborn, for it is my nature, and Ketheric fed upon my immortality all the
Ugh.
while. But lo, the
So
brute
Shadowheart
is
had
dead,
killed her, she would have just
and
come back then.
We
Yeah.
live.
Interesting.
Immortality is a curse. I mean,
That's a blessing and a curse.
I read a good book when I was a kid called Jumper. It was about this guy who could teleport. That ends up being a curse.
Alright, so Astarion doesn't want to talk. I think I tried to talk to Minthara and she's not set on talking. Oh wait, I can ask her to become one of us though.
We will need every advantage to survive the battle.
Wow, she's totally down. She's like, yep, I'll corrupt my soul. I don't care. I need to kill them. I need to kill them. I don't care how I do it.
If this superior
ETF.
tadpole is capable of unlocking my mind's full potential, it is a tempting proposition. Its influence on you is plain to see. You are sublime.
Wow. Use it.
I will be
Minthara is also a crazy demon god now.
Let's see if her face looks different now. It doesn't. It could be because of the helm, though. The helm might be overriding.
No, her eyes are definitely... No, her eyes have not changed. No. That's weird. Should have. Maybe it'll load when we do it like a load, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Oh. Just realized I could talk to Fido, and I should probably turn on Speak with Animals.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he
What's
holds
this?
in his mouth.
Money?
It's my money.
Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Oh, I love him.
A potion of healing. Alright, looks like that's everyone that wants to talk. Oh, wait, we didn't talk to the Gilf. Where's Gilf at? There she is. She's up by that Githyanki portal. We have to go find her bards. I think we've already talked to her, but I just want to check. Yep, we've already talked to her.
All right.
Okay, time to leave camp.
So I had a question. You referenced something earlier that fascinated me, and I wanted you to elucidate, if you would. You mentioned something about how something. Ooh, I got an achievement. Leave Act 2. Nice. The city awaits. Yay. You alluded to getting broken on the weave, like something broke the weave. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I have to kind of spoil Gale's quest line to go that, but we killed Gale, and you said you're not going to do another save because you're too busy, so I can go over it if you want.
Yeah, yeah, sure, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, so Gale actually gets to talk to Mystra in Baldur's Gate.
Okay.
Like he gets to talk to her statue, and she actually like teleports him to her so they can talk in person. So what Mystra explains is that when what's his butt made the crown, the Netherese dude made the crown, he actually created like a second weave. So the weave is the thing that everyone draws magic from, and like is magic.
Okay.
Well, this Netherese guy that tried to reach godhood, he created a second weave, like a shadow weave.
Okay.
And the weave that he created overwhelmed him, killed him, and like destroyed magic for a while.
Oh.
And that's what toppled the Netherese Empire. Like it even like basically all but killed Mystra for a while until she managed to rebuild herself because it shattered the real weave too.
Ooh.
But anyway, she explains that the crown of Karsus, it created like a shadow weave, essentially, like a doppelganger weave.
Okay.
And Gale actually figures out how to and offers to rebuild the crown so he can try to make his shot at godhood, essentially.
Ooh. Wow.
But Mystra's quest line is she wants Gale to turn over the crown to her so she can destroy it and plug that hole. You know, like get rid of the shadow weave, basically.
Yeah, why not? I'd rather plug the hole. Yeah.
I'd rather plug Mystra's hole.
Sorry. Thank you for explaining. I had no idea. I was like, what's that weave thing you're talking about?
Well, yeah, the weave is like, just imagine like the grand tapestry that is magic.
Intra's net.
In
Yeah.
entirety. And Mystra is the god and the embodiment of it. Like she's one with the weave, kind of like she's the god of magic.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, it's there's a lot of shit to talk about, and I only half know what I'm talking about. I know much more about Forgotten Realms lore than most people, but there's plenty I don't know, and there's plenty that actual experts would know that I don't.
Yeah. I actually have a D&D expert friend who runs a card shop in Texas. And she would know.
Well, if you ever want to get into Forgotten Realms lore, I'd recommend reading the Drizzt books, just the whole series.
I have read the Drizzt books, I believe. I remember, that's why a lot of this isn't like foreign to me. I read everything. Drizzt is R.A. Salvatore, isn't he? No, that's Dragonlance. Drizzt, I've only read 2 of those, I think. Only 2.
Yeah, you got to read the whole Dark Elf series. It's very long. There's a lot of books he made.
Ooh, I might do that. That sounds good. Yeah.
They're really good books. It's a world I love to get into. It did unfortunately make it more difficult to enjoy the D&D movie.
Is the D&D movie good?
Yeah, it's good on its own. So this is a little bit of a rant. It's not a racist rant, but you might misconstrue it as one. But they have a barbarian party member in the party.
And they went token with it?
I can't remember her name, but she's a Hispanic woman. She tokened. So she fits the role well. She does look muscular. She does pass as like the strong barbarian. Yeah, there's been a lot of like this left-wing, like strong independent women thing that I see even when it's not necessarily a problem, but it's there. Anyway, getting past that, because that didn't bother me. The character fits well. She does a good job in the role. I'm not bothered by that at all because it was done well and it fits well enough. You know, Dungeons & Dragons, you can be a strong, empowered woman. There's magic and shit. It doesn't matter. There's a reason behind whatever I see in front of me if it's explained well enough.
Yes.
What I don't like is, so her backstory is that she was a part of the Tribe of the Elk, and she fell in love with a halfling who is not a part of the Tribe of the Elk. Tribe of the Elk is human exclusive. It's a barbarian tribe. Okay. Anyway, so in order to be with her love, she had to leave her tribe. Okay. And they went off and they eloped and they were happy with one another. But then she felt really bad because she had left her tribe, and the split feelings, like the sorrow of losing her tribe, made her basically leave her husband that she had abandoned everything for. So in the end, she's left with absolutely nothing. Because she left her tribe to be with her love, but she couldn't be with her love because she was too broken up about leaving her tribe.
Yes.
All that kind of shit. Just kind of weird, goofy shit. Anyway, so what bothers me is if you read the Drizzt books, you'll understand, like, the furthest north civilization is 10 towns. So it's like the series of 10 small towns in Icewind Dale. Think like the North Pole, basically.
Yeah.
We're talking like Upper Canada kind of environment.
Yes.
Now, past 10 towns on just solid ice pack is where the Tribe of the Elk is. They're a bunch of nomadic snow barbarians that live in tents. They hunt caribou. The only way they can live is or maybe it's elk, whatever. They hunt some kind of four-legged deer-looking thing. Their whole civilization, their whole culture is built around following the caribou herd and eating them and living in tents made out of their skin and shit. And every once in a while, they get a more warlike chieftain who decides, let's go raid 10 towns. So they've got an adversarial relationship with 10 towns. In fact, what's his name? Beauregard. Sorry, it's been fucking long enough. I'm starting to forget how to pronounce their names. But like Drizz's friend, Wolfgar. That's it. Fucking Wolfgar. Yeah, Wolfgar is actually one of those barbarians. When they go to war with 10 towns, he gets knocked out by Brunor, Drizz's little dwarf buddy, and Brunor ends up raising Wolfgar as his son.
Oh.
So anyway, there's all that shit. But the way they built the world, these barbarians are, I mean, Wolfgar is always portrayed as like Caucasian. Now I understand if they live in an ice pack, they probably Inuit would make more sense.
Yeah, Inuit would be, or Eskimo. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would accept like Northern European, like a Norse kind of look. I would accept an Inuit look because going off Earth's environments.
Yeah, like Kalawak and WoW, like anything like that, you know. Yeah, like
they're not gonna look like fucking seals.
No, not seals, but I mean like that culture, the Northern seal culture. You know.
Well. No, their culture is much more Norse, like Nordic. It's Earth kind of Nordic. Anyway, so that's trying to set the scene for what the tribe of the Elk is. Now, there are many barbarian tribes in the Forgotten Realms. There are other tribes they encounter in the books with the Drizzt books, like the tribe of the Bear, and they're a little more south. They're still north in the world map, but like they're south of Icewind Dale and all that shit. They're different culture and everything. What pisses me off is in the D&D movie, they took this Hispanic gal and she named her tribe that she left as the tribe of the Elk. There is no way in fuck this Hispanic woman came from the tribe of the Elk. Yes. If they want to make it the tribe of the Jackal, go ahead. You haven't broken any lore. I'm happy for you. Do it. I don't give a shit.
It's a continuity error is what they call this. It drives my mother crazy, and she doesn't know about any of this shit. She hates continuity errors. It drives her crazy. Yeah.
It takes what otherwise is, I mean, a little goofy backstory, but otherwise a well-built character, well-acted character, and turns it into a token. Because is this Hispanic girl a tribe of the Elk member?
So they needed their tokenism more than the lore accuracy, which is a valid complaint. That's a valid complaint.
And say she's the tribe of anything else that makes sense.
Anything but that. Yeah. They also fucked up the lore. So then you've got what do they call that? A foible. It's like got a bad foible a little bit.
Yeah, so that's why I have to explain. Like, it's not a racist rant.
No,
it's an out of
lore
rant.
It's a lore continuity rant. Yeah.
I mean, I can make a similar rant about World of Warcraft and black people because there's no environment like that would have created that skin tone. If you think about it, so you have Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor.
Yes, and there's no African in any of it. Yeah.
No, there kind of is in Kalimdor. Tanaris,
like
and all that.
Silis, or even like.
So here's the thing. Humans are not native to Kalimdor. Before the events of Warcraft 3, there are not and never were humans in Kalimdor. It wasn't until Jaina leads the survivors of Lordaeron across the seas finds Kalimdor. So there cannot be black people in World of Warcraft. Again, not a racist thing. It's just people taking human earthling sensitivities and adding them because I understand if I'm black, I might want to be able to play a black character. I get that. I understand that. Cool, whatever. But in the world of Warcraft, the way the world was built, there isn't even the possibility of an Africa-type biome that would have created that skin tone.
Yes. And this is true. I have a World of Warcraft lore book right across from me here. And it's all the art of World of Warcraft, and none of it is African. None of it.
Yeah. So, it's a minor rant.
Yeah.
Original
it's just the way that it's the way the world was written. But see, the problem is these worlds are so detail oriented that you must observe the lore. You must observe it.
I think there's too many people that can't understand that fantasy is fantasy and leave it at that. We're not trying. It's not about making a world without black people. It's just, this world was made. Yeah. This real life kind of people doesn't fit to what was made.
Yeah, and then their woke tokenism, which is, I mean, and I'm an ultra left-wing liberal. Listen to me say this: their woke tokenism is unwelcome. I don't like their tokenism. It's racist. It's more racist than the people they're trying to say. Like they're trying to not be called racist, but they're engaging in racism when they do the tokenism. It's weird. It's it's contradictive.
If I need to give like from another side's perspective, great Wakanda. Go do Wakanda. I don't need to see white people in Wakanda. It's your thing. I don't need to feel included in it. It's cool to see from the outside, you know?
Yeah.
It's a fantasy world where there are no white people. It wouldn't make sense for there to be white people in Wakanda. You don't need to add them, and I don't need to see them.
No, I'm not. You know what I'm not looking for? You ever see that film Beasts of No Nation? I don't expect a white guy strolling along with Idris Elba in Beasts of No Nation, and I don't need one. And if there was one, he would be a token. It's kind of weird, you know? There's an example of it. Oh, that's a great movie. Beasts of No Nation. It's about the African child warriors. It's on Netflix. Very black movie. Not a single white person in the entire thing. But it's the story of the African child warriors. Why would there be white people, you know?
Okay, so quick side here, back to the game.
Yeah.
This girl, I thought she was like a changeling or something at first, because it's too weird that this girl just comes up and starts talking about her mom. And she has different colored eyes, too. She is actually just a legitimate orphan whose mom wandered off and got murdered.
That was last 10 day, though.
Now,
last 10 day? Oh.
There's an Orin-related, you know, the assassin we have to fight. Yeah. There's an Orin-related reason why we need to be friends with this girl, or else something worse happens.
I would have been friends with her anyways. I'm, you know, not opposed to doing so. I don't care.
Minthara approves of me giving an orphan gold? I thought she'd be angry.
You can't do anything.
Why would she dislike charity?
I'll pay you back.
Drow are pretty brutalistic, and she's with House Bainray from Mensa Paranza. They tend to be like, you stand on your own 2 feet or you fall with the chattel and die.
Right.
So it seems weird she'd be okay with that. She wants to talk. Let's talk to her.
I do not understand why the matrons, patriarchs.
I really love what you just said. Stand on your 2 feet or fall with the chattel and die. That's like basically my life story.
Okay, I hate saying it, but I agree.
I agree. They should offer them shelter from the
I'm talking about the dialogue options. Like the first option is I agree.
I agree. Yeah.
We want fuck points with this. It's like I agree. I mean, realistically, you know, the absolute include humans in their number, and there's no way to screen through this number of refugees. So I can understand why they'd want their gates shut. I would have a filtering process like I would with any country.
Good fences make good neighbors.
It's not the city's responsibility to take in refugees. It's their duty to at least try to help. It, you know, like,
yep,
their responsibilities to the people of Baldur's Gate. Anyways, let's go with I agree.
I could speak about America here, but it would just sidetrack us more. We're getting towards the end here, I think.
The city needs laborers and fodder to protect it.
Yeah, I mean, we should clarify here.
There we go. See, she is brutalistic. She wasn't that kind-hearted.
She wasn't. It wasn't about kind-heartedness. It was about the politics.
Well, no, she wants them to bring the refugees in, literally to take their freedom away.
Yes,
because if they're free, they can do bad things.
Yep, it's the politics. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, she's basically the corporatist politician. You know, we need to bring all the Southerners in and put them to work at McDonald's.
I'd rather that than prisons.
Well, if they would stay in their countries and make them better. I will say really quick, not going to get into a giant argument, but I love the idea of Fortress Americas, where basically the United States.
So do I. I'm an isolationist.
The entire 2 continents.
Oh, I don't like that idea. No, I'm against that.
Oh, okay, well. These are like,
but I do like the North American. I mean, we're called, what is it called? You know, we're the NATO. We're NATO, and I like NATO. I think it's a good thing. You know, and we have that. It's the North American trade. You know.
Well, so think about it. If North and South America were all united under one government, I know that opens up a lot of bad doors as far as like, what if the government's bad? But if we were one united bloc, that would solve a lot of ills. Like South America, there's a lot of people in poverty and a lot of like gang-run ghettos and shit. If we could actually civilize those areas and bring order and give people the chance to live good lives, that would be, I think, a big good. But think about it like for like war and shit. we got the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans as buffers.
Yeah.
If we had the whole 2 continents, the whole landmass united with missile defense systems and shit everywhere, we'd be unstoppable. We wouldn't have to worry about communist China taking over the rest of the world because we'd have our own little chunk of the world, and they couldn't do shit to us anymore.
Yep. There you go. Exactly. And I don't want to conquistadorialism Canada or Mexico. I just want my brothers to understand that I've never been okay with a war overseas. I've never been okay with it. I'd rather just play with my friends over here and leave them out of it. We never should have gone to World War I or II. I don't know what this bullshit is. I'm sorry.
Okay, so which one do you think she's gonna like? I'm thinking number 1. Oh, actually, number 2. Number 2.
2?
Yeah, number 2 is kind of agreeing with her in a different opinion.
Yes.
Yep, there we go.
And if they work hard enough for long enough, the city might allow them to earn their
That's
freedom.
indentured servitude. Yeah, it's at least slavery with a light at the end of the tunnel. You might not always be a slave if you're a good boy.
It's slavery with extra steps.
I mean, in a sense, aren't we all slaves with just varying levels of freedom?
Oh, please, I think about the $200,000 I paid out in taxes in my life all the time. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's why when I try to argue with people, I'm like, slavery is not really that bad. It's the ifs, ands, and buts of slavery, because we're all slaves of some level. Even if you are a truly free man, you still have your addictions you're a slave to.
Yep. Slavery is bad if it takes your freedom away. Anything that takes your freedom away is terrible.
Oh, I know, but we don't have the
Serfdom
ability
is
to fully,
bad.
We don't really have the ability to totally free ourselves from shit. We don't have like an undiscovered continent like the Americas to just go fuck off to and do.
We do. It's called space, and we ignored it. We do though.
Yeah, but
we do though. Like, we're not at that point because we're stupid and we'd rather fight each other down here. We'd rather go to Afghanistan for 20 years than buy space shuttles. You know it's true. We really do. We'd rather go to Afghanistan than the moon. We really would.
That's why I'm willing to believe that maybe there's space aliens out there that have contacted the elites in our societies and told us stay the fuck on Earth and don't come up.
I believe it. I just don't care until those people show up in my personal life.
Okay, so I want to get a really neat throwing weapon here.
Okay.
And I'll show you how to get it.
Throwing sucks. Just
no, you'll like throwing if you see this thing.
All right, fine.
You might.
Why? I've got Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast.
You'll see once I talk my way through the gate.
All right.
Let's see. I'd like.
Wow, that thing is disgusting. Kill it.
That's a goal.
Kill. No, burn with fire. I don't care what caused it. Kill it.
Usually I'd allow you in, but in these times.
All right, I gotta tell him I am the new hire.
You know how most people fear disease? I fear things that aren't human.
Oh, come on, why a 1? Don't give me a 1.
If it's like some twisted bug orc being, I'm like, yeah, kill it with fire.
Viola Silvertongue won't be happy.
Is that weird?
Well, welcome to the set.
Is it weird that I'm genocidal towards anything that isn't human?
A little.
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird. Talk about racism. What is that? That's like speciesism.
All right, so there's this genie over here. Now, he's got a magical wheel, and if you roll the top thing on the wheel, you get a fantastic prize. But it's rigged, of course. You can't actually win the prize.
Okay.
The way to do it is you pickpocket him, if I can get that to happen. What's wrong here?
I can...
Okay. And on him, there is a genie ring. Turns out what he actually does is when you spin the wheel, he uses his mage hand to make the wheel not end on the winning thing.
Okay.
So you have to pickpocket his ring from him.
Ooh.
And then talk to him and do the wheel.
Go big on.
Okay, let's join the conversation.
Oh, sorry, Ed.
Approach, ugly one.
So we're gonna not get scammed.
Yes.
Yes.
Behold, Akabi's Wheel of Wonders. Spin to win prizes beyond your tiny imagination and make your miserable life more bearable. Akabi has traveled across the plains, burning and conquering all. Win the spoils of such conquest. Or, if luck smiles upon you, Win the grand prize, the jackpot. No more questions.
Butt sex.
Spin or don't.
You might not have noticed, but genies don't have dicks. They're just floaty below the waist.
Yeah. Just vapor.
I would like to spin the wheel.
Just a vacant gap of mist.
I mean, in that sense, Will Smith really was suited to play the genie in Aladdin.
Wow.
Impossible. You thief! You cheated!
How does it feel, sucker?
There! Enjoy the jackpot, muley curt!
Oh, he only teleports me. That's not so good.
Uh-oh.
He teleported me to the jungles of Cholt.
Did you save?
I did save.
You're an idiot. You've got, oh, okay, you want me to join?
No, you can stay there in Idiotville. I'm gonna go be awesome and cool.
Well, I mean, what's going to happen if we do that?
Well, I'm gonna be awesome and cool, and you're gonna be in Losersville.
I'm with the party. What are you doing?
I am hunting Cholt Alioramus.
Would you like help?
I mean, you're welcome to try to join me.
How do I do that? Do I spin the wheel or?
I killed this dino in one attack.
I can't join you. There's no option to do that.
Oh, okay. Because this is a danger zone. Like, I can't rest or anything.
No,
he literally pops you in the jungles of Cholt. Here, I'll share my screen so you can see what I'm doing.
Okay, all right. I'll put it on the main. 1 second. Got to get to the channel.
Yeah, but he teleports you to the jungle of Cholt. It's a danger zone. You have to get to the end alive. It's tricky, but I can do it because I can apparently out of stealth one-shot these dinos.
I'm trying to put your screen on the domain so the other people can see it. Give me just a second here.
Yeah, take it in.
I can't see the bar for some reason. There we go. Yep, and then we'll make it big and we'll pop out. Full screen. Oops. Pop out. Full screen. There we go. Okay, so you're in the jungles of Cholt. Wow. Oh, I haven't put on display capture. Hold on. Okay, guys, so as you can see, Begon has left the party for a minute, but I would help him if I could. And he's in the jungles of Cholt, which is hilarious.
Yep. So I think I need to get to that portal over there. Yeah, that's the portal's how I get out, but I want to go explore the rest of this because I've only seen this in YouTube videos.
I am going to leave this, however, because any nudity will get me.
I'm not naked.
Are you sure? Okay, but what if something else is?
I am fully clothed during the day.
Yes, but I mean, what about? No. I mean, like in the game, will a RP pop with a naked person? Do you think?
No, not in this.
All right, because I can get banned for a week for that. All right.
Now, this is actually a really short thing, and I just killed the 2 dinosaurs. I don't think there's anything else here. In fact, I think that side area was just a skeleton on the ground. So, no, you're going to see what I'm doing here. It's actually quite important. I don't think there's any other side loot that's important, though. There's just, like, cool dinosaur stuff.
Damn it, Oh, there we go.
I have you see my screen, and your immediate concern is nudity.
Yes, my immediate concern is nudity because I have been banned off Twitch like 4 times for nudity for a whole week. It's happened.
Yeah, I mean, there's nudity in the jungles of Cholt. There's only dinosaurs.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah, everything's dead. I'm just gonna fly down now. All right, so in this magical painted... Oh, it's a good thing I can open locks. I didn't realize it was locked.
Ooh.
This is why we stole from the genie.
Naruna. Zephyr connection. This weapon will return to your hand when thrown. Very good. You cannot be forced to drop. That's very good. Explosion. Yeah. Wow. 3M to bonus to movement speed. But I mean, it's a fucking trident, though.
Equipping gives you invulnerability to fall damage. So this weapon really shines. There's something called a throw barbarian. Throw barbarians are very powerful, and a throw barbarian with this is a murder hobo.
You should respec Minthara.
So it also comes with special abilities on it, though.
Oh my god.
Zephyr Break, the power. Yeah, it's a gust of wind spell that does damage. That's a base spell that certain casters get already. And then Zephyr Flash, it's a charging ability. It creates an air vortex, though. That's kind of neat. And bleed. And just regular main if you strike, those are normal.
Yeah.
Anyways, this spear is very, very nice, and that's what you get for pissing off the genie and taking his ring.
So respec Minthara to throw barb, right?
Oh yeah, that actually probably is a good idea. I mean, I wanted to build her as a mace guy specifically so I could have maces be viable, but
yeah, but you can do both. You can switch between them freely at will. And
oh yeah, that is the perfect range weapon for Minthara when I looked at it that way.
So yeah, so she's oh yep, thank you. And then
yeah, sorry, I ended my stream.
Oh, it's okay. And then let me switch over back to game capture. Here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna hand it to Minthara though, because yeah, you're right. That is the perfect thing.
And then you take for anything AOE, you bring the Trident build, and anything single target like the end of the game fights, you bring.
Oh wait, no, because of one of the big flaws of this game.
Oh, the items.
It's considered a melee weapon, so I have to equip it in melee.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't value it at all because it's a Trident. Yeah, if it was a.
This is still really
good.
Oh
no, it's good. It's good for anybody. It's really good for anybody because anybody can throw it. Anybody can throw that. Anybody. You don't want to equip it.
I could just respec Minthara as a throw barbarian. That is
you could do that too if you want to main the Trident. Yeah.
I mean, the Trident is really, really good.
It's really good. It's like the only AoE in the game that doesn't cost like things I'm unwilling to pay.
Well, I mean, basically, if you're a thrower, be able to use that +1 throwing returning pike from Act 1, and this is the upgrade for it.
Yes. Which is superior to Minthara's current build, I believe.
Yeah, Minthara's doing some chunky damage, but if she was a thrower with this stuff, she might be a lot better.
Yep, so you might oops, sorry, I didn't realize there was a chat.
Akabi is delighted.
He's very pissed off at me being happy. So, I mean, we can also steal all of his shit from behind him.
Okay. Without aggroing him?
Yeah, there's no vision here. If you hit C to stealth, you'll see there's no vision lines back here. So we can enter turn-based mode and just jack all this shit.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, turn-based activated. Let's loot.
One optimism holding this thing together.
Can't use this right now. Broken, fake,
oh,
broken,
yeah.
fake.
Yeah, everything's fake.
Everything's fake. Okay, well, what about that scroll of fire shield? Let's see if that's fake. That one's white.
Yeah.
All the rest of them are red.
I think the scrolls are all fake.
Yeah, they are. Yep. Okay. All right. Well, worth a shot.
Oh yeah, there's an item worthless treasure chests, and they aren't lootable either.
He's full of shit. He's entirely full of shit.
Yep.
I've met some people like that before.
Only thing that's real is him taking me to the deserts of Cholt.
Yep, that's usually what happens. Yep, they'll take you out to some butt fuck area and fuck. Like in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? The fat guy takes him out to the tree and robs him. Oh, you're in chat. Oops. I thought we might be.
Stony, darling.
Oh, I just bought a statue of myself. That's all.
Okay.
That Mephit, he sells statues of yourself that you can have shipped to your camp.
Nice.
Oh, so here's Pooper. Neat thing about Pooper, he's by himself. You can just steal from him.
Never seen before one.
Oh yeah, Pooper's got some stuff on him.
Want a treat?
Fucking carnies.
I has lots of treatos and magics.
And freaks.
And junks I finds. Don't worry. I only takes junks from dead people. I is nice.
Do you care what I say?
Yes.
I mean, you can do whatever.
Has lots of stuffs. Just
Arrow of Aberration slang deals double damage to aberrations. Sure, why not? Oh, no, I don't have any money. Never mind.
I was gonna steal from that guy. Just take his stuff.
Just rob him. All right. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast guidance myself though. Alright, so Pooper has a lot of gold. Let's take that first. Yay! Alright, and then he has a potion of speed. We always want to collect potions of speed because there's a very limited number of them we can get without just long rest cheesing. And then he has one unique item on him. It's the Dark Displacement Gloves. +1 bonus to attack rolls when throwing. And may swap positions with target if they fail a dexterity saving throw.
Wow. Very
very
niche, but good.
So if I put that on a respec thrower,
I was gonna say you have another reason to go thrower barb now. Maybe the game's sending you a signal.
Yeah, everything else here is kind of just junk though. He doesn't even have healing potions on him, which is kind of garbage. Yeah, he doesn't even have knockback arrows. What kind of vendor doesn't have knockback arrows? Ooh, that arrow of aberration slaying though. I want that.
I told you, I was like, that's a good item.
Yeah, I mean, if I save it for an aberration, it will slay. Let's take this potion of invisibility too, I suppose. Okay, I don't see anything else worth taking, so I'm not gonna like loot him down to his last copper.
I am ready to run.
Yep, we are running now.
Which way?
Yes, north. Okay. There's a drag queen right there. I'm gonna walk past the drag queen because he doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, that one there, the Lucretius, bringer of the night.
Alright.
Oh, here's an interesting thing we can talk to. Do you want to cause some chaos or no?
I am chaotic neutral, so I like chaos.
Alright, join my dialogue then.
Another. Good.
Check to see if the lock's secure. I like it.
Oh, it's
opportunity.
Oh. Ah, what? That's okay. I don't need to actually check it.
The bars look sturdy. My time comes.
Oh, I like her. Shadow whiskers. Yeah, not me. As long as you don't show me, we're gonna open the gate. As long as you leave me alone, we're gonna open the gate. And I will profit from this.
See.
Yeah, fuck them. They're standing there while you're trapped. No.
With innocence. But it is a lie. Every one of you is vicious. Cruel. You kill my mate. Steal my cubs. I roar. Break my cage. Then you die. You all die.
And then, my friends, you die. Right now?
Soon. Unlikely.
So, we can fix the bars, but it might be more fun if we don't.
I think it's more fun if we don't.
Yeah, the investigation would have shown that her bars actually weren't that secure, and you can secure them yourself to make sure she can't get out.
I would prefer she gets out.
So, something interesting will happen up here. Let's go to the comedy show.
Alright.
Buddy the dog is my very best friend. Do you know why? Why?
I like him.
Because with him, anything is possible. Way!
Good puns. Because clowns aren't enough of a horror already.
Did you hear about the scarecrow who lost a fight? Hey! Looks like we've got.
Oh shit! And Sarah doesn't like that.
Oh.
I can't be funny around Minthara. Why, my big titty drow waifu? I thought that was a funny joke.
It was a funny joke.
No, we can't go.
Oh, I saved you before I talked to Shadow Whiskers. Let's talk to her again. Maybe this time I'll actually make the check.
Good.
There we go.
The cage is sturdy, the lock is old. It could be jammed shut, so not even a key could open it.
So we can lock her in here, or we can make it so she can get out later.
I would prefer to let her out later.
Okay, we will just. I'll do the why good thing and talk to her. But yeah, we'll let her have the ability to free herself then.
Yeah, I would prefer she's free.
Break my cage, and then soon.
I don't really like cages. They try to put me in them a lot. And failed.
Okay, back to the dialogue, and we're not going to make Minthara angry this time.
Did you hear about the Scarecrow who lost a fight? He got the stuffing kicked out.
Oh, so I have a World of Warcraft joke.
You're all such good friends. I've had a wonderful time, but I have to go. Oh, well, if you insist. How about a magic trick? But first, I need a volunteer with nerves of steel and the heart of a lion. Who will it be? Who?
The hair on the back of your neck raises as a shiver passes through you.
Quivering.
You, my special assistant. Come on up.
You really look like some kind of emissary for a war god.
No, I wonder if we can throw Minthara under the bus.
Am I indeed?
Ah, she disapproves.
Perhaps I
Damn
will
it.
tell my
She's no fun. Reminds me of my wife. Don't worry, she's sleeping. She can't hear me.
Can I pet Crimson? Please, oh please.
Okay, what should we do? Should we insight?
Maybe later. He doesn't look too good.
Oh, damn.
I think he looks fine.
You stare, but glean no ill.
Come now! Don't be a cowardly Connie! Perhaps you need a little encouragement!
Cowardly Carney?
Now! Up! Double sharp! Or poor Buddy here might think you don't like him. A round of applause for the stalwart heart!
That is a lot of color.
Now, I always tell children that they're special, that each and every one of them is unique. Tell me, what makes you...
Why is there like a Cerberus right there? Or not a Cerberus, but a fucking weird dog. With green eyes.
Boring! Anyone can do that.
Why is it an abomination on the stage right now?
Special person in the circus, in all of Baldur's Gate. Does anyone know why?
That weird dog?
You're special, my friend, because I have a message just for you.
What's gonna happen when the dog and the cat meet?
You sense something behind you.
What's gonna happen when the dog and the cat meet? Oh no. Oh no. You're threatening my Begon, you die. You fucking die, asshole. Oh my god. Free the cat. The cat
Kitty
must...
Cat's about to get out.
Yeah, free the cat. He'll eat the dog.
Kitty Cat's hostile to us, if you haven't noticed.
I noticed.
Alright, so... Do I have a way to get out of this without fighting? Ah, yes, I do. I do, actually. Hold on.
We can fly.
No, they'll get attacks of opportunity on me if I try to fly.
Oh, you're gonna morph. Yeah, morph.
No, I'm gonna use butthole on them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's, wow. Now they're all together.
And now I'm going to fly far, far away and say bye-bye. Fuck all of you.
I want to do that. I want to do that. I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
You can do that. You have the ability to
I'm
fly
going
now.
to do that. Screw that. The peasants can stay on the ground.
You know, the best thing is Benthara's evolved, so she can do this too now if she's a thrower.
No, I'm gonna get in the thick of it melee, and then when they get me low, I'm gonna fly up. But until then, I'm gonna put my normal health bar at risk. Yeah, you have all that range. I wanna shove my sword up their asses. I'm not gonna convert till I need to.
Well, it's pretty neat that I could do that shit, though.
It is. It's so strong, and I can do it too. If I was a good ranger, I would go up there.
Miss! Ah.
Oh, this fight is badass. I like this Carney fight. It's good. Fuck these guys. I'm gonna AoE everyone.
I really should have put Asterian's daggers back on. He's missed 2 opportunity attacks because he has his bow out.
Yeah. Fuck you, Dribbles. I'm gonna stun you for 2 turns. And it's coming too. It's next turn. I'm gonna do it right now after the cat moves. I don't know what the cat intends to do. He's trapped in the cage.
Oh, he's gonna break out of the cage.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We broke the lock. Yeah.
Oh, or he'll make his illusory copy and murder us with that.
Dude. Oh, yeah, there he is. Cool. Yeah, Bitey Buddy. Yeah, cool. Wait, why does... Oh, Bitey Buddy. Yeah. Why is his name Bitey Buddy?
Because he's a Bitey Buddy.
Alright. Well, okay, I'm gonna stun this asshole clown. Fuck you, clown. There we go. You're out of it for a while. Then... My friends... I fly. And then, my friends, I fly.
Ah. I kind of want to shove you off my little perch now.
Let me fly away. Don't shove me.
40%. Alright, in seriousness though, let's see, is there anywhere else I can actually fly to?
I'm gonna go down there and I'm gonna psychic sonic, I'm gonna mind blast all of them. I'm just waiting for them to clump like this first. I want the other cat to come in, and then I'm gonna mind blast all of them.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed that there's nowhere I can actually fly to that's on top of everything.
Yeah, there's no tent or... I'll get off you, but I mean, you just, you know...
Wait, might have found somewhere. No, never mind. Yeah, I have to stay up here if I want to be up safe in my little perch.
It's fine. You can always convert into a monster and get 100 more health if you're low. You're fine.
I can't.
Yo, you can't turn into a monster?
No, that's specifically the dark whatever the heck it is that you are.
Oh, that's only me, huh? Okay.
If I spent another Illithid tap, or Illithid whatever the hell it's called, I could pick up the power to turn into a Displacer Beast.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go after Gerbils the Clown because he's stunned already.
Ooh, Noxus Fume damage. I am gonna hit all of these things in a frontal cone. It's gonna be hilarious. I'm gonna frontal cone all of these things for like 350 damage, Begon. Watch me. Does my cone hit you? Do you think?
Yeah, I think that one's a friendly fire cone.
Oh, that sucks. Never mind. So well, I can at least get I can probably never mind. I'll figure it out. Of Divinity and Sin.
Yeah, I'm gonna play drums.
Perfect rush.
Yes, these are doppelgangers. They're Baal cultists. The city is infested with Baal cultist doppelgangers just go around murdering people and taking their faces.
Wow, that was pretty strong, Theodore. Nice, go Natara, chunk.
Hey, breaking out pretty quick.
Yep.
Poor Shadow Whiskers, she didn't have to die. Don't jump, don't jump, don't jump.
Why?
Use fly, don't jump.
I didn't jump. I had fly. I'm flying.
It was giving the jump icon.
It is giving the jump on, but it's the fly command. See it?
Okay. Okay, as long as you're sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
The problem is both abilities have the same hotkey on your keyboard, and I don't think you can remap it. So usually jump takes priority over fly for the Z key.
Right. Dazed and stunned, which is good.
No, I got it low.
This is so cool. They're like in this big vat of poison. Yes, go Minthara.
What a pity. I thought we had killed a real clown.
Why do you have to go missing now of all times?
I'm exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Did you pick up any clown body parts off that one clown you looted?
I think I did. I got clown hammer.
No, it's a body part that I'm looking for.
Oh, body part. I don't think I did.
Okay, so I didn't do this on my main playthrough, but there's some kind of side quest, a hidden side quest. As we go, we'll actually find parts, like body parts of a clown. Like we'll find a clown torso, we'll find a clown arm, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure if you collect all the clown parts, you can stitch them back together. Because that clown guy that did the whole dialogue, that was the doppelganger. These doppelgangers kill people and replace them. So he killed the real clown and replaced the real clown.
Yeah.
So anyway, we could actually reassemble the clown. I would like to make that a goal for Act 3, is reassembling the clown.
All right, reassemble the clown sounds good to me. Yeah.
Not that I want to bring a clown back to life, but, you know, it's an objective. Oh, here, let's go smash the dryad.
I hate to rest while our enemies still draw breath.
Cool.
Violence erupts here.
I'm gonna pee while this cutscene runs back on. I'll be right back.
There is pain.
I'm listening to it in my headphones.
And deep, but also devotion.
She's got them titties out.
Like the sun. You're in love.
She does indeed.
Are you not?
Ooh. Aw, I love everyone.
You are wise to admit it. When it comes to love, vulnerability is armor, truth a sword, and trust a shield. I pray you wield all three, Stira. Bring the one you love to me. I will look into your hearts and see if your love is eternal or doomed eternally.
Fine. But if this creature can truly look into my heart, it best be careful what it reveals.
Close your eyes, little ones. Be still as stone to earth. And remember to breathe.
Cool. What the hell? Why are you like out at that waterfall?
Well, you were busy peeing.
Yeah, I was listening.
I see you. I see the bond between
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
So tender, so fragile. But do you see it for yourselves? Minthara. A mask of ice hides a heart of pure fire. You do well to call her close. Listen. Think.
I love this. This is like Disco Elysium. Disco does a lot of stuff like this. Control.
It's got to be either 1 or 4. Oh, you don't have the options.
I don't have the options.
You can't see them. Hit 1.
Can't see them. I mean, it's your choice. Oh. What?
Yeah. Okay, so there's 4 options. They must have not. This is a bug for co-op mode, clearly.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, number 1 is picking off her siblings one by one. Number 2 is her pet spiders. Number 3 is spending time with her beloved family. That's how I know it's not number 3.
Yeah.
And number 4 is spiced Ulaver wine and thinly sliced Roth steak.
Sounds good.
It could be her pet spiders, but she's not a priestess, and the priestesses are the ones that really like the spiders. She's a warrior. So it's either got to be picking off her siblings or the fancy food.
Okay. I'd say the fancy food. But that's me.
Not just siblings.
Oh, I hit 1 on accident, but it was 1 apparently.
Okay, well, that's good. No, I mean, it's good that you got it.
I was trying to reach for my autosave or quick save. But yes, she enjoys killing her siblings, like many drow of the Underdark.
I took screenshots of that. I'm going to put it on my desktop of your character in front of the waterfall. I think it's beautiful.
And not with that face.
No, it was a farther away shot. The further away shots they did. It's some of the most beautiful artwork I've ever seen in a video game. This river. It's an Academy Award moment, is what they say for Hollywood, you know?
Oh, hey, there's a Drizzt reference right there.
Yeah, like Drizzt Do'Urden.
Who does Minthara admire most?
Legendary Drows, Hero Drizzt. All those other comments suck.
I mean, she probably she would hate the shit out of Drizzt. Bane Rays don't tend to like Do'Urdens.
Alright. The gods.
I'm gonna go with me.
Presumptuous.
Yep.
But not inaccurate. You have earned my companionship. That is
yeah, she does like you.
Task.
You guys have been fucking. I mean, yeah, there. See, that's a beautiful shot. That's the Academy shot. It's the money shot. It's the best moment in the game.
But now we must dig deeper.
Best moment in the game, hands down.
Most painful reaches of the spirit. Those
Those with an icy facade hide their true selves well. But pain breaks us all in the end.
I love her.
What is the worst thing?
I would fuck the shit out of this Zethino. She's my type.
Oh, don't jump to that conclusion quite yet.
I can be sexually attracted to a weird character that I don't know anything about.
Like I said, hold on.
I don't know anything about was the key phrase there. I don't know anything about her yet. It's okay to be sexually attracted to her right now, right? I don't know if she's some rapist, death god person or whatever. Right now, it's okay to be attracted to her.
I'm not sure which one to go for here, because she doesn't necessarily enjoy the slaughtering of the tieflings. It's because she was mind-controlled.
Turn her back on Lolth.
I'm going to say number 2. Well,
I say 3, but that's...
Oh, yeah. No, she is a paladin, so that might actually be it.
I think it is it. Yeah.
Nope, disproves.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, she feels freed because she doesn't follow Lolth.
Yeah, like Shadowheart.
This is really neat, though, because you can pick any companion to initiate this with. It's basically, it's cool, like, backstory, how does this guy think things, but it's also a way to get 3 approval points.
The exposition is the best I've ever seen in a video game, almost. Makes me emotional when I look at it.
Well, yeah, just hold on until after this thing here. All right, let's see. Let's do Got Captured.
I do not know what weakness of mine allowed them to take me.
She's very cold and logical.
More than anything they did to me.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You have to be cold and logical to survive in men's brands.
Menzo Baranzan.
You were only mildly disappointing. Well done.
Your bond is false, and I know why. Because your heart belongs to another. Close your eyes, and she will show her.
Poison Ivy. Very Poison Ivy triad. Oh my god, she's hot. Oh no. Oh baby. Oh my god. Oh babe.
You're the lick spittle who crushed the Bone Lord's thrall. Oh,
have you come begging, sniffing for our stones?
Gortash won't like that. A throat his black hand can't choke the spit from. Oh, your bond will not save you. He will wrap its cord around your neck and make you swing from it. When you find the Lordling, tell him Oren is watching.
You can tell she's a pretty good actor. She can pass off as a magical dryad. So, anyway.
The voice is exquisite, too.
That's why I was saying hold on, because it's actually Oren.
I was still allowed to be attracted to her, whatever.
Okay, I find I, too, am sexually attracted to meat grinders. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. No, before she changed. I like to think of them before the whatever happened.
I mean, if you want to go romance naked dryads, go play Witcher 1.
Okay.
I
will go play Witcher 1. I played Witcher 1. I stole it when I was like 16, and I played it for about 12 hours. And I remember the first castle and the combat system, and I remember liking them.
It's past that. You run into this dryad. She calls you Greenblade, and you can romance her and get her naked picture.
I will play Witcher 1. I will buy it this week. I will play it on stream.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I like it a lot.
I bet it is. I bet it's probably their only good game, I bet.
Well,
I don't like CDPR.
People have actually played it, but it's such a good game.
No, I played Witcher. I really did. I remember the graphics were way ahead of their time, for one thing.
Oh, yeah.
Really ahead of their time. Like, I remember the Rainy Castle was, like, the most beautiful scene that I can think of out of that era, short of Crisis 1, I think.
Well, back when they made The Witcher, CD Projekt Red was just an obscure indie studio, as far as I'm aware. They didn't have a name for themselves. They were really, like, just a diamond in the rough, came out of nowhere. Very good game. Anyway, this is a good stopping point. Baldur's Gate is huge. We're on the outskirts, and just the outskirts will take probably 2 or 3 more sessions to get through.
Fuck yes. I love it, though. Yeah, this is Baldur's Gate. Look at it. It's wonderful.
Baldur's Gate is also going to kill my computer's RAM and make everything very choppy. It's bad enough on the outskirts, but once you get in the main town, there's so much shit your computer has to keep loaded on the RAM, it gets bogged.
Okay, good warning. Okay.
We are going to, next session, probably take out a child-murdering psychopath.
All right. Sounds good to me.
He likes fireworks.
I like being a profiler, and I like taking down the darkness. Kill them.
Thought you were...
Thought what?
I thought you were chaotic neutral.
It's the, yes. But, it's fun and opportune for me to fight the dark. The same way it's fun and opportune for me to avoid the light. Does that make sense? I don't know if that made sense. I tried to make it make sense. If it's fun and opportune for me, that's all.
Yeah, nothing makes sense.
No, I know, but I'm trying.
Hopefully Starfield's good. I'm keeping tabs on it.
Yeah, I'm not putting it over this game, I'll tell you that. I'm going to put it over this game on launch day, as I always do with games. But by the way, the reason I'm doing that is I spent an extra $40. If I had just bought the normal one, I wouldn't be dodging out Thursday, but I spent an extra $40 so I could play 5 days early, and I'm gonna.
Yeah, I checked it earlier and saw that. I don't know. I'm gonna. You do get some cool shit if you do the.
Yeah, who cares? I'm sure this game is good. I doubt I'm gonna play it forever. I doubt I'll play it as much as I did 76 because combat is not the focus. But I'm thinking the next week is gonna be a great week, and then I'm gonna move on and probably focus on Baldur's Gate a lot more again. But whatever.
Unfortunately, the people that got early access keys to play around with have. Like very tight NDA kind of things going on, so they aren't even allowed to say if they liked the game until early access or until the early release happens. So I'm gonna wait till Thursday and then catch some YouTube videos on creators that I at least value the opinion of and get a good idea from that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my plan. I don't know if I'm gonna spend the extra money to get it 5 days early. You'll have to tell me if the bonus stuff you get is worth it. But anyway, there's a good chance I'll just pay the regular price when it comes out on the 8th.
I just want Bethesda to keep making games, and I think the $100, how I view it, is not that I'm buying Starfield, because that's only $1 on Xbox Game Pass. They want the entire world to play Starfield. I want them to take my $100 so they make Elder Scrolls 6 good, and that's why I gave them an extra $40. So,
yeah, I think Todd Howard's an idiot and a
lunatic. I hate Todd Howard. I mean, I don't hate him, but I don't hate him at all. I think I like him actually, but I don't like what he's done with Bethesda. There's a meme that comes up on my stream a lot, which is I feel like I could do Bethesda better than Bethesda, and I've gotten a lot of flack for saying that, but I really do feel like I could do Bethesda better than Bethesda.
So there was an ideological split. I learned about this from I think it was Razor Fist. He's a YouTuber I like watching, but he's really into like Elder Scrolls games and the lore and all that shit. But I believe it was he that explained back in Daggerfall days when Daggerfall came out.
Daggerfall is so good. Yeah,
Daggerfall is huge. I haven't played Daggerfall, but I've watched gameplay of it, and the world of Daggerfall is just so like it's hard to wrap your head around how big the world in that game is. And yes, a lot of it's procedural generated, but still, it's amazing how huge that freaking world is. But there were 2 lead designers in. This is what I've been told anyway. There were 2 lead designers in Bethesda at the time. Todd Howard was one of them, and I can't remember the other guy's name, but there's this other guy. And the other guy's influence was more the giant open world where you're literally able to do whatever the hell you want. You can fail the main quest because you don't go talk to this NPC in 2 weeks, that kind of thing. He was the guy that really liked, if you liked Daggerfall design versus Oblivion design, you like the guy that's not in power anymore because he left the company.
I do.
His way.
Very astute. I forget his name, but yes, I know about all of this.
Okay. Yeah, because basically when the split happened, Todd Howard took over the company, and you see his influence in Oblivion and on, where they've dumbed down the game. They've taken away a lot of like the stats and special skills, and they've dumbed down the lore to make it easier to understand. And they've shrunk the worlds down to basically everyone trying to do the Majora's Mask thing, where it's a
Yes.
small world but a very complex world. But at the same time, they don't make it that complex like Majora's Mask was. Anyway, so Todd Howard's influence has been dumbing it down, making it more accessible, and making the world smaller. There's good things and bad things about it, but it's made the game more of a roller coaster where there's less character customization and far fewer RPG elements.
Yes, I have two thoughts about this before you go. One is you need to buy Arcanum Steamworks of Might and Magic. Oh, sorry, Arcanum Steamworks of Obscura, which is like, I don't know, $5 on Steam. It's the game that they all couldn't make. And it's an exquisite game. Bigger than Daggerfall. They managed to do it. They managed to do it right, too. And that was the game that all of them couldn't do.
Oh, this is like an old
It's
Baldur's Gate
old.
1 kind of top down.
It's better than Baldur's Gate 2. I would say it is far better than, and that's a tall order. But the reason I think this is it's entirely full voiced, entirely full voice from 1996, and it's a big long game, and the music's exquisite that we've never ever had again, not music like that game. And then it's the open-ended. D&D is almost more open-ended than D&D. Obscura's more open-ended maybe than D&D because it's got all kinds of crazy guns and missile launchers and stuff. It's a mix of Steamworks and Might and Magic basically. And so Arcanum, Begon, if you don't know it, it's the game that Daggerfall and all them, that's Todd Howard's little like ripoff. That's his main muse, Arcanum Obscura. There's never been another game like Arcanum. The other one I want to say is No Man's Sky just recently added hardcore mode, which might make it a good game finally. And I wonder maybe if this Starfield thing might be a debacle fiasco. If No Man's Sky went hardcore mode, that might be way better now than Starfield. That was my other thought.
I've literally not played No Man's Sky. I would be interested because I understand they fixed the game.
I own it.
They made it worthwhile.
We should go try that in hardcore mode. It's not a good game because you can just die and there's no consequence. If you add the hardcore into it, it would be extremely compelling and good. And I wonder if Starfield is actually maybe Bethesda's attempt to cash grab against that, because I suspect there might be a revolution between Star Citizen, especially Star Citizen, really, between Star Citizen and No Man's Sky going hardcore. This is Bethesda's attempt to step on the screen, and I bet it's step on the scene, and I bet it's cash grabby. I bet it's not very good. And that's now where I'm at. So we'll see on Thursday. We don't know, but that's where I'm falling on it. I bet it's cash grabby, and I bet both Star Citizen and No Man's Sky are superior, especially hardcore mode. So anyway, that's all. I don't need to keep you any further if you're trying to bail. I'm just,
Yeah, I do need to go to bed. In the first review for that Arcanum game, soft locked myself out of the main quest due to playing as a mentally retarded half ogre.
Yes, and you get it, and it's also full voice. We should play Arcanum together. It's so good. I've only played it for 12 hours, but okay, Begon, you can wander in Arcanum for 60 hours, I think, and never see anything, because it's just so big that you can't. I mean, it's the biggest game I've ever even conceived of. I think it's bigger than probably Dwarf Fortress or anything, because it's procedurally generated forever. I think you can basically get lost between 2 points for as long as you would want to. Really, it's very big, very open-ended, bigger than Daggerfall, because I've seen all those Daggerfall videos. They're not like Obscura. So
I can tell it's good because the second screenshot for Steam is in a whorehouse, and you can offer to get 2 whores at once.
Yeah, so CRPGs wise, I'm guessing their Baldur's Gate 3 is number 2. I mean, really, I would say Baldur's Gate 3 is now number 1. Then there would be Disco Elysium, and Arcanum would sit in my number 3. And I think this is helpful to you. If you want if you want my opinion of what the top 3 CRPGs, because I've done the deep dives on all of them, including Baldur's Gate 2 and stuff. I really think that those 3 are the trifecta. It's Disco, Baldur's Gate 3, and Arcanum. And hope that helps you in the future. I wholeheartedly think all 3 of them are like the best we've ever had. So if you haven't done Arcanum and you're looking for something, do Arcanum. You will not be disappointed. It's there. It plays like Diablo 2 if you want, or it plays slower than Neverwinter Nights if you want. It's everything.
Well, right now the problem is there's too many good games out to play. If there's another like lull in good games coming out, then maybe that's something I can look at.
Arcanum is one you should do before you die, though, and so is Disco. Though, I mean, you got to do those two. They're like the top 5. They're in the top 5. I mean, they, like, if you haven't done them, you are not a CRPG expert, I would say, and I'm not either. But trust me, like, the amount of time Arcanum would take is also the other problem. You and I could crack Arcanum fairly quick without a walkthrough, and it would be amazing for the stream because there is a lot of niche interest in Arcanum. So just some options in the future, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not unwilling to. There's a lot of shit to do right now. Like, honestly, between Starfield, Baldur's Gate 3, and Cyberpunk with its new expansion, especially considering I'm dad mode now, and I only get a few hours every night to play.
Yep. So just like understand, one day you're going to be 80 years old, Bagon, and your grandkids are going to be taking care of you. Go back to Arcanum, and you're going to remember this conversation. I don't give a fuck about what your present is right now. Go back to Arcanum at some point in your lifetime. That's all. That's all I'm saying. You know? I don't need you to do it right now. Do it sometime, because you will not be disappointed. The Arcanum is what they're all trying to live up to, I think, in a way. Even Skyrim. So, anyways, that's it. Shall we stop?
Yeah, that's probably good. Oh, there aren't any Barbie video games on Steam. That's weird. I was going to see if they had like Barbie Horse Princess Silent Adventure or something.
Oh yeah, there's a whole plethora. You know, Hello Kitty. Never mind.
Oh, I looked up just the word Barbie, and I got 4 results, and 3 of them are sex games.
Don't get her addicted to Barbie, Bagon, and she'll end up like a middle class, like, you know, never mind. But do get her addicted to, God, what's the other one? What am I thinking of?
What, my baby girl?
Yeah, get her addicted to Frozen. Get her addicted to Frozen. Don't get her addicted to...
I don't need that awful ass shit.
No, Frozen's so good. It teaches good values.
No, it doesn't. I fundamentally despise Frozen. They teach you that love is fake and you should fuck your sister.
No, Frozen does not do that.
No, Elsa's sister is supposed to get true love's kiss, then her boyfriend gets frozen, and then she fucking smacks on Elsa, or Elsa and her sister kiss, and that breaks the curse. I'm like, no, it's supposed to be true love's kiss, not fucking your sister.
Yeah, I think actually
I hated the way they did that.
Yeah, I think there was fundamental flaws with Frozen too, but let's not get started on Disney movies.
That's the thing. It reeks of Disney revisionism. The prince can't save you anymore. There's no such thing as true love. Your sister is more important than finding the perfect man for you. That kind of thing.
Okay, so
I hate that.
I'm gonna
see it there.
I'm gonna link you a video of this guy who sneaks into Disney World to steal their animatronics. I'm gonna link you a video that this guy, he got caught, and you need to be aware of the people who steal Disney animatronics and sell them on eBay, because it's actually a very, very funny Reddit. It's very funny. Anyways.
I just linked you a picture. This is what your mech could look like if you were playing Armored Core.
Okay, is it safe for work?
Yes, it's safe for work.
Okay. I'm on display a capture. I could get banned here. So you sent it to the Discord, did you? Okay, here we go.
I described it yesterday.
Oh my God, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's the amalgamation of everything I hate and everything that I love.
Yeah, this is why they're going to take emblem making away. It's not because people put dicks on their robot. It's because they're making fun of corporations.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, CCP went through this about 2 years ago, and they realized they couldn't just have like logos or decals that could be anything you want.
Yeah, the trolls rise up and do something funny with your content.
Mm-hmm. God forbid. You know. This is brilliant. Thank you, Begon.
I mean, in the end, it's just people having fun with a game they bought. They should be allowed to put goofy decals on their shit. They should be allowed to put inappropriate decals on their shit if they want, as long as you can block people you don't want to play with.
Yep.
As long as you can't force me to play with you and you got dicks all over your mech, I think that's fine. You can have dicks on your mech as long as I don't have to play with you.
You would like Rust in the respect that the true freedom is there because you can wander a land full of about 300 people, and there's going to be signs on all of the bases with swastikas, dicks, titties, porn, anime,
yep.
Christian slogans, whatever.
I can tell you right now, I played Terra for quite a while.
Terra, yes.
When it first came out, basically the game came out with 0 endgame, so I played it really hard.
I love Terra. Yes.
I got to endgame. There was no endgame, so after doing a dungeon or two, I ganked people for a few days, and then I stopped because it just wasn't fun anymore. But I was playing one of the raccoon race.
Yes, Elin, not Elin, but Potpourri.
And I was playing a mystic.
Yes,
and
I remember.
Mystics
I played
deal
with
by
you.
throwing balls on the ground. And my favorite thing in the whole damn game was to go to the middle of a town and make swastikas out of healing orbs.
There you go.
In fact, when we were doing boss fights, like let's say we were in a big amphitheater and there's this boss like jumping around the map and everything, I would stop healing my party. I would literally just go to the middle of the room and start making a swastika, and people would run over and eat my little heal balls to get their health back. And I just replaced them. And the goal was to make more balls than people were eating, to the point where I could actually complete my swastika before the boss died.
Yep. See, it is okay. They don't like it, and an admin will ban you, but it is okay to put a swastika on a sign in Rust. It happens all the time. People do it all the time, and they do not get banned, you know?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it, because you have to realize that 99% of the people doing that shit are literally just memeing.
Yeah,
they're just having fun. They do not believe in Nazis. They think Nazis are horrible, but it's funny because grandma gets pissed off if you draw a swastika.
I did not know this until this year. It took me a long time, but I did realize this about 9 months ago. I began to realize it's not about what they're doing. It's about the shits and giggles that you get from it. And it took me a long time, you know, all my life. I was like, I really don't like seeing the swastikas in Rust. I really didn't like it. Then I was like, wait, I just don't think I'm looking at it the right way, you know?
I'm glad you came to that realization.
Yeah,
because a lot of people can't get it through their heads.
No, yeah, like I think, like I thought for a long time, I was like, "There's the Fourth Reich, you know, flexing their fucking, you know, Satan's muscles and shit."
So
no, it's some
you
15-year-old.
Karen, you were a Karen most of your life.
I'm still a Karen. When I see Nazi symbols, I think of the children. Won't somebody please think of the children and how they could be influenced by the Nazi symbol? I don't give a flying fuck about the Nazi symbol or what anybody thinks. That's their right to think it. But what I do think about is, man, there's like 13-year-olds running past this swastika symbol all day that are going to go wonder what it is and then go figure out about Hitler and then obsess about Hitler, and then eventually that's how we get another Hitler. I don't care about the swastika symbol or Hitler.
I don't think that's how we get Hitler. By the way, you are aware Hitler's not a fascist, right?
Hitler was a person who let everyone else lead unless it didn't serve his purposes.
I don't think you've read up on it. Fascism is Mussolini's concept. Hitler actually took it, bastardized it, and made it his own thing. And Mussolini actually had a falling out with Hitler over it because he felt it should have been stolen and corrupted. Now, they're both awful ideologies. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying, but technically it wasn't fascism. Most people that just don't pay attention to history just call it fascism. It's kind of intellectual laziness.
I call fascism when somebody tells you what to do all the time.
Well, fascism is the merger of corporations and government, and it's in many ways similar to how communism works.
Yes.
Communism, it's the government flat out owns you, do what we say. Fascism, I'm talking the way it works out, not necessarily what the ideology preaches, because the way it works out is what's really important. Otherwise, communism might not be so horrible. But anyway, the way it works out is, with fascism, the government tells the corporations what to do, and they either do it with high enough efficiency or the government takes them over. So with communism, you start off not owning anything. With fascism, you have a chance to at least keep running your ship as long as you step in line and, you know, jack the boots properly.
Okay, so the Encyclopedia Britannica definition, the modern definition of fascism, is a way of organizing a society in which a government ruled by a dictator controls the lives of the people. And that's what I meant when I said somebody who tells you what to do all the time. The definition of fascism is very loose, and yes, it is a liberal reason. That is a liberal thing that we do all the time. We try to call everybody fascist, but all we're really talking about is anybody trying to tell you what to do when it's your business.
I think what they really mean usually is just someone they don't like. Because usually it's not appropriately applied.
So and also there's the other bit of the Britannica definition is in which people are not allowed to disagree with the government. That's the other definition of people who like my other definition of this is like governments don't permit you to disagree with them. That's fascism at its pure core. If you're not allowed to disagree with what's happening with your government, that's fascism. I guess that's my definition of it, Bagon. I don't think that's how most people look at it. It's like if you disagree with the government because they're acting in a way that you think is like bad, and you could be ostracized because of this or put in jail or something. That's to me the core definition of fascism. Is when you speak your mind, they imprison you.
So I think the Encyclopedia Britannica's definition is off because that I don't believe is how Mussolini defines fascism.
No, you are talking about a very old.
Literally Mussolini's thing.
It is, yeah. You are not wrong. Everything you said was absolutely 100% correct, and I do know a lot about this. I've seen all the stuff. It's just like my definition currently is a lot different from what you're speaking of, which is fascism's like original like form.
Oh, you know. That's what it is. Anything else, like what you're describing, is just a flavor of authoritarianism.
It's authoritarianism. Fascism is a word that we use, kind of like boomer. Boomer is a word we use for people who are born between 1946 and 1964. But the people call boomer people our age boomer because it's like an age definition, and that's an example of how fascism as a word could be kind of co-opted as honestly by liberals. To be this like new definition kind of, you know, and that's what the new definition is a lot different from what you traditionally think of as World War II era, like Mussolini fascism. It's any time that you disagree with your government and they still tell you what to do. That's it. You know.
Okay, boomer, whatever you say, boomer.
There you go.
You're getting onto something, and that's actually one of the truly devious things of
like liberalism, right?
I'm painting a broad brush here.
Co-opting
of leftists in general.
It's a leftist co-opting.
They love to co-opt definitions and redefine things, and it's literally a tactic to confuse people that don't know what's actually being talked about. Because if you like you're saying with the Encyclopedia Britannica, that's not the definition of fascism. Anyone who's read up on it knows that's not the definition of fascism. It's basically a way to take this bad word and apply it to people who aren't the bad word so you can shut them down, silence them, and make them shut the fuck up and let you take control. That's why people like to throw out the term Nazi.
Yes.
I mean, the only person I've seen in modern era that even classifies as a Nazi, at least that I would paint as like that guy's actually a Nazi, you know, like a public figure, someone I can name him, is Richard Spencer. Yeah. Richard Spencer is actually a Nazi of a flavor. He believes in racially pure societies. He wants racially pure societies.
It's critical race theory. Yes.
So like he believes in, and I disagree with all this shit, but he believes there should be a land just for white people. There should be a land just for black people, a land just for Hispanics and whatever other group he wants. And they should be able to trade and have diplomacy and everything together just fine, but no interbreeding, and you all stay in your corner. That's basically the world he wants. And he wants socialism for all those universes. Like, you know, because Nazi is... Remember, National Socialist, it's a very socialist ideology. He wants socialism, he wants all that stuff, but just for white people in just his little white utopia.
Separatist. Yeah.
So, anyway, but if I were to, back to my point, if I were to like point at one person that I can think of that most closely aligns with what Adolf Hitler wanted for his society, yeah, and I'm not pointing down to like the road he tumbled into, but you know, like his ideology of what he wanted from the get-go, I would say Richard Spencer probably matches it most closely.
Okay.
He's the closest I can think of that I have any idea what the guy thinks about anyway. I'm not going to act like I know every single
No.
I can't name any movie actors. I'm awful at movie actors.
I don't care about modern Hollywood at all.
But yeah, so I hate that obfuscating and trying to redefine what words are. I fight against it pretty actively. Like I hate the term racist. Like I was aware of this from a young age because I did chicken 4-H, and you open up your book about chickens and it's breeds. You know, this is the Rhode Island Red breed of chicken and the Buff Orpington breed of chicken and all these. And I applied that very early to humans. Okay, so, you know, like the difference between my yellow chicken with brown eggs and my chicken with the foofy beard with green eggs is they can breed with each other. They're both chickens. They just look different. They have different body structures, slightly different characteristics, different colored eggs. You know, they're different, but they're still chickens. That's literally what like black and white people are, you know. So from a young age, I realized that race was not the correct term, and by playing Dungeons and Dragons, you should understand this easily too. Race is like human and dwarf and elf, stuff like that. Breed would be the like sub race of any of those. So for a while, I was really on this crusade where I wanted to go re-educate the world and teach the world that racism isn't really a thing, because we're talking about breedism, not racism. But then I realized I'm never going to win that fight. Most people either don't agree with me or aren't willing to listen to what I'm saying because just the word racism is my argument. So I've learned to give up that fight, but I still know that I'm correct and everyone else is wrong.
I think so.
Well, I can make a very logical, valid argument. It's just, what's the point? You know, the world's already moved on to the false definition of racism.
I can make like a sort of a Christian right-wing argument about God made us all different races for a reason, and that to say that there isn't a difference is sort of naive, right? I could also make a leftist argument. I'm a bit of a master debater, did a lot of master debating in high school. I'll fight the other side of my argument, which is that you could also make kind of a leftist, like sort of like free interpretation of that, where I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to struggle to formulate my words here for a minute. Give me just a second.
That's fine. The Bible's kind of vague, as it talks about Adam and Eve. It talks about their two children, Cain and Abel. But clearly God made other people.
God made other races. Yeah. So like, why is there this?
No, it doesn't state God made other races. It's left up to, it's not explained.
But God did make a lot of races of man. This is a verifiable factual statement. I'm sorry, it's not a factual statement that God made them. It's a statement that there is many races in reality. There's many races of human being. There are many races. Right?
Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of people. Yeah, because we've grown up in different parts of the world for many generations, and you adapt to your environment. But what I'm saying is, in the Bible, it talks about Adam, Eve, and their two children. And when Cain murders Abel, Cain is branded so that all will know, like as he travels the lands, all will know that he murdered his brother. And that right there is the Bible stating in the Adam and Eve story that there were other people. It just doesn't talk at all about their creation, you know, where did they live, any of that stuff. All it says is there's Adam, Eve, their two children, and then there are other people, but that's it. That's all we know.
Right.
So it leaves it open to interpretation, which is kind of, in one way, it's frustrating because it's not giving me a basis to go off of. And in another way, it's also teaching me that doesn't matter, because if it mattered, it would have been elaborated on. But yeah, it could open it up to, there was a central location where humanity was originally popped down, like a Pangea kind of environment.
Pangea, yep.
Yeah, it opens it up to a lot of things. I don't think, at least I would be skeptical to the idea that God just made Asians and made black people and made white people.
I would say it is
more
like
the essential. Well,
I would say it is like that.
There's no description of anything in the Bible to elaborate on that, so it's entirely like we're talking about drow and dwarves right now. As far as like, I don't have any grounding to validate my argument or yours.
I have a grounding that I feel is a logical argument, which is God doesn't make any mistakes. You know, you could say that with a sense of truism, I think, or if not God, nature, right? If you don't believe in God, say nature, insert your personal deity, etc. But like, I would say that nature or energy or whatever you believe in doesn't really make any mistakes. And yes, there are many races of man or woman or whatever you want to call humanity. And I don't see how... I think there's a big difference between making racially sensitive statements and honestly disliking the other races of men. I think it's extremely rare, sort of, maybe 5-10% of the human race actually dislikes the other races of the human race. And so there's this like leftist, like weird, like woke ideology that all rightists are racist or something like that, which is just fucking ridiculous. That's just never been my experience at all.
Well, I would say factually looking at history, the reverse is true.
The reverse is true, more true. Yes.
Without, because we're gonna get talking about like Crookshank decision kind of stuff pretty soon here.
Yes.
But I would like to start by thanking you for admitting that transvestites are all wrong. There is no male and female brain.
I think gender is a spectrum, and that's a difficult statement to make.
Well, so I'm getting into the weeds here and being needlessly offensive to people, but I will put forth the argument that God made you as a man or a woman. He stitched you in your mother's womb. He doesn't make mistakes. If he made you as a man, you are a man. If he made you as a woman, you are a woman. The only waffling I'm willing to do here is if you're like a woman, but you have balls still. I know there's like some weird deformation that like a tiny percent of the population has, but you know, that's not what we're talking about here. We're not talking about the biological freaks. I feel like God gives all of us our own individual struggles.
Yes,
and we all have our own individual things to overcome. And I think people dealing with gender dysphoria, that's one of their struggles. But if you are a man and you're saying you're a woman, you are defying God, you are a heretic, and you're saying that you know more than your divine creator.
I do not agree with what you are saying. I respect your... I do not agree with what you're saying at all, and I must say this for the stream, okay? Just for my own personal edification. I do not agree with what you are saying, but I respect your viewpoint, and I think it is a logical one. I don't subscribe to it, but I also full-blown respect it 100%, and I do not fault you for thinking that. And that's something that most liberals will not do. They will just call you a racist or a fucking sexist or a homophobe or something and write you off. And that is the difference. That's the left that I don't identify with. I don't push. I might think of you in my own personal like lexicon as like, oh, there goes somebody who might be a homophobe or something or whatever. But honestly, I don't think the judgment is my place, and I kind of fall kind of more on the right and a little bit more Christian on that thing. I don't believe the judgment is your place or my place. We've been through this a lot. So I think you're eager to jump at some conclusion because a human being might want to change their gender or become sexually identify as something different from what they were born or whatever. My issue with it is why does it matter? You know? Does it matter that these things happen? Does it harm anybody?
I can point to a lot of things where it harms people, like drag queen story hour.
Yes, so I struggle with this because it borders on like the stories are there, but I fear they may be outliers because even in small pygmy civilizations, you will find serial killers, homosexuals, homophobics. You will find in any small culture, even pygmy ones, every culture has the full gamut of all of the human race essentially. So these things, like the judgment is something that I struggle with. You can tell horror stories about the Pygmy village. You can tell horror stories about America. It doesn't really change no matter what the scale is. I don't really know how this isn't still the same basic like human state of affairs all the time. And to point it out or to dislike it or to, you know, to alienate other cultures or people who identify as that is not constructive to the forward of the human race, really.
Well, there's a lot of ways I can break down and re-explain stuff like this, and the more time I spend with it, the more of a structured argument I can make.
Yes.
And the problem is it's so nuanced. There's so many things to it. It takes a long time to break it down. One core thing I would argue for is self-discipline is a very big thing towards like how cohesive a society is, how people function as adults. Can your society last? Can it be productive? Well, people need self-discipline, and that needs to be part of your culture for that to even have a chance of occurring. And I believe in a world where we're so focused on sexuality as a vice, to where this is even a conversation. Like, you know, sexuality is at its core there for reproduction. And when people are spending all day thinking about if they want to wear a dress or not, they don't have discipline with themselves. You should be worrying about bettering yourself. Like, I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to bulk up. I'm going to get a better job. It shouldn't be, do I want to wear a dress? You know, you're wasting your time on something that's frivolous, not productive. And I think it's very undisciplined behavior just to be spending all day worrying about vice and pleasure like that. And
why is it your place to judge them on any of that? Shouldn't you worry about you and yours?
Because when
that's
you
what
allow,
the preacher would say.
No. When you allow undisciplined behavior to flourish, Sodom and Gomorrah happens. When society tells you that a bad behavior is okay, you're more likely to partake in that bad behavior, and it causes a snowballing effect where society just takes a downward spiral.
Okay, so now I would like to further the conversation, but I would like to refer you to a video here before we go any further, and I want you to watch this, and we'll come back to it tomorrow.
I was going to say, I got to go to bed. I can't start watching videos, man.
No, I'm not talking about tonight. I'm talking about, like, in the next week. Watch this video, then I'm going to link you, and I'm having trouble getting out of this full screen so I can, like, link this to you. Here we go. Why won't you close this? Anyways, watch this. I'm gonna close with what I'm gonna say. I don't believe it is naturally. I think people are born gay now, and this is because of overpopulation. And I'm going to state the fucking argument here and link a video as to why I think this. And so I think that the greatest thing that mankind has ever done is homosexuality. And the reason that I think this is because overpopulation is going to kill the human race as it did this mouse colony that I'm going to link you here.
I know you're linking the Mouse Utopia. I'm well familiar with it, and I was going to bring that up as part of my argument too.
So I'm all fine with gay people, honestly, and you'd be surprised. This is one of the reasons why I'm ultra leftist liberal. I think it's a more superior way to be. I don't judge them. I don't care. They're doing something that's really important for us. We have 7.5 billion people on this planet. If they want to stop breeding by choosing a sexual orientation that does not promote the overpopulation of this planet that is killing us. I mean, all this cars and the death of the coral reefs and stuff. I have no judgment. I think that if there was ever any judgment, that should be God's place. And honestly, all of the Uvalde school shootings and Satan flexing his muscles, the tribalism, the crazy, the sexual orientation stuff. I love my trans community. I don't care about what they choose to do. I think they are actually benefiting the human race more so than the straight people are. And you went in the Mouse Utopia experiments are what I'm going to fucking cite when I say that. And I love my gay and my homosexual community and my trans community just the same. I'm straight, but like I love my friends. A lot of my friends are bi or gay or whatever. And honestly, I don't see it as a bad thing. From a scientific point of view, it's not a bad thing. And then you add the judgment into it, you can see why a liberal might think that you're closed-minded or bigoted by disliking the fact that these people are cross-dressing and stuff like that. I think of it like, thank God that they're saving us from the overpopulation.
You're giving me too many things to break down. Like I want to
know.
Now go
That's why I was like,
so usage of the word bigot. You know what a bigot is, right?
Let's go look at well, I know what my definition is, but let's look at what the actual definition is. It's a better, more constructive conversation.
It should be along the lines of it. Well, that's the problem. Definition sites are political now. Like when
no. The definition,
there
Oxford
is cases of it happening.
Yeah, they're political, but it's still the definition is still the foundation by which the entire human race uses to when they use the word in modern language. Though whether they're bigoted or not biased or not. Whether they're biased or not, that's neither doesn't change the fact that the word should be used how the dictionary defines it, though.
Merriam-Webster changed their listing for the word definition based on congressional testimony of being objectifiable by them.
Yes,
it is political.
We already talked about this. It's the co-opting of the but I'm using the foundation that I believe a scientist would use, which is the dictionary. I don't care if they're co-opted.
Anyway, so bigot, to my understanding, should be along the lines of it's someone who discriminates based on someone else's associations. So that would basically, if you see a guy with Hugo Boss on and he's got a red strap on his arm and he's jackbooting his way down the streets, if you say, I don't want my kids near that guy, that makes you a bigot. Because you see that guy, you identify him as a certain group from almost 100 years ago, and you don't want to be near him.
That is exactly right. Right. I will give you no argument.
Everyone is a bigot, and you're retarded if you're not. So that's why I hate when people act like you're some demon. If you're like, bigot is the word for witch, basically, in leftist parlance.
Yes, it is a witch hunt.
I hate that.
Yeah,
because everyone's a bigot, and you're dumb if you're not a bigot. That's the truth.
But see, okay, I think it's bigoted when you dislike, say, the trans or homosexual community for whatever reason. I think you are obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief or an opinion or a faction that you are sort of prejudiced against them. And
Okay.
so when you say statements like, I think that we have less discipline because of the sexual orientation changes over the last few years and stuff. You are correct, but it still sounds like a prejudiced argument, though. Do you understand? So I do use the word bigoted. It is actually correct in terms of its.
I don't care about the do I feel mean. I care about the am I right. And
right now, were you wrong?
I can point you towards FBI statistics and the rate of pedophilia, for example, among heterosexual versus homosexual males, much higher in the homosexual corner. And I think part of that is because of sexual discipline. One reason why you have elites going around diddling kids and doing all kinds of depraved stuff is because when you do it, it's like pornography. One reason why pornography, you want to at the very least control yourself, is because the more you embrace it, the more deviant your tastes get, and eventually they get into the perverse, and eventually they start hurting other people, not just fulfilling other people.
So, okay, I'm going to hit you with biblical stuff here, even though I think it's like I'm preaching to the converted, essentially. I'm going to hit you with some biblical fucking cliches. Do unto others the golden rule, right? So if the homosexual or trans community doesn't bother you or target you or say anything about you, is that not sort of a violation of the golden rule? Is it not God's place to judge, not yours? So when my issue with you, not you, excuse me, but with not you, Dagon, you're okay. I'm talking about the issue with what I consider to be sort of like bigoted people, is that they're playing this power game where they feel like it's okay for them to judge other people and how they live. But that is not the lessons that we were taught to get through humanity, sort of. You're supposed to live and let live, judge not lest ye be judged. What do you care about what they do with their lives? And I think it's actually rather evil that people with the same viewpoints that you have are kind of engaging in. It's a little bit evil. How is it your place to judge what they do with their bodies and stuff? And this is my problem with it. And this is how I've always slaughtered every Christian who's ever stepped to me with some kind of bigoted argument. I say, sure, yeah, there's gay people, there's trans, there's thieves, there's rapists, there's murderers and stuff. That's why we have God and judges to judge them. What do you, now you can make your own personal, like viewpoints and personal stuff. I'm okay with it. But do you understand how they might be really like personally hurt by your viewpoints and how public you are about them? I think the best thing is just to, be what's the other word? What's the other biblical cliche? It's like, turn the other cheek. I sense some judgment from the bigoted right that's sort of evil. It's like evil. And so I use that word bigot when I think, yeah, why do you need to make the distinction and say that gay people are bad or that they don't have discipline or that they're changing gender norms or there's something that you don't want your children around? Sure, you can think all of those things and live your life accordingly. There's nothing wrong with that. That is your judgment calls, right? But saying that it's in some way good or bad or whatever immediately biases you in a way where you're doing the judgment job that is better done by somebody in greater authority than you. And that's my issue with it, is how I've always slaughtered bigots in my past, is I say, yeah, isn't that not really your job to care about their lives? Shouldn't God help those who help themselves? Shouldn't you not worry about what they're doing unless it directly harms you?
I'll refer you to the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, but anyway,
that's still God's problem. I mean, it's we suss it out with the law, right? And Sodom and Gomorrah could be sussed out by the law, but I mean, I don't know why
it's not just about the gay thing. Like I'm against the whole adultery thing too.
I am too. I dislike adultery.
That is
I dislike
all part
adultery.
Of the slippery slope.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Yeah, the discipline is now. Are you wrong about the discipline? Are you wrong that it sucks that a ton of the culture is gay? I think it kind of sucks because if you look at like Japan, you have like literally a low birth rate because of it. And this is that thing about the mass utopia experiments. Am I saying being gay is bad? No. I'm saying it will have an effect upon the population eventually.
Japan is the result of U.S. CIA intervention in Japan post World War II to neuter them as a society and civilization, so the rise of Japan would never happen again. We have done horrible things to that country.
I can't argue.
And with the rise of Chinese communism and the re-emergence of Russian authoritarianism, we could really use a Japanese empire on our side right now, but we neutered them because of some CIA glow-in-the-dark fucks that thought they were God. But yeah, that's a much deeper thing that's going to really throw the conversation off.
I would say you want to throw the conversation off. I believe the white man did all of that, from the bomb on through to all of it, in this effort to essentially dominate another race. And I would say we dropped the bomb on them so that we could go to war. You know, it was our false flag scenario, just like Pearl Harbor is a false flag scenario, is what I'm saying. I think without it, we never would have gone. Yeah, I believe that dropping the bomb was the public's excuse to go crazy and go to a war overseas that nobody in the public would ever get behind. Nobody would let the FDR or anybody like that, like, you know.
Well, FDR was a Democrat, and he was also a cousin fucker, but I don't know where you're getting at, because we were already at war by the time we dropped that bomb, and we dropped the bomb for damn good reasons.
No. I'm talking about Pearl Harbor, and then subsequently the atomic bomb that we retaliated because of the false flag scenario, Pearl Harbor. I think all of these things, from the bomb to the Pearl Harbor, is this weird white conquistadorialism over other races, and I think it comes back. You want to say the ultra-liberalism stuff, and I really don't like it. I don't like that we dropped that bomb. I don't like that we committed Pearl Harbor. I don't like that we committed 9/11. I don't like the 20 years in Afghanistan, etc. And all of this stuff, none of the public would get behind. None of them.
Well, 9/11, oh man, dancing Israelis, I can talk about that too. But
they don't like what I think. I think it was.
Pearl Harbor wasn't a false flag. We had indication from some scouting reports that the Japanese were mobilizing. FDR deliberately kept his mouth shut and didn't do anything. I believe it's because he wanted it as our reason to get into World War II.
I believe it too. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
But it's not a false flag.
It is because he let it happen. He let it happen. There's no way that the American military did not know that was coming. I do not believe that at all.
So I don't believe you have the time of day to listen to this podcast, but as much as it drives me fucking nuts that he likes to refer to before Christ as before Common Era, but Dan Carlin's Hardcore History podcast.
Sure, link it, man. I'll listen to it. I value your input. I'll watch whatever. I'm not bigoted. I don't care who it is. I'll learn from Hitler. I don't care.
We're not talking about bisexual goats here. But anyway, he has a series called Supernova in the East. It's like an 8-part series of like 4-hour podcasts each. Okay. But he breaks down the whole Japanese pre and post World War II thing so fucking well. It really enlightened me to a lot of shit. But he goes as far as like the initial like Japanese industrialization, but really what brought all the Japanese involvement in World War II, there were two big things. One was they did involve themselves in World War I. They actually did. It wasn't a large troop presence, but they were involved in World War I on the Allied side. Yes. But they did it because they were trying to emerge as a modern power. Because after, I can't remember who, but that one American admiral showed up and started cannonballing their city to get them to open up their ports again. Yeah. They realized how far behind they were. So World War I was like their debut into the spotlight of, hey, we're a modern nation, treat us with respect now. After World War I, though, and a lot of this, I believe, was because of racism. The European leaders, they saw Asians as basically primitive cavemen, and were like, what the fuck do you Japanese people think you're doing having a seat at the table here? Get out. So the Japanese were snubbed, I think is the right term, by the Western powers, the Allied powers specifically after World War I. So they were very bitter about that. Yes. But anyway, with their expansion and their industrialization, they need more resources. So they actually started invading China. China and Japan have hated each other forever, so that's understandable. But anyway, their war in China was really what the catalyst was for it. It was partially like racial and historical grievances. A lot of it was they wanted to take advantage of China because China was very underdeveloped, largely because of the British opium trade just destroying that empire and the people in it. I think that's one reason why China likes sending narcotics to the U.S. right now, like fentanyl, because they're, even though we're not the ones that did it to them, they're basically getting back at the white man for fucking them over with opioids hundreds of years ago.
Yep.
But anyway, the Japanese aggression in China was horrible, and it was able to go on especially well, but not only because China was so underdeveloped versus Japan. China had a much larger military, but Japanese military was better equipped. Their culture was better equipped for bonsaiing their way into victory. But they were also undergoing a communist revolution, and the royalists were, or not the royalists, but whatever, the fucking Japanese or the Chinese faction that was
imperialist.
Yeah, well, like the old power, basically, the remnant of the old power,
the emperor.
But yeah, they were fighting a communist revolution and the Japanese at the same time, and they got over. Anyway, a lot of horrible things happened, but the U.S. was doing sanctions, and they were trying to cut away Japan's ability to expand and evolve. So Japan was already, they had a chip on the shoulder against Western nations and people because of how World War I turned out. But they were especially angry because we were interfering with their attempts to expand and get the resources they needed to become an empire. So it's very complicated. There's a lot more that goes into it. But basically, Pearl Harbor was them thinking that if they hit us once and hit us hard, we would butt out, we would stop trying to embargo them and shut down trade, and we would just let them take over China and do whatever they wanted. They didn't realize, well, there actually were splits. So a lot of Japanese officers and generals had gone over to the U.S. to go to our colleges and universities and learn from us, because we had the best educational institutions in the world then, especially. And so anyway, a lot of their generals had gone over there and seen the U.S. and seen our military and seen how powerful and organized we were. And there was a lot of debate in Japanese military hierarchies, because a lot of them wanted to hit us hard and fast and teach us a lesson and shut us out, because if they hit Pearl Harbor, it killed our fleet like they did. They were thinking they could, keep us out of the war, dominate us, and get us to roll back our shit. But other ones realized we have better industrial capabilities, and if we turned our economy into a wartime economy, no amount of Japanese naval power would ever be able to stop us. And that's what happened, because like in the time it takes them to make one battleship, we can make 7 once our economy turned on. Anyway, so Dan Carlin did a fantastic job of laying all that down. He even gets into like the infrastructure debate, like how we won because of our assembly lines kind of stuff. He goes into all that shit. It's really cool when he talks about Midway and how Midway actually panned out the way it did. We literally just got lucky because our planes found their ships first. That's the main reason why we won. In fact, our tactics sucked balls.
Midway was a massacre. Yeah,
Midway was a massacre for the U.S.
For the U.S., that's what I'm saying.
Well, because the Japanese got fucked because one of their carriers had a malfunction, I think it was. So all their planes that were out scouting for the U.S. ships, they had to refuel, and they couldn't refuel.
Yeah.
They couldn't refuel at the ship. So they were all circling, and they were running out of fuel and panicking. And that's when the U.S. warplanes spotted them, and they sent. The problem is, so there were 2 things. One was the tactics in terms of how they deployed, because we basically mobilized our fighters and sent them out as we launched them. So they were all going in waves of like 9 fighters at a time, versus like 1,000 fucking Japanese airplanes just buzzing around their ship like an angry hornet nest. So they got murdered. But the other thing was tactics as far as like the airmen, because they would have a lot of their planes would just be cruising right above the water with big ass torpedoes. Our torpedoes were bad, like really bad. The Japanese torpedoes were fantastic, but our torpedoes, most of them were duds. Most of them would sink or veer off course. So I believe of all of our torpedo planes, the many men that lost their lives trying to fly those planes in suicide runs, I don't think any of the torpedo planes landed a single hit. What happened was, it was our dive bombers were the thing that cornholed the Japanese Navy. Our planes that would fly up really high, higher than their guns could reach, and then just fly straight down, drop the bomb at the last second, and veer up just in time to not hit the ship. Those were the guys that hit the Japanese and actually got them down. Unfortunately, they weren't deployed at first. They were some of the later planes that were sent up. So by the time they had a chance to affect anything, so many airmen had already lost their lives in that.
Yeah,
anyway,
there was the stupid dive
bomb. I highly recommend the Dan Carlin series if you have like 40 hours to dump into it. I was listening to it at work while I was building chairs.
Okay, so. I linked you the BBC History of World War II. Buy that DVD. DVD before it disappears. It's what that's what the British thought about World War II, Begon, and it's an important thing to understand. It's totally skewed, but it's very good. And if you haven't seen that, that is my favorite documentary of all time. Buy that before it disappears and watch all of it.
Okay, well, right now it's 11:30, and even
goodbye.
if I love talking about World War II
Goodbye.
history.
Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, good night.
Goodbye. So, to any gay or trans or homosexual people in this channel, I am not bigoted. I love my gay community. I will hug a gay person. Don't care. I am not speaking out I'm not speaking out against the gay community when I say that a large homosexual population could affect the populace. I really want that. I think we have too much population. And I love my gay community. Got no issue with them. I want them to survive and thrive and do well, and they're us, you know. I'm not gay, but they're us. They're my people. You know, they're my people, and I love them. My friend might not feel the same way, but I do, and I don't wish to ever hurt the feelings of anybody in here who has a sexual orientation other than straight. That is not what we do here on this channel. We do video games. But the conversation should be allowed to occur. We cannot censor ourselves all the time. I have no intention to harm anyone in my channel or make them feel bad about their life choices or any of that stuff. I respect everything. I respect everyone. Okay, we came here for a key, and we're going to get it, too. We're going to wipe out... so, if you guys don't know, right here, a very valuable named mob pops called Hu Maju the Torrent. And one of the things I think I can do with my stream is definitely be of value to Final Fantasy XI players. So, Hu Maju the Torrent spawns here if you kill the Yagudo Mendicants. And there's the Mendicants. That's what they look like, right? And they have a summon. It's always like red or white or like green. And there's only about six or seven of them to pop. I think it's actually 6. It's like 6, something like that. Oh, good. I have all my thief stuff now. That's good. But what I don't have is what I can do is oh no, I don't have the TP yet. I guess, or I do, but it's just not doing my quick step for some reason. Oh, there we go. Quick step, right? Yeah. And so then once the Mendicants are all dead, the trick to popping Hu Maju the Torrent is you come in, you murder all the Mendicants, and then you go do something else, right? For me, it's going south so I can go get my second of my 3 keys that I need to get my airship access. So I can go to Norg, and I can go to Rebeo. I can go to Rebeo right now, but I mean, like, I go to Norg, I can go to some of the Xylart places. There's another Mendicant, and we kill those on like, we kill Mendicants on sight. There's summoners. I don't like summoners. I'm allowed to have a personal bias against summoners, and I don't like summoners. I think they're a class that I have no use for. I don't like summoners. So I have a personal bias against summoners, and I have a personal bias against Yagudo Mendicants, because they're the placeholder for the name mob that I want. And so I kill all Mendicants whenever I see them. I also have a personal bias against Amethyst Kadavs, because Amethyst Kadavs drop they drop Kadab backplates, which are turtle shells, and turtle shells have Darksteel in them, and so you can get Darksteel from turtle shells. And really early turtle shells. I'm talking level 5, like level 5 Kadavs.
increased.
Excuse me. Okay. Excuse me. So now we see, harvesting point. I should have brought sickles. One of the things I'm going to do with my ill-gotten gil is, or not ill-gotten gil, but my easy gil is I'm going to buy sickles and pickaxes and stuff. And I'm going to keep a stack of sickles and pickaxes and, what's the third one? No, that's it. Just sickles and pickaxes. I'm going to keep a stack of sickles and pickaxes. That's 7,000 gil. It's not cheap. I can tell you one of the things I'm interested in when I talk to Begon is there's this old role play that I am very much into called Demosthenes and Locke. And this is a reference to Locke and Demosthenes, right? And so Locke and Demosthenes, right? They were Ender Wiggins' brother and sister, Peter and Valentine Wiggin. And they were the cultural elitist kids of the world. And I had a school. I was in the school of the cultural elitists of the world. I was in the schools that they went to. And so I've always really loved Ender's Game. And so there was this wonderful thing in Ender's Game where Locke and Demosthenes, Ender Wiggins' brother and sister, pretend to be these old men in the internet nets language circles where they talk about politics and stuff. But it's actually like a 13-year-old boy and a 15-year-old boy and like a 13-year-old girl, and Locke and Demosthenes, right? And they're sitting around down on planet Earth while Ender Wiggin is up training with all the tunes, trying to learn about how to stop the real crisis, which is the buggers. And Ender's up there saving the world, but down here it's falling apart politically. What can we do? And so Demosthenes, Valentine, she says, I know, we get on the nets and anonymously post political opinions. People reading our articles will see our intelligence. We see, now I'm going to link this to Begon here. I'm going to link this to Begon because he went to bed, but that's okay. Ender's up saving the world, but down here it's falling apart politically. What can we do? I know, we get on the nets and anonymously post political opinions. People reading our articles will see our intelligence, recognize how clear and logical our arguments are, and assess that we've been put in charge so we can fix everything. Brilliant! Locke, powered by WordPress, which is why we must reach out to Russian leadership. Yep, which is why we must reach out to the Russian leadership, exactly. You know... And so this is my attempt. This is my own personal attempt to Locke and Demosthenes. The beautiful thing about Locke and Demosthenes is they Valentine was this endless fountain of SJW leftist liberal fountain of thought. And Locke was this, like her brother was this, like, Republican thug, rightist, very conservative, very, very, very military-minded, you know? And so they were brother and sister, and they fought for, like, 10 years politically, and by the end of it, they had reshaped the world governments, and they had stopped all of the bigotry in the world, and they had stopped all the wars in the world, and they had fixed all the problems and everything, and they had turned everything into a hegemony, which is, like, technically the best form of government, I think. Hegemony, right? The definition of hegemony is leadership or dominance, especially by one country or social group over others, right? And they just believed inherently as Americans that they should run the world. And I don't really believe this, but when you look at America, you think of it as like the most elitist, rich, like cultured, like not culture, but yeah, like cultured place in the world. But what I think of it as is still the original definition, which is the melting pot. And so do I believe that America should run the world? No. But I believe that America's children should run the world. I'm sorry, the world's children, which is America, should run the world in a way. And it sucks that as Americans that we fundamentally believe this, but we do believe, and it's not that I want the power and the riches of the rest of the world because they brought all of that here. I don't need it. I live in a nice hotel room with a, you know, nice air conditioning and a 100-inch television screen. I live in this nice country where we don't usually get attacked all the time or anything. And so, you know, and by the end of it, they have a hegemony, and it's called, like, it's not the hegemony that you might think, which is America. It's just like the NATO. It's not NATO. It's like the world. They call it like the GDF or something. It's like the Global Defense Force at that point. It's people that don't want world wars, people that don't want racial wars, people that don't want blood wars or diamond wars or oil wars or any of that stuff. They just want to function long enough for us to go conquer the stars in a way that's, like, you know, deferential and very diplomatic and definitely respectful and stuff. And that's how they reset the world back to rights. It's an old Orson Scott Card reference from Ender's Game. I linked it to him because I think we could do that. I think a good leftist and a good rightist could take over the world in the interest of getting to the stars and away from the global wars. And I really believe this stuff when I talk about it. When I see a friend willing to do something like that, I am very amazed, because most of the time, they shoot you with a high-power rifle from across the street when you do this. It's scary. They kill you like JFK. They shoot you like Lee Harvey Oswald and stuff. And so I could try to take Valentine's role. I could play Valentine's Demosthenes role. I could take Valentine's role. I could take John Lennon's role, and I could push peace and love for the rest of my life. But I still don't think it's gonna change their minds. I still don't think it's gonna change their minds. And I think they're liable to just shoot me with a high-power rifle from across the street if I open my mouth. It's one of the reasons why I'm single.
As he arrived at that doorway, and then came up behind,
pulled out a gun and shot him in cold blood in the vestibule of his building.
Mr. Chapman came up behind him and called to him, Mr. Lennon, as he arrived at that doorway, and then in a combat stance, he emptied the Charter Arms .38 caliber gun that he had with him and shot John Lennon.
And that's full-blown. That is full-blown what I expect to happen to me if I open my goddamn fat mouth. That's why they're in my channel bullying me all day. I don't know. To me, it's a higher mess. It's a higher battle and a higher mess. That's the best way I know how to describe it. It's a higher battle and a higher mess. There's other forces of action going on in the background, like some kind of Dungeons and Dragons story. I don't want to play the role of Demosthenes, but I'll do it. I'll do it if it means the aversion and complete reversal of the death of my people. If it means the reversal of the death of my people, I will play Locke and Demosthenes with my friend Bagon. I don't care. I don't care. I think the world needs it. I think really people need it. They need it very badly. They need free discourse between people who aren't trying to offend anybody. They just have their frame of mind, their logic. Like, I don't think he cares if he offends anybody, and I don't care either. And that's a valuable thing too. We also don't give a flying fuck what anybody thinks. I guarantee that guy does not care what I think. He respects me, so he probably cares like what my opinion is, but he doesn't care what I think about him, and I don't care what he thinks about me, and that's necessary for our friendship to even occur. This is how you keep the right wing in your life if you're a leftist. It's very difficult. It's this division line. It's the division bell thing that the Pink Floyd sung about, the division bell. And in high school, you all learn whether you're leftist or rightist or whatever, and you have the division bell, and you have these friends that you used to be with before you chose sides that you don't anymore. And it's this tragic thing. I can't stand the division bell. It's what broke Roger Waters, and I mean David Gilmour wrote it, but it's what broke David Gilmour. I'm sorry for crying. I'll be right back. It's what broke. David Gilmour broke himself when he wrote fucking the division bell, which was like the whole definition of the wall. It was the wall. Either you wall out your problems or you invite them in, but either way, you got problems. I used to sit in a room full of 60, 70 people, and I'd be screaming at the top of my lungs about a false flag scenario. I'd be screaming about it. I'd be like, false flag scenario. The Republican, the Democrat has stabbed us in the back. My people have been killed. 3,000 of my own citizens have been killed by my own government. And I will stand on that all of my life, and I still do. 3,000 of my fucking own citizens were killed by my own government. And I'll die believing it. I'll die on that fucking hill. I know they did. I know they did this. Like, I know they did it. I've seen the shape charges. I know they've done it. I've seen the evidence. And I would scream. I would just be like screaming at it. Like, I cannot stand the insurrection and the death of my own people and the false flag scenarios leading us to world wars. I will not condone any action that will take my people to war. I was up there like right then, like a year before Phantom Menace had come out, and I had been extremely influenced by Princess Amidala. And I was like, I will not condone a fucking course of action that will take my people to war. And I was up there on the panel for 70, 100 people sometimes. I will not condone an action that will take my people to war. I will not do it. You know, like, God damn it. It was a good time. It was a good time to be a punker. It was a good time to be alive. You know, I didn't care if it was a room full of 100 people or 100 million. I would still say the same things. I would never condone an action that would take my people to war. We've never needed to. Why would we start now? What's going on in the Russia and Ukraine is really bad still. We like kind of forgot. But I mean, Russia and Ukraine kind of fucking sits in the background, and those are our brothers and they're killing each other. It's not good. Those are our brothers and they're killing each other.
As the war in Ukraine grinds on, Russia is ramping up its military spending. A new report reveals Moscow has doubled its defense spending for this year so far. Claire Sebastian has the details.
In Russia today, military production is sacred. Russia's main tank factory showing off its latest shipment and a choreographed glimpse into the strain of wartime production. Output here has more than tripled over the last year, according to Russia's Prime Minister.
What we have seen is that military spending has been much higher than was actually planned for this year, and it looks like that the spending that was planned for this year is already exhausted.
It's like it's this stupid preacher bullshit. I feel like I play the pulpit as a leftist more than the right does now. I'm like, why are brothers striking brothers? Why are brothers striking brothers? Why? Why is this happening?
Now that we are halfway through the year.
Russian budget.
You live next door to each other. What the fuck, man? This would be like us fighting Canada or something. What in the fuck?
Had earmarked
what?
Roughly $50 billion for defense.
Don't fuck with Canada and don't fuck with Ukraine.
Budget document seen this month by Reuters.
What the fuck?
Russia has now more than doubled that estimate.
Oh my God.
Say it could be even higher.
It looks as though, expressed as a percentage of GDP, it could be anywhere between 8 and 10% of GDP. So if we think as a proportion...
I thought this was a Time magazine thing, but it's CNN. God damn it, I can't watch CNN anymore. Like Russia-Ukraine war.
और पुतिन ने इसकी तैयारी भी शुरू कर दी है। यूक्रेन पर अटैक के साथ ही आर्कटिक में पुतिन ने जंग का नया मोर्चा खोलने का पूरा इंतजाम कर लिया है। आइस कटर शिप पहुंचा दिए। न्यूक्लियर सबमरीन की तैनाती कर दी। कोला बेस से Tu-22 बॉम्बर अटैक को तैयार। इसके अलावा आर्कटिक में मौजूद साइलो को अलर्ट मोड पर डाल दिया है। अगर अमेरिका भी जंग में कूदता है तो लॉन्ग रेंज मिसाइल से अमेरिका में तबाही मचा सके।
आर्कटिक में
संजीदा हो चुके हैं कि रूस से घबराकर नेटो ने आर्कटिक रीजन में ही युद्धाभ्यास शुरू कर दिया है, जिसमें F-35 फाइटर जेट उतार दिए गए।
दरअसल बाल्टिक देशों और पोलैंड ने बेलारूस और रूस से लगता बॉर्डर सील करने की धमकी दी है, जिसके बाद रूस ने आर्कटिक सी रूट की घेराबंदी शुरू कर दी है।
अगर बाल्टिक देशों का बॉर्डर सील हो जाता है तो रूस पूरी तरह से यूरोप से कट जाएगा। ऐसे में रूस ने आर्कटिक प्लान तैयार किया है। अगर रूस को बाल्टिक से काटा गया तो रूस यूरोपीय देशों की आर्कटिक में एंट्री बैन कर देगा। इसीलिए रूस की आर्कटिक में घेराबंदी को रूस का बैकअप प्लान के तौर पर देखा जा रहा है, क्योंकि आर्कटिक से रूस के सीधे टारगेट पर नॉर्वे, फिनलैंड और स्वीडन आ जाते हैं। वैसे भी फिनलैंड के नेटो में शामिल होने के बाद से रूस काफी गुस्से में है। अगर अब स्वीडन भी नेटो में शामिल हो जाता है तो रूस हमला जरूर करेगा। उस वक्त आर्कटिक में मौजूद रूस के 16 से ज्यादा मिलिट्री बेस काम आएंगे।
Called? Chad, what is it called? Power washer, right? Power wash simulator. Yeah. We about to get real vibey. Chad, y'all want to get vibey? Aye, aye, Captain. I can hear you. What the fuck?
रूस के आर्कटिक में 16 बेस हैं, जिनमें से 12 एयर बेस हैं, 3 सबमरीन बेस, जबकि एक एरियल ड्रोन बेस है।
रूस कोल्ड वॉर के दौरान आर्कटिक में बनाए गए बेस को फिर से एक्टिव कर चुका है।
रूस पिछले 1 साल से आर्कटिक में काफी तेजी से गतिविधि बढ़ा रहा है, यानी पुतिन को अंदाजा था कि जंग एक ना एक दिन आर्कटिक तक भी जरूर पहुंचेगी।
मैप पर आप आर्कटिक रीजन में जितने भी लाल निशान देख रहे हैं, ये सभी रूस के मिलिट्री बेस हैं, जबकि जितने हरे निशान देख रहे हैं वो नेटो के मिलिट्री बेस हैं। यानी आर्कटिक में नेटो भी बराबर की टक्कर ले रहा है। ये अलग बात है कि रूस अकेले ही 31 देशों के संगठन से भिड़ने की तैयारी में है। इसके पीछे सीधी सी वजह है कि आर्कटिक कोस्ट लाइन का 53% हिस्सा रूस के बॉर्डर से लगता है, जिसका एडवांटेज रूस को मिल रहा है। रूस अपने तमाम मिसाइल टेस्ट आर्कटिक रीजन में ही करता है, और अब रूस ने सीक्रेट न्यूक्लियर लैब बनाकर आर्कटिक से अटलांटिक तक एटमी अटैक का अल्टीमेटम दे दिया है। जबकि नॉर्डिक देश तो रूस के एकदम पास है, जिन पर बड़े हमले की पूरी तैयारी करके पुतिन ने नेटो को सीधा चैलेंज दे दिया है कि अगर बाल्टिक देशों और पोलैंड ने बॉर्डर सील किया तो रूस आर्कटिक से लगे नेटो देशों में तबाही का तूफान ला देगा। ब्यूरो रिपोर्ट, TV9 भारत।
जब युद्ध में मैन वर्सेस मशीन का दौर चल रहा है, मानव से ज्यादा काम मशीन कर रही है, अगर उस दौर में पुतिन ये फैसला ले कि जंग में घुड़सवारों को उतारा जाएगा तो हैरानी की बात है। पुतिन ये फैसला ले चुके हैं।
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Sono die Vernichtung der jüdischen Rasse in Europa.
But have five
Not quite to the Moorish mass. Let the word humanity. From this time and place,
I take pride in the words,
the figures.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. The drama.
Approaching Stargate.
Marine 6. Tower 2 has had a major explosion and what appears to be a complete collapse.
The deep question.
I welcome this kind of examination because people have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
If we dig deep in our history and our doctrine, and remember that we are not descended from fearful men.
It's hardcore history.
In 1944, when the Second World War is raging,
especially in the Pacific, especially around the Philippines. A young Japanese soldier, a guy named Hayes, is dropped off on one of the innumerable, heavily jungled Philippine islands and is told to do what he can to hamper Allied activities in the area. To continue fighting until he hears orders to the contrary by the commanding officer who sent him on the mission. This soldier, Hiro Onoda, Asian convention would switch that around and he'd be Onoda Hiro, will follow his orders until his commanding officer tells him he can lay down his weapons. And he will eventually come out of the jungle into a clearing, hand over his sword, stand at attention while the guy who ordered him into that jungle in the first place formally dismisses him with honor. And this happened on the 9th of March, 1974. 1974. 29 years after the Second World War ended. This guy had been fighting, shooting at, being shot at, killing and injuring the locals for 30 years. 29 to be exact. When he came out of the jungle, he came out with hundreds of rounds of ammunition, a well-maintained working rifle, and hand grenades.
My God.
The guy who dismissed him, his commanding officer, from 29 years previously, had to be flown in by the Japanese government. He was apparently a bookseller or something in civilian life now. Imagine his surprise when a government official shows up at his offices and says, yeah, you know, one of those soldiers you ordered into the Philippines 29 years ago? Yeah, he's still in there and he won't come out unless you come and tell him it's okay. He was found officially by, like, a kid. A hippie kid is what the soldier called him. Onoda called him a hippie kid, who said he was looking for, I read somewhere, he said he was looking for wild pandas, meaning the existence of pandas in the wild, the abominable snowman, and Lieutenant Onoda. Now, lest you think that this is a once-in-a-lifetime Robinson Crusoe shipwreck kind of anomaly, Hiro Onoda is not the only Japanese World War II soldier that surrenders in 1974. There's another one. In 1972, there was one. There were two in the 1960s. There were a bunch in the 1950s. And in the 1940s, after the war ended, sometimes whole units were still fighting. I believe it was almost 3 years after the war ended, a unit of a couple of hundred of these Japanese soldiers with their heavy weapons finally surrendered. What the hell is that? What accounts for that? And it's not just the Philippines. I mean, it was happening on places like Guam, for example, Saipan. I mean, there were people still running around the caves after the war in Iwo Jima. It was fascinating that what you saw here didn't happen in the other theaters of war because the other theaters of war did not include the Japanese. One of the most fascinating, interesting cultures on the planet. And what Japanese expert R. Taggart Murphy calls unquestionably the most distinctive of all modern industrial societies, culture-wise.
Docking permission requested.
And it is a fascinating example of how we human beings can be molded and stretched and trimmed and shaded like a bonsai tree by the cultural influences into many different diverse versions of ourselves. Anyone who's a fan of National Geographic, for example, sees the many different colorful cultures and subcultures all over the world, right? The extreme differences of humankind and how wonderfully pliable we are to the cultural influences that, determine how we like to dress, what we think is attractive, little marks of style.
Wow, I really hurt now.
Now magnify that by all the eras humankind's ever been around, right? So not just the diversity of exotic different places all over the world, but all of those places all throughout history. And you can see that we've, probably tried just about everything as a species, wouldn't you think? And we've seen all kinds of different extreme versions of what we can become. I mean, take the physical version. I'm a fan of the people of the Eurasian steppe and those tribes, as many of you know.
Me too.
Some of those tribes, from time to time, used to like to practice something known as head binding. It's sort of the counterpoint to foot binding in China, which was popular in some circles at some times to keep the feet small and to have them develop a certain way. Well, same thing with heads. You see this in other parts of the world too, and sometimes cradles. For example, certain Native American tribes had cradles that would shape the head a certain way too. The point is that when the skull is pliable, when the person is young, you can shape that head sort of like a bonsai tree, if you will. And the Romans used to complain that the Huns looked monstrous to them. And I remember growing up thinking, wow, these Romans are really sensitive to seeing some people who maybe have slightly Asian features, thinking that that's monstrous. Well, now we have skulls that have come out of the ground, some of these tombs, some of these kurgans where they buried some of these Huns. And some of these Huns have skulls that look like they're taken right out of an alien movie. Big, elongated skulls that go way far to the back. You wonder what they must have looked like with hair and skin. The point is if you were a Roman looking at them, you might have thought that they looked monstrous. However, if you were a young, comely Hunnic noblewoman, you might have thought that guy looked hot. So it's all a question, right, of the cultural carrots and sticks and whatnot. Sometimes it's not things that are so visible on the outside. I mean, I think we all recognize that the vast majority of our makeup in terms of our attitudes and the way we think and the way we organize reality is probably going to be culturally determined. Now, I am a fan of extreme situations in history. And the country that produced guys like Hiro Onoda were extreme. And the cultural carrots and sticks were designed to take many of the, civic attitudes that most societies consider to be positives and turn them up to such a high level on the dial of intensity that they took a bunch of things that might be considered good in another context and made them dangerous. And how can your culture impact things like duty and honor and patriotism and a willingness to sacrifice and lay down one's life for the greater good? I mean, these are all things that most societies, would figure out all sorts of cultural ways to encourage. I mean, how about just recognizing it? I mean, take, for example, a medal ceremony that might happen in the United States, or an award, a citation. Somebody was extra brave or extra heroic or did something out of the ordinary, and maybe you get a medal. And when you get the medal, the person giving the award will say something like, for heroism or bravery or sacrifice above and beyond the call of duty. Above and beyond the call of duty. That right there is a recognition, right, that there are limits to what normal people can be asked to do in normal times, right? And if you exceed those expectations, go above and beyond the call of duty, you get a medal. But what if the cultural carrots and sticks in a given society have evolved in such a way so that there's almost nothing that is above and beyond the call of duty? Where the culture expects, encourages, and only approves of a level of sacrifice on the part of every man, woman, and child in that society that most other cultures reserve for their most elite military units. Welcome to the world that famed Japanese holdout Hiro Onoda was raised in. When Onoda got back to Japan in 1974, a ghost-written book of his remembrances was created. It's called No Surrender, My 30-Year War, and in it he describes the Japan he was raised in. He says, quote, "At that time, if a soldier who had been taken prisoner later managed to return to Japan, he was subject to a court-martial and a possible death penalty. Even if the penalty was not carried out, he was so thoroughly ostracized by others that he might as well have been dead. Soldiers were supposed to give their lives for the cause, not grovel in enemy prison camps. General Hideki Tojo's instructions for the military said explicitly," he's now quoting the instructions, quote, "He who would not disgrace himself must be strong. He must remember always the honor of his family and his community, and he must strive fervently to live up to their trust in him. Do not live in shame as a prisoner. Die and leave no ignominious crime behind you. End quote. When he leaves to go off to war, one of the things he takes with him is a family dagger that his mother says, if you're captured, use this to kill yourself with. And I tried to think of any other mother sending her son off to war in any other major power in the Second World War with that kind of advice. It's interesting, isn't it? A very distinctive, different culture. Now, some might have a counter-argument to this point that the reason these Japanese holdouts were continuing to hold out was for duty, honor, country, the emperor, that sort of thing, by pointing out that a bunch of these people said they didn't know the war was over. So maybe it's more of a sense of being isolated and not getting the news. But the counter-argument to that has to do with the fact that these people were often told explicitly in many different ways that the war was over, and they chose not to believe it. And they chose not to believe it because it clashed with their, mental indoctrination into all this. I mean, for example, Hiro Onoda, he had family members flown in at high expense to the Japanese government because Hiro Onoda was still killing people in the Philippines after the war, right? He's not just sitting up there in the mountains by himself, not bothering anybody. He killed 20 to 30 Filipinos. So that makes you want to tell this person in no uncertain terms and spend a little money to make it happen. Hey, you're killing people and the war's over. But Onoda didn't believe it. They left him newspapers. Here's how he puts it in the book written with him. Quote, "The search party left behind newspapers and magazines. Most of them were recent, and a lot of them contained articles about the Crown Prince's marriage. The newspapers, which covered a period of about 4 months, made a stack nearly 2 feet high. We," meaning the 2 other holdouts with him, "we thought they were reprints of real Japanese newspapers doctored up by the American Secret Service in such a way as to eliminate any news that the Americans did not want us to see. This was all we could think so long as we believed that the Greater East Asia War was still going on. And in a way," he writes, "the newspapers confirmed that the war was still going on because they told a lot about life in Japan. If Japan had really lost the war, there should not be any life in Japan. Everybody should be dead. When I arrived in the Philippines in 1944, the war was going badly for Japan," he writes. "And in the homeland, the phrase, 100 million souls dying for honor, was on everybody's lips. This phrase meant literally that the population of Japan would die to a man before surrendering. I took this at face value, and I am sure many other young Japanese men my age did." He says, "I sincerely believed that Japan would not surrender so long as any one Japanese remained alive. Conversely, if one Japanese were left alive, Japan could not have surrendered." He continues, "After all, this is what we Japanese had all vowed to each other. We had sworn that we would resist the American and English devils until the last single one of us was dead. If necessary, the women and children would resist with bamboo sticks, trying to kill as many enemy troops as they could before being killed themselves. The wartime newspapers all played this idea up in the strongest possible language." Now quoting some of the slogans. One was, "Struggle to the end." Another was, "The empire must be protected at any cost."
Oh, shit.
Another one was, 100 million dying for the cause. He says, quote, "I was virtually brought up on this kind of talk." End quote. When Onoda got back to Japan, some of the things that I read and some of his later actions indicate that he was less than happy with what had become of Japan after the war was over in terms of their national values, their intensity level and whatnot. Now, I can speak from experience that in the 1970s, the rest of the world thought that Japan was still a very distinctive culture and very committed to, shall we call it, the above and beyond the Call of Duty ethic. They seemed very intense about that always. It was something that they took very seriously. They were known for. In fact, other people really liked things like Japanese products because you knew that they were going to be intense about, getting it done right. But to a guy raised by the standards of Onoda's era, this was not good. They lost something. And let me tell you what they probably lost, and the rest of the world would consider this to be a good thing. I think modern Japanese would, for the most part, too. They weren't prepared, every man, woman, and child, to sacrifice themselves anymore to the level of, the world's greatest military units, right? Act like Spartan hoplites, die on command of the emperor like Spartan hoplites. These people in the modern Japanese world were much more sensible. But in Hiro Onoda's world, there's a level of insanity that's starting to happen, and it's really complicated, but it kind of explains why the Japanese are this very distinctive, different major power in the Second World War, and why there's certain unique elements to the Pacific War against Japan that just wasn't present in the other theaters, because as we said, the Japanese weren't. Quick little rundown might explain some important things. And by the way, Japanese culture is much debated, as you would expect, extremely complicated, and definitely a place to be left to experts. But let's just say there are some pretty obvious things that we should take note of that might help explain how you get such a distinctive people. And let me use a word here that I like. I like the word intense. I will point out
Oh,
stepfather's
wait.
generation.
I already did this. I'm an idiot.
He believed that.
Well, it's okay. I killed some rams and stuff. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. It's all right.
Turned out a guy like Hiro
I forgot I already
Onoda
did this.
was
I already
turning
did
out
this.
fanatics.
That's okay.
And that's a word that was much used.
Save me a
amongst
good
fanatics.
5 or 10 minutes, you know.
They are automatons.
Or
They're
5 minutes,
robots.
like 5
And
minutes.
I should point out that
like
wartime
10
propaganda
minutes,
played
like
into
10
this,
minutes.
but Americans kind of had this image of both the German opponent in the Second World War and the Japanese opponent as robots, but different kind of robots. The German robot was like the Vision in the Avengers, cold, robotic, mathematical, efficient, precise, and deadly because of it, right?
Why do they
There's a
always quote
coldness and a
Marvel?
logical nature there.
I hate Marvel.
The Japanese is the other side of the robot spectrum. They're like foaming at the mouth, crazy robots. They don't stop. You have to. Their little finger will come after you if you leave that alone. I mean, they're ready to die for the emperor, excited to die for the emperor. They're a cartoon character that's extremely dangerous. And the word fanatic is a wonderful way to avoid having to look beneath the surface at any of the human motivations that might be involved. Right? A fanatic is just an A to B sort of knee-jerk in terms of, you know, the depth that they need to be examined. But real people that might be extremely motivated or feel extreme pressure and societal and cultural coercion to do something, for example, fly an aircraft piloted by them suicidally into an enemy ship, well, those people might have some really interesting motivations too, some interesting points of view. What do they think they're doing? What sort of a range of options and choices do they think they have? This becomes a much more human
What does a
story
stack
when
of
you
copper
realize two
ore
things.
go
One,
for?
any of us could have been born there. There's a certain randomness, even if you believe in, you know, a deity selecting everything about you. They could have selected that you end up in Japan in the 1920s and go to school with Hiro Onoda.
Your inventory is full.
Besides that,
that's good enough.
Approaching
there's a
Stargate.
certain understanding that what happened in Japan can happen again. It will happen differently. It never looks the same. But look at the elements involved and wonder if you can't imagine them being filtered instead of through a Japanese cultural filter, the cultural filter of your society, but used the same way and turned to the same kind of uses and maybe turning out the same kind of intensity.
Fervor.
That
Fervor is the word.
Japanese really seem to exude all throughout this story. Now, let me point out there's a wonderful phrase that was used by a rabbi to describe the Jewish people once, but I love it because I think it's a wonderful shorthand phrase that applies to a bunch of different, very distinctive people on the planet, and the Japanese are certainly one of those. So I'm going to substitute the word Jews with Japanese for this, but the rabbi said, the Japanese are like anyone else, only more so. Don't know if I got the exact wording correct, but the line is perfect because it denotes a level of intensity, right? They have all the same human qualities as you do. They just have them at a higher intensity level, right? You think you're a good gardener and your garden looks dumb when you're done, you know, raking it and taking care of it. Well, go look at a Japanese garden. You'll feel like you didn't do anything, right? The intensity with which they pay attention even to the little lines in the dirt. I mean, what happens if you take this intensity too far? Dial it up too high? Even if what we're talking about being intense about are things that you normally consider to be positives in a, you know, less intense level. I mean, you got patriotism, you got duty, you got love of country, sacrifice for the state. I mean, all these things that so many people today would consider positives. How high do you have to turn the dial up on the intensity level, though, before they backfire on you? I know we already have one superhero reference in this conversation because it just happened, didn't it? But I got another one only because the Japanese holdouts, to me, isn't that sort of like a Japanese version of the Captain America backstory? right? He's a Second World War person from the 40s, gets put to sleep essentially, gets awakened in the modern world, and is continually contrasting. You know, the last thing he sort of remembered, in his mind, it was like last week he was in the 40s with the world he finds now and the values and all these modern different things. Well, aren't all these holdouts who are like gone for decades, aren't they all like Captain Japans in that sense? I mean, the Japan of the 1970s, despite the rock music, the blue jeans, and the longer hair that would have been on display for this Japanese war veteran, but the Japanese of the 1970s were still like everyone else, only more so. But in the eyes of someone like Onoda, it seems his attitude was not more so enough.
Approaching station.
Now, let's acknowledge a few things right away. The first thing is it's one of the oldest tropes in history that people look back and pine away for a golden age that they missed that really never existed. And old people do this anyway, so you probably got some of that going on. Let me also say that I know from personal experience, because it's the era I grew up in, that in 1974, there were a lot of World War II veterans from the United States of America that didn't look too fondly on the direction American culture was going, or think that the intensity level of devotion to ideas like duty and honor and patriotism and self-sacrifice was strong enough in the American culture of those days. So in a funny way, these bitter opponents in the Second World War, the Japanese Imperial Army and the U.S., military, would have had something in common if they were reminiscing about the kids today in the early to mid-1970s. And yet on the surface, there does seem to be a little something different, doesn't there? From the Japanese to the Allied perspective, if you're pining away for the golden age on the Allied side, you're pining away for the things that brought you victory, right? If the kids today, had more honor, patriotism, love of country, we could do great things. Remember what we did in the war. We won the war, but the Japanese didn't win the war. The war was a tragedy for them on so many levels. So why would you look back on the values that kind of made you the kind of country you were, that you could fight a war like that fondly, if that's what it led to? Well, perhaps the devil's advocate counter-argument here is that yes, while these specific values and the intensity of the era, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most intense, the Japanese during the era Hiro Onoda's growing up in are at an 11. And yes, that got them into trouble eventually and led to, Japan's downfall as a great power. But the counter-argument that can be made is Japan never would have been a great power had it not been for the very specific, distinctive nature of the Japanese. And let's understand, this is a people not quite unique, but darn near unique in the period of colonial domination by the colonial powers of the Western world that managed to avoid that. They did not avoid it because anybody was going soft on anyone else or because Japan wasn't a tempting target to snap up. They avoided it because they created the kind of society and military that made it impossible for somebody to snap them up. And they did this while coming from way behind in the technological race in almost miracle-like fashion that I think, and remember, you are getting my little take on this whole thing, for good or ill, but the intensity of the Japanese character is in large part, I think, a factor in this. And when you start talking about, national characteristics, it bleeds very easily into weird territory, racism type stuff, but it's not a Japanese racial thing that accounts for the way they are. It's a cultural one. It's carrots and sticks. But by the way, full disclaimer here, there's going to be a lot of race talk in this program, not because it matters to me or because I think it's important, but because it matters to the people in this story and they think it's important. The late 19th, early 20th century is one of the high watermarks of, let's call it global racism and the pseudoscience of it, and it will impact this story. To give you just one example without going too deeply into it, there will be cases where, and we'll just take white Western society, I'm going to use the terms that are popular at the time period because that's going to keep us grounded, right? We'll use the terms they used contemporaneously, but there will be white military powers that will get badly hurt from misjudging the capabilities of a non-white power simply because in racial terms they considered them kind of subhuman. We don't have to worry about those people because, listen, we're white and I think the word they used were monkeys. And the payback for that karmically is to get your rear end handed to you by a bunch of people, that you underrated because of some weird construct of racial superiority that warped your perception of reality. And of course, warped perception of reality eventually meets the real reality. And there was some payback there. More on that in a little bit. My point is, we'll get to the racism thing and we'll talk about race because it matters in a story that's very multiracial in an era that's very racist. In this case, though, how do you figure out, who the Japanese are and why they are the way they are? Well, first of all, this is a subject for experts. Obviously, Japanese culture has been much debated, even in the United States. I remember as a kid when they started outselling us so much on cars, a fascination with this Japanese corporate culture and the way they did things. So this is a much talked about thing. For a person like yours truly, I can only hit the big points. There are some obvious things that you can look at and go, wow, that must have affected the story. I don't know how, I don't know to what degree, I don't know how it mixes with the other factors, but boy, you can't ignore that. There's a couple of those I want to get into here because it helps explain how we get to where we are. Every society in the world, right, is a blend of old and new. In the case of Japan, the proportion of old to new includes a lot more old than most places. This is by design, and their history kind of consciously shows not just how they preserve this distinctive way of life, but how trying to preserve their distinctive culture can get them in trouble where they then need those qualities of intensity and everything we were talking about before to dig them out of a hole of their own creation. There's this interesting dynamic between the Japanese wanting to remain distinctive that causes problems that then their distinctivity requires them to help them get out of. Without going too deeply into that, let me explain a little of the background here, these big events that even reading Japan for Dummies will help you understand. First of all, we all get the idea that geographically speaking, Japan has the opportunity to be different just because they're an island nation or in a series of islands. Having that little bit of water that cuts you off from the mainland allows you at times, sometimes depending on the situation, long times, to keep the ebbs and flows and tides and sometimes storms raging on the big continent away from your shores. Now, the fact that you're an island does not determine in any way, shape, and form how you develop. There's lots of different ways you could go for lots of different reasons. I mean, take a look at something on a map that theoretically should be pretty similar. Take a look at Japan on a map and then take a look at the British Isles. Theoretically, these places should be somewhat analogous, shouldn't they? And yet, the Japanese will have periods in their history where they, as much as possible, try to limit contact with the outside world. That's just the way they wanted to go for reasons that are understandable once we get into them. And the English and British, in a larger sense, are just the opposite. The very outgoing country might be a good way to put it. So outgoing that by the time, we're setting up this story we're getting into now, they directly or indirectly control a huge chunk of the globe. The Japanese culture is, of course, ancient, dates back to really early times, and the relationship that probably has meant the most in Japanese history to the development of that island nation is the one that they've had long-term with China, the Jupiter of East Asia. If you ask a Chinese person, they might say it's the sun. Not a necessarily impossible to justify point of view either. If you think about, China basically being the superpower of East Asia throughout most of human history, except for certain periods of time when it reaches certain low points in power, when the civilizational stock market dips for the Chinese stock. But most of the time, the China of the world
900 mil. Oh yeah.
China is, and it helps keep
and there's my money.
Sort of
there it is. There it is. Oh yeah.
Said that if you wanted to make an argument, you could perhaps say that the entire Second World War and the pre-Second World War in Asia is a result of China's historic weakness during that time period. And it's interesting because if you think about modern-day China plugged into that era, you can't imagine any of that happening at all. Instead, the normal powerhouse of the region, the Jupiter, is eclipsed in the time period leading up to the Second World War, which creates a vacuum that, like my professor said, if you wanted to, you could probably get a B+ on a paper where you tried to tie that together with the reason everything was happening, right? You have a vacuum in China and a very wealthy territory that seems to be available in an era where the great powers of the world probably could be compared to a bunch of ravenous sharks looking to snap up an increasingly small and dwindling supply of yummy territories. That, of course, later on in our story, in the case of the Japanese and the relationship to China, I had a buddy that compared it once to a big brother, little brother relationship, which I thought was kind of compelling. And here was his thinking. He said that China, of course, is big brother, and that for most of their early relationship, little brother tags along, learning from big brother, pretending to be big brother, emulating big brother. But at a certain point along the way, as they both, mature, there comes a time in their relationship where little brother can reliably kick big brother's ass. And that changes the nature of the relationship somewhat. If you're looking at this, though, through the wide-angle, long-view lens, I think you'd have to say that the relationship, despite the occasional sibling spats and pirate activity, has been peaceful and mutually beneficial, especially beneficial if you're looking at this from the Japanese point of view, because like all of China's neighbors, they will benefit continually and in an ongoing fashion over the centuries from Chinese innovations. Off the top of my head, think about writing that the Japanese take and convert to a Japanese style, but it's from China originally. A ton of philosophical ideas, an entire governmental organizational sort of template, religious concepts till the cows come home. My goodness, how about the most Japanese, as I think about it, institution of all? The emperor itself might be an innovation taken from China, maybe as far back as the 7th century AD. What's funny, though, is like all foreign innovations, the Japanese managed to take these things and turn them Japanese somehow, in a way that instead of changing Japan's distinctive culture, somehow is just woven into it. Now, there have been opportunities in history, we shall call them historical close calls, when Japan could have fallen victim to the same outcome that many wonderful, distinctive cultures all over Eurasia fell to at one time or another. Occasionally you get these great historical blending opportunities, sometimes that occur against the will of the people being blended, and this will take those wonderful, distinctive cultures and sort of homogenize them. If you're talking about whiskey, it's a blended sort of thing, whereas a place like Japan is a wonderful, distinctive single malt. Most of the time, the little bit of water separating Japan, as we said earlier, from being a part of these great blending opportunities. But in the late 1200s, you have a couple of close calls. The Mongol conquests are going on, and they're blending cultures all over Eurasia with each other, against their will. They will run out of room to conquer any more in East Asia. They run up against water eventually, but, the Mongol manifest destiny being what it is, by the time Genghis Khan's grandson, the great Kublai Khan, is on the throne of China, he'll launch 2 amphibious assaults over the waves on Japanese islands. First of all, imagine that for a minute.
Oh, yeah?
Late 1200s, tens of thousands
let me
of troops.
pause it. Sorry, I'm listening to a... what's up, Dave? EVE Online, it's a great game, Dave. It's free. It's a difficult game to understand, Dave. I can answer any questions for you that you have directly, but to try to describe EVE is a far too general topic. So if you ever need guidance, I can help you. But my best advice to you is EVE Online is free and will always remain free. It is free in a verifiable way where you can play it forever for free, and it takes nothing away. It doesn't nerf the UI or the graphics or anything. You can play the game for free for the rest of your life if you want. And you should play the game for free for the rest of your life if you want. If you jump in it, I expect you'll be like everyone else and it won't be the game for you. But if it is, then you're a very lucky individual, and, and it will take, or it's not take, but it will be there for you for many decades. It is a sim. If you like the idea of playing with model spaceships, in a very sim-like manner. If you like the idea of a submarine game, Eve is for you. If you like naval combat, yes, there's a very, very good storyline to Eve. I can crash course the storyline for Eve for you. If you would like, that's something I can do for you. So these are the videos that CCP, the company who made EVE Online themselves, have done. Hopefully they're helpful to you, Dave. I'm not going to watch this whole video, but we're going to watch some of it. The best way to understand EVE is it means empire versus empire. And if that appeals to you, then it'll be fun. But you don't want to be a cog in the machine. You want to have a solo life. So that requires a lot of learning. So if you feel like you want to jump into a new game and have it lovingly, embracingly hold you, EVE Online is a good game like that because it takes that kind of dedication. You've got to learn it, like Final Fantasy XI.
A century had passed since they discovered the Eve Gate.
So a century has passed. It's been 100 years since they opened the Eve Gate. 100 years in the human life, right? The Eve Gate is
a wormhole. Passage to a remote corner of the universe. New Eden.
New Eden. Or, Dave... no, not at all. No. It runs on potatoes. It'll run on it. I mean, the client is like the best MMO client ever made. For a while, the client even had a browser in it in the utilities until they realized that it was totally superfluous to a normal browser and that nobody was using it. But even the client's so good that it even used to have a browser in it, believe it or not. You could use it to go pull EVE Online information and hold it in a window while you were playing the game. The client is to die for. The client's really, really good. Whatever you want the client to do, like Dave watched, like if you have a potato, you just come to optimize settings and you pop it to memory, and within 5 seconds, right? And whether it's HD, no, the load time in EVE Online is basically non-existent, Dave. You'll get a frame rate drop when you do jumps between systems, but you notice it took me I've got a good computer, but it took me 5 seconds to drop to potato settings, and I do this all the time because it's the best client that any game's ever had. Steam will get it for you. Steam will get it for you if you have a good internet connection inside of 10 minutes. It's a small client. It's maybe 26 gigs, I think, something like that. It'll fit on your D drive just fine. And Eve has loading times when you jump between systems, but those won't take any longer for you than if you had an SSD or a hard drive. I would say EVE Online will run just fine on any drive. It's the most optimized client in existence, Dave. And I don't mean this because I'm fucking around or trying to brag about it or something. I really fully mean it. This is the most optimized client in video game history because it's existed for 20 years. The only other ones that I can think of that are this good are like World of Warcraft or like EverQuest, right? EverQuest, EVE Online, World of Warcraft, they all have like basically perfect UIs that'll do whatever you want. EVE Online has the best one. Now, learning EVE Online to even be able to fly around, Dave, is a lot like learning Windows. EVE Online is like Windows, and I'll show you an example here. I can do this freely, right? I'm going to pop the graphics again because that doesn't help us to kill it. Like flying in EVE Online is a lot like using Microsoft Windows, Dave. It's entirely a right-click and drag situation. It's not like EVE Online is not like a combat game where you fire, you like click and it fires a weapon. It's an auto swing game like Final Fantasy XI. You go out, you talk target something, you hit F1 or F2, and you orbit around it, and you do this all by right-clicking and doing menus and stuff. So I'll show you an example of it, and if that appeals to you, then you can play EVE. If you're looking for a space shooter, EVE is not it. EVE Online is like the closest games to EVE Online would be old school RuneScape and Final Fantasy 11. There's only like 2 games. Well, there's and also EverQuest. EverQuest is also another one like that. Auto swingers, right? Like Final Fantasy 11, where so if I want to go somewhere, Dave, I right click space like Microsoft Windows, and I go, oh, there's a planet. I want to go over to the planet, and I want to warp. This guy's scanning me for some dumbass reason. Dr. J.H. Watson. He's like fucking like this guy just targeted me, but I mean I warped anyways, but I didn't have anything in my IBIS, but he wanted to see, this is a PvP game, so that guy wanted to see what was in the belly of my ship, so he used the cargo scanner without my permission to fucking scan what was inside my ship, kind of like, remember, The Fifth Element, right, where they scan Corbin Dallas's apartment inside of 3 seconds, and they find like a biological unit or something that doesn't comply with their normal like ideals of what your apartment should be. And that's kind of like what that guy just did to me. He cargo scanned me, and if that appeals to you, EVE Online might be your game. If you don't like the idea of somebody anally raping you at any given time, don't play EVE Online, because EVE Online has no rules, really. The only rules are that the cops will destroy your ship if you try to kill someone in high sec, which is the center of known space. So the center of known space, Dave, is EVE Online, right? Center of known space is Final Fantasy 11. The middle ring is Fortnite, or say World of Warcraft near Stormwind or something like that, right? Guards, but not really like any rules. You can still gank people and stuff. And then the outer ring is like Escape from Tarkov, in the respect that like out here anybody can just push your shit back, exactly like Escape from Tarkov or Rust or, you know, DayZ. So if you like those survival games, Dave, EVE Online's good for that. So now, but if you want to understand what EVE Online is, it's Windows navigation of a submarine world. So here's like an example of the system that I'm in. I am in the system Jita. It is the center of the known universe, right? 13 ships have been destroyed in the last hour because there's no dueling in EVE. There's only destroying other ships. So if you do a duel in EVE, you're going to lose the ship. That's another thing. Don't ever duel anybody in EVE unless you want to lose your ship. The cops won't protect you. That's not their job. So, you know, they're there to punish you. They're not there to protect you. So the cops will not stop you from dueling. Dueling leads to death. There's no magic powers in EVE that's going to renew your health bar at the end of the duel or something like that. It's entirely real, like Escape from Tarkov or Rust or like, you know, what's another one? Marauders or Psycho Frontier or one of those, right? So I'm in this system. This is what the system looks like on this, and then the mini map looks like this, and like this one in the corner. And I can right click this, and I can say, oh, this is what the system looks like. Here's all the moons, kind of like Star Wars, right? And I'm like, oh, I want to go to this Jita 7 Moon 2. I right click it and I go to my menu and I go 100 kilometers. If you can understand that, Dave, you can play EVE Online. The only other part of it is, instead of hitting enter twice like Final Fantasy 11 to go auto swing against like say like a bee or like a mandragora or something, right? In this you target something, and I'll have to show you an example of this. I can't really do this without dying, however, because there are cops, and if you fire a weapon on a citadel or something, I won't fire my weapons, but I'll show you the targeting. You've seen this before. So you right click around like Windows to go to wherever you want to go, and I flew to this moon right now. I'm at this moon. Now I can go to this moon in terms of, if I go to show info, see what solar systems it in. I can get a bunch of information about it. And the show info is another big part about EVE Online. If you can understand that, you can understand right-clicking space like Windows to go to places, you'll be okay in EVE Online. If you can't understand Microsoft Windows, you can't do EVE Online, because all EVE Online is Microsoft Windows, essentially. So, but it also susses out like an auto battler, like Final Fantasy 11. But instead of Final Fantasy, the closest game out there that I can think of to Final Fantasy 11 would be EVE Online, or old school RuneScape, in the respect that EVE Online has the same exact equip system that Final Fantasy 11 does. So if you liked Final Fantasy 11 for 20 years, EVE Online won't be too much of a jump for you. It's the exact same thing. The way Final Fantasy 11's loot system works like this, Dave, where the top racks are the weapons, right? There's like weapons across the top racks, right? The same system is here. You can't see it because my picture is blocking it, but in Final Fantasy, yeah. So if you like FFXI, EVE Online can be very close to it, but instead of walking your character around, Dave, you jump around from gate to gate. So I'll do system jumps here. I'll go get my other ship, my badass ship, in a different system. So I look at my personal assets, like think folders in Microsoft Windows, Dave, right? So I have personal assets. There's a folder for that. If you go to the EdenCom menu in the top left, you see there's stuff having to do with finance, right? Regional market, market orders, wallet, contracts, multi-buy, and Hypernet Relay, which is gambling, right? Anything having to do with finance, right? So I'm attempting to do something called personal assets, which is in my personal stuff, which is like, oh, sorry, in my inventory. There's personal assets and inventory. So I'm looking at personal assets and I want to find something. Not today, no. Starfield is Thursday. For the US, it's Thursday, which is in 2 days. No, I'm sorry. Today's now Wednesday, so it's in 1 day. It's in 1 day. Tonight, I still get to, well, tonight being, in 15 hours, I will do another shift, and then I will go to bed at like 6 in the morning and wake up at 2. I'm sorry. I will go to bed at like 2 in the morning on tomorrow night, like tonight really, but it's tomorrow night, and then I will get up at 11 a. I'm sorry, at 2. I will sleep until 2, so I'll sleep from 6 until 2. I'll get up at 2 p.m. and I'll check the zombie server in the hopes that the zombie server is up, and I will do a 3-hour. I will do a 3-hour rust zombie wipe, and then probably 11 hours of Starfield Premium Edition at Thursday, 5 p.m. PST. What time will it be on Thursday? 5 p.m. PST in the UK, right? So this will be for you 1 a.m. At 1 a.m. in London, I will go live for 12 hour, or sorry, yeah, like 10 hours something of all Starfield for the entire thing. And I will do a deep dive of Starfield. The next day I will wake up and I will do at 3 a.m. in London. The next day after that, I will be doing come see Starfield for free, man. Also, if you want Starfield, Dave, it's on. It's probably right now. If we look at Xbox, right, it's coming to Xbox that day for $100. Otherwise, you can play Ultimate Game Pass for $1 if you want to do the trial. They brought that back, so you can do a trial for Xbox Game Pass, and you can play Starfield for free and check it out for yourself. Bethesda loves us and wants us to be happy, and so if you want to play Starfield, it only costs $1. It's right here on Xbox Game Pass. It's coming on 9/5. So somebody sent me a chat. Did they chat from? Oh no, yeah. So play this game for $1, Dave. You can't go wrong. Yeah, Starfield's coming. Bethesda wants you to play it for $1. Come play Starfield, even if it sucks. Who cares? It's $1. You know what I'm saying? The only reason I spent money on it is so I could play it 5 days early and have some like extra skins and bullshit that I don't care about, right? But the main reason I spent $40 extra and bought the game outright is because it's on my Steam. So when I play it, the other people on Steam, if they ever want to come check out my Steam account, right, they can see that I have good taste in games. I don't know why my Steam account won't pop right now. Please. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. It was on my other screen. So yeah, they can see that I have good taste in games. So I bought Starfield here on Steam for $100, and I do this because eventually I'll probably have like 1,000 hours in Starfield or something, and I want people to know that, like, later on in 20 years they're gonna be like, oh, did Skycat play Starfield? And they'll come back to my Steam account and they'll see that yes, I did play Starfield for 1 to 2 to 3 to 4K hours or something. So I bought it on Steam for big dick bragging rights, so that I can, brag to the fucking world about my big dick. Yeah. I gotta play Remnant. Oh my god, I haven't played Remnant in a long time. Remnant, man, I put it down for like 2 weeks and I really gotta play Remnant, but there's too many good games. Starfield will be both, Dave. It's both. Both third person and first person, like every other Bethesda game in history, except for Staggerfall. Think new Bethesda, Dave. Like, new Bethesda. It's going to be Skyrim. It's going to be, Oblivion. Fallout 4. Fallout New Vegas. It's going to be that shit. It's going to be that. That's what Starfield is. It's going to be amazing. And you can play it for $1. You're invited. Come play Starfield for $1. You know what I'm saying? Come play Starfield for $1. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Or whatever a trial membership to Xbox Game Pass costs in the UK or whatever. If not, just pay the $15 and then you have it forever. You don't have it forever, but you have it for whatever you like. The most that Starfield costs for anybody with a brain is $15 a month, I guess. So yeah, come play it for a month and then forget it. Who cares? Starfield's going to be so good. There are people on the internet right now, Dave, who are killing NPCs. They're killing NPCs until Starfield hits, right? People are really hyped for this, Dave. This is going to be a fucking amazing event of our lifetimes. It's going to be so amazing. Yeah. What empire should I go to, buddy? So we're going to talk about the races in EVE, right? They're the EVE races. There are 4 races in EVE, Dave. There is the Caldari, the Almar, the Galente, and the Minmatar, right? Caldari are like the Westerners who like order and stuff like that. I would say the Amar are kind of like the French. The Galente are like the Spanish, and the Minmatar are like Russian. But the race doesn't matter. You can fly any ship in the game. Race never matters. The only time race ever matters, Dave, is in this one particular menu, right? The only time it ever matters what your race is, the only time, right? There's 2 times that it matters, right? I got to get it back in the station now. I'm sorry. I just don't want to die here. Hold on just a second. So now I've shown you what flying in EVE is. It's like Microsoft Windows, right? Races in EVE. The only time it ever matters is when you look at faction warfare, which is the battlegrounds in EVE, right? So if you roll Caldari, even then it doesn't matter. You can play for any race. You can fight for any race. So race does not matter, nor should it matter ever, Dave. Race does not ever matter, ever. Anybody can be Alexander the Great. Anybody can be Mahatma Gandhi, excuse me. Race never matters, and it doesn't matter in EVE. The only time that it ever is different, Dave, is how it affects your bottom line skills, right? Your bottom line skills. So in Final Fantasy, your bottom line skills, right? They are your strength, your dexterity, your vit, your agi, your intellect, your mind, your charisma, right? You will see these represented here in EVE Online in your character screen. Under your character menu up here in the top left, you will find perception, memory, willpower, intelligence, and charisma. The race that you pick will force you into a certain way to spec. These abilities only dictate how fast you can learn certain skills. So, like, for instance, Caldari can learn missiles faster because Caldari's the Americans have been messing with missiles for a long time. So the Americans do missiles well. But everybody does something different. So the French do lasers well. The Russians do armor tanking well. The Spanish do drones well. It's so sort of crazy. Like, that's Caldari, Amar. So racial choices don't matter. All it matters is you might be able to train missiles on a Caldari character faster than you would be able to learn drones. Slightly faster. I'm talking like a Caldari character will reach level 5 missiles, right? This is represented here under missiles. You're going to see stuff like heavy missiles, right? A Caldari character will be able to level heavy missiles the fastest out of the 4 races, the same way that a Galente player will level like lasers faster. Lasers faster. And a Mimitar player will level armor tanking in structure, right? For structure management. That's sorry, not structure management, but what is it? It's like ships, spaceship command, I think it is. Yeah. Or not spaceship command. It is, I believe it's engineering. No, it's not engineering. It's armor. Here it is, right? So, Mimitar tanks are armor ships, right? I'll show you them here. I'll show you the racial differences in the ship tree here, right? So we start with the Mar. They have cool ships, and I'll just do the frigates, because frigates will be what you're flying, Dave, right? So it's kind of like additional information that's valuable to you. I tried to zoom in, and I can't. There we go. So of the Amar frigates, you see ships that have small energy turret, Dave, which is like lasers, right? Lasers. Small energy turret. Weapon disruptors. So the Amar are very good at lasers, right? So they have laser ships. If you like the idea of shooting lasers, like in Fallout having laser guns, right? Laser guns never miss, Dave. So they're very accurate. But they also, they can miss if the target keeps moving away from the laser. But they can't. But they don't miss easy. They don't miss very easy. They almost always hit. So lasers are very accurate, but they also don't hurt as much as, say, missiles. Missiles blow up in your face and kill you. Lasers fry you slowly. So, lasers are powerful, but they're not the end-all be-all of weaponry. That'd be like honestly, lasers are the end-all be-all of weaponry. That's a Titan. The Titan shoots a giant laser. So lasers are the end-all of weaponry, but racially, Caldari is the missile ships. You're going to see remote shield boosters. You're going to see the Kestrel and the Bantam with... I don't know why it's not popping the tooltip there. There we go. Remote shield booster, light missiles, right? Light missiles. Caldari likes missiles. So the takeaway here is Caldari likes missiles. Amar likes lasers. Galente likes armor repairing and small hybrid turret. Amar is Galente likes hybrid stuff, which means it's half laser, half bullet, right? And they're also really good at, they like hybrid turrets, but they're very good at artillery. They don't like artillery. They like hybrid stuff, which is half laser, half bullets, right? So if you like the idea of hybrid stuff, which is like artillery that shoots half laser, half bullets that kill you really fast, right? That's Galente. And then Mimitar is armor tanked, small projectile turrets. They like gunnery. They like machine guns, Gatling guns, small projectile turrets and stuff. That's the racial differences. So the race that you pick will allow you to train those things slightly faster. So say if you pick Caldari, you're going to learn missiles 10% faster than the other 3 races. There is no difference. They're all different. They're all wonderful. There is no difference. There's no superior race. There's no 85% Horde, 15% Alliance. All 4 of the races are about equal. Everybody rolls differently. Everybody's looking for something different. And most people have no idea what they're rolling anyway, so they just random pick, which is what I suggest you do, Dave. Just random pick a race and move forward. Racial differences never matter. They don't ever affect your gameplay, ever. So... there is no more, I'm sorry. So Caldari is dominant, Dave, in the faction warfare. So if you want to be on the dominant side in faction warfare, which shouldn't matter to you because unless you're only living out in low sec, only doing faction warfare, you can see that the blue stations are definitely fatter. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 1, 2, 3 whole quadrants, right? Caldari only fight against the Galente, which is the green guys, right? Yeah, if you want to be, and I'm Caldari. If you want to be this, if you want to be my race, that's Caldari. The only reason I went Caldari is all of my real life friends went Caldari. They felt that the American approach hit them better. You as a Brit, Caldari is actually mostly a nod at you. The Caldari Empire is mostly British, I would say. It's more of a Star Wars Empire approach with, instead of monarchies, just like the Galactic Empire, right? The Galactic Empire in EVE Online is Caldari. And so we're considered to be kind of stuffy, and we're kind of like law-abiding, and we're kind of militaristic, and we tend to fight a lot of wars against the Galente. We tend to rob them and move into Afghanistan for a long time, and if you like colonial dominance, Caldari will fit your personality the best. And honestly, you should be blessed to feel that way. Most of the known rest of the world identifies as French or Spaniard or Russian or Chinese, right? And these are represented here. I will show you here, right? So we look at Eve Sovereign, right? Eve Sovereignty. This is represented in I think it's asking to pick a ship. No, it's gonna put you in the same ship that it puts you everyone else in, Dave. The Corvette. Yeah, you're gonna want to do the starter missions and the agency. They're represented here under agents and missions. You're gonna see what's called the career agents, Dave. An EVE pilot in the first throes of their love affair with EVE Online, when they finally learn true freedom and what it actually means, they will go to the career agents and orient towards what they want to do for money, Dave, because the best thing that you can understand about EVE Online is your pocket, right? Your wallet. It's exactly like Final Fantasy 11. You cannot get by in this. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. You can get by with no money in this game just fine. You can be a broke ass and do just as well as anybody else. But if you want to fly the big boy ships, you better worry about your money. If you want to worry about money, you must understand what you're going to do for money. If you want to kill stuff like Final Fantasy 11 to get its loot, you should start in an enforcer, right? If you want to be a peaceful industrialist and only ever sit in Jita or Amar or Heck or Ren's, those are the racial auction houses. Think like Ogrimmar, Stormwind, 7 Stars, and you know, whatever, right? So if you want to do production or crafting, you don't ever have to fire a shot in EVE Online, Dave. You can do entirely production, and they will teach you how to do that. And if you don't ever want to fire a shot, you just want to be a crafter, I suggest you start with industrialist. And an industrialist is 2 different disciplines, right? It's production of materials through industry. And Dave, industry looks like this. This is the crafting panel in EVE Online. You can pull it from your Edencom. It looks like this. It's called industry, right? So I get blueprints, like this augmented Vespa blueprint. I tell it to use the blueprint. It tells you what materials you're going to need. You get these materials by either killing things, producing things, or mining, right? So most people in EVE Online, they start out mining, and they think, oh my god, I can't kill anybody, I suck, I don't have any skill. And they're accurate in thinking that, and they do get killed all the time. So they're like, okay, well, I want to go a peaceful route. I don't want to be an enforcer. I keep dying dying all the time. So they think industrialists, right? And the peaceful disciplines in EVE Online are industrialist and explorer, right? So you don't ever have to fire well, you do have to fire a little bit of shots in Explorer, but and you can do combat as an Explorer, but it's mainly scanning, and scanning looks like this, Dave. Scanning is a slow, long process. Most people, when they start out in EVE Online, they go the Explorer route, and Explorer will teach you EVE Online the best. Combat won't do it. Industrialist won't do it. If you want to learn EVE Online the best, you must start in Explorer, and once you have a foundation and understanding Explorer, you will be able to do these other things. But I don't suggest you jump into combat yet until you've done Explorer. Explorer will help you with the main like core of the game, which is like finding stuff called combat sites. They're represented here in combat, scanning, or hacking, or relic, or data sites, right? The Explorer is where the real money is, Dave, but you almost never have any violence in this route. So if you're scared of EVE Online, if you're scared of the PvP, and honestly, you should start Explorer anyways. My suggestion to you is to start Explorer and go do that discipline, and they're going to tell you where to go, and they're going to walk you through it as you do the tutorial. There's 5 disciplines. There's Enforcer, Industrialist, Explorer. Soldier of Fortune is PvP, Dave. So if you only ever want to kill other people, right, get used to, if you only ever want to do warfare and killing of others, I suggest you get started in Soldier of Fortune early. If you're sick of being a Care Bear all your life and you're obsessed with this idea of getting your frustrations out on other people, kind of like Tarkov or Rust or something, I suggest you start with Soldier of Fortune. And then there's the Industrialist Entrepreneur, Dave, which means hauling. It's like you buy ingredients in China and you fly them to America, and you sell them here to rich white fat Americans who have too much money, and you make more money selling your Chinese goods in America than you make a lot of money selling American goods in China. And that's what industrialist entrepreneur is. It's like a businessman who moves goods around, and they worry about the price of Veldspar. I'll show you an example of industrialist. I have discipline across all of these, right? I have discipline across all of these. I can do all of these, but it took me 12 years to learn to be able to do all of these. I can scan, I can produce, I have blueprints and blueprint originals, I have skills in industry. I didn't just say I had skills in industry, I actually have all of my industry skills mostly capped. I have all of my explorer skills mostly capped. I have a lot of PvP ability on 2 different characters. I have producer ability, but I haven't used it yet, so I haven't ever touched any of the ore that I've ever farmed over the last 12 years. When I was waiting to jump into industrialist, right? So Dave, think about it this way, right? Imagine if for 12 years you went out to Ottawa Chasm and you farmed, you mined elemental ore for 12 years. That's what I did. I farmed elemental ore for 12 years and I stuck it here in Jita and I didn't use it. So one of these days I'm going to hop to industrialist and I'm going to use 12 years of pent up farming. And it's all sitting in a very safe station that will never be touched by anyone ever. And I can just jump into industrialist producer. I've never done it yet, but I have the skills already trained, right? And I can use the materials that I farmed over the last 12 years to become a billionaire overnight. And I've been a billionaire before in EVE Online, not in the real world, but I've been a billionaire before, and it's very time intensive. So one of the ways that you can avoid all the time intensive stuff is production. Production is just this little screen, right? You go to industry and you make something like the crafting menu in Minecraft. It's the exact same thing as Minecraft, but about 10,000 times deeper than Minecraft, right? The production in Minecraft is piddling, and the production in Rust is piddling compared to EVE Online. It's like piddling. The production in Rust, the production in World of Warcraft, the crafting in World of Warcraft is piddling compared to EVE Online. Like, all of these ships have to come from somewhere. All of those ships have different fittings. All of those fittings must be produced. They don't fall out of the sky somewhere. I mean, they do when you kill mobs, but but production has to happen at some level. So, it's a deep game like that respect. And I don't want to dump any more information than I need to anymore, but understand, like, the main things that you need to worry about right now at this stage of your first day is the career agents. Learn all of them and learn them carefully and learn them slowly. If you actually like Eve, learn them carefully and learn them slowly. Look at that. One of my Augs sold for 100 million right there. That right there, Dave, I made 200 million right there. See it? 200 million is about $7.50 American. And it costs that much too. So I just made about $7.50 American. You could become an illegal ISK seller, and people would buy the ISK, and people do buy the ISK. So if you're ever to do an RMT career, EVE Online is your best bet because you can run for free across 10 different clients. You can multi-box 10 different clients for free, and you can pay for all of them while you mine with all of them. And your greatest MMO nerd dreams that you've ever dreamed of can be lived out on EVE Online, and people do live them out. In almost every single system in EVE Online is a 5-boxer, because 5-boxers can do really, really, really fucking well here. I'm talking like make real life money, maybe, you know? Like 5-boxers can do really, really well here, and the game's built around that because there's no rules. So one of the things the CCP did is they just like 20 years ago they were like, guess what, guys? There's no rules except no sex, no hookers, no buying or selling the currency for real life money. And that's it. Those are the only 3 rules and the only 3 ways that you can get banned in EVE. If you can think of some terrible way to get somebody to quit the game and then give you their password, that's considered legal by the CCP devs. They don't care if you harass that person. They don't care what you did. There are no rules in EVE Online. And that's another reality that you must understand as well. There are no rules here. And also everything can be contracted. So if you want to haul something, you can make a contract to haul something right here in the finance thing. You don't have to make the trip from Juno to Bastock, right? Or Juno to Sandoria, right? You can pay some other Final Fantasy XI player in the big EVE Online sandbox to do the hauling for you. And you don't have to move 400 cornets to the sheep in Selbina. You can pay some other player like $10 to do that for you. And so this is represented here in the finance menu under contracts, Dave. And if you understand contracts, you're going to understand EVE Online. It's the core of EVE Online is the contracts, right? If there's something that you can do in EVE Online, you can sell that for money. Be it spying, be it farming, be it selling items, selling legendary items. It doesn't matter what it is. In the finance menu is a wonderful menu called contracts here. And that's all skill based. So the more skills you have in it, the better you can do. And you could sell everything but sex. You could sell everything but sex. Everything but sex. I'm just kidding. So if you wanted to, you could say, I'm selling, you could write a contract that said, I have a bookmark for every system in EVE. I am selling that for 20 billion ISK. And you're going to get a buyer. You're going to get a buyer fast. 20 billion ISK is... I don't know what a Plex is. I don't know what a Plex right now is 2 billion ISK, right? So that's $25. So like 20 billion ISK is got to do the math of it here in my head. It's 2 billion per $25. So 10 times 2 would be 10 times 25. So you could sell your knowledge of the game for the equivalence of $250 US. And you will get a buyer through the contract menu. You will get a buyer. You'll get somebody who really values that information because they're playing EVE really serious face, right? And there's 3 rules in EVE. I've written them out before, but I'll tell them to you now. Don't fly, which you can't afford to lose. If you have a personality that likes to drive around sports cars, you're not going to do well in EVE. You're going to get your fucking sports car taken away from you in the ghetto or even in New York City. It doesn't matter. If you drive a sports car around all the time, you're going to get that shit taken from you. And that's EVE Online. That's the first rule, which is don't fly, which you can't afford to lose. And these are the 3 rules of EVE, Dave. They're really important for real life too. Don't fly, which you can't afford to lose. That's the first one. Second, second one is internet spaceships are serious business. And I mean this, I didn't write this, someone else did. Internet spaceships are serious business, which means that if you think someone's going to rob you, they will rob you. They will show up 18 hours later to the minute. I saw it yesterday. Someone waited 2.5 hours until I logged in, and they were waiting there where I logged in. They waited 2.5 hours in my stream, and they waited. And in the minute that I logged in, they were there waiting for me with a tackle, and they killed me. And they took a 580 million ISK ship from me, which is like the equivalent of, like, I don't know, $13 or something like that, right? Or not even. It's like $7.50. It's like $7.50. So, like, reality is a thing in EVE. Like, what I'm getting at here is with the contract system also comes reality. There's no price gouging in EVE. I mean, there is, but it doesn't last, right? There's no mistreatment. There's no, like everything's dead serious face because it's a simulation. It is not a model model spaceship game. It's more like a Empire versus Empire game. And if you suspect that someone's going to kill you, they probably will. And so this is in the contract system is at the core of this. And it sucks, but it is. And that's all the information that I care to dump on you right now. Now I'm going to play the game until you have further questions. Because the other problem with EVE Online is it's the most technical game ever made. So if you dump information on somebody far too fast, they will literally fall asleep from the amount of information that they're trying to absorb with how fast somebody in EVE Online is trying to teach them. We call this overwhelm. Right? It's overwhelm, right? So, yeah, I'm not going to overwhelm you any further, but I mean, I can talk like this, and I have talked like this for months on end. I can talk about this for months on end. EVE Online is one of my great passions, so understand, like, you know, if you need to know something, I can probably tell you at least some information about it. I might not have flown a Titan, but I can tell you a lot of things about a Titan. Titans are roughly $30,000 US. So if you ever wanted to dominate the big boys, EVE Online is the place to do it. It's not Rust or Tarkov or one of those. It's EVE Online. The big boy fight is on EVE Online. Thousands of players all fighting in unity with each other for a common goal. You've seen it on my channel before. Big boy game is the takeaway. If you're coming here for fun, you won't have a good time. It's a big boy game. It'll become fun once you fall in love with the idea of learning the game. At that point, knowledge will become like money for you, and it did for me too. Once the knowledge is like money for you, you will have fun with EVE. Otherwise, you're just gonna get your shit pushed back and your shit taken from you. And most people can't play EVE, and that's all the overwhelm that I'm gonna do. Now I'm going to play EVE. You might like mining. Most people start mining, but I suggest you start with exploration.
Your skill has increased.
EVE Online resets every day, Dave, at like 4 whatever it is, like 12. It's 2400 UTC. I don't know what 2400 UTC is in the UK. Right now, okay, so at 1 a.m. in the United Kingdom, these CCP boys in Iceland, Reykjavik, right? They shut down at 1 a.m. your time. It's like midnight for them, I think, actually. It's like midnight for them. Yeah, UTC, right? So at 1 a.m. Every day for you, I think it's 12 a.m. UTC. I don't know when it is. It's like, yeah, it's in 4 hours. Sorry, it's at 12 o'clock. It's at 12 o'clock UTC. It's high noon, actually. It's not noon. It's not 2400. It's 1200. So at 1 p.m. time, United Kingdom, Dave, every day, EVE Online shuts down for 20 minutes. So every day. So you can count on this. If you're out in space, they're going to shut the server down whether you like it or not. So every day at 1 p.m. your time, they shut the server down for 20 minutes. This is important to understand. And welcome to EVE Online. If you, hey Dave, if you send me your character name, I'll send you 100 million ISK right now. That's what I do for my people in my stream who actually like me, who actually come and talk to me and stuff. If they come play EVE Online, ask anybody else. I gave them all 100 million. Everybody in my clan, I gave them 100 million, and I'll do the same for you. I'll give you 100 million right now. Go buy a ship skin on me. Just put your Eve chat, either send it to me Discord if you're worried about privacy. DSX, oh my god, you got a good name, Dave. No fucking way, you got a good name, Dave. Yeah. So I'm gonna walk you through something else here. So I want you to look at what I'm doing here on my screen, right? I am typing in DSX. I want you to type in the 2 words, Cat Sky. It's going to look like this, right? Type in Cat Sky in your chat right here. Cat Sky. I want you to highlight it like Windows, right? You're going to right click and you're going to see Auto Link. And this is like the auto translator in Final Fantasy XI, Dave. It'll translate anything in the game into every single language in the game, including a player's name. So you're going to come down to a character named Cat Sky. It's perfectly spelled. That's my name, Cat Sky, right there. You're going to pull him, right? Cat Sky. You're going to right click. You're going to hit enter yeah, you're going to hit enter. You are going to right click my name. You're going to add, I got to put your name in, right? And you're going to see my bio. Every character in the game has a bio, including you. So you're going to see my RP bio with all my links and everything. Like Final Fantasy XI's Bizarre comment, right? They stole that all from EVE Online. Everything Final Fantasy XI did, they stole from EVE Online. So now, item type, but I'm going character DSX, right? And I see that, is it just, there's a lot of DSXs, Dave. What's the exact spelling? Is it all caps? I think it probably is, huh? Got to make sure I send the money to the right person is the problem. Where's my chat? I'm sorry. Let me pull my chat here. Oh, my chatty is over there. All caps DSX. Okay, very good, Dave. You got a very good name. Very good name. There you are. So now I'm gonna say first of all, now I've got your name as an auto link. It's being translated to every language out there, right? It's exactly like the auto translator in Final Fantasy XI. And now I can add contact is what I suggest you do, right? Come to add contact and come put me as excellent standing, add contact to buddy list, and then send the notification to me. And you'll know that I think that you're a good person and I keep you in excellent standing because you've been in my life for a long time. Anyone else, Dave, I suggest you put them under good standing. And when you meet somebody who treats you badly, definitely mark them frowny face. Mark them red, mark them orange, and keep track of it because it's one server and that guy might show up again. You can't hide from him. He will show up again and he'll bully you again. So if you got bad standing with somebody, take a note about it through the right click menu over somebody's name. So now I'm sending the add contact, right? And now you'll see a notification in your little notification feed that I sent the thing letting you know that I made you my friend. And now got to make sure. Yep, for less than 1 day, there's you. Yep, you came alive just 13 minutes ago. Congratulations. Happy birthday, Dave. Welcome to Tranquility and EVE Online. I'm very happy you're here, and to show you this, I will do so in the best way that an EVE pilot can do so, which is giving you fucking money. So I'm going to give you money right now. I normally don't do this, but I will with... oh, you're getting a cutscene right now. Okay, yeah, well, cool. I'll wait 5 minutes, Dave, and I'll send you money when you're back out again. You can and should keep dossiers on people and remember how they treat you. Like, the stream sniper thinks I won't put him in jail, but the problem is I will put him in jail. And you know, remember the people that fuck you over. Never forget. You know what I'm saying? So, wow. Oh, yeah, I made all my sales, right? It's showing you how to mine. Yeah, so mining is fun, Dave. You can do it while you're AFK jacking off. You can do it while you're talking to your wife. You can do it while you're AFK. And I suggest you do it or you won't have any money. Actually, you will have money because I'm giving you money. You will have money. Do not spend this money, Dave. Do not spend this money for a while except for ship holes. The only thing I give you permission to spend this money for, Dave, is ship holes and ship equipment. Don't be buying skins. Don't be buying things that you don't understand. The only thing this money is for basic ship holes and basic ship equipment. That's it. Don't be blowing it on skins or anything dumb. Yeah, like use the money wisely to buy cheap frigates, right? What you want to do is you want to go to the ship tree in Caldari. And you want to look at, well, I'm interrupting you, but I'll show you the ship tree, right? So right now, you're going to pick your Caldari frigate that you like. My suggestion to you is sorry, I'm on the wrong thing here. My suggestion to you is the Kestrel. There it is, Kestrel. They're going to start you off with a Merlin, but you should gravitate to Kestrel because it has light missiles, and missiles are fun. Missiles are really fun, Dave. So you're going to want to buy, an approved usage of that money is buying 10 Kestrels. 10 Kestrels is only 6 million ISK. You have 100 million ISK, right? So one of the ways that you can spend this money that's a good way to spend the money is buying lots of Kestrels and losing lots of Kestrels while you learn the game. That's a good approved use of the money. Buying a skin for the Kestrel is not until later. Just saying. Now you can get a skin for the Kestrel for 1 million ISK, and I suggest you do. But I mean, like generally you want to be buying hulls. Buy hulls and ship equipment with the money that I just gave you. Congratulations. Welcome to EVE Online. Happy birthday. ILY Dave. And if there's no such thing as a stupid question. There's only stupid people who don't ask. So if you got some question, don't think it's going to embarrass yourself. Don't think like, hey, Kat, I don't know how to exit the station. That's an okay question to ask me. Any question that you've got, I don't care what it is. If you got something that's really stumping you, bring it to me. I've been cultivating this community for like 11 years, and I'm not going to stop now. I'll answer your questions. I'll sit in the rookie chat, and I'll answer the questions for hours on end just for fun. So I want to mine a lot, but I won't need space or a bigger ship. Start with the Venture, Dave. They're going to give you a Venture. You won't be able to fly a bigger ship than the Venture for at least a week. So get used to waiting. EVE Online is not an instant gratification game. If you want to fly something bigger than a Venture, I don't suggest it yet. And if you do, you will lose it because you don't have the skills to fly it until you can master a Venture. Learn to crawl before you walk. You're gonna think, oh my God, I've got to hop in a battleship as soon as possible, or a super good mining ship as soon as possible. No, my suggestion to you is to master the Venture until you're bored with it, and then move up. And I'll show you the natural progression, right? Natural progression for a pilot who wants to do mining, Dave. It's a very simple thing. I can show you in the ship tree. It's not a complicated thing to understand, right? If we come to the org chart, you're going to start with Venture. That's the thing that they're going to give you, the Venture, right? It's right there. The T2 version of the Venture is the next step up for you, which is the Endurance. It's right there. It's the same exact ship, just better. When you're bored of the Venture, you go to the Endurance. When you're bored of the Endurance, you go to the Prospect. When you're bored of the Prospect, you go to this ship, the Procurer. When you're bored of the Procurer, you go to the Coveter. When you're bored of the Coveter, you go to the Retriever. When you're bored of the Retriever, you go up here to Exhumers, Hulk. When you're bored of the Hulk, you'll never be bored of the Hulk. By this point, you're gonna pick what style of mining you're gonna like, and it's gonna be one of these three things. But don't go buying a Hulk, Dave, for 290 million. Don't go thinking that you can fly a Hulk right now. You have many months of waiting before you're gonna reach that. And you're going to learn the game, and the hardest thing to understand about the game is this. If you want to fly a Hulk, it's going to require these skills, right? Right here, I'll show you right now. To fly a Hulk at a basic level, you must meet these requirements, right? Mining barge to 5. Mining barge to 5 takes 5 solid weeks. So understand, before you can jump to Even with all the money, even if you dump real life money on it, it's still 5 weeks. It's like 5 weeks. So you might think that you can jump from the Venture to the fucking Hulk. You can't. Even if you dump $100, like 100 euros, 200 euros, 500 euros, it won't matter. You can't jump from this to that very fast. And once you understand that idea, you're going to understand Eve. You have to go through the fucking paces of understanding each level of everything. And so it's always tiered progression. Starts here, goes to here, goes to here, here, then here. And this is the ship that you'll fly eventually, Dave. I will link it to you in a private conversation between us now. My contacts, sorry, I haven't done social in a while. Gotta come to my contacts list. Right, and I have DSX as a new contacts that's in excellent standing. There he is. Wow, no picture, huh? Okay. And while I'm here, I'm going to open a conversation with you, and I'm going to link you where you're going to be at the end. Which is, you're going to start with the Venture. And there we go. That's all the lessons I need to give him about that. There's DSX. Yeah, oh, he's offline, is he? Oh. I hope I gave the money to the right person. Oh, well. I should have really verified. Yeah, that's him. He's just offline, yeah. Oh, there we go. So I foster the community. No, I'm still here. Oh, no. I think I gave the money to the wrong person, Dave. That sucks. Is the, oh, yeah, oh, no, you just haven't accepted the chat yet. That's okay. You just haven't accepted the chat yet. Hey, Dave, is this what your character looks like? Is this your guy? Oops, it is. Yeah, is that your guy, Dave, right there? Is that what you look like? Yeah, that's what you look. Yes, okay, good. There we go. I'm just worried that I sent, like, you know, $5 to somebody I didn't know. That's all. Okay, we're good. Sorry to bug you. I'm gonna leave you be to learn. Dave, Final Fantasy 11 and EVE Online, they play together like peas and carrots. You might come back to retail with me too. Retail Final Fantasy 11, not private. Retail Final Fantasy 11 plays right along with EVE Online at the same time, like peas and carrots. You know what I'm saying? Like the infinity symbol. Really great set of games to play at the same time. Just saying. Give you a reason to come back to retail. It's a good place to be. And Ashura has 26,000 players, which is like 5 times the amount that, you know, Horizon has. Like 5 times the amount, something like that. So I'm gonna fit a miner today. I just had to get the fitting together.
Your skill has increased.
You should read the missions, read the lore, Dave. It's really good if you take the time. It's better than Final Fantasy 11. The lore is really the best thing the game does. It's the best lore game I've ever played. But it takes time to read it all.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Congratulations, Dave. I also opened a private chat with you that I believe you can that you need to accept. It should be somewhere over in this like chat menu on the lower left. I think. I don't know if you can read the chat, but I sent you a couple of ships in terms of what your progression in mining will be. It's Venture to Retriever to Hulk or Mackinac. And it'll be 6 months of real life training. So hurry up and wait. You have a good mind, Dave. I think you could do well with EVE Online. I've always thought you have a very good mind. And people with good minds will do well here. And you can't learn the game in a day. It's going to take years before you feel like you even remotely understand it. So understand. It takes a while. I don't know, Dave. I would have to see your screen, but I mean, like, so, if you right-click my name, and you're gonna see an option to start conversation or send a message. I don't know how to send you the name. If you come to your Edencom in the top left and go to your or no, that's not it. What is it? It's social. If you open the top E menu, the Neocom in the top left, you're gonna come to social, and then down to social to contacts, right? And on your contacts list, you're gonna find me. Or you've got to type my name into the chat. That works too. And you got to open a message with me. Don't worry about it now, Dave. You'll get all that stuff later. Don't worry about that stuff now. We're good. Don't worry about that stuff now. I'm getting you in above. You should just follow the tutorial and see if the game appeals to you first. Don't worry about any of that shit. Don't worry about it.
Your skill has increased.
God damn it, get off me. Ah, the fucking camera's so annoying.
Your skill has increased.
Look at these boomers craft. Yeah, boomers crafting. It looks like people working really hard, doesn't it? Yeah, boomers crafting. Boomers crafting things. Yeah, boomers crafting. We look like we work hard because we do.
Your skill has increased.
Damn camera. Oh, am I done? I'm finally done. Well, hopefully these copper ingots do something. I've got to go look at. I've got to look at a copper or a goldsmithing guide. Seatown Woody is badass. Yeah. Right. So copper ingots until 10. All copper ore all the time. So let's go do that. Right. Yep. Oh, 8 to 23. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah. Let's see what this Gold Kit 5 is. Oh, wow. Okay.
Your skill has increased.
That's way better. Yeah. Oh, that's way better. Way, way better. They improved crafting in FFXI so much. You don't have to do all that stupid grind shit anymore. They just give you all the mats to get up to a certain level, and then they leave it to you.
Your
Fucking
skill
sweet.
has increased.
Yeah, the simple asteroid mining crystal A2s. Yeah. Right, and then that goes, Yeah, right? I'm at 1.2. I made so much money in the last. I made another 500 mil. I not only did I pay for that ship I lost yesterday, I also like made so much money. I made so much money. Yeah. Right on, man. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, Dave.
Your skill has increased.
Yay, 10 more and I'm going to get an ROE. Definitely worth it. Oh, I can make myself earrings, but I don't know. I don't know what I would make.
Your skill has increased.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Your skill has increased.
Oh, I'm out of fire. That's not good. There's fire, but I'm out though, I think. Wait, maybe I have more. No, no fire, but that's okay. Well, that's okay. That's what I'll do with all my fire crystals. That's awesome. I guess I'll use the ingots, I guess. Let's go see what the ingots are worth. Because, I mean, yeah, like that's a good use of my fire crystals. Like, in the end, it'll lead to, like, me being able to make rings and stuff for myself. And I like goldsmithing because it goes right along with fishing. I like Final Fantasy XI fishing, always have. I could embrace Final Fantasy XI fishing, but it's also hard to do when you're multi-client, maybe. I don't know. So now I wanted to put a survey scanner. This thing. Yep, I'm not out of power. That's good. I don't know what else I could put there, but maybe let's see what other slots I can put in here, huh? There's no modules that'll fit. That's it. That was the only thing I could fit. All right, well that's cool. That's good. So now excuse me. Hello. I love you.
Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
A 191 ships in the last hour at Lydia. Why? Makes no sense. Maybe it might be bad to jump in right now, but I mean... Well, in any event... I want to see the price of crystals. 10,000. God damn, what's cluster is that? Already, I know I want a main thief. I want a main thief for a while. Look, 90,000 gil for fucking fire clusters. But that's exactly what it would be on the private server too, though. Yeah. Fire is hard. Fire is like really annoying. It's so camped and Well, okay, I guess I get to leave now. I just had kind of a side... Oh, I want to go see... maybe... I need some income now because I'm, like, already down. I'm down, like, another 10k because I spent money. So, like, now I want to sell ingots if they'll buy them. Because if they'll buy ingots for, like, a lot of money...
Autopilot jumping.
$80,000. Look, it is money. It is money.
Warping to Stargate.
I guess I'll have to run 49.99. Yeah, 49.999. Yeah, but I mean, like, man, that's so much income. Like, look, you can just make money now. It's so awesome. Yeah. What'll these sell for? I can't. I'm full. Please tell me something sold. Nothing sold. Maybe I should just vendor everything now. It's so stupid. You said this was fast. This is not fast. Nobody's bought one. Like, God damn it. Yeah, like, okay, yeah, nobody bought one today at all. Somebody was buying them. It's just kind of annoying. Yeah, that'll sell. This will all sell. It'll just take a few days.
Approaching Stargate.
I think I want to take this one off. Yeah, I want to take these off. These are not going to sell. You can tell they're not. But this will. I bet this will. $1,000. No, thank you. So that also represents a problem. I don't know. I mean, I guess I should buy. I know, no.
Autopilot jumping.
This is getting full pretty quick, but it's all right. Maybe I should just vendor the copper rings. I don't know. Okay, so here we go. We're coming into Litiora. I'm gonna go pee real quick, and then a lot of ships have died in Litiora in the last, like, day, so... Or last, yeah, like in the last day, so I'm just nervous. I'm gonna keep going, but while I slow boat to this jump, I'm gonna go pee. I suppose I should eat too, but yeah.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Much better. So...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive.
What is going on? There's like some war going on. Wow. There is so many fucking like things going on here. Wow. Yeah, they are having like a high-sec war. Interesting. I definitely should not have autopiloted. Like this system crashed my client, I think. It's insane. No, there we go. Something about that many things. They're having some crazy epic battle. Somebody lost on one side. Somebody just lost. Somebody just lost on one side. That's funny. Okay, now we're in our systems that I'm kind of looking for here, and we're gonna scout all 5 of these.
Warp drive active.
Oh, now I guess I'm departing, huh? I guess so, huh? It's all taken care of, huh? Yeah, it's all taken care of. Yeah. I guess I am departing now, huh?
Autopilot engaged.
Well, I mean, I don't need to autopilot this. I would rather just jump.
Warp drive active.
Just jump. It's fine. Oh, the crystals. Shit. Did I miss crystal? No, I didn't miss crystal. But I wonder if there's a survival guide in... Or whether there's a survival guide right outside, I think. Where's the survival guide in Bastock? It's probably right there by Bastock Mines. Yeah, it's cool how you can warp to the Alchemist Guild. Very good. Now I can go to Bastock Mines and... God, I love this game.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Oh yeah. Oh, Yeoman doesn't have a. That's alright. It's unfortunate. Oh.
Warp drive active.
Your skill has increased.
It never occurred to me to do that. That's kind of funny. Wow. Yeah, why not, actually? It's why not?
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, shit, why not? This is actually a good place to do it.
Your skill has increased.
This is such a fun game in its own little way. I swear to God. You missed, you idiot. No, wait, I don't want to. Okay, here we go. The pain train starts. All right, here we go. We're going to get all of them. Fucking all of them. Yeah, these guys can't hurt me. So we're going to get, like, all of them. I'm talking about all of them. I'm going to take, like, all of them to the top. I don't care. Yeah, like, their whole bit. I don't care. Yeah. Go get all the amethyst cadavs. All the way to the fucking top. Like, I swear to God. Actually, I'm going to go the fast way, though. No, this is where all the Kadads are. This is how real MMOs are. You pull like 50 mobs and you just waste them all. I'm only going to do it once on my way up, though. Man, with 64 megabytes of RAM, the fucking spells don't even, the spell animations don't even really mess with you. It's nice. Yeah, go get him. I want him. And if there's anything else here too, yeah, like that stuff. I want to get all this stuff, so I'm gonna get all that stuff. Yeah. We'll get Cave Funguar Link, and we'll kill the whole pack here.
Your skill has increased.
That was all of them. Look at that, all of them. Like, there's no more other Link. Yeah, there. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Here.
Your skill has increased.
See, I still have the macros kind of wrong. Because it's like, attack first. Yeah, it's always attack first. It's, well, that first, really. Oh. Look, it's money. Yep, it's going to be about 5 million. It won't be much, but it's still passive, you know? I guess I could check can and do it all out, I guess, but yeah, the check can's like, I don't know. Not in this system. I'll do it in Yoma, but I won't do it here. Any place with a system I'll do it, but not here. Here I'll have to like bring it out. So this has to be weight 1, then RA, then attack, then weight 2. And then RA, right? Paste. And then so...
Your skill has
I don't like the auto-equip macro. I'm going to assume that I have the right range weapon in. And I'm just going to bump it all. It's okay. There, that's a much easier thing, and except that, yeah, I mean, I could run a macro like that. I could run a weight macro on it, but I don't need to. Once the attack is satisfied, it'll fire off the boomerang. I should steal. I should steal from him. I should go behind him, like over here. Right? And I've kind of found a hole in the code. Yeah, where if, like, you're behind them, you have a much better chance to steal, I think. If you're in sneak attack zone, man, that just went so quick. That guy just got raffle stomped before I could even do anything. I mean, I guess it was me. I hit him, and... Yeah, here. Damn it, man. Here, just pull him. Sooner or later, I'll miss one.
Your skill has increased.
There, that's perfect. Yep. Okay, good, good. Oops, I fell, though. So, now, run. Yes, all of you chain. Let's go. Yep. Turtles. This is so many turtles. Go, go, Turtle Rangers. Give them a little chance to catch up, you know. We're running a train to the top of Palbora Mines. If you didn't do this in Final Fantasy XI, you weren't a real player, you know. Running a train to the top of Palbora Mines through the slow way, too. The fucking slow way. How's this going? Yeah, you guys can't really hurt me, so I'm not too worried. Yeah. Alright, just kill them now. It's fine. Or no, I'm gonna keep going. Here we go. Poison. Don't cast poison. Oh, I love it with 64 gigs of RAM because you can actually like get this done, you know. 64 fucking turtles like go running around, like running along. Get me out of this. No, no, get me out of this. No, no, get me out of it. Yes, yes, like it's good for my evasion, kind of. I mean, it's not really, but yeah, they can't do anything to me. I mean, I suppose they could eventually kill me. Yep. Oh, hey, there's the NM. Let's kill him. This was like the wrong way to the fucking place. Or, well, it's not the wrong way to the place, but it's... Yeah, wait, no, like, isn't that it? Yeah, that's it. No, I remember how to do this. It's fine. Oh, that doesn't go through? No, but that's the way up. Damn it. I have to go all the way around again. I went the wrong way. It's okay. We still killed a lot of them and kind of got a lot of loot. Like, kind of, sort of a lot. I don't know. Yeah, not really, though. I feel like I would have better chance getting loot if I just single targeted the amethysts. Because part of it is I'm not applying my... Yeah, I'm not applying my, I don't have, I need Cyclone, and it would apply TH2 to all of them, and it would be a lot better, but right now, if the trusts are killing them, it's like a TH1 chance of loot, so really, single target is better. Single target's better on the amethyst anyways. I know the good way to the top. Oh, wait, did I get the survival guide? I don't think I did. Damn, is there a survival guide? Shit, is there a survival guide? I should see it, I think, but I don't know. I'm just gonna go find out. I think I forgot to get the survival guide. It's kind of annoying. I did. There's the survival guide. I saw it. Right. Isn't there a survival guide here? Fairly sure, right? Yeah, I think so. Go back to the entrance, right? Or maybe you can't get here very fast. I don't know. I should do the geofount things so I can get back here fast. I don't ever want to do this fucking walk ever again. I don't ever want to do these long walks again. It's so boring. Like, it's okay when you're grinding mobs, but it's not okay when you're, like, just trying to get stuff done. It's like walk after walk after walk. It's so annoying. Yeah, like, you don't, I mean... There's no survival guide here, I guess. And that seems really weird. What is that blue thing? What is that? Oh, that's the elevator up, yeah. So, whatever. We're still on track to get it through this, like honestly, so... Alright, let's move on. This is getting boring. Like, I really thought there was a survival guide here, so it's kind of annoying. I guess Bastock's good enough. I'll have to, like, ride out here. Yeah, it seems like I'd have a better chance that way. Anyways, here we go. Pretty good. Gonna make some money. Okay, good. We're finally on track. I bet my key. I get my key. I bet I get my key off this mob. Right here, right here. Oh, that wasn't it. Snapping mole. That's okay.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
There's the chest key. I should have brought a fucking... I should bring a...
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, I should bring my set. Yeah, everything but my chest piece of work. Yeah, but I don't need a chest piece. My tank will immediately take it. Like, yeah, I should bring a BCNM orb with me wherever it is I go here. So I got my key. That's good. But now I think I've got to do this whole trip again. I did it out of order. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, nice. I made like 7 mil. And I will come back. I feel like there's not that many pilots here, and this will last a while. Do like 2 or 3 trips for 7 mil, make like 21 mil. Yeah, when I fill up. Well, so now what? I guess I kind of fucked up here. I have to go look at FFXI, Sandoria, or no, sorry, no, Windy, rank 2, right? Yeah, I hate how you do this. Oh, it doesn't matter though. So I had to go back to buy an orb anyways. I would have had to do the trip anyways. It occurred to me that I've got to go to the Burning Circle deep within Parbo Mines. What BCNMs are here? The Wall Room Shine, which is connections for... honestly, I would do 50 if I could. The final bout... Ooh, 3-2-1 could be good. But no. I want to do the final bout, right? What's that drop, right? Oh, the Worm's Turn, huh? Oh, yeah, the Worm's Turn. Oh, yeah, 15 Flesh Eaters and a Flare Fronds, yeah. Oh, man, some of that stuff could sell pretty good. Maybe. But I mean, like, honestly, I don't see too much in terms of rewards here that I actually need. Yeah, like, what would my Dancer possibly need? I don't think that's it. I think... I mean, 3-2-1 might be possible. I don't think I can do 10,000 damage in 60 seconds without a full set of trusts. So we'll go back. Royal Jelly. That's my guy. The Royal Jelly's like who I want. Yep. Sweet. Okay, we hit 6 million. Yep, that's fine by me. And so we can't dock here. We're gonna go through Yeah, what is it? Lagisi Naka. Yeah, like I want to be going closer, not further away. So we know that this is here, and we know that I made 7 million, and that's pretty good for... Like, it's a lot of jumping, but honestly, it's a lot of mindless jumping, honestly. So, I got my mobile depot, didn't I? Yeah, and everything that I brought. Yep. So, very good. And now, yeah, like, some of this I'm sure is worth a lot. I just... I guess because I have to come back here anyways. If I do, see, now I kind of screwed up. I went like way past what I was trying to learn. I can't get out of it. Yeah, no matter what I do, I'm done, but I do have to do... Yeah, there's a Stargate, not Stargate, but there's a station, right? I guess I will do this station, yeah.
Warp drive active.
Well, at least the walks themselves are not very long. I can't get really around it. But I did finish the airship. And I need rank 3 to go to the other continent. And I can't really... I mean, I don't need rank 3, but I need rank 3... for something that's blocking me, kind of. Wow, you can see the characters a lot better now. Yeah, frankly, I don't know why that isn't better. I think that's better. Well, since I came to this one, yeah. I have 4,000 sparks, that's good. Well, at least now I can go... What else can I do? I can... Hey, what's up, Hop? How you doing? You're up late. Or up early. Probably more like early. It's probably early for you. Yeah, it's early for you, yeah. So... Oh, first day of school. Oh, well, right on, man. Congratulations. I hope you have a wonderful day. May this day be blessed and wonderful. I believe in you. You can do this. That's a good thing. It's good. It's a good thing to be back in school. You're probably unhappy, but it's okay. Now I must go back to the Palboro mines. I ran away from the crystal for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, I didn't like Spanish. I have trouble learning foreign languages. The Asperger's doesn't help with that. Oh yeah, I'm going to Bastock again. Oh, no, I'm going to Juneau to Port. Oh, no, yeah, I guess I'll have to go to the Mock House first. That's okay. Okay, so now I drop White Glaze into here. Cool. And then, I'm gonna go back out. Back out. Okay, so this guy, single notebook for the first week. Yeah.
Warp drive active.
I think I've only got 14 more minutes before I've got a dock. That kind of sucks. Yeah, it is big. Yeah, it's a Mackinac. It's a big mining ship. And it takes a long time to align. Ooh. Wow. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. PST. And the Rust Wipe, too. I'm going to play the Rust Wipe and the Starfield launch tomorrow. So it's going to be kind of, or not, yeah, that's tomorrow. Yeah, that's tomorrow. Yeah. So I have Baldur's Gate 3 tonight and then Final Fantasy and Eve until like 6 in the morning, something like that. And then I'm going to sleep, and then I'm going to get up and do the Rust Wipe around 2 p.m. PST, because the zombie server always takes like 2 or 3 hours to wipe. And then I'm going to get up and hopefully do the Rust Wipe at like 2 p.m. or at least chill around until 5 p.m. when Starfield officially launches on Steam. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. You know, it's like Xbox game. I've been telling everybody, Games Pass and Bethesda, they want everybody to see this game. They want everybody to see it. So for $1, you can trial Xbox Game Pass and download Starfield and try it. And I'm sure it's fun for a day. I don't know if it's a good game to buy, maybe, but I'm fucking positive it's fun for a day. I'm sure it's fun for a day. For anybody out there, I would say. I bet my mom would enjoy Starfield the first time she ever saw it, I bet. It's probably pretty cool of a spectacle. I'm excited. I'm not hyped as I was, because I realize now that the combat side of Bethesda is actually like what I ended up being the biggest fan of, like in Fallout 76. So Like, I don't think the combat that 76 has is good. I don't think the combat in Starfield is going to live up to the combat in 76. And I think that's going to be a problem. But we'll see. I doubt I hang around for more than a couple of days, honestly. But I think it's going to be a good couple of days. I'm excited. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I like all games, generally. I'll even play racing games. Like, last year, I did Forza 5 on stream for, like, 4 hours. I don't care. I don't care what it is. I like video games, period. I think they're fun. My God, look at this fucking dagger. I want that dagger so bad. Why is he sub-black mage? That seems odd. Black mage. He's got PDT rings on for a fucking thief. Yeah, Forza 5 is great. Wonderful game. So is Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels is a great game. I really like Hot Wheels. I think Hot Wheels is a wonderful game. Dual wield. I need that Iabani earring and the Sadnawa earring. Magic damage taken -2. Koista Bodhard, double attack, 3%, stored TP +3. It's an augmented rare X. Type A, rank 25, next RP 9. Yeah, you know, Hop, that's been a staple of racing games since Gran Turismo 1 for 3 games, I believe it was. Gran Turismo 1, Gran Turismo 2, and Gran Turismo 3. I used to do 100 lap endurance races. That's how you get your money for the first really good racing car, and then it's just uphill from there. I mean, I'm sorry, it's downhill from there. It's easy from there because you just keep winning with your best car that you can get for the endurance race. I like racing games. I don't spend a lot of time on them anymore, but I like the games themselves. I think they're great. I think Grand Theft Auto is pretty fun. I played a lot of Grand Theft Auto growing up, but I kind of stopped. I think World of Warcraft was superior to GTA. Yeah, everybody does that shit. Yeah, that's very common. Yep. Very, very common. Yeah, that's an old racing game stable. Running endurance for the first 100 laps. Sometimes it's rally. Sometimes you do rally. Whatever it takes to get that money, man. Rally, like, let's see if, let's look at Rally in Gran Turismo 7. So, Rallycross, right, in 7.
Hello, viewers. I went on Gran Turismo 7 this week, and I found this. The return of the Rallycross mode in the game. This, without a doubt, brings out the very worst in the Gran Turismo population, and a fair amount of carnage. I say fair amount, I mean just all of it. This turn 1, for example, gaining a healthy 5 positions in the space of about 1 second. Let's jump into our first qualifying session for the very first race. And actually, no, this is the warm-up. And this was really a sign of things to come, as I had a rather nice skirmish with this Frenchman. The Brits and the French, we've been fighting over the years, and that has not stopped on the Rallycross circuit. You can see there, punting him wide and resuming.
Yeah, dude, I like free movie sites. I've got a good one, Hop. I'll drop it too. I'll drop this shit. Check this shit out, Hop. I'm not condoning any illegal behavior, but there's a good site here. This one, www.123moviesme.online. Yeah, they're all good. They're all good, man. They're all good. This is America. Everything should be free. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
My place at the front of the pack, quite rightly so. Then into the final corner, just making an absolute hash of it. Look at that. We've both got penalties in sync as well. So beautiful stuff here at the Rallycross circuit, Catalonia in Spain. And it was a nice little warm-up there with the Frenchman.
With the Frenchman, he keeps saying with the Frenchman because he's European, and he's like with the Frenchman. It's just some kid chilling on his fucking couch, he's smoking hash above the Champs or something like that, kicking back with his girlfriend playing Gran Turismo 7, and this guy thinks of him as the Frenchman. It's so odd. See how some people think of things. This guy just delineates him to the Frenchman. Oh yeah, right. Smart TV in bed, but it doesn't work on the big TV. Yeah, how do you get around that, right? Get a cord that goes to your phone, and then problem solved. Get a cord that goes to your phone, a good HDMI to whatever, USB-C, HDMI to USB-C. Plug your phone in to the fucking TV, and boom, you've got 1, 2, 3 movies or whatever, or 7 movies or whatever. Yeah, and that's what I do. That's what I did when I had a big TV and I couldn't get around it. Yeah, man. Media should be free. I don't think that it should be free. I think people should pay for it when it's new, but once it's done, I don't know. I'd rather be able to watch it for free.
We have some nice positive messages in the chat. People wishing me good luck for the race. But firstly, I had to worry about...
I love HBO Max. Now, I can't watch anything on HBO Max, but I can surf it. You know what I'm saying? Hold on just a second here. Gotta make sure my personal information doesn't bomb through. You know what I'm saying? Just give me just a second here. Let's look at what HBO Max has today, because like I'm looking at bed here in a little while, you know, like no, I mean I got a while before bed, but oh shit. Okay, well, whatever. Wait, go back. I can't log into HBO right now. I'm terribly sorry. I think it's because I'm running a VPN, guys. I can't run HBO right now. I'm running a VPN and it won't recognize where I'm at.
About qualifying.
Like I can, but it'll force me to identify. And I don't want to do all that. I don't want to re-identify for something that I can easily just one-click sign into. I just forgot to turn off my VPN when I got on today. That's a pretty good movie. Okay, The Nun. Okay, well, let's go look at that, huh? Are you nervous, Hop? You nervous or you chill? Oh, it's The Conjuring, huh? Oh yeah, okay. Sweet, yeah. Chillin', not nervous. Okay, right on. I wondered. Some people deal with school differently, you know?
I had a series of visions when I was younger. And after each one ended, the same thought would be stuck in my head.
I always got the butterflies until the day. I'm sorry, not the day, but I always got the butterflies the night before and the morning before. But then when the minute that I step foot on the fucking property, I'm the king of that mofo. You know what I'm saying?
What did you see?
I saw a nun.
Yeah, it looks good.
Word of my visions reached the church.
Oh, shit. It's like old times. Oh, I like an old story. Yeah.
The Abbey has a long history.
What's down there?
Not all good.
What's down there?
What?
Oh, kill it with fire.
Hands here.
Oh, she's hot. Yeah, I would bang the shit out of that woman. Yes. That woman is very attractive. I would like to have lots of Amish sex with her while she wears the Amish clothes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, she's wearing a nice... I'm sorry, I would like to have sex with her while she wears the nun clothes. Yeah, I would like to have sex with this woman. Yeah, she's looking hot in a nun robe. Nun robes, right? Yeah, that's the forbidden love. The forbidden love. Bow chicka wow wow. Forbidden love. Yeah, nun sex. That's the forbidden love. Ding. If you get that, you're living one. Bow chicka wow wow. Oh yeah, she's hot as hell. She's too young for me, but she's still hot. She's still hot. Yeah, she hot as hell. She's yeah. Oh yeah, I like the nun. Oh man, I got a weakness for nuns. I came up in Catholic school, you know what I'm saying? It is. It's sexist. I'm sorry. I just like, man, she's an actress. This is her job. Isn't she supposed to be sexually attractive to me? Isn't that kind of her job? I mean, I'm not being objectification. I was just like, I would like to express my attraction to this woman. I don't think that's sexist. I don't think my best friend would take me to task for it. I would like to have sex with that beautiful woman. It's not saying, oh, she's a piece of whatever or something when I say that, you know? Like, I don't think it, like, I'm not objectifying her. I'm saying I would like to have sex with that beautiful woman. Is that bad? No. And am I ever going to have sex with her? No. So, I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. Maybe when I'm like, no. I'm double her age, so it's okay for me to just say, I'm single. I think it's okay for me to say, I would like to have sex with that beautiful woman and keep it clean, you know? Yeah. No crude language, no objectification. Just, yeah, she's a beautiful woman. I'd like to have sex with her, whatever.
Hello.
I don't want to kill whatever that is. What was it? It looked like a really scary nun. What was that? Slow it down. What was that? What okay, what's the premise here? Is it a rat monster? Is it a sister of the dark? Well, I mean, that kind of looks like a sister of the dark. Why is oh yeah, shit. Yeah, what's going on here? Oh. Yeah, it's a sisterhood of the dark. It's going to be a really scary fucking like a scary horror film. Yeah, it was good enough. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. I like me a good horror flick. Always have. Now, I don't watch them every day. But, I mean, you know. Yeah, nuns live the place to contain the demon. Yeah. There's a word for this, but I don't know. I don't truck with demons. I don't give a flying fuck about demons. I saw what happened to people who believed in demons in high school. They got their asses beat. I mean, I believe in demons like strolling the earth, kind of like the Illuminati and like raping children and stuff, but I don't really believe in like some satanistic version of some demon witch nun or something. That's a bit far for me. So I like the movie. It's like it's a suspension of belief. I have no problem with that. What's wrong with horror films? They're great, you know? Absolutely. Oh, there was a film. Okay, so there was a video I really wanted to rewatch. Who was this? It's Frederick Newson's other channel. There's this hilarious video I want to watch again. Yeah, the other channel. What is it? It's like oh no, he has another channel, but I have to hunt it on his thing. Damn it. There's this other stuff that he does in the community or whatever. And, yeah, the channels, yeah. There's another one, the other channel. This shit's hilarious, and then on it is a really funny video about the Grover House, which I actually really enjoyed. This is a great video. It's long, but it's funny. So this idiot Maybe we've done this already. Maybe I've done this with somebody already. I don't remember. But anyways, this idiot, right? He builds his own house, and he's never built a house before, and he doesn't go watch YouTube, and he doesn't read any books, and he doesn't talk to any contractors, and he just goes on about his life of going to work every day, 9 to 5, and when he comes home, he just builds a new renovation on his house out of just basically the scratch corners of his mind.
We will
and you're going to see what he builds when he's just given the recesses of his own mind with no guidance, no history in building houses or anything. This is what happens when you do something and you have zero knowledge of what it is you're doing.
Describe them as best as possible, but we will also have the images of the house itself available to view on the screen.
The images make you crack up because there's like these staircases that lead to nowhere. There's these staircases that are obviously gonna lead you out the window and into the yard. Pretty much, if you walk down the staircase, you're going to crash forward into a window and into the yard. It's actually the funniest house I've ever seen.
Talking about it.
And I've been meaning to rewatch this for like 2 weeks, and I'm in a comedy form of mood. So, you know, I'm just gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh. Hold on, I gotta do a survey scan here in Eve, because Eve is serious face business. You can cry some tears if you fuck up in Eve, you know? So there we go. Yeah. And then I want to save like that one out there. Yeah, I want to save that. Save location. Yeah, for 2 days or whatever, yeah. So then, okay, cool. And then I have my drone harvesting for me. We're going to be at this a while. I have to examine how long I've been doing this. Good, I'm more than halfway done on making another 7 million with basically no commitment at all.
We're going to be interfacing.
Oh yeah, YouTube, buddy. Absolutely.
Through to
absolutely.
History.
Good. You kill it today. Slay it. You know what I'm saying? Slay it, King.
Because as I mentioned,
I don't talk like that, but I can talk like that with the kids, right? I don't talk like that normally, but I can talk. I can say it. Slay it, King, because that's what you say it to the kids. I'm not dumb.
Before, a lot of the discourse around the Grover house has been completely scrubbed off the internet because Grover had the authority to do that. So we only have secondhand accounts of it, but all the images are preserved. And, oh baby, this edition looks okay
on the outside.
First.
On the
then
outside,
you start to look at it a little bit longer, and things go off the rails quite quickly.
Get to it. Get to it.
You could see the literal.
And Drew edition would look like he went into MS Paint and drew it.
That's an MS Paint. You could see the literal copy and pasted windows. All the front-facing windows that were just lazily slapped onto the side of the house. You see that?
So this is the concept art of what he wanted to do. He wanted a different jutty out a car hutch, a garage, right? And he really wanted it to jut out for some reason, as you can see evidenced here. And then this is some great content. It really is.
Yeah, and he admits that it isn't a great...
It's not a great concept, but he doesn't care. He has enough money to... He has this crappy .com job that pays him too much to sit around and watch some network or something, and he doesn't do anything except jack off all day and think about putting renovations on his house because he has too much money, which is an American state of reality that's kind of sad, but happens a lot. And so, you know, the middle class, that's kind of their whole plight. And
like representation of what he wanted it to.
Yeah, like so he dreamed up this MS Paint document of what he wanted to do, and then instead of like drafting it or talking to somebody, he just went to work. And this is almost one of my favorite videos of all time because it reminds me all the time. I go at things and I'll just tell myself I'm an expert. But honestly, if you aren't, you can really have a pretty bad time.
Ma'am, I feel like this...
By the end of it, his yard has descended into like a mud pit from hell, the likes to which the sewer people would probably sue him when they come. I believe so. They probably do sue him when they see it because they're like, oh my God, it's going to take 10 years to fix this and you're not going to pay for it. And then there's all this shit that happens when he just goes at it with zero knowledge at all. And he just fakes it to make it. He has this concept in his mind of what he's going to do. And he just begins to just start throwing it together.
Grover is odd. in many ways. He's very lazy in some ways.
I'm very lazy, man, in some ways. I'd rather do this than go watch a video, frankly.
But then works way harder than he needs to.
BRB.
in others.
That's
As
endemic to like DIY stuff, which I wanted to talk about.
It is
at some point. But
DIY is about not listening to anybody else. It's actually I love DIY and I believe in it. And I've lived the life and I can make my own. I can build my own bicycle out of scraps in the street and stuff. But I still don't fucking really believe in DIY. I believe in DIY after a whole bunch of very, very specific, very, very well done guidance and clarity and stuff. Not this, I'm just gonna go at this and I'm good at it somehow.
Finish your finish easing us in here.
As he was beginning,
and a lot of dads do this. Like there's a whole meme of like dads doing garages and stuff like that. It's actually kind of funny. People go at shit that they have no clue or no concept of, and they just take a swing off what they think it's gonna be. You'd be surprised how much they do this. Like lately, I don't mean to bring it up. I promised I wouldn't. But like fucking, you know, when the stream sniper attacks me, he does it in ways where you can tell he has no clue what he's even talking about. Sometimes, for like EVE Online, he'll troll me because of what he's heard on the channel, but he has no concept of what it is he's talking about. It's actually very funny.
to work on this house. Let me see if I can find the precise image. So one thing that he notes in the
and so I promised myself I would watch this video because that's what it reminded me of. Lately, the stream sniper's just been like he's been quiet, thank God, because school's coming. But also, it's like kind of funny. Like the way that this Grover guy goes about making a house is kind of how I view the stream sniper goes about life.
Forums is that, so, you know, he tears off some of the old house and then he needs to lay down a foundation. But immediately, and I mean immediately, there are problems.
Immediately.
He is in a very specific kind of place. See, he lives in a place, and I'm not joking about the name. He lives in a place called the Great Dismal Swamp.
So this was an addition to a house that already existed. Are there any images of the house before he started doing anything to it?
I think so.
Because that would be interesting to see that, like a before and an after. Because
you can see some of it.
It was an extant house. I had a lot of misconceptions about this. He's not building a house from scratch. He's doing an add-on to a house that he bought with his wife, right?
Right. Yeah, he has a wife. His wife was pregnant.
Pregante.
His wife was pregnant. So he already had a kid. Yeah, here he is in this image right here.
It's a very ambitious addition. It's like a 2-story addition. It looks like it's at least doubling the size of the house.
Right.
Where it's intended to. Yeah.
And the thing that really makes this impressive is that he's doing it all on his own. Well, okay, that's an exaggeration. He hires a lot of help for this, but he decides he's going to do the bulk of the building. He's going to plan it out. He's going to make everything proper. But he's not quite at the skill level that he needs. And when I say that problems arose immediately, I mean he tried to lay down a foundation and then he used gravel. And then he went to try to get it approved by the state, and the state said, no, you can't use gravel. What are you doing? This is... he claims to have read this book front and back to make sure that he was doing everything right, and they kept calling him out on stuff. And the bulk of the problem is just he was so out of his element.
This fucking idiot.
Demonstrate
this
some
fucking
of his
idiot. Oh my God.
He used the same vinyl siding on the addition that was used on the rest of the house. And to celebrate putting up the Grover house, he decided to...
This is what happens when a bunch of mediocre middle-class idiots go on down to the Home Depot and blow $100,000 for like a hobby. And this is what happens. And this happened all over America too, I guarantee it. He's not the only story like this. And I kind of want to follow up people like this. The people who built their own house. I think the term for it is called money pit stories. Money pit stories.
Do some nice American grilling. Problem is, put the grill right up against the side of the house, and he melted.
I'm so excited to look at money pits. right? I want to look at money pits on YouTube. I think it'd be very funny. Money pits. Money pits. These things are money pits. Everything you need to endless money pits, right? The money pit. No, I'm looking at yeah, the money pit was actually a very, very funny movie. It was very funny. Hilarious money pit stories. Money pit stories. Hilarious. Hilarious money pit stories seems like a really good fucking thing to be fascinated with. No, like, see, that movie was funny, but see, I'm looking for... Oh no, is the government spying on schizophrenics enough? The Onion. Oh no. Damn it. This guy is very famous and he did a good video and I'm sure it's good. I kind of want to watch it later. This will be good.
So you're
So here, I want to watch that, but let's watch this.
The vinyl siding.
That he had just put on there.
Yes.
When I look at these pictures, you know what I see, man? A lot of property. A lot of property. Like, he's got like, a huge front yard, a huge backyard. Okay. Why did he choose to place that gas grill a foot away from the house? Probably less than a foot away from the house. When he has all that property. What motivated that decision?
This is the maddening thing about Grover, is that he has the will, but he has none of the common sense. And it's amazing.
Yeah. Obviously, this is an ambitious person. Yeah, we'll give him that. But I'm seeing a lot of gross stuff.
Oh, absolutely. It's such a weird layout as well. You might have been able to garner from some of the images, but you've got the one floor, and then you have some stairs that go up along the side to get up to a sort of loft-ish second floor. Now, I want to show you one of the most infamous images from the Grover house, or I should say one of the most infamous angles. And I want you to tell me the first thing that you notice that's odd about this image.
The window.
Why are the stairs so thin?
So the stairs are thin, but no, that's not necessarily a problem, but you're on the right track for the thing that really amazes me.
Well, he's in this image, it's not the stairs aren't finished. I could still see some.
But the window is literally where if you trip and fall down the stairs, you're going through that window and out into the courtyard and probably break your arms and shit too.
What is it? Cotton candy, wall candy. I could still see some of that fiberglass insulation, right? I think it is.
Yeah, but
so
think for a minute. Think for a minute. Think about where that insulation is.
It's supposed to be in the walls, isn't it?
Yes.
Why is there a vent?
Insulated the stairs.
Keeps your feet warm. That's fine. His feet are cold. What if he doesn't have socks on? He'll have warm stairs. I love how the tweet that this is embedded into, it says, "Merry Christmas, kids." There's a window positioned right at the bottom of the stairs that is the perfect height for a child to fall out of. So like, imagine this is what they're going for, right? It's Christmas morning, and the kids are like, "Santa, Santa," and they're running down the stairs to see what's under the tree, and one of them trips and just goes headfirst immediately out that window.
Yeah.
Like, it's the perfect height for that exact scenario to play out. Amazing. And it's Christmas time. You can see the tree and the stockings hung up too. So why they're putting up Christmas decorations in a house that's not even finished is beyond me, but
because the renovation takes 2 years. 2 years.
They just wanted to use it. They were so excited for this edition that they could
I could
not
see
wait.
the meat of the wall, you know, but putting up the stockings is a priority here, right? You know, honestly, I didn't notice that didn't even register to me. Like, why is there wall insulation in the stairs?
Why is there a vent in the middle of the stairs?
I really didn't.
There's a vent. Like, literally, that's the word for it. It is a vent, and it is in the center of the fucking landing. There's a vent in the center of the landing that's you're gonna catch your foot on and trip and go right out the window. You're gonna be trying to take a right. You're gonna catch your feet on the air conditioner and go crashing out that window.
I didn't catch that.
It's the best part
Yeah,
is like it's
stupid.
not even exposed to the outside. Like, this is all interior. It's like it's insulating
is-
air from the air that is in the
That's
same
meant
room.
to insulate from the outside. Yeah, yeah. And it's in the stairs. It's insulation. It's insulating against itself. It's insisting upon itself.
But you're kind of getting the feeling for the Grover house now, I think, where it's not that it's immediately obviously terrible. It's the details that really make it awful.
Yeah, taking a look at this, I mean, I had seen a number of people point this out, but the double garage, it's not a double garage.
It's
It's
staggered.
two separate garages. One of them staggered outward. In front. Does it go to the same room?
This is like I really like laughing at the idiocy of idiots. It's actually very funny. It's like my favorite thing to do in the world, just like laughing at idiots. It's actually very funny. Things that I just couldn't ever do if I tried. Dumb things I wouldn't have the and then like I wouldn't have the balls to be that dumb. I just don't have the balls to be that dumb. I'm sorry. Look at that. I'm like, I just don't have the balls to be this dumb. This guy had big balls to be pretty dumb. You look at the design of this and you're like, oh, God.
Does it go, or are those two separate garages?
Are they set? Yeah, like, I think they're sunken and I don't think they work. I think there's something wrong with them. I'm trying to leave to... Right, I just put a whole bunch of stuff in there, right? Whoa, there's a lot of stuff right there in... Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah. I can't get that stuff out of there, huh? Yeah, that's a lot of stuff right there. Kind of sucks. It's not that much stuff. It's like 100 mil worth of stuff or something. It'll kick it out sooner or later when it realizes that I'm not there. So... yeah, so the Isinaka, oh god, I don't even know. Where is the closest ice, I guess? Yeah, like, run that. And then, yeah, like, Ibura, right? Yeah, jump through Stargate to Ibura.
Warp drive active.
Or, is it Isinaka? No, I'm sorry, no, it's not, that is something that's going to get kicked out. I have 142 million in ice. Can I sell this? No, it's 120. No, it's 107. Wait, I want to create a contract for this. Yes. Well, but first I want to go dock up. Go.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't know. What's 1,007 units of ice worth? What is this now? It's compressed white glaze. Compressed white glaze is going for 139,000 each. So I will go 129. No, I'll go 100. I'll go 100. 100,000 each times 1007. Yeah, it's 100 million worth of ice, yeah. 100 million. Next.
Autopilot jumping.
Nope.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
What do you mean one day? No, no. Nice. That might be some more money. Sweet. Well, there's 100 million that I didn't even realize was there. That's cool. So now
Approaching station.
that might be funny. Yes.
Upon us.
Good
Released
videos.
in
There's a bunch of videos, right? So that'll be funny, but
Right.
Why would he not want one big garage?
This is approaching McMansion territory, where there's just additions that make no sense that are added in because they thought, hey, that might look nice. It's so obvious how not of a designer, like how much Grover is not a designer, right? He's an electrical engineer by day, he says, and he makes a decent amount of money.
Docking
But
permission
boy, howdy,
requested.
is he not a designer.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah, idiots with money. It's an interesting thing, isn't it?
That's the thing, though, right? Is if it's functional, okay.
What is the again? Where is the original house? Like, if there was already a garage, and then he said to himself, "I want a second garage." Is that what happened?
He wants to widen the garage. Now, he did smash down part of the wall, as we saw.
We just don't know. That's why I'm saying I'd like to see an original photo of like the undefiled building before he got his mitts into it. Started just defiling it is the word, I think. Because I'm gonna assume this house was relatively normal before he started fucking with it, right?
Well, we have a floor plan right here, as you can see. It's you can see where the house was. They didn't used to park. I don't think they used to have a garage, and that's what this was supposed to add.
All right, so I see that now, and I could see that amazingly, bafflingly, those two garages are actually the same room, is what it looks like.
So why are the doors staggered?
Why did he do it that way? Why didn't he just put one big garage door? Can you do that? Or better yet, even if that's not a thing, I don't know. Maybe you could put two garage doors but have them immediately next to each other. What was the decision to stagger them? And notice that the room behind it is now also staggered in turn, but only half of the room is staggered. Are you seeing that?
Yes, I am. And it's... Why? Is there an aesthetic purpose? Is Grover a secret aesthete and we just don't understand his vision?
There's some kind of like next level feng shui going on here that we just...
This is the magic of the Grover house. This is why everyone wanted me to cover it on Down the Rabbit Hole, is because the longer you look at it, the uglier it gets.
Yeah, and the more confusing it becomes.
Right.
So now we have the knowledge, because all of that to the left of that wall is the addition.
Yes.
Meaning that entire structure that contains the two garage doors was his design. It was all him. He built that. He conceived it and he built it.
That's the really weird thing, is like, think about how much extra work he made for himself adding these extra little corners.
I don't know why did he do that? What was the did he go into his thought process when he was chronicling this on something awful? Did he talk about
anyone who criticized him got deleted?
See, like, Now, I'm not against people teaching themselves how to do something.
Sure, me either.
You know, but you cannot dismiss the value of other people that have experience, right? But you need to also learn how to do the things, and you need to recognize when things aren't working. It sounds like to me, because part of the value of chronicling this thing online was so you could get feedback from the internet. Right? But what he did was just, it seems like, ignored every piece of advice or criticism and just deleted it. What was the point of him chronicling it online if he wasn't going to take that data and use it to help
Mike, he wanted support. He wanted people to look at this wonderful thing that he made and praise him for it.
It wasn't about wanting to be helped. It was about just basically getting his dick sucked for this awesome project that he was doing.
Right. Exactly.
That was the goal. I've misinterpreted his goal. Is the problem here?
You are assigning your you're projecting your ideas onto him. Now, projection can work both ways. You can project your negative thoughts onto someone else, but you can also project your positive thoughts onto someone else. And it sounds like that's what you're doing right now, is you're projecting your positive, constructive ideas onto Grover. But that's not the way that Grover operates.
I assumed the best of him, and obviously I shouldn't have.
That's your first mistake. So we saw the stairs. This is what the stairs lead up to. There are a couple of really weird things about this. And in terms of the actual construction of the building, I want you to turn your gaze up to the recessed lighting.
Yeah. So you told me you wanted me to be a guinea pig in this. Like,
look at the recessed lighting. Oh no, there's a vent up there in the middle of the ceiling, really off from the perpendicular, like, I'm sorry, from the fucking the symmetry. And oh my god,
kind of, I don't, or a lab rabbit. Or whatever.
A little bit,
like
yeah.
You wanted to kind of like draw conclusions out of me and see if I come to the conclusions that you come to or whatever.
I've kind of been guiding you. I'm gonna be honest. This is a pretty shitty. This is like a Calhoun level experiment with the Mouse Utopia experiment sort of thing, where I'm like specifically doing things to make sure you come to the right conclusions.
Well, listen, there's a fly in the ointment here. All right, I gotta come clean with you. In order to like prepare for this podcast, I investigate. I Googled.
Okay.
He told me what he wanted the topic to be, guys, and then he gave me a link to this Twitter thread. So I've been looking at this stuff, and at one point, I was looking at this image. Right, and I noticed those light fixtures that are in the ceiling on an angle. And the first thing, and obviously, this guy is gonna sit in that couch to watch the game or whatever. And those lights are gonna be directly in his face.
You saw it.
I have those light fixtures in the basement where I'm living right now, and I don't know if it's the same kind of light bulb, but they're very bright. Typically, the type of light bulb that go into those that fits in those fixtures is very, very bright. And the first thing I thought of was the Star Trek episode with Captain Jean-Luc Picard. There are 4 lights, when they're trying to get him to like deny reality or whatever. And then I'm laughing about that to myself. I made a mental note. I was like, I'm gonna bring that up while we're recording this. And then I continued looking through material, and I fell onto this. They're called What's Your Problem? Well, There's Your Problem, excuse me, which is a podcast that covered this. And I watched like a 5-minute video of their podcast, and their mind went to the same exact place. That Star Trek episode.
It seems like such an obvious problem, right?
Did he sit in the chair? Did he discover that this was going to be a problem too late? Or is he not fazed by these lights in his fucking face while he's trying to watch television?
Again, this really does feel like an engineer made it, doesn't it? Like, there's no question about usability or the end like,
I see what you mean by that.
He's not concerned about the way that the person is going to be interacting with the space that he's creating. He's just making it. It's like, it's got a roof. How do I make the roof stable? It's got, and then, we're going to get into that. He didn't even do that well.
It's all, you're saying it's all form and no function. It was like a utilitarian approach without what happens after? What happens when you're actually using the living space?
But the worst part is, if he's an engineer, so he's supposed to be all function, but then there's no function.
There's no function either. Well,
But there's also no form.
Function in the sense that like you won't get rain falling on your head when you're under the roof.
Right.
Unless he fucked that up too. Are you about to tell me he fucked that up too?
As far as I'm aware, the roof does not leak, but we don't know. We simply do not know for certain.
We can't assume that it does.
We don't know the fate of the addition right now. I think that people have been keeping an eye on it, and it's still standing somehow.
So he created this upstairs loft area that he's treating like a living room type of an area, which I guess that's cool. I don't know. There's plenty of houses around here where, you know, because of just constrained spaces, they have second floor living rooms. You know, especially like townhouses, you'll see that.
Right.
So it's not that uncommon of a thing, but you don't see that in places where it's not necessary too often.
Yeah, like you were saying, he's got tons of real estate.
Yeah, dude, there's a whole nother house attached to this. Surely you could put your living room on the first floor.
I don't know. There are some cases where, like, if you have a landing and then you have to go upstairs or downstairs to get somewhere, you might have a living room on the second floor, right? Like that's okay. But this is just for the sake of it. He wasn't really thinking about modern home design. He's very clearly not a designer. Okay, you know what? This is just another example of weird shit that Grover does. The subwoofer is on top of the VCR.
Yeah, like the subwoofer is on top of the VCR. I think he's right. Because that's the subwoofer and that's the VCR. Why is the subwoofer on top of the VCR? Of all the places to put the subwoofer, I would say that's got to be the goddamn dumbest place in the fucking room.
There's a reason. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt again. There's got to be some reason.
Like maybe on the stairs. The subwoofer on the stairs would be dumber, but the only other place in the room that would be as dumb as that is the top of the VCR player, because every time the subwoofer gets bass at all, it's going to shake the VCR player. And so you're watching your video.
Reason that he did that. Can you think of a single reason he would do that? Can you think of any utility to that whatsoever?
Dumb. It's
the only
proof
reason
that
I
he's
can
dumb.
think of is that he doesn't want to bother his downstairs neighbors, but the only things underneath this living space are the cars. Who's he going to disturb? The cars?
The garage. I don't know. Maybe he thought it looked cool. And it doesn't. But maybe
after looking at the addition, you think that Grover is considering aesthetics in any way?
Looking at the outside of the house again, you know what it looks like? It looks like, you know those deep learning AI algorithms?
That's totally right.
This is what a deep learning AI algorithm thinks a house looks like. Based on images.
It is. It's like kind of what a computer would say a house is like if...
Based on images of houses that it's been fed.
Oh my god, you're right.
Especially the one with the two garages. The picture with the two garages, because I don't know what the fuck I got. It's just then that could be said for the original MS Paint drawing too. His original blueprint, as it were. Because as you can see, the fucking staggered garage is there. Like a lot of the things that I was seeing here, I at first assumed they were implemented as he went along in the process, where it was like, shit, I didn't think about the fact that I was going to have, I don't know, an extra couple of feet of space here, so now the garage is going to be staggered, and it's going to look bad, but, you know, I can't help it because it's too late to fix it. No!
Right.
No! He intended that from the beginning, Fred.
Yes.
What does that mean?
His design.
These are not like retroactive, you know, trying to salvage something that was already fucked up. All of this was a conscious choice.
Now, there's one fun little fact that I really want to share with you.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'm just going to read what he wrote. Oh, and the tie-in with the existing house. In my case, I decided it was easier just to put in a second wall, as I would have had to dick too much with the roof to try to tie straight in. The existing footer wasn't really built for a two-story house either. This will also allow for the settling in the addition to hopefully be even. I ended up undercutting my foundation and pouring a new footer about a foot deeper than the old footer, which the masons blocked up with a 1-inch gap. Wasn't enough. The existing wall bowed in 1.5 inches, which ended up messing up my new walls too. Which
sad face.
You can't tell in the finished house, but it was readily apparent when hanging the kitchen cabinets, and it still bothers me that my wall isn't perfectly plumb. So he fucked up this addition so bad that the walls are bowing in 1.5 inches.
Amazing. And then there had to be kitchen cabinets put onto those walls.
Right. And so at that point, a meme started circulating among something awful about load-bearing drywall.
Yeah, in my investigations, I kept seeing that pop up, the load-bearing drywall thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which I don't know if you don't know anything about house construction, it's just a fucking oxymoron.
Like, drywall is just made to cordon off spaces. Like, it doesn't
You use it
bear
to
loads.
put walls up. You're not like constructing beams out of drywall or whatever. You know, you're not making the frame of the house out of drywall. Did you know, Fred, that I had a real estate license? I was a real estate realtor. I was a realtor. Right?
Really?
Yeah. It was a complete waste of time. I didn't sell a single house. I had the license for almost 2 years. I showed a lot of houses, though, and I did get to see a lot of really dumb shit, like a lot of illegal add-ons and just botched, DIY stuff. And it strikes me that, you know, this stuff is hard. Doing all of this shit, it requires a lot of knowledge and experience. But I so often I see instances, it almost like a whole culture around. I would imagine mostly men, you know, men,
right?
Manly men,
right? Like the sort of DIY. I'm going to impress my wife by building a shed.
Exactly. Like, these people, they think that they could just, like, I don't know, maybe watch one YouTube video, or in the case of Grover, read one book, and then just do it because they're an expert now.
This kind of thing is really, really commonplace.
It is. I've seen a lot of it. All right? It's, in fact, Home Depot's entire business model is built around catering to these people.
Yep.
Specifically. There's a cottage industry. Not really, I'm exaggerating. But there's a cottage industry around this type of fucking thing. And what really, sorry to rant, but what gets me,
you're fine,
kind of like just
Mike, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you just to say we're recording a show. Yeah. Please talk.
I will.
What do you get?
I will. What shocks me about it, what's always shocked me about it, is that we're talking about your fucking house. All right? Your actual shelter from the elements. You know what I'm saying? Like really high up there on Maslow's hierarchy of needs thing. You've seen that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This isn't
Maslow, not Laszlo.
Laszlo. Same shit. You know, hey, listen, you figured out what I meant. That's the important part, right?
Maslow's hierarchy of, you know, these might be nices.
Yeah. Laszlo, Maslow's underappreciated, lesser-known cousin, Laszlo. But what I'm saying is, there are a lot of things that you can, like, this isn't, you know, a knitting project or like learning how to play guitar or something like that. Okay, the roof doesn't cave in on your fucking family if you play the wrong chord. You know what I'm saying? If you're teaching yourself how to play guitar.
Now, this guy, I should say that Grover, and everything's fine.
He claims to know what he's doing.
That's the thing, is we can't. He was a military contractor, and
of
so
course he was.
But we don't really know what kind.
Well, here's the thing about it, dude. When you're talking about a house, right? And I'm related to people who have the family businesses and things like that, or work for other businesses involved in like renovations and contracting and home improvements and stuff like that. So I know a little bit of what I'm talking about, just peripherally. Right?
Sure.
These people will attempt all of these things while having, you know, no background in like architecture, you know, plumbing, electricity, HVAC, right? If you're a specialist in one of those things, then you're qualified to work in that thing. He's saying he was an electrician primarily, right? In the day, he was
not an electrician, an electrical engineer.
An electrical engineer, I
My
guess those
camera
are two
broke. I
different
gotta
things.
fix it.
Yeah, those are
Just a
distinct.
second.
But there, you see, he's building an entire. Essentially, he's building a house. Like this addition, all right. It's all right. There's no kitchen in it, right? We can assume there's no kitchen in it. Not in the addition.
I think there might be actually, because he built his. Yeah, that was a really important part of this. Is there was a kitchen.
He put the kitchen into the add-on.
Yes.
Okay, well then you need a plumber for that. You see what I'm saying? Like,
we haven't gotten to the plumbing problems.
There's so many variables that go into this shit, is what I'm trying to say. Like, if you fuck up one aspect of it, like there's mold. If you fuck this aspect of it up, there's a fire. You fuck this up, you could carbon monoxide poisoning, kill your whole family. The best case scenario in this is that the finished product just looks like shit and is actually safely habitable.
Now, you know what? We actually have the word of God here. Someone asked him, you know, how are you building this? And he wrote, mostly intuition, I guess. None of this stuff is rocket science, and normal people do it all the time. Just usually not so much altogether. I have a solid engineering background, and between the code books and examples from the web, I have a
solid engineering background.
You absolutely
I have a solid
nailed it,
engineering
Mike.
background.
He just went online and looked at basic tutorials and was like, yeah, I could do it. I had a few questions that I posted to DIY forums, but to be honest, it wasn't very helpful. They were mostly all, that's beyond a DIY job. You need to hire a pro. So people online...
And he said, fuck that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love that there were people online actively advising, like, DIY people tend to be pretty gung-ho, right? It's like, oh no, you know, whatever, I'm just gonna do it myself. Even these people, and we're talking early internet DIY people, right? Anyone who's like in an online space this early, this is 2006. Before that, because he was looking into this earlier. He's trying to figure out all of this, and even these early internet adopters who typically were very independent people were saying, you need a pro for that, dude. And Grover just did it anyway.
You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think DIY is dangerous. I'm starting
It depends. It 100% depends. It's like, dads, build a shed first. You'll probably be able to get your DIY-ness out with a shed.
Work
you know?
on the thing
you
that
make it.
people don't live in.
Yeah.
Right,
You know,
like you put your rakes in that thing and you leave it to the spiders, right?
Yeah.
It's out there in your backyard, leave it.
You leave it to the
collapses,
spiders.
You got some dead spiders.
You got some
know
dead
what?
spiders.
Yeah.
Could be a net positive depending
Could be
on how
net
you feel
positive.
about spiders.
Yeah, like, right.
Yeah, it might be a good excuse to buy a new rake.
But yeah, to just kind of use your actual house as a guinea pig to kind of cut your chops, and he's admitting that he has no idea what he's doing. It's like just criminal. I feel bad for the house. I feel bad for his family. You know, there's kids. There's kids in the picture now. I had a feeling that when I saw some of these pictures, I knew the type of mind that was behind it. Like, yeah, the type of guy who's like, oh, yeah, I could do that. Oh, I could do that. And then in the face of people saying like, man, I don't know. That's some complicated stuff that you got to be willing to admit that you might not have the skills or the experience to be able to do that. And his response to those people was to ban them from the forum. Otherwise, completely ignore them.
Right.
Now, again, I'm not against people teaching themselves how to do something, but there is something to be said for, I don't know, paying any kind of attention to somebody on the outside who knows what they're talking about, giving you a warning. And again, this is your fucking house. There's not a lot of room for error here. If something goes wrong here, wait, are you homeless? What was? Can we speculate? Maybe it was a financial reason. why he didn't hire the pros. Maybe he doesn't have as much money as we thought he does. Maybe that's why, and he didn't want to admit it or something. I don't have enough money to hire professionals, so I need to do these modifications on my own.
Right.
Can we speculate on that? Is that a possibility? He doesn't
was
say that.
making a ton of money. Like, he bragged about it a bit in the thread, as I recall.
He said that he wanted the renovations to cost between $80,000 and $85,000, I think he said.
You know what? Yes.
The initial post that he made, that started the entire thread. Do you want to read it?
Yeah, sure. He says, my wife and I are building an 85K 2,000 square foot addition onto our house, and we're doing it completely by ourselves. Framing, sheathing, roofing, doors, windows, flooring, plumbing, electrical, house wrap, kitchen, stairs, tile, trim, everything but the concrete and the siding. And we later got lazy on the drywall, too. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, we got lazy on it.
You can't get lazy on the drywall if it's load-bearing, buddy.
It's like he knows that all this is a mistake. Like, intuitively, he knows he shouldn't be doing this.
Do you think that there's a part of him that recognized that he should have been stopping?
The fact that that sentence is there tells me that he did. It tells me he does. He knows he's making a fucking mistake, and he's actively making it while people are trying to stop him, and he's shutting them down with his moderator privileges.
He did start by building a shed. We talked about building an addition, but all we ever did was build a 12 by 12 shed that became our lawnmower garage / storage room / wood shop / What is with him listing things out so far?
I don't know. He did it twice in this paragraph.
Like, a lot. Woefully inadequate. It's
the new addition adds a new kitchen, 2-car garage, workshop area, and 3 bedrooms, and he does it a third time. More accurately, a sewing room, a guest bedroom, and a storage room, a bathroom, and a living room.
The sewing room was because of, like, problems getting it approved. Because if he did not get the entire addition approved, he wouldn't legally be allowed to sell the house.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff is, you need permits for this shit. There's things you're not legally allowed to do to a house, depending on jurisdiction or whatever. But do me a favor, scroll back up for a second to the initial post, because he's saying framing, sheathing, because the fact that he lists things like this is actually, like, it really makes you think about the scope of his dumbassery. Framing, sheathing, roofing, doors, windows, flooring, plumbing, electrical, house wrap, kitchen, stairs, tile, trim. How is there a person on this earth, an individual who can do all those things?
Well, he says in the second post, I'm an electrical engineer by day. I'm pretty skilled at AutoCAD, but certainly not skilled in construction, and I've never done anything remotely like this before.
Oh my god. He's fully aware of his fucking ineptitude. It's, he's got confidence, and he's got money, and he's got no common sense. A dangerous combination.
Right. And I think that originally it was going to be much, much cheaper, and then the cost ballooned. Which is really unsurprising, right? I feel like that's the fallback. That's the problem, because a complete noob will not know what things to buy and won't buy the right things and might end up spending a little bit too much. An intermediate ends up using his money to try to make up for his lack of ability. An expert will be able to pay as little as possible to get the job done and still make something good. And this is squarely in, like, the intermediate territory, where he's way overspending to make up for his ineptitude.
Do we have a final tally on how much he spent to do this?
I think it ended up being like 85K. God, 85K for that edition.
Because it seems like he started with that estimate. He said, I want to spend 80 to 85K before he even started doing it. I guess he factored in all the costs, what he thought was going to be the costs of it. He factored them all in, and he came up with that number. Did he end up having to spend more than that? Do we know? We just don't have enough information. Like we said, guys, it's a rabbit ditch. It's not a rabbit hole. Primarily because he just couldn't take the abuse after a while and deleted everything. And does he still have an online presence at all, this guy?
And this is actually what I wanted to discuss with you. We've looked at all this up. Oh, yeah. One other thing that there were actually 2 other things that I wanted to explain before we really get into my thoughts, my breakdown of what I think really happened.
Okay.
So first of all, take a look at the back door and look how high up the door is.
Yep.
Like, here are the
It's
steps.
at least a foot off the ground.
It ended up being like 6 inches off the ground or something.
Is that right? I'm not.
My dad went through a period like this where he seemed to want to spend my mother's money on our mansion because it was a 19th century stone manse, you know, with 18 rooms and shit, and it had 3 stories. And there's this period where my parents went through this phase. Everybody does this when they go through the nesting phase, when they're like 36 or something and they don't really love each other anymore, and the chemicals that made the kid isn't there anymore, and they're like facing like a life of doldrum, like watching their house, you know, and and like working. And they went through this phase where like for 2 years they made us move everything inside, everything outside, everything inside, everything outside, paint this, undo that. For a while, our floor had been completely torn up. And then I think only a couple of years later, 3-4 years later, my parents just sold the place after all that work too. And it took them so many years to get that work done. And then they were done with it. They sold the place and you know, it was just crazy. It was just such an interesting experience. Like the amount of work that they did, and then just to let it go. You know what I still think about that house all the time. I think my mom does too. My mom is she deals with this problem where she's lost about 7 homes in her life. I've only ever had what she had in terms of homes, or I lived in apartments most of my life. And now I finally own my home, and she had this 7 times. She lost like 7 homes, or she moved, one or the other. She declared bankruptcy twice and lost 2 homes. The other 5 she moved away. And I don't know, that whole thing, like watching them tear apart the kitchen all the way down to the baseboards and into the pipes and stuff. The floors were gone. They retiled everything, and when it was done, it was fucking beautiful. It was amazing. But it cost them, I think, like $100,000 or something. $200,000. I think it was like $200,000. And then, like at the end of it, they suddenly, like she was out of work suddenly, and they just sold it. And that was so weird. All my childhood, I remember them renovating that fucking house like it was going out of style. And to this day, my mother still watches those house renovation shows like religiously. You can tell there's this whole culture of middle and upper class people who feel that their entire lives are based around the custodianship of the custodianship of their own home. And sure, a home is worth fighting for, and I know why they do this, but watching them go through the psychological discomfiture, I would say, that's the word. It's like psychological discomfiture of like losing it, or how much work it takes them to keep it. Like one of the things I told my mother when she bought this place is I was like, well, you better make it so I don't have to do anything, because I don't know shit about home ownership. She was like, you're a homeowner now. And I was like, I'm a homeowner now? And I think one of the first things out of my mouth, like the next day after the initial elation was over, I was like, what do you expect me to do? Because I've never owned a home, and I've only ever watched you guys do it, and I doubt I will probably stop being who I am long enough to figure out how to run this place. And she was like, we were very aware of that. This place is like self-contained. You don't need to worry about it. And she was right. I didn't. It's like very self-contained. All the stuff was done permanently, so I can just live here. If I don't fuck with anything or change anything, I don't expect this place to change much over the next 20 years. I think by then I'll probably have to combat like stuff like mold and decay, rust, and you know, this place is eventually probably will have to be condemned. I think it probably won't stand. One of the real problems about where I live is the moisture. So, you know, this thing is not a permanent solution to my to my problem. Like, for instance, I think I'll probably sell it in probably 10 years for what I got, basically like 30 grand or something like that, and let someone else deal with it with the you know, the breaking down of it once my parents pass. And I might actually sell the place, because I was thinking I would move it somewhere else, but I don't think this place will stay. I mean, it's a very sturdy home that will last like probably 40 or 50 years. But it's got great insulation, and they went in and they re-insulated the place, and they spent a lot of money. We spent like another like $7,000 like refixing this place and redoing all the wiring and all the stuff. And now, like, I don't know, like I look at owning a home as like a liability, but I own a home. It's like in my name, you know, it's like literally on the deed. One of the things I had to see was the deed. I was like, you know, my mom owns my mom is the custodian of this place because she's the payee. I'm on disability and stuff, so like she's my power of attorney. She I mean, her like the house is in her name, but it's like I'm like I got her will sitting right there with my house in it, and their house too. And it's kind of crazy. Not only will I be a homeowner, I will also own 2 homes. And so I intend to sell the lot, sell the land, probably sell this. I thought I would drag this to Colorado, but I don't want to drag this to Colorado. I think what I'll do is what all the yuppies do. I'll sell this place. I think by the time, in 10 years, this place will be worth 1.2, 1.4. The lot and the acreage is good. It's only gone up, and it's in this like affluent area where these people, these farmers and these townsfolk are looking for land, and they're all building businesses. Like right outside the back of our land, there's like a whole construction site with a whole bunch of like vehicles and stuff, and the guy lives at like 4 different places all up and down the big farm road that we live on. And like, you know, like the city hall just moved on them, and they're moving another piece of land down there. And I've been talking to the neighbors about this, and like I have a life and friends and stuff, and it's just weird. Like I go out to the real life and I take a look at what's happening to the neighborhood, and I feel like I can rest assured that when I go to sell this place, I feel like I could put a price of 1.4 on it, and I think they're gonna give it to me. I think I'll probably have to wait 2 to 5 years to get it. But I wouldn't be surprised if somebody steps to it right away. Like, one of the things I suspect will happen is when I put a for sale sign out here, the nutty people around me who are trying to turn this area into their personal fiefdom are going to want to buy this place just because of what it represents them for their business. And I think I'm going to be able to ask something nuts like 1.5 million for this 4-acre lot. Or, I mean, it's like a 40-acre lot. I think they will pay like 1.4 million or something like that. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like it's weird. By then I hope to be rich, you know. By then I hope to be rich in terms of like I've been working this job every day, and I'm going to continue to work this job every day in the hopes of making it someday. But in the meantime, like, I mean, I better do the trust now while I go on the way up. Yeah. Oh, and then how's this now? Am I, oh yeah, my connection to the server was lost. Yeah, but I believe I was like in the station, right? I think, yeah. Oh yeah, it's okay. I'm logged out either way. So yeah, I'm like, man, like, it's not like I'll be a millionaire. It'll be like the $5,000 or $10,000 that I've got in my savings, and then suddenly when they both, you know, pass on and make their transition, like 1.5 million will like pass to me in terms of like the possessions of both of their houses. Now I never wanted this kind of pressure, and I don't want the domestication. And I've learned that living here, which is like a 800 square foot room, or I'm sorry, yeah, it's not trailer, it's a fifth wheel. I've learned that I'm pretty happy with like an 800 square foot tiny life with enough for a queen size bedroom and like a kitchen modified into a living room that's got a big enough space for my television screen. And so this place is perfect, but what I feel I will probably do is go take the 1.5 million, buy a plot like a plot somewhere in Denver with water, running water and running power or something like that. Like a piece of land, that's it, with like power and water coming through it because it's in the city. But not structure. And on the land, I will install a brand new 2030 fifth wheel. And I will buy the best thing they have, because I'll have about probably $150,000 to spend on it, and I will do that, and I will buy the lot probably for like 500. I bet you the lot will be 500,000, something like that. I mean, I could get it cheaper if there's no building on it. I can probably get a cheap piece of land with a well and power, I'd say, for $200,000 or something like that, and then I'd have to buy another fifth wheel. But I've learned that fifth wheel living doesn't bother me, and it's not like I need a fifth wheel. It's just the amount of space that one provides is enough for me to live. It's like enough for me to get by. So, and then I want to take that to my land, but I want it in the city somewhere. I may have to just like, what I want to do is I'm going to maybe buy, maybe I can convince one of my friends to let me like live in their driveway or something like that. That's maybe what I'll do. And I'll be like, yo, I'll pay your mortgage for a while. Something like that, you know? Like, yo, if you'll let me, like, if you'll let me live in your fucking driveway with my fifth wheel and shit, and there doesn't even have to be a car there, and allow me to receive like Uber Eats and Amazon deliveries and mail here, I will pay your mortgage for a while. And I bet you one of my friends would. I think a lot of my friends would take that offer, actually. And it'd be like, yo, as long as I can get water to this, you know, as long as we can run water from, you know, from you know, your tap, we'll run a hose, you know, we'll run a hose and get some pressure and stuff, and run power, and we're done. Modify their power and stuff. And yeah, I bet I probably could find a way to do that. And that would be my solution. And I want to live in the city of Denver enough where I can get Amazon deliveries and food. And I want to just keep working as a streamer the rest of my life, and pocket the other four or 500,000 or whatever that would be left. It'll be about it'll be more than that. It'll be like 700 to $1 million. And I'll use that to live for the rest of my life off of it'd be like 50 grand a year. Yeah, and I'll live for the rest of my life. It'll be the last 20 years of my life or whatever at that point, or whatever, or last 30 years of my life. I'll carefully, I'll budget it where, like, you know, like, and at that point, my bloodline dies, my family dies, I pass on. Hopefully I leave a legacy of like 50 years of, you know, of a history that I lived, at least, so somebody in my family at least was like known for something, I think. And I try to, you know, find the balance that I never had when I was a young man trying to find my way through this system. I think if I was going to succeed at this life, I think it was going to have to be given to me. I have too many fucking barriers, and it's unfortunate. Like, I don't know. And in the meantime, if anybody ever says I'm lazy, I'll refer to the fucking 17,000 hours of fucking streaming that I've done in the last year and 5 months or whatever. You know, it's a lot, or whatever it is. It's more than that. It's like less than that. It's like 10,000 or something, but it's crazy. And I'll be like, no, I worked the entire time. And it's show business. It's like being an out of work actor with a little bit of trust fund money. Not much though, like $1 million. It'll be like, in the end, it'll be like $1 million maybe. I think it'll be about $1 million. It's kind of crazy. It like, none of my parents' property is worth anything. Maybe the cars and the house all together is worth maybe, you know, $300,000, and nobody. I guess I might be able to sell the trailer, but I don't know. Maybe it's just sort of weird. So then I look at all that transition, and I look at a life of like sitting and waiting, while I think about what'll happen if, like, my parents die and the government falls apart. If there's ever like a civil war, and I try to better myself every day, and I just keep trying to work and provide the content the best way that I know how to do it. And it's a nice semi-charmed kind of life, I'm okay with it, but I'm also, I struggle a lot with like I struggled a lot to be a lot of things throughout my life, but I never thought it would have been this. I was very surprised when my mother called me up and said that I wasn't homeless anymore. I was very surprised. I would have thought that would have been my lot in life for a long time. But the difference is, even when I was homeless, I worked every day. I've got the paycheck stubs to prove it. I worked every day. There was never a day when I was homeless where I didn't work. I would say, like, I either worked within a day or a day and a half of when I last worked. Sometimes I fucked off on drugs and slept with women, and I was kind of crazy and lived kind of a gamer lifestyle and was lazy and stuff. But most of the time I worked almost all my life. So now, like, because people think I just sat there and played video games my entire life, which wasn't really the case. It wasn't really the case. I struggle with, like, the imposter syndrome, where I have to, like, give myself permission to be okay and to have hope for the future, because the wolves are gone from the door, and it'll be they'll never be back, I don't think. Unless the country falls, you know? Unless the country falls or something really bad happens. The wolves are gone from my door. And for 25 years, there was like a war outside my fucking door every single day of my fucking life. And since I was like 15 years old, since 9/11 happened, it has been like a war outside my fucking door every day of my fucking life. And I don't know how to relax. I don't know how to sleep well. I don't know how to date well. I have no interest in humanity. I look at the liability of what they could cost me, mostly. Like, not cost me, but like if I were to trust them and let them in, what could it cost me? Because now I don't face the same battles as almost there's only, like, it's weird. All of my inner circle is taken care of like this because all of their families were very strong and very good people, like my family. And all of them are taken care of just like me. Now, so they had good genetics. They did well. Their families all had houses. None of them were homeless like me. I struggled with being lower class my entire life. And now that I suddenly have like this 100-inch television and this home, and it wasn't streamer money that brought me here. It was my own hard work and my survival skills and a bit of help with the government for being on disability and stuff. I look at it like being a survivor. It's like survivor guilt. Being in the lower class for as long as I was, being as met out as I was for so many years, and thinking about all the things that happened, I never would have thought that I never was waiting for something like this. I never was. For 40 years, I did not think that this would have happened. I never would have thought I ever would have had more than what I could have carried on my back my entire life. It wasn't self-imposed poverty. It's this belief that nothing in the society is worth striving for anymore. It's so jaded, except for the video games and the people around the video games for me. And that's so fucked up. I like completely, it's like it's almost like a Marilyn Manson album for me. I got so disassociative from everybody for so long that I just don't know like what it's like to be normal anymore. I keep remembering now something that I've been tripping on every moment of every day for like 2 days now is I totally forgot about this, but my ex-girlfriend can definitely testify. There were times when I played Final Fantasy 11 and stuff, but I didn't play video games for like 7 years. I actually didn't do that. And I reminded Bagon about it today. I forgot about this. I actually didn't play video games for like 7 years. It sounds like a lie, and I did play some video games. I had a PlayStation 4, and I had Fallout 4. I remember beating, the only game I remember beating in the entire 7 years, though, was I did beat Dungeon Siege 3 on the PlayStation 3 with my ex M. Or Summer. I guess I could call her Summer. With my ex Summer. And that's the only game that I remember beating beyond putting about 1,000 hours into Final Fantasy 11 towards the end of it when COVID hit. Right as COVID hit, it was like right at the end of 2018. I was like off the streets for a brief period of about 3 months when I was inside of a house before a man tried to kill me, and then I had to leave that place because I was a squatter. And I didn't play video games for that whole 7 years. I hung out in the back of a coffee house, or I drove Uber, or I drove taxi, or I worked construction, or I was a flagger. When I was homeless on the streets and living in a tent and stuff, I was a flagger. Every day I would go and flag from 8 in the morning until like 2 or 3 or 4 in the afternoon and stuff. And I would make about $80, and I would buy a gram of meth for $30 to $40, $50, something like that, and a meal and my bus fare. And I'd have like $10 left over. I would buy like a coffee the next morning at the coffee house, and I would try to figure out what I would do that day to get out of being homeless. And I would sit there on my cell phone Googling, and I would think about crime that I could commit, and drugs that I could sell, and people that I could talk to, and jobs that I could do, money that I could make, the problem that I didn't have an address, the fact that I was living in a burned out restaurant, and all this other stuff. And now I don't have to deal with that reality. I always dealt with this reality where I didn't want to be on the auspices of anybody else, and I'm still not on the auspices of anybody else. Like, my family helps me, but I don't need them, and I don't see them almost. So, like, I see them when I help them, but I, like, honestly, I don't ask them for a lot of help. I don't see them very much. Like, I do, but I don't. And so now, like, it's weird. It's like survivor's guilt, and I've never really understood it. It's like survivor's guilt. A lot of my friends really didn't make it out of the lower class. I watched the heroin kill my friends. I watched the heroin kill the people that I loved. I watched methamphetamine destroy the minds of some of the greatest people I've ever met. I watched I watched Denver turn from this wonderful, thriving, beautiful city pretty much overnight into like this like sprawling, yuppie commercial Los Angeles. And the way of life was like dead pretty much. And the middle class couldn't live there anymore. So I watched my city basically die, and the rent becomes so expensively high that you couldn't pay it, and like lucratively, like just ludicrously high. And I didn't think I was going to make it out of it. And out of all my friends and all my acquaintances and all the people that I knew, I really wouldn't have thought that it would have been me that got out. And life is funny sometimes. Some of my friends who strive their whole life are wrecks on the fucking street now. Some of my friends who have owned homes are wrecks on the fucking street now. Some of them aren't. But like, it's just kind of crazy. Like of all those people, of all those people, I would have wagered that my crazy ass was the one least likely to make it. I really would have really thought that out of all those people, I was the one that was constantly high on ecstasy, fucking girls instead of going to work, like living in apartments and smoking weed all the time, banging Slipknot, banging girls, banging different girls, many of them, like hanging out, doing drugs, smoking meth with my idiot friends, a lot of meth, a lot of cigarettes, a lot of drinking for like 7 years and shit. Hung out with anybody who had money and just tried to get them to spend it on partying like a fucking crazy couch surfing rat. And I definitely had people pay for my rent when I was totally in a really bad place and a drug addict and stuff. And I'm not proud of these fucking things, but out of all of those fucking people, like, I would have wagered that I was the one that would have been destroyed. And I think I actually came out, in the end, a lot better. One of the reasons I think my family was willing to help me, or even give me the time of day, really, after the way I treated them. I used to steal their money to spend it on drugs and shit. I got their car stolen from me at knife point, and I had to run like a detective op and cooperate with the police to get their car back one time, because this fucking shitty meth addict fucking stuck me up at knife point to my fucking neck and stole my keys and drove my fucking Prius off. It was insane. And we got the car back the next day. No damage, no loss, except for the cash that I had in the fucking car. I cashed my fucking paycheck, and it was in an envelope in there, and they knew it, and they robbed me. It was so fucking stupid. And all I was trying to do is give them a ride. I was a taxi driver. That was it. So I got the car back, sans the money the next day, and then I get this check like 5.5 years later. Turns out that dude went to jail for years too. I put that dude in jail for years too. And I get this check for victims assistance later for like, I think it was like, all in all, it was like $1,400 or something. And I was like, wow, that was the paycheck that he stole. And yeah, turns out, yes, yeah. And I did put him in jail. I put 2 people in jail. I'm about to put another 2 people in jail. Like, I'm not proud of it. I just, like, you know, it's just crazy. It's like a fact of my life. I didn't like it and I didn't want it. It just happened. And so now I've got the survivor's guilt. I think about my ex Summer and how happy she would be in a place like this. She could relax and kick her addiction and probably like at least like take another stab at life. I think about a lot of my exes and how really beautiful this place was. I offered to my ex, I was like, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. And if you love me, I will give you this place. I will give you 40 acres of land, your own house. You know, your family can roam here, all this stuff. If you just love me, that's it. And it's funny, you know, it's funny. Like, I made that offer because I was like, I will take care of you for the rest of your life. And she was like, noted. She was like, I can't do it right now, but she was like, noted, you know. And women like offers like that. She was like, noted, you know. She was like, you know, I get comments every once in a while. She'll be like, I'm thinking about quitting the human race too. And I'm like, yeah, I don't recommend it. They won't let you go, you know. Like, my favorite song of all time is Blindness by Metric, and it's like a, you know, song about how, like, the chorus line goes like, what it is and where it stops, nobody knows. You gave me a lie that I never chose. It's like my whole life was like a lie that I never chose, really. It's like this survivor's guilt, because I was down in the fucking front lines with the fucking poor kids trying to hustle around drug addictions and the system, like living in places like tents and trailers and people's like back seats and shit like that, couches and stuff, trying to scrabble with the lower class, like through the whole thing and trying to survive. I had friends that would die for me and vice versa. And now I suddenly, all my life, I fought like some kind of Dungeons and Dragons story for me a little bit. All my life, I fucking fought really fucking hard, you know? And suddenly it was just fine. Overnight, I got this phone call one day while I'm in the fucking madhouse. Like, I shit you not, I'm like in the fucking madhouse. And I get this phone call from my mother, and she's like, did you know that you're not homeless anymore? And I was like, really? And she was like, yes, you know all that money we've been saving up and trying to figure out what to do with? I did a lot of research, and I went hunting, and I bought you a fifth wheel, and here's the pictures of the fifth wheel. And that was the greatest moment of my life. She sent me 26 pictures of a fucking fifth wheel, and she was like, you own that. It's sitting out in front of our house right now. We have to renovate it for the next year, and we're going to spend another probably 7,000 past the 29 that we spent. And that was all the money that I saved up over like 4 years or something like that. And I was like, oh, I'm a homeowner now and I'm not homeless. And she was like, yes, you can live here rent free for the rest of your life as long as you leave us alone and help us when we need it. And I was like, oh, thank God. And she was like, you will never have to pay rent ever again as long as you live here. And I was like, I never have to pay rent again. I have a home. It had been I left my home when I was 16, and I had apartments for about 10 of those years, between the ages of 16 and 39. But it had been 24 years of backbreaking labor, not backbreaking labor, but like hard work, homelessness, gaming, stress, living on couches, drug addictions, problems, ex-girlfriends, and all these other things. And I just hadn't found anything I even remotely thought of as a home since I was like 16, when I lived with my first crew down in the crack shack and just down from my first high school. And all those kids were emancipated like me at the age of 16, and all those kids live lives like me too. I mean, a couple of them didn't, but a bunch of us did. The girl that I was in love with in high school, she definitely did live a life exactly like me, and so did all of our inner circle friends. One of them is still a really good friend that I talk to at least once or twice a year. Great girl. And I love her to death. That's my friend A. She's like my sister. She's the closest thing I have to like a sister, my friend A. And I love her to death, but like, you know, we don't see each other a lot because she and I were on meth a lot of our lives. And we're terrible triggers for each other. My other friend liked cocaine, and my other friend really likes cocaine and has a hole in their septum because of cocaine. And like, I don't know, I'm like, you know, and then a lot of our friends were really crazy methamphetamine addicts. Like, I don't know, like I come from this place of death and poverty and overdose, addiction, heroin, death, and people shooting up AIDS and Hep C and shit like that. Like, it was a rough scene there for a while. I had no interest in representing anything, but essentially like a sublime nirvana reality of like grunge life living and stuff, you know, and doing a lot of drugs. Like, oh my god, there's a crystal here and I didn't know it. How did I not know this? Oh my god. Well, thank god I don't ever have to come back here again. That's the game. Play and find out, you know. Anyways, gonna fire up Eve again. There we go. So yeah, and so now like, and it took me a while still. It took me another year to get in town. It took me another year to relax and relax and not think that I was going to wake up that day with some man kicking in my door, shoving a shotgun in my face and pulling the trigger. And that could still happen. Could still happen right now. Now, I don't live in fear of it anymore, but I did for like a year. And there was no reason for any of that. It's just some psycho, you know, there's no reason for any of it. I never crossed him, any of that shit. So like, but he was still a psycho, and I still lived in fear of it for a long time. And then one day I woke up and like a year later, like November of last year, I woke up like a year later and I was like, I am not going to be killed by some axe murderer. I'm not going to starve on the streets as a drug addict. I'm not going to be like smoking methamphetamine for the next 20 years until I'm some depraved 60-year-old drug addict. I'm okay. I can have 3 square meals a day, but I only eat 1. I exercise and I'm happy and I'm getting a tan. Well, I got a tan during the summer, but you know, it's just kind of crazy. And these are things that were so far from my reality for so long that it feels like Jason and the fucking Argonauts, the veritable, you know, the Iliad or the Odyssey. It feels like the Iliad or the Odyssey returning home. And the only thing that would make it more perfect would be like, you know, the love of my life. That's it. Other than that, like, I never thought that happiness would just sneak up on me. But the struggle was so pronounced for so long. For 26 years, the struggle was pronounced for so fucking long that I just had lost the hope of it being anything else at all. And it's a beautiful story of triumph in a way. I had assumed that I would just be homeless, banging like methamphetamine or whatever, smoking methamphetamine for another 25 years past the age of 40 till I was like 65 and too old to cut it anymore. Complete brain damage from all the injuries from getting my ass beat on the streets or whatever. Alienate all my oldest friends that I had since high school and lost my family long before that due to old age and all this stuff. And that's really how I thought it was going to be just 3 years ago, you know? And then overnight, you never know. It's this beautiful lesson about it's never too late to take a fucked up life to a beautiful state, you know? I get emotional when I think about it. Because, like, a lot of the people, I think a lot of the reason why they would hate me is I'm, like, fat and I'm lazy and I have enough money to not worry and all this. But it wasn't like that all my life. It was like that for the last year. But the first 39 years of it was, I mean, sorry, the first 10 years were fine, but from the age of about 11 until I was 39, it was like a good 29 years. I worked really hard all my life to get by, you know? Really hard. Some days I didn't because I was so depressed that this was the reality, that 9/11 death was the reality, and that like all my friends were going to be hurt by the cold and the government was going to be a piece of shit and they're all liars and false flaggers anyways, and everything that I used to scream about is everybody's normalcy now and all this other stuff. But in the end, like overnight, it was just like, okay, the minute that I basically had completely given up, I was ready to like relapse in the madhouse. You ever relapsed in the comatorium? You ever relapsed in the comatorium? Because I have. And I was ready to relapse in the madhouse and go crazy and get hunted by the police and thrown in jail for 10 years. and lose everything I ever loved or valued. You know, they say, you know, Elliott Smith said, he sang a lyric that I've always lived by. It's that, you know, God makes problems to see what we can do before we do as the devil pleases and give up the things that we love. And I lived by that. I would get it tattooed if I was some fucking cringe motherfucker, but I'm not. But I live by that all the time. I think about like how I'm basically doing these things to destroy myself all the time because I don't value myself through the eyes of other people. I value myself through the eyes of other people who don't have a high esteem of me. And I get it. But I mean, I also have like a hell for a brain. I would say I've never been afraid of hell because I would say that lives in my brain. I'm not scared of death. Never been. Death would be this thing that honestly would be this welcome surcease. And I'm not talking about suicide. I'm talking about just like not having the pressure of 29 years of sorrow, the death of everything that I loved, the destruction of my city, the burning of Lahaina, the death of one of my closest friends in a suicide murder. He killed his father and then himself a second later. Watching my ex Summer shoot up AIDS and Hep C right in front of me. All this other shit that just broke my mind. I thought that was how it was going to be for the next 60 years. I thought I'd have a fucked up Bukowski type life of being like a fucked up, like I figured sooner or later I'd get a crappy job just to pay for my drugs, like being a post office, like a postal office, you know, a post office worker, a postal worker. And that's a cliche. And I used to read about this a lot from Charles Bukowski. And I was like, why should I be so charmed about a Bukowski life of being a pariah in my own community for the drugs that I did, just trying to deal with the sanity issues and the mental health issues that have plagued me my entire life after a life of like divorce, death, loss, murder, like people trying to murder me, drug addiction, depression, poverty, homelessness, and all this other stuff. And so when it all ended pretty much overnight and I left humanity and I no longer had to worry, I just gave it all away. I was like, okay, YOLO. All the rappers keep talking about YOLO. I was like, all right, YOLO. Got nothing else to lose. I've lost the love of my life because a man tried to kill her. Like I've just lost everything. I've lost everything. I lost that relationship. I lost my best friend. I lost all my best friends. I lost my exes. I lost my friends. I lost my life. I lost everything I owned like 7 times. I lost my sanity twice. I was in the madhouse for 2 years. All that stuff. And then suddenly it was just over. And I still marvel about it every day. All of that trauma, all of that abuse, all of that self-abuse, all the bullshit, all the negativity, it just ended overnight for some fucking inexplicable reason. The curse died, the barrier curse lessened. It's still there, but it's like this fragment of magic, of like broken magic of my own spell or whatever's left or whatever. And the barrier curse is still there. I see evidence of it all the time, but it's fading quickly every day. It's like fading, and now it's funny, like my mom and all of my best friends have stepped to me in their own little silly funny ways, and they've been like, would you like us to cleanse the curse finally? And I was like, oh no, that motherfucker been dead for like a year. It's only fragments of dead magic left now. I bounced the curse against myself, and I shouldn't have done that, but the man was very bad and he cost me everything. So, you know, it bounced back and it blew up in my face, and I fucking had 7 years of like basically the Iliad Odyssey, and I shouldn't have been cursing someone in the first fucking place, you know what I'm saying? But he tried to kill me and tried to kill the woman I loved. So, I mean, I don't know. It felt righteous to me at the time, but really, you don't mess with things that you don't understand, and I paid the prices for it. They threatened me with jail for 2 years. They threatened me with 10 years of jail for 2 years. I sat with that over my head. Like some kind of goddamn guillotine. Like, I need that kind of fucking abuse. And then I have this survivor guilt now, because I wake up in the morning and I'm like, everything's gonna be fine for the rest of my life. I could dream up problems like heroin addiction for myself and fuck it all up or something, but even then, I doubt they could take my home away from me. Even then, I own this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Even then, I doubt I could go the Steve-O route for a bit and relapse or whatever, and I don't plan to, and I don't want to, and that's not on the agenda. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy. I don't feel the need to do drugs beyond hash ever again, because I'm like, yeah, because the hell that lived in my head suddenly disappeared one day, and now I'm happy, and today is the best day of my life. And that is just very odd. It's very odd. I don't know why it suddenly happened. Oh no, what's happening here? Oh no, I missed a step. Well, it's okay, I can get back here instantly now. Oh, I didn't go to the president's office, but look at this, guys. I can just pop out. You can tell Yoshi is just not willing to make us walk anymore, not more than once. So they were really very, very, very steadfast about it. They were like, there's a crystal at the War Room shrine now, and you never have to do this walk ever again. And I really love that. I fucking love it, because I'm about to blow 2K gil just to get back and forth to do this thing, and I missed the step, and that's why a lot of people quit this game. They missed the step, and then they've got 2 hours to go back and forth again. This game isn't like that anymore. I can jump from this right to the fucking Metalworks where I was, right to the NPC. It's the best MMORPG ever made, finally. Finally, you know? Finally. Yep. There it is. So now I must go scouting for ice, now that the new EVE Online day has begun. Which means that I gotta pop around to neighboring systems like Yoma.
Warp drive active.
Yep, here we go. And then I gotta go to the president's office, which I don't even remember where that is. It's like, oh yeah, never mind. I do go down the middle. So I missed a step, but oh well. You can see how this would fuck you in the ass back in the day. It costs you 2 hours of lost walking and stuff, but not in the current system now. Now you can actually play the game. It's actually very, very fun. So now I look at this and I'm like, man, something I could do is just sell all my land and then build my own house and build it like this. It's an option now. You know, I look at, like, it's not like I'm very happy that it's all, like, all that pain is gone. It's that I feel like I was just gifted the ability to recover better than most people would, because I had it worse than most people do. I can't think of a single person from my high school that I'd be willing to talk to anymore. And this was a recurring theme, because beyond who was in my inner circle, beyond my inner circle's crew and their family and stuff, I'm talking about the kids that I went to high school with. I wouldn't care to ever see again. That is so fucking far for their lives and who they were and who they lived and who they grew up to be in the middle class and stuff, is so fucking far from what my life is. Like, I mean, like, okay, just recently in the last 5 years, I think the most horrific thing that I remember seeing was my ex-girlfriend driving my car and shooting up methamphetamine and heroin into her neck while she was driving. And I think about the fucking milquetoast kids that I came up around, and my relationship to the world and how far it was compared to theirs. And it's not like I went looking for those things. They just happened. And, I guess that's all I have to say about this. I just like waxing intellectual about it because it's a trip, you know, it's a trip to be in this place. It's a trip to be there. It's such a trip. It's like, man, like I really would have bet my life that I wasn't gonna make it off of the streets. I really would have bet my life on it. And it's not like it fell in my lap. I worked so hard under those circumstances for so long that now I'm more inclined to believe in stuff like God, because I'm like, man, maybe good things do happen to good people. I had never harmed a living thing. I committed some crime in my life, but I never did anything that would ever cause anybody to ever shed a tear. I don't think, you know, I don't believe I've ever made a human cry. I've lost relationships where we both cried, but I don't think I've ever really made a human cry, even. You know? I'm sure I made people recently cry who stabbed me in the back, but I don't think, like, I'm not known for making people cry or unhappy or any of that stuff. I'm not very known for that, you know? Speak to Pius. Pius. Grome, who's in the Craftsman's Eatery. Oh, yeah. Down to the left. I'm going to turn the music back on because... or no, I'm going to keep running these videos now. That's all I have to say about that. It's such a trip. Like, everybody thinks that I'm this piece of shit who didn't work hard or any of this. And I'm like, no. Would you like to see the fucking many paycheck stubs? Years and years and years. I worked a lot harder than most of the drug addicts that I knew. I definitely did. This is something my mother will come on stream and tell you. She's seen the goddamn paycheck stubs. I worked so hard, even when I was on the streets. And... like, I think people are just so wanting to just attack now these days that they can't see someone who actually has paid their costs, who has paid the costs to be here. I've paid the costs to be here in blood, sweat, and tears, you know? I really have. It's not like I'm bragging. I'm just saying, like if there was somebody that this would happen to, I would say it would be me. I think my friends would say if anybody was going to have this kind of luck, it should have been me. There was constant overdose death all around me. There was constant problems, men trying to kill me, men who I put in jail, like people trying to attack me, this system trying to put me in jail for 10 years on non-fucking felony charges and all this other stuff. And I would say that if there was anybody who really deserved the help, it would be me. And it's why they're helping me. I mean, the government felt this way. The government doctors felt this way. They were like, I've never met somebody who actually needs the sort of help that you do. You can get up out of this. A lot of the people that we meet, they can't get out of their problems, but you can. You can get out of your problems with a little bit of help. And I was like, that damn right. With a little bit of help, I can get out of my problems. It is right. God bless them. You know, thank you for the help. One day I hope to maybe come back through their lives and shine some light back in their lives for the light that they shined in mine. I never would have made it without them. So then config, and then let's oh no, I'm gonna watch the rest of this video. That's right. So oh no, you closed the video, damn it. But you got the point. You got the point of the video.
Bank in the early 1900s.
So now they're saying owning a home is literally a scam. It costs so much money. And I was like, yeah, I think that's about right. I'm thinking that right after the last funeral, after the wake, I'm gonna drink a bottle of fine Lagavulin whiskey, like my man Ron Swanson, and I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna be like 50 or 55, and I'm gonna pound a bottle right on stream. I'm gonna do it right on stream. I'm gonna be like, this is the bottle that I talked to you guys about, and then the next day I'm gonna make plans to sell this whole bit. I'm gonna sit by for the year or so that's gonna take to sell it. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna have a real estate company work for me. And then I'm gonna just have them cart through and take all of this away to some new place in Denver, Colorado, and I'm going to buy a new place. I'm going to set up there, and I'm going to have a whole bunch of people come help me so I don't have to do any of it. I'm going to be like, yep, I'm hiring a crew to come help me move. I'll pay, like, you know, I'll sign a contract and I'll pay you guys, like, you know, 20 grand to just move me all the way, like so that I don't have to do anything. I'm going to contract a moving company. I'm going to have them do all of it. I'm going to have them come in here with professionals and stuff, and I'm going to take my computer and my shit myself in a car. I'm going to buy a car. I'm going to do a road trip across the country, and then I'm going to settle back down in my home. And I'm going to relive the city life that I did when I was a child, when I was a teenager. And I'm going to see Denver for what it is, without the poverty eyes. Like, there was times when I felt like, for instance, you know, I never did go to the Denver Zoo because I never did feel like and it was a life aspiration to go see the Denver Zoo. And I even lied. I think I lied. I white lied to my ex-girlfriend about this. I told her that I had been to the zoo, but I didn't want to tell her how ashamed I was that I felt like I couldn't afford the $5 zoo ticket for 20 years. And I feel shame about that. I really felt like there was a lot of my own city that I never saw because I just didn't have the price of admission even.
And you want to make more money.
And I don't want to own any homes. I think I guess I want to own a home. I'm going to own a home, but I'm going to make sure it's brand new so that it'll last for the 30 years that I'm going to use it. Or well, like the 40 years that I'm going to use it. I'm going to get a fifth wheel that'll last, and I'm going to put it on a cheap plot of land that doesn't have anything but water and power in the city somewhere. And I'm going to just live my life in my stream for the rest of my life. And I live a nice semi-blessed, charmed kind of life now, and I'm very happy. Today's the best day of my life. But boy, I still trip. It's like an acid trip for me. I trip about going from hell to heaven in a day. My mom talks about winning the lottery, and I'm like, I've won the lottery. And she's like, yeah, you have. And I'm like, yeah, I've won the lottery. I had such a bad life that people wanted to help me. It's like winning the lottery.
Your biggest money.
It wasn't like I wanted it that way. It just was. I could spin like things. I could show them pictures of my cell phone of the wakes and the funerals, you know, and I did that sometimes. I was like, here's the wakes and the funerals, you know.
Maker has always been mortgages.
Here's the wakes and the funerals of the people over the last 10 years and stuff. This is what happened with this, and this is what happened with this, and oh yeah, totally wiped out on a moped one time and all this, you know, yeah.
Now loans to buy a house, but buying a home at that time.
It plays like some kind of, you know what it reminds me of? Schitt's Creek. It reminds me of Schitt's Creek, which is like a weird show about rich people trying to readapt to like farmer lifestyle and stuff. And it's not because I'm rich, it's because my life was like a dark comedy kind of.
Time, even with the mortgage, was only reserved for the upper class.
Homeownership was really rare for 1900s. You look at the history of 1800, obviously there's narratives about or stories about government giving away land for free in the western territories of the United States. But really, homeownership or owning your own home was a privilege. It wasn't something for the common man.
And even so, the mortgages back then were pretty bad. You had to make a 50% down payment, and the mortgage was only for 5 years. So if someone wanted to buy a $100,000 house, they would have to pay $50,000 up front, make interest-only payments for 5 years, and by the end of those 5 years, they would have to pay that remaining $50,000 all at once at the end. It was
Why would you do this?
Basically a convoluted way to break the payment into two, while
and well, more like 3 payments of 50%.
The bank interest.
It's more like an extra 50% interest. And this is why owning a home is a scam. I am literally terrified of owning that home that my parents live in. I'm terrified of it. I think it's everyone else's life dream. I don't want the responsibility. I'm happy with my trailer park life, honestly. I don't want a home that's worth more than $50,000 because I always live in this fear that my home's going to be blown up or something like that, or something bad's going to happen. I don't live in this fear of it. I just don't believe that something good is going to happen. I don't have this faith that anything good is going to happen because nothing good did happen for like 15 years, you know? So I don't know. I'm just I believe that's all I have to say about this. Guys, I have to go to the bathroom, but first I got to dock up. So I'm going to go ice mining here in just a minute. I'm ice mining, but first I must dock up and go to the bathroom and switch ships, and I will do so while I'm watching a video. Thank you for paying attention to me. Just a reminder to those guys who stayed up with me late today. It is 5 in the morning. You have watched 10 hours of a Skycat live stream, and it has been a great day. Today's the best day of my life. I really feel that way because every day is another bit of closure, and I'm past the war outside my door. You know, the war is not outside my door anymore. The war is not outside my door anymore.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I just said to my best friend, I said, the war is not outside my door anymore. And I really love that. The war is not outside my door anymore.
So it was still out of touch for the average person. So as a bank, if you want to make more money, you have to make these mortgages more accessible to the common man. Think about it, right now your customer base is only a tiny sliver of the population. You're only getting interest from the top 1%. But if we can somehow structure mortgages in a way where, say, 50% of the population can afford one, you are going to be rolling in an ungodly amount of interest. So you concocted a plan to get the public hooked on mortgages, and it worked. Look around today and most of the people around you will be in debt to the banks for the rest of their lives. Most people who have a mortgage right now are never gonna own their homes. They're never gonna pay back their mortgage, no. They are gonna die still in debt, and when they do die, they'll simply pass on their debt to their kids. And you wanna know the best part?
Yay!
Every single person with a mortgage today isn't even mad about it. After all, being in debt, I mean owning a home is the American dream. And this is how the banks pulled it off. It's 1933 and America is in the Great Depression, and the government was desperately trying to figure out a way to lift up the economy. Enter President Roosevelt's New Deal. The New Deal was supposed to boost the economy and promote consumerism. And part of the New Deal was the creation of a new agency called the Federal Housing Administration, or FHA. The FHA's job was to encourage more people to buy homes. Why would the government want to encourage people to buy more homes? Because when you own stuff like a home, you tend to work harder, you tend to be more productive. When you can't own stuff like in communism, you tend to not want to work. So to encourage home ownership, the FHA, this new federal agency, created America's very first home loans that were guaranteed by the government. Meaning if someone couldn't afford to continue making their mortgage payments, you as the bank could claim that money back from the government. It seemed like a genius idea at the time. Banks would give out more mortgages so people would own more homes. But as Charlie Munger says, show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. FHA mortgage insurance changed the game for banks. Since you didn't have to worry about defaulting anymore, you could just freely dish out more loans to way poorer people. And so the 7, 10, and 15-year mortgages were born. But these mortgages were very different. Instead of splitting the payment into 2 and making interest payments over those 5 years, these new mortgages are a lot like what we have today, where people would make a smaller down payment to start out, like 20% or something, and from there, instead of having a big lump sum payment at the end, they would just have to make monthly payments for the rest of the 15 years, where every month you pay down some of the principal and interest at the same time.
Okay guys, BRB, I got a bio.
For a $10,000 home at 6% interest, you would need a $5,000 down payment, and then you would pay $25 a month in interest payments for 5 years, and then at the end of the 5 years, you would be slapped with that other $5,000 payments. But with this new 10-year mortgage for the same home at the same interest rates, you would only need to put $2,000 down, much more attainable. And then you would just pay $88 every month for the next 10 years. And at the end of the 10 years, that's it. You wouldn't be slapped with a giant payment at the end. So all the commoners would have to do is pay a measly $88 every month for 10 years, and the house would be theirs. Again, much more manageable. And for the peasants who can't even afford $88 a month, you had a plan for them too, the 15-year mortgage, which would drop their monthly payments down to just $67 a month. It was genius. Suddenly, it wasn't just the rich upper class that could afford to take out mortgages. Now the upper middle class could do it too. You had just unlocked a whole new segment of the population. But soon, even that wasn't enough.
So good and bad, right? It allowed more people to buy a home, but at the same time, as more demand was introduced, because there's simply more able people to buy homes, you had prices of home go up increasingly.
This is Sam Kwok, by the way, part of the Kwok brothers. They help everyday people pay down their mortgages faster. So with home prices up from more people buying, now people couldn't even afford your 15-year mortgages anymore. So suddenly you found yourself back at square one. So obviously you only had one choice to make. Introduce the 30-year mortgage. The 30-year mortgage would change the real estate industry forever. With 30 years to pay back their loans, for that same $10,000 house at 6% interest, people would only have to pay $47 a month, down from the $67 a month for the 15-year mortgage. And it was irresistible to the masses. But here's the thing, the devil is in the details. Sure, on the surface, these small monthly payments sounded like a good deal, but if you actually run the numbers, a 30-year mortgage is actually a horrible deal. And it all comes down to a fancy term called amortization. And don't worry, this word sounds complicated because they probably want to intentionally confuse you. But all this means is that most of your monthly payments goes towards paying off interest in the early years of your mortgage instead of actually paying down the principal. And this has some really bad ramifications when it specifically comes to 30-year mortgages.
The first 10 years of a mortgage amortization, vast majority of what you're paying every single month is actually going towards interest. 5, 10, 15-year mortgages are also amortized, but if you look at the amortization schedule on a 5, 10, 15-year mortgages, they're not as that bad. I mean, you're not paying a whole lot of interest. Even from the get-go on a 10-year mortgage, really the vast majority of what you pay on your monthly payment is going to be principal payment. There's very little interest. The problem with the 30-year mortgage is that now you've allowed time to basically cook the interest longer, right? It's compounding interest that's actually working against you as a homeowner. So with the 5, 10, 15 years amortization, the interest isn't that bad. You're not paying a whole lot, even though the rate might be 5 or 6%. But the same 5 or 6% rate on a 30 years looks a whole lot different. You're paying close to almost 90 or 100% TIP, which stands for total interest percentage. If you get a $100,000 loan on a 5 or 6% interest on a 30-year mortgage, you're gonna pay $100,000 of interest. So your entire total payment is actually $200,000 in the span of 30 years without a guarantee that you're actually gonna pay it off. So let's say you have a 10-year mortgage versus a 30-year mortgage, right? Let's say we have an example of a $100,000, 5% interest rate on a 10 years. What you're actually ending up paying as a total interest percentage is you're gonna end up paying $28,868. So what your TIP looks like, your tip, is about 28.8% on a $100,000 principal.
So you also, while you're paying for just the tip before they penetrate you, right? You give them a tip. You pay them a tip for the other 50% payment past 100, and you tip them too.
Apply it to a 30-year amortization. What you now have is a $93,256 of interest you're gonna pay. So almost 93.2% TIP, total interest percentage. It's not necessarily the rate that is the enemy. It's the time that you allow for your principal balance to compound over the last, in 30 years. That's where it becomes a problem. And of course, yes, you have considerably less of a payment, but that itself is the problem, is that people oftentimes choose short-term gains, short-term savings, quote unquote, at least what they're sacrificing long-term gain, which has a considerably higher opportunity cost.
It was genius. For most Americans, the only thing that they really cared about was whether
they have a home. Can you blame them? Whether or not they have a home, as opposed to the unwashed masses, which was my concern too. And so I worked my whole life, but I was like, yeah, I don't have the discipline to do anything but video game, I worked my whole life, but I did taxi,
that they would be able to make the monthly
I did delivery, driving, taxi, and cashier
payments. Nobody cared that you would end up paying almost double the price for a house when you tack on the...
Like, at the end of it, I'm going to be able to, like this is a trip for me because I've never been able to do this my entire fucking life except for when I was a teenager, right? And I had a little bit more money because my mom was helping me and stuff with, rent and stuff. At the end of this, I'm going to be able to take a pretty girl out to a steak restaurant and buy a bottle of wine there and blow $200 on the meal. And I won't need to do that, nor will I do that. I'm just saying that's a trip for me to think of it like that, where like I might even maybe take one vacation in my life. I've never taken a vacation and I'm 40 years old. I've lived in vacation places like Maui and swam in the coral reefs, and I definitely went, but yeah, it has been 20, I've taken one vacation. I did a California trip with my band and all the girlfriends and everything, and that was 5 weeks in California, sorry, 3 weeks in California. And that was the last time. I was 17 years old. That was 23 years ago. It was the last time that I remotely did anything for fun, you know? I just try to survive. And I'm thinking now maybe might get me a laptop and go, and I want to get me a laptop and a satellite internet thing. What is the best satellite internet for boats, right? Marine satellite internet, right? It won't be amazing. There'll be days when it's bad, but I thought maybe I would go buy a laptop when my parents pass. I know I'm going to be depressed, and so I think the one vacation that I'm going to take in my entire life is going to be right after the funeral and all the stuff's been arranged. I'll board the cats if they're still alive. They should be alive. Or no, those cats will be dead. Yeah. I'll board the cats and I will go on a carnival cruise, I think. And I will look for good deals, and I'll book like, you know, I'll book and I'll go do like a month cruise. And I'll bring food with me. I'll bring dried food with me, like ramen, and I'll live off ramen in the boat, so it doesn't cost me anything. And I'll pay out like $4,000 for the right to be on the boat for a month, and I'll bring ramen with me, and I'll boil hot water in my room, right? Yep. And I'll cook my own ramen rather than paying their exorbitant prices on the boat and stuff. And I'll hang out on the sun deck with my laptop. And that's what I'll do after my parents, after either probably my mother. I think my mother's going to outlive my stepfather. They've been kind of talking, well, she's been talking about it, and they're scared of it. They think my mother's going to outlive my stepfather, and that kind of sucks. And so maybe when he passes, I'll take her on a boat, take her on a cruise, just to keep her mood up. What cruise do the old people take? Oh yeah, I'm leaving, huh? Yeah, they're like wolfing down this belt, and I'm just fucking around because my shift's getting towards the end here. I'm a bit tired.
Hey folks, I'm Walter, and that question about what is the best ship or cruise line for senior citizens, well, that's a complicated one, because honestly, they all cater to senior citizens. It almost doesn't matter which ship or which cruise line, they all do cater to senior citizens in some way, shape, or form. And of course, what senior citizens are looking for in their vacations has probably changed quite a bit over the past, say, 10 or 20 years. So let's look at some considerations so then you can pick the best cruise line for what you're looking for. Now, first we have to consider what kind of vacationer are you, or what are you looking to get out of your next cruise? And so we need to look at the ship, and we need to look at the itinerary. Now, step 2, who would you like?
Yeah, when my stepfather passes, I'm going to suggest to my mother that we take a cruise. And we get out of the house and we board the cats for a while. She won't do it. But boy, I'm gonna try and fucking get her to do it. She won't do it. I know she won't.
To cruise with? Would you like the ship to be primarily adults, maybe skewed towards an older generation, or are you open to going on a family ship where obviously you're going to have more children, but you're also going to get a much wider range of ages and people and experiences to mingle with? Now, number 3, how important is the quality of the food to you? So if food is more important to you, then you'll want to pick a cruise line that skews higher on food. If food is not as important, well, that opens up your cruise choices even more. Number 4, how big of a ship would you like to go on? I mean, they go anywhere from say 300 people up to almost 7,000 people on a ship. With those 4 very basic, very high level considerations, we can start to narrow down the ships and the cruise lines that might give you the experience that you're looking for. And hey, be sure to subscribe and click that little bell icon so that you're notified when we have more content. Now, when you're on board the ship, what kind of experience are you looking for? Are you looking for a more luxury, laid-back, quiet experience, or do you like to have the option to maybe have some bumper cars on board, maybe the roof course up top, more physically active things, fun things to do? Well, then you're certainly going to be looking at a Royal Caribbean, a Norwegian Cruise Line, a Carnival, and Disney Cruise Line. They do have those outdoor activities.
Oh my god, that looks fun.
They're more family-based.
Oh my god, they can just do that every day of the fucking cruise. I would do that all day, every day. I mean, I would get tired after a bit.
Also have your trivia, your dancing, and things like that inside, so you don't necessarily have to partake in that. But if you want to have the option to have those outdoor activities, those are the 4 cruise lines you would start looking at. Now, if you're looking for a more laid back, a more adult experience, I don't need all of those outdoor activities outside. I don't need the bells and whistles because I'm not going to use them. Well, then certainly you start looking at Celebrity, Princess, Holland America, and Virgin Voyages. Now, Virgin Voyages came out of the gate saying, hey, we're going to be all about millennials, but they have since changed their tune. And when we went on a recent cruise, I say the average age was about 50, 55, and we certainly saw people in their 80s and 90s having a great time on that ship. And it is all adults, so no children. So your first task is to figure out, well, what kind of experience do I actually want to have on the ship? That will help to start narrowing down the actual cruise line and then the specific ships within the cruise line. And then you look at the itinerary. Are you the kind of person that wants to have more sea days? So out of a 7-night cruise, maybe you've got 4 sea days where you're going to kick back and relax. Or do you want to have, say, 5 or 6 port stops? So every single day almost you're getting off the ship, you're exploring new areas, you're getting to do new excursions and go see new things. Well, then you can start matching up. Okay, I'd like to do this kind of itinerary. I want this kind of a ship experience because not every ship does every single type of itinerary. I will say, Princess and Holland America have some of the more interesting itineraries out there, hitting a lot of spots and islands and towns that the other cruise lines are not. I
wonder if I could get a job on a cruise ship at the age of like 60 and just like work like weekends. Like I'm looking for part-time work on a cruise ship. I'll work weekends as a cashier or something. That'd be so cool.
Cruise lines are pretty much, in a circle. We keep doing the same Caribbean.
I don't like that I live in one place. You've done it. It sucks. Yeah. What's up, Jinx? How you doing? Yeah, I bet it does suck. Yeah.
Cruises.
I know what'll happen. I'll sit inside all day playing my video games. But honestly, I want to do it on the roof of the boat, No part-time. Oh, no, you mean working on one? Now, working on one, I bet does suck. Yeah. Yeah, but no part-time on a cruise ship, huh? Yeah, I bet you're right. Yeah.
We do the same Alaskan cruises. We do the same Mediterranean.
Well, how can I guess I don't want to buy a boat. I'll tell you that. I'd rather live on something like this. But see, I want maybe I should look at a houseboat. I wonder how much do houseboats cost, And the houseboats are probably a really bad investment, I think.
Indian cruises. But Holland America, especially if you have time, they have some absolutely amazing itineraries, 20 days up to 100 days plus that are round trip from the United States. So if you're looking for some really unique itineraries, Holland America has some outstanding itineraries. Now we look at that food consideration, and will that totally make or break your cruise? Now, it's going to happen from time to time. You might have a bad meal or a bad food experience. That happens to all of us. But it doesn't ruin our...
Afeni Shakur, huh? I love Afeni Shakur. Yeah, I'm really on FFXI. Yeah, it's retail. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's retail because like I'm playing FFXI and Eve at the same time, and because they're both like auto battlers and stuff, and that's what I'm looking for. I want to supply content. Like I'm about to do Starfield and Rust and stuff. Yeah, but I mean, like these days, I think it's easier to provide content when I'm running auto battlers like this. Shit, did I jump? Yeah, I did. No, I didn't. Stargate, Yomo, jump. There we go.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so retail's fine. It like the trusts make it like this AFK game. And if I were gonna play an AFK game, right, like where I'm half on some other client like Rust or oh yeah, you're off work today? Right on, man. Yeah, it's a good day. All the kids are going to school, but you're off work, and that means you're winning. Yeah. Day off from work is good. But yeah, I like the auto battler nature of retail FFXI, just because you don't have to think about it. You just let it go. You just tap you fire up the truss, you double tap enter on a mob and wait for it to die. Throughout the entire game, they I mean, I used to hate that when I was way less like, you know, of a streamer, but now I'm a streamer and I like auto battlers in the background like EVE Online and Final Fantasy 11. I'm gravitating back to it, you know. Yeah, retail's great. They removed all the travel, so it's just fighting, you know. Like right now, I'm just gonna warp out, and I'm gonna go watch. Like I'm gonna go from Palbora Mines to, yeah, I know. But see, I don't care about easy. No. That'd be Horizon. Horizon is era Final Fantasy 11. I just like retail because like the trust and the fact that every bit of all the content is there. And honestly, my favorite expansion is Seekers. So honestly, I'm really looking to dig my teeth into Seekers because I never really did. I only played it for about a year, and I got up to, I think it was like Ryzen or whatever it is. It's like Ryzen or Einherjar, I think, and I stopped. And now I really want to go back to Seekers, so I'm going to Seekers on a new account. And my goal is Seekers. I thought I was going to do campaign and I'm going to do Dagger Trials and Seekers. See, yeah, mine's Seekers. 11 couldn't get modern enough for me, you know. Is it? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not Einherjar. What is it? Omen? Whatever it is in Seekers, right? Is it Omen? I think it's Omen. I'm sorry. Whatever Omen was. I went right to the door of Omen. Yeah, 2016, right? Yeah, it's Omen, right? I went right up to Omen and I stopped. It's you have to finish all of Rhapsodies of Anadiel, and I was right at the end. And I didn't want to do Omen, so I was like, all right, you know, yeah. And that's where I quit Seekers. But I like Seekers, and you'll see some Seekers content over the next couple of like weeks, because it doesn't really take very long to level anymore, you know? Which I don't mind. Like, I realize that I'm embracing a broken husk of a game, but honestly, I'm a boomer with, like, you know, like, I like my stuff, and honestly, like, I like being able to raise a chocobo. I hate to say it, but I actually really like chocobo racing. I actually really like stuff like campaign and Dagger Trials, and I really like Seekers. So I mean, I was a retail boy. I like the 6-man and party experience, and I did it, you know, to be fair, for 5 years. I did it from 2017 until 2022. I spent 2 years on Nozomi, 2 years on Wings, and a year on Horizon before I knew I was done with private, because being a streamer, you can't like sync your schedule to like other people's parties anymore. I would say dungeons are something that I do solo anymore, because otherwise then you got to sync to someone else's schedule. And as it is, I have done about 30 hours of Baldur's Gate 3 in a duo since Baldur's Gate 3 came out. So that's what I consider my party play now, is that sort of stuff. So I'm just different. You know, I'm different from most people. I think the superior experience right now is on Horizon. I know it is, right? But I mean, retail gives me the auto battler that I'm looking for. Horizon is too slow, and without the trust, you have to play like, you know, BST, and you have to pay attention. In this, you just hit enter twice and alt tab, same as Eve. So I'm going back to retail for real this time. I'm going to stay there too until it dies. I want to be able to say that I stayed on retail, unfortunately. I don't think, I don't think retail's better. It's just more geared towards what I want right now, which sucks, I can't believe I went back to retail. I'm actually kind of like a little ashamed that I did, but like honestly, they made it so easy now. I don't mind it. It's the experience that I'm looking for. So now I've got to go back to Bastock, right? And I don't have to walk at all. Like, you only have to walk one time. That's it. And then you can always get back to wherever it is. Like, for instance, I can go to Warumsheim right now, instantly. That blew my mind, The travel is gone. I am trying to go to Bastock, to the Metalworks, to that guy, to go talk to Pat Pot. Okay. Pat Pot. Okay, so that is the 3 keys done for airship is done. And now I've done the rank 3 battle. Pat Pot's not here. Am I in the wrong one? Oh yeah, I am. It's yeah, where's that? It's like Hyperactive Taru. Okay, so there we go. Now we're going to do some ice mining now in the background. See my auto battlers, right? I like pulling in my passive money in EVE Online, and I like pulling in my passive stuff in Final Fantasy XI. And now I think of Final Fantasy XI as the 3D old school RuneScape kind of. Like, not really, though, because it doesn't really have good farming like RuneScape does, but something akin to it. It's the game I enjoy more. So now I go through phases. I'm a wishy-washy person. I definitely change it up a lot. Oh no, that's now I'm done with that. Kindred report. I can get Trust Ayami. Ooh, yeah, I'll take her over like Tenzin. Yeah, I like Ayami. Trust Bastock. Mission rank 3 required. Okay, cool. So before I leave Bastock, so I can get these trusts, but I don't care. I'm happy with the trusts they've given me, and until I'm worried about trusts, I'm not going to go unlock all of them. It's just a bunch of busy work and stuff. I will go now to turn in to QPP, I think. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to worry about Ayami. It's fine. I mean, I want Ayami, but the amount of work that I have to do it is kind of annoying. It's like, well, I mean, this isn't that far. I want Ayami. When I unlock more trust, I'll worry about it. It's fine. I know I like Ayami, but I don't care. No, I'm trying to go to the crystal, I guess, right? Yeah. Oh, and I didn't figure out where I'm going. Go back. Where am I going? It's QPP. Are you mining? No.
cruise. Now, we've been on 8 different cruise lines, and for us, the best overall food experience has been Virgin Voyages, Disney Cruise Line, Celebrity.
You tried this game in college. We had an older guy in the dorm. What, EVE Online? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's an old game. These are old games. I'm an old guy. Trying to think of where I'm going. I'm going to Bastock. No, I'm going to Winders, Walls. Eve. Yeah, I love Eve. Eve is good. It's an auto battler. You know, you fire up your F1, F2 keys and let the game play itself. I mean, the game is playing itself right now in the background, just like Final Fantasy XI. Yeah, Eve is from 2003, so it has been 20 years, I believe. This music's really good. I bought Final Fantasy XI 3 weeks after it came out because I had the blessing of a good friend who told me what it was. He was like, oh man, 11 is like the greatest game ever made. And he was so into it. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, this game's so good. Come play it. And he had me buy a copy. He was like, dude, trust me, you will not be sorry. And I was like, really? I've never had an endorsement of a video game like that. And he was not wrong. I remember playing until I got to the dunes. And then I was on White Mage. And I thought I only had to heal myself. And then the tank died. And they were like, no, you have to heal the tank. And then I immediately got addicted to MMORPGs, and I knew it was the love of my life. And that was the dunes. And healing that tank, I knew that I was never gonna stop doing it, and I haven't. I haven't stopped doing it. Fucking MMORPGs, they're like heroin, you know? It sucks. I know that this song is like heroin to me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. Just like a single volume notch. Watch. Like a single volume notch. God damn it. Can't you be competent, please? No, you can't. You're Windows. Jesus Christ. Can you be competent, please? It's Windows. There you go. There it is. Oh, I'm sorry, C-Dot. That sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. That's always fun. I used to reformat a lot when my RAM sucked. Now I feel like I'm fine. Oh, yeah. Remember them all, right? Right? Yeah. I don't love Windows. I got no love for the Windows. Nope, the Windows can suck it. It barely works. Wait, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Yeah. This is wrong. Very wrong. Get back up. Yep, while you're still on the flea. Yep. No. Very good. That's good. Yeah, keeping the old files helps. Once in a while I'll do a whole scrub of my C drive just to make sure there's nothing left, you know. And I do it all scratch over again. Yeah, that's good. No, don't lose recordings, you know. I do the D drive. Like, my D drive has all my stuff, right? I don't keep anything on the C drive anymore if I can't help it. All my big games are on D drive, and I just deal with the hard drive cost if it's, you know, if it's, like, acceptable. Sometimes it isn't. Like, I don't think I would want to do Baldur's Gate 3 without a solid state drive, but some games are fine with it. Yeah, like, I really don't trust Windows. I never have, you know. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't. I've been fucked by Windows so many times.
And Princess
Yep.
Line. So those four.
Yeah, like right now on my C drive, I don't know what's on it, but we could go see. Let's see what's on my C drive, right? Where's my Steam? Fucking Steam. Damn it. Come on, man. Why won't you give me my fucking drive? Ah. Oh, so right, I have it open over here. Oh no, there we go. So, yeah, on my C drive, I've got I don't know where you see this, but like I think you can see, but I believe it's EVE Online. Oh, I know. On my C drive, I have Baldur's Gate 3, EVE Online, Final Fantasy 11, and Rust and Valheim. They're right here. Those are the ones. So Baldur's Gate 3 is 140, 50, 60 gigs. 1 170, 190, 190. 190 gigs. There, yeah. 190 gigs, yeah, for Baldur's Gate 3. EVE Online is, 20, I think. 20 something, 24. Nope, 16.9, right? 17 gigs for EVE Online. Final Fantasy 11 is... Wait, 140. No, it's malfunctioning. I guess Baldur's Gate 3 is not that big. It's just malfunctioning, but yeah. Yeah, they are. Oh, I think so too. You know, the PlayStation games are like 200 gigs. Like Grand Theft Auto on the PlayStation is like 160 gigs or something like that, you know? Yeah, you have to make room. That shit takes up room. Like, so these are the games that I feel like don't take up much space that I want to, like fast access on, especially Baldur's Gate 3, because I'm maining that during prime time in a duo. So Baldur's Gate 3 has to be on an SSD, but on my D drive, I have my other set of games, which is like, oh, I have Baldur's Gate 3 on my D drive as well, which I didn't know. So, I wonder which one this is running. Oh. Wow. Yeah, the struggle on the PS4 it was expensive, right? I have Detroit Become Human, which is 60 gigs. Baldur's Gate 3, which is 127. Fallout 76, which is 86. Lord of the Rings Online, which is... oh, no, I don't know why this is here. Yeah, that should be erased. And then New World is 70 gigs. Remnant 2 is 68. And I have a bunch of others that I haven't installed yet. Like I want to do some of these other games on my D drive so I can have access to them. Like, I kind of want Dragon's Dogma. Yeah, I want Dragon's Dogma on my D drive. But if I install this right now, it'll affect the stream. So, yeah, but I want to be able to pop in games at will. So I use my D drive as like my backup for all my big games. Like Fortnite is on my D drive. And... you would think that Fortnite wouldn't run that well, but it does. Fortnite runs really well on an HDD. It runs fine. I can pull 240 frames per second on a D drive, like on my D drive. So I have Fortnite on my D drive because you would think that you would want it on the C drive, and the loads are horrible, frankly horrible. Like, to get into the game is like 35 seconds, but once you're in, it's 240 frames per second. So I do leave Fortnite on my D drive because that's a big game. That game's 40 or 50 gigs too. Oh yeah, Fortnite's optimized, definitely. I wouldn't mind keeping... I keep Rust on my main drive at all times because I'm definitely going to be playing Rust, you know. I haven't either. It's been... I used to play Fortnite in a trio, and then I played it recently for the new season. I did play the first 3 or 4 days of the season with my best friend. She's like she's not a semi-pro, but she's definitely like a full-time only Fortnite player. And she's very good. She's way better than me now. So I played with her for the first 4 days of this season, and that was the only time that I played like this whole year, unfortunately. But I still love Fortnite, and I'm good at it. I would say I'm good at it. I got 500 some odd wins, you know, between solo, duo, trio, and squad. I have like 50 solo wins and like 390 fucking squad wins and like, I don't know, 200 trio wins or something. So, you know, I've never been that good of a solo player, but when I get on a team, I'll win, you know. Yeah, I like that. I brag about this on stream a lot, actually. I'll admit it. I bragged that for some reason I played a lot of Fortnite. I'm not really sure why I did. I just did. I played a lot of Fortnite. I played professionally in a trio for a while on stream. That was really fun. But you can't play Fortnite every day. Fortnite's really bad for you if you play it every day. It's like a candy game. It's not good for you every day, you know? Yeah, right, a few hundred, right? Yeah, it takes, in my opinion, you're either going to have like 30 wins or you're going to have like 300. And if you have 300 wins in Fortnite, I think you're a good player. I think you're a good player, right? Oh, yeah? Yeah, see, I don't play CSGO. Haven't played CSGO ever. I was CS 1.6. And not professionally ever either. Yeah, CSGO is the best shooter of all time, I would say. I mean, the proof's right here. I mean, I will not hate on CSGO. I love Counter-Strike. I loved Counter-Strike when I was a teenager. I like LAN gaming and all that stuff. So, But yeah, let's go look at the Steam game and player statistics, and you're gonna see CS:GO on the fucking top every single fucking time. You know what I'm saying? Every time. CS:GO 1.1 million, 1.1 concurrent right now in game at fucking 5:30 in the fucking morning. You know this is a good game. You know, all of these are good games. 1.6 sucked because it's just the op. It's basically the op and the AK. Op and AK, that's it. Eventually they would kick out the op for the scout, but it's just ops and AKs and deagles, that's it. Ops, eagles, it was 4 weapons. It was the noob cannon, the op, deagles, and AKs, and maybe M6. What was it? The M4, M14, whatever the M14 was. I think. Yeah. What was the? There was like 5 guns, and they were very popular, and they made the game kind of toxic. I would say. The op definitely did. Fucking op. M4A4, thank you. There's so many M weapons. It's hard to keep them all straight in my mind because I played Tarkov for about a year, and there's so many M4s and 5s and 14s and 16s and 17s. I can't fucking keep it. M18s and shit. I can't keep it all straight, right? Yeah, those are the main guns, yeah. So it was good, but the AK kills you in 2 hits, and the first 2 shots are in the first 3 rounds. The AK is a tap weapon, so you tap it once and it goes tat 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 tat. That was 1.6, and the first 2 shots killed you. First shot, if it was headshot, it would kill you. If that didn't kill you, it did 92 damage, and the second one domed you. So it never went past 2 shots in the head, and mostly it's 1. Most of the time it's 1, and the op was a definite 1 shot, 1 kill. The entire 1.6 experience. They had to nerf it in the scene. And then the noob cannon, they were run with the auto shotgun all the way back and sweep the back line in Dino Ice World. And Dino Ice World was like really fucking popular. And I spent a lot of time on Dino Ice World fighting kids with the M4A4. I'm gonna kill this music now because I didn't really want the Final Fantasy music this late at night. I'm just, I like the music in Heaven's Tower, so I play it when I'm in there. Because that's a very rare, very special song. The FMP90, P90, right? The M4A1 Carbine Maverick, right? This is my favorite M weapon of all time. I believe it is superior because 2 shots and you could tap it. So you could go ta 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 ta, and most of those shots are gonna hit headshot, Yeah, like this is my favorite weapon of any shooter of all time. No. I don't do team sports other than Overwatch anymore. I don't care about being a twitchy shooter. I think it's good for the kids. I don't know if that's a good scene for a 40-year-old man. I think a boomer belongs on an MMORPG. Yeah, now I have not heard anything about Counter-Strike 2, so let's go fucking check that shit out.
With over 20
Oh, well, I mean, it's just Counter-Strike still, huh? Or no.
Maps are a fundamental evaluate gameplay changes changed. Tools and rendering features. These tools will be available for community map makers to make it easier to even the familiar will.
Yeah, that's going to be the best shooter. Yeah. I just don't know about sitting on a shooter all day. I think it leads to, I'm sorry. I'm just going to keep my editorial out of it. How's that? I don't think it's good for a 40-year-old man to sit on shooters all day, every day. And that's just me. Of course I say that. I'm the MMORPG player with the words MMORPG lifestyle or MMO lifestyle in my title. So of course I'm going to think that, but I don't know about sitting on Fortnite or Apex or Valorant all day as like a 40-year-old man. I think Rust is acceptable to do that, but the other games, not so much. Not Siege, not Valorant, not CSGO. Those are kids' games, and I think it's best played by kids. And I think there's this age where when you're 40, it'll happen to you too. When you're like 40, you'll be like, oh man, the games that I played when I was a kid aren't really games that I want to play all day, every day, you know? I know, right? Rust is like, so now Rust, you can sit inside of a base and listen to your boombox and worry about your sulfur, talk to your friends and trade in the chat and talk about U20 on top and shit like that, right? And you can kick it with your homies and work on your fucking turrets and shit like that. I felt Tarkov is kind of a little bit more like that too with the hideout and stuff, but Counter-Strike in Fortnite and Apex and Valorant, they're good games. BattleBit Remastered, all that stuff, right? They're great games, but my issue with the shooters as an older person is it's really hard to be on those games all day. Like, my best friend plays Fortnite all day. Well, she doesn't play all day every day at all, but she definitely plays Fortnite a lot, and I can't do that. I just don't have it in me to shoot people 14 hours a day, you know?
Brand new.
Now, this looks good, though. Oh my god, it looks good. Wow. It's looking real good. Yeah. I mean, I'm a believer, I'll tell you that. I know Counter-Strike's good. I spent like years of my life on it. Yes, as you can see, I always do. I have the entire Counter-Strike collection. I own all of it, right? I am a big believer in Counter-Strike. I don't know why this says 71 minutes, but, oh yeah, Counter-Strike. Yeah, that's 1.6. This was my second Steam account, but I do have a lot of time on Counter-Strike. I know I've got more than this. This was my second Steam account. I can't remember. I forgot that I had another Steam account. Maybe I don't think they tracked the time that you played back then either. I don't think they tracked you back then. I don't know. But CS:GO, I did spend about 2.5 hours on it, and I will do the same with Counter-Strike 2. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, like my account, I don't know how old this account is, but yeah, I'm sure they didn't track me, no. I was 14 when I played Counter-Strike. That would have been, I don't want to say the year, but it's like close to... $1999? Which would have been 24 years ago? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I missed what you said. You said way back when, if you go to your profile, it'll be a badge. Okay. Oh, yeah. View profile, huh? I have been on Steam for 19 years. March 28th, 2004. The account that I had before this that I played a lot of Counter-Strike on, it had 500 Steam games on it, and it was a hacked account. And my best friend and I stole that way back in like the year 1999, and I showed him this hack that I knew about that would let you log in Steam and all of the games would be unlocked. And that's how we played Sven Co-op, Half-Life 2, CS, Counter-Strike 1.6, all those games. Them's were the days. 19 years ago. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah. Oh, guys, that's right. That's the exact phrase. You know what I'm saying? I do not take offense to it. I am old. And honestly, that's the case. You know, that's the reality. What happened here? Damn it. You bumped me again. Fucking dick. What the fuck, man? Yeah. Yeah, like, who cares about being old, you know? It'll happen to you. It happened to me, and it'll happen to you. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. Yep. Yeah, also, you know, there's other stuff too, which isn't too good, like the 4,000 hours in Rust. I don't know. What game did I play the most? Like, I don't know, Half-Life 2 for 4. I don't have a lot of hours, but I bought these games. 27, like, I bought Lost in Random. I played that for like an hour. Metro, Last Light. I got this for free. Ninjas and stuff. Oh, I got plenty of friends who've been on Steam since the day they made it. Yep, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's the clan stuff. It's good. New World, 850 hours. Rust, fucking 4,000. Fucking disgusting, you know what I'm saying? Valheim, I'm up to 57 and I'm going higher. Baldur's Gate 3, I got 115 hours already. And this game just came out. I got 115 fucking hours in it. What the fuck, man? The fuck, man? Yeah, I know a lot of people with a lot of hours in CSGO. Yeah, that's a very common game, yeah. Oh my god, look how different it is. This is my favorite weapon, the Stayer AUG. Yeah, look how accurate that bitch is. See it? Right to the head, every time. And so I sat this weapon exclusively. This was my favorite weapon, this one here. Terrible weapon, but boy, is it accurate, and it had a good scope. Like a solid zoom on it. Yep. It had like the only scope. It was the only gun with a scope. Yeah, the humble beginnings, yep. And man, that scope, man, that made a big fucking difference. And then, well, I mean, but you still got opt, you know? Yeah, the op, yeah. Or no, that's the bullpup, yeah. I never used this weapon almost ever. Or no, I love this weapon. But it didn't look like this. It looked different by the time I played it. Yeah, the bullpup was my other really favorite weapon. The bullpup is great, yeah. And then I'm looking for the Scout's my favorite sniper, but it's weak. It takes 2 hits headshot to kill somebody. And then of course the Magnum. They call this the op. It's the Arctic Warfare thing. There's that sound. I hate that sound. They didn't call it back. They didn't call this back in the day. They called this the Arctic Warfare pistol or something like that. I forget, or whatever it is. But the op. Yeah, 1 shot, 1 kill, no scope. It was disgusting. It ruined gaming. Everyone loved it immensely. Everyone loved it. You know, it was disgusting and everyone loved it. You know, everyone loved it to death. And do you blame them? No. So what was I doing? I was looking at videos, right? Yeah, so let's hear what else this guy has to say about this.
Has given us the best overall food experience. And we've also cruised on and will continue to cruise on Norwegian, Royal Caribbean, Holland America, and Carnival. Now, Norwegian actually has outstanding...
Yep, it's disgusting, but we love it.
Specialty dining. They don't...
That old headshot from 110 meter, no scope.
Have the best...
It happens. It happens.
But they have amazing specialty dining.
That's one of the reasons why I don't still play Counter-Strike, because I know what'll happen. I'll get shot in the head a bunch of times because I don't play it every day.
And then looking, well, how many people would I
like? I would be good at it, but it would take me some time. I would be good at Counter-Strike. I mean, I am good at Counter-Strike, I would say. But, I mean, I know the corners. I know the alleys. I know the maps. I just don't really want to play Counter-Strike. It doesn't seem like a game I want to play every day.
To cruise with. How big of a ship would I like to go on?
It's a good game, though.
Keeping in mind that even companies like Royal Caribbean and Norwegian, they have the smaller ships that cater primarily to adults. They don't have all of those bells and whistles up on the top decks. We find our sweet spot is somewhere between 2,500 and 3,500. That's a really nice size ship to go on. So it has plenty of venues to spread out the people, and then you have chances to do different kinds of things on different nights. So you're not just going to the theater every single night, or you're not just going to the same piano bar every night. You have options to go do different things in the evening. So there's no direct answer, this is the best cruise line or the best ship for senior citizen. There is only the best ship and the best cruise line for your particular situation.
I love Battlefield. I don't care which one it is. They were all good, even 2042.
Idiocracy gives us a glimpse into what the United States might look like in 2500.
Not just the United States, the entire world.
At the time, audiences saw this movie as nothing more than a cutting satire, criticizing the trajectory the country was on.
Yeah, I love Battlefield. Battlefield is great. What's your, hey C-Dog, what's your opinion of 2042? Thumbs up, thumbs down? I've never played it. I'm just curious. I want to hear somebody who actually has played it, you know? I've never played that game, and I'm curious because I have a lot of hours in Battlefield on Xbox Live. Like, if we go back to my Xbox achievements, right? To my actual account, and we look at the fucking my profile of my achievements. Oh my god, my Xbox account. It has some stuff, but what am I looking for? I'm looking for Battlefield, right? But I don't know how to search for that. How do you look at your achievements? What the hell? It's pretty good. Okay, that's good. I like hearing it. Okay, I might buy it. Let's go see if it's on Steam, huh? I don't. I believe in DICE, and I don't wish to turn my back on DICE. DICE was there for me for about 10 years. I love DICE. Like, I love pussy, money, and weed. I don't care what they said about 2042. I don't care what the Ackman has to say about 2042. I still believe the Battlefield is still an extremely good fucking franchise, no matter what they say about it, and I don't care. You know. Yeah, I'm sure it does. I've never known a Battlefield game to be bad. Not even Battlefield 2. Battlefield 2 was a great fucking game. I don't care what anybody says about this shit. I often don't fall on the same way that all these idiot streamers do. And I didn't watch a lot of streamers coming up. And often I don't agree with them a lot of the time. It kind of sucks. Let's go look at Battlefield in the store. I want to try BattleBit Remastered before I try Battlefield, because this is the one that I really want to try. I think this one I might have more fun with. Oh my god, that looks fun. I kind of want to buy this. Shit, I think I am going to buy this. How much do you want for this? $15. Sure, you sold. You know what I'm saying? Fucking sold. Sold, you know? Take my money. See, immediately I go buying BattleBit Remastered when, I don't have enough money in my account. I'll have to go, yeah. What did you say was whack? If someone plays at high level CS, my mechanics transfer over to most games pretty quickly. So if I feel like a game is whack, it's probably whack, right? Yeah, that's how I feel too. Yeah, like I feel like Fortnite is a solid game, but it's a joke compared to CS:GO. And I think the engine in Fortnite is, and the engine in CS:GO are perfect. I would say the same about Valorant. I wouldn't say that about Apex. And the engines I'm really particular about. Like I don't like the Rust engine. It's a good enough engine, but it's still not my favorite. And you know, etc. So I'm picky about these engines, and I know, right? I would too, but I have to do I guess I can maybe pay for it with my PayPal. Oh, no. I would have to do a bunch of transferring and stupid shit that I just can't do on stream. So I will not play BattleBit right now, but I will buy BattleBit tomorrow. I'll buy it tomorrow. Can't do it till I do a whole bunch of work on my, not a whole bunch, but I got to do a bunch of transferring and stuff, and I don't want to do that on stream. It takes too much time. Yeah, Apex is a great game. I just don't think, and it's got the engine. It really does. I don't think it's got the engine that Fortnite does, though. Yeah, I think Valorant plays more like CS:GO than any other game does, but that's just me. I don't like Valorant. So, you know, my friend Lucky tried to get me to play Valorant. It wasn't my game. Yeah. Valorant is an important game. A lot of people play Valorant. So let's go see what Battlefield is in the store. Oh, $60. Uh-oh. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, Dice, for a game that's been out for, what, 3 years or something? 21. Yeah, it's been out for 2 years. That's a lot of money for a game that's been out for 2 years that I'm sure the scene has pretty much died. I don't understand how DICE would charge $60. Yeah, let's go look at the Humble Bundle. They might have it. No Battlefield game on Humble. I wouldn't think EA would want to do Humble, yeah. Yeah, I will buy 2042 because I bought every single Battlefield game they've ever made. And I wish to show proof of this. Like, I want to show 1943, right? Like, no, Battlefield. Like, Battlefield is off the Xbox, man. It's weird. What's going on? 3 is here and 4. They're the game. There's one of the games I'm looking for. So if you look at this, I want to look at my details on this game, but it's not letting me. It's not letting me see my achievements for this or whatever. I don't know. I would say I probably have about 500 hours in Bad Company 2 and about 2,000 hours in Bad Company 1, which is not for sale on the Xbox anymore. And my favorite company in the Battlefield series, favorite game in the Battlefield series is Bad Company 1. And I would like to beat that on stream. It's a great game. It tells a good story, and it's a really great game. I kind of want to buy Bad Company 1. Really bad. I might download it maybe because I don't think you can buy it or whatever. Oh, the EA has their own store now, so you got to go to that to do it, which is kind of annoying, you know. So yeah, you can get it in on PC, and I guess I could download the EA store, but I don't want to right now. I would love to beat Bad Company on stream because it's a beautiful game in and of its own right, and it plays really well, and it's like one of my favorite shooters of all time. I played a lot of Bad Company 1, 2,000 hours, something like that. A lot of 1943, I think, was the greatest arcade game ever made. So many hundreds of thousands of people, so many millions of people played 1943 when I was like, I don't know, 16 years old or something, until I was like 21 or something like that, or a little bit older. I think I was like 16 to 20, something like that. 1943 was like a revolution in gaming because it was $5 on the arcade store, and you could play it for 5,000 hours, no problem. I think we did. I had all the achievements and everything, but now you can't get 1943 because DICE kind of let EA walk all over them. They turned the servers off on 1943 recently. I played a lot of Battlefield back in the day. 1943 is an excellent game. Really, really beautiful game. Like OG, really a lot of beautiful emotions come out of Battlefield 1943 because the colors in it were so good, you know?
What is going on? My intro. What is going on, you little asshole? Sorry, I just got caught up in this music. I was trying to get to the main island.
This was the shit back in the day. For $5, and I don't know, this is why I think BattleBit Remastered is dope. For $5 to $15, then now the equivalent of $5 today is $15, right? But for $5, you could get 5 to 10,000 hours of entertainment with some of the best shooter players in the world. For like 5 years, it was like that. For $5 fucking dollars, DICE can do no wrong. I don't care what EA did to DICE. I still think that company can do no wrong because they provided hundreds of billions of hours of entertainment for gamers for years and years and years for a very, very, very low price. They'll always be like St. Peter in my book, you know, they're always going to be sacrosanct.
How many people are in here?
And I was there for a lot of it. I was there for this. Every minute of it. We would get home at like 4 in the afternoon after like smoking weed with our friends or whatever and shit. And we would log on 1943 for like, I was a little older at that point, like 19 or something like that, so I was drunk and I was stoned. And we would play 1943 from like 1 in the fucking afternoon until 1 a.m. in the fucking morning or something like that, you know?
That is full.
And it was full. And people really religiously loved this game, and they would do stuff like learn how to fly the planes really well.
I mean, 12v12 on this game?
I mean, it wasn't a particularly high frame rate game or a particularly responsive game. The engine was garbage because it bit off more than it could chew. But boy, some of the combat, you would shoot down jet pilots and shit. Yeah. Die Hard COD guy. Let's see. I missed what you said. Battlefield 1 is a good game. I've never owned. I own Battlefield 1 on PlayStation Network because they gave it away for free on the PlayStation Store 1 month. But the download was 150 gigs or something like that. Oh yeah, right. No. I know Battlefield 1 is good. I know 1 is good. I know 1's good. I've seen it. The most epic battle in in Battlefield 1 changed me. Like some of the battles in Battlefield 1. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have no illusions about Battlefield 1. I know this is a good game. I know it is. Look at how beautiful that is. Oh my god. Get out of the treads! What are you... I mean... okay. I know this is a good game. I know it is. Yeah, it looks fucking beautiful. Like that's flying through the fucking air. When do you see shit like that in a game? Look at this guy fly through the fucking air. Like the game speaks for itself. I don't care what any trolls want to say about it or whatever. The game fucking speaks for itself. Yeah. Oh, look at that guy fly through the air. Fucking great. Yeah, that guy fucking ate it. He's dead. Yeah, goodbye. What is going on? And there's no fucking bullshit Apache helicopters spraying chain guns at you either, because it's not horseshit modern combat. It's like real good, real verifiable, real skill gameplay. You know, I'm sure this game's great. I'm positive of it. I should buy this game. How much is this game on Steam? See, I can't buy enough games. I don't have enough money. Battlefield 1 is $40. How do you sleep at night? On many piles of money with many beautiful women. Just asking. Many piles of money is how they sleep at night. They sleep at night on many piles of money. Yeah, it fucking better be. I've owned 2 copies of it already on both Xbox and fucking Sony. I better fucking get it for fucking cheap on PC, because god damn it, I got those things for free, but I mean, they were worth something, you know? Oh my god, look how epic that was. What the fuck was that? I know this is a good game. You can see it. You can see that this is a good game, you know? Like, that is a dope-ass game right there. When do you get to do shit like this? You never get to do shit like this. Yeah, like, what? Yeah, this is like 1943. 43 was exactly like this. You roll around in these crappy Jeeps while your homies sprayed them up in the face. It's hilarious, and you always die. You always die. The first thing they do is shoot you in the face, you know? The passion that was put into it, man. Yeah, like, I'm not blind. I think a lot of modern fucking streamers and gamers are full-blown fucking blind. I swear to God. How do you not know a good game? I mean, yeah. Okay, so, you know, my favorite example of this of all time is a game called Dungeon Siege 3. And this one, I'm sure that I'm wrong. I'm sure that I'm wrong. But this is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, really is. It's just, well, I love every second of this game. I got my junkie ex-girlfriend to beat it with me. I love this game. I'm going to beat it on stream, like, fairly soon, too. Ooh, gotta go check what's going on here, because I did have a guy bumping me. There we go. Cool. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. So this game, right? It came out as a 4.7. I mean, actually, for user score, that's actually not that bad. I mean, for user score, that's not that bad. 4.7. I mean, it's not good, but it's not bad. So people felt like 72, 4.7. But I actually kind of thought, besides the camera, this game, you know, it was not as good as Dungeon Siege 1 or 2, but the community used this game as a fucking punching bag for like 10 years, and I still think it's one of the greatest games of all time. So, and I had this experience when I was like 16 years old. I disagree with the media. I disagree with the gaming rags. I disagree with the fucking streamers and all that. I was like, I don't think you guys know what a good game is, you know? I don't think you do. I don't think you play it for tens of thousands of hours like me. I don't think you know what a good game is I don't think they do know what a good game is most of the time. Wow. Those are the guys in the trenches being burned alive by a flamethrower. If your heart and mind didn't tell you, I told you. And that is a horrible, horrible thing. Oh my god! Kill him! Yeah! Let's see it again. He's coming! Get the bullets in the mag! Get him loaded! There it is! He took a blast! He took a blast! His health bar's low. Blast the horse! You should have shot him. It's okay, shoot him. Don't shoot the horse, shoot him. That was dope as fuck. I'm sorry, I don't care who you are. What's going on right now? Oh my god. Red Baron. Not the pizza. The real Red Baron. You know? The real Red Baron. Oh my god. Oh. Tell me that's not dope. That was dope as fuck. Dope as fuck. You know, I know this game's good. I just know it is. I'm not dumb. I know Dice doesn't make bad. Dice does not make bad games. I'm sorry. Dice makes bad games once in a while, but not commonly. Yeah, right? I'm gonna beat Battlefield 1 when it's cheap. How do I get it without, like... I'll just pay for EA Play 1 month, and I'll slaughter all of their games, right? I'll go through the entire Battlefield, like, campaigns, all of them. Bad Company 1, Bad Company 2, Battlefield 1 campaign, and Battlefield 1 multiplayer, and I'll beat all 4 of the games. Also, I've never beaten... I played about 1,000 hours of Battlefield 5. Yeah, right? No, yeah, yeah, right? Yeah, you get no FPS loss or anything at all. No. Yeah. What EA Play wants you to do is shell out $20 to their streaming service, or not their streaming service, but their game service and stuff, and then you can just play whatever Battlefield you want or whatever EA games you want. And I think that's okay. I might actually do it one time, and I'll tear through all of the Battlefield series on hard mode, and I'll get my achievements on Xbox for all of those games on PC anyways. Because EA and Xbox Game Pass are like the same thing right now. I don't know. I can't download this game. I know it's like 140 gigs, but I'll think about playing Battlefield 1. I'll definitely do it because I think I can get Battlefield 1 right now because of Xbox Games Pass. I'm fairly sure I can. Oh my god. Dad, what? They're coming back. That's Indiana Jones in The Last Crusade. When the two Stuka dive bombers come after them. Oh my god, he speared the guy. No shit. Why is this guy jousting with the flamethrower guy? What? Oh my god, he speared him good. What? Why is this guy jousting in the desert? I don't believe this is historically accurate, really. I mean, maybe. Oh, this looks good. I think I probably will buy this. God damn it. Right? When are you doing shit like that in any other game, right? I've heard people tell me Battlefield 1 is good. I have. I've heard this before. Yeah, it's so good. That looks so good to me. Oh, I love Battlefield, yeah. What? It's going to fall on you! Get out from under it! Oh, the humanity.
Drive active.
We have taken objective apples.
Wow, that was a half track. Just ran over 4 of the boys and killed them instantly. That's not too good. That's kind of the wreck of your entire squad instantly and the loss of a game, maybe. Yeah, that's not too good. Yeah, that wasn't too good. That thing just had that half track, just ran over your entire crew. You lost this match. Yeah, get him. I mean, if you can. I mean, why? Just leave. You lost that. Oh, God. Why? Oh, God. Don't shoot your own fucking tail, you idiot. That is also Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Dad, they hit us. He blasts his own tail off. And he's like, Dad, they hit us. You know, the pilot of that ship, of that plane is like, don't shoot the tail, 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 don't shoot the tail. You know, the entire time he's flying, he's probably like he's like thinking in the back of his mind, he's like, don't shoot the tail, don't shoot the tail. You know, I would not want to be the pilot of a ship with some gunner guy in my back shooting the tail of my airplane. I would just not strap myself to that bomb, I don't think. I really wouldn't trust him not to shoot the tail. I believe he probably would. And what happens then? You crash and die if you don't have a parachute or whatever. And if you have a parachute, they shoot you down. So... Oh, God damn it. What's happening there? That stupid plane is going like 17 miles an hour, and he banked going about 5 or something, whatever. 5 knots an hour. And that plane was basically not moving. What is going on? Fucking 5 miles an hour or whatever. This game looks great. I am going to buy this game. I'm going to play that game. Absolutely. Yeah, I got to get back here. Yeah, there we go. That's Battlefield for you. I just mowed down 5 guys. Yeah, me too. I don't know, man. The frame rate doesn't look that good to me. Never mind. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It is because of the video. Yeah, the game itself probably looks nice and crisp, like Call of Duty. I guarantee it. Shit, don't get me obsessed on games. I don't have enough hours in the day. I wasn't planning on doing Battlefield 1. Don't subvert me. Don't put games on my docket. There's too many games on my docket. Starfield, Rustwipe, EVE Online, Final Fantasy 11, Caves of Cud, fucking, oh my god, Baldur's Gate 3, 3 hours every night. Every night. There's too many games. Battlefield 1. I gotta beat Battlefield 1 now. I don't want to beat Battlefield 1. Oh my god, I do. I do want to beat Battlefield 1. I really want to beat Battlefield 1. Look at this shit. It looks dope. Wow. Yep. Blah, 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 blah. Americans, bitch, or whatever. Britain, bitch. It's Britain, bitch. Oh. That was particularly violent. Okay. Oh no. What is that? Take the point. Take the point. Take the point. Go, dude. Go, dude. Whoever you are, I believe in you. Gotta take the point. Gotta take the point. Gotta take the point. It's a battleship. He killed the battleship somehow. Never stop trying. Never give up. Goonies never say die. How tracks fly over my head all the time and I still never say die. It was a good throw. Bye. Wow. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh my god. I know, right? That looks genuinely fun. Wow. Oh, I didn't see it coming. Okay, I think I've had enough of these. It's like watching an action film. I'm good enough. That was good. It sucked me in. I'm gonna play the games now. Fucking man, games look so fun. I do want to know what game is that? It's Superman style flight experience in UE5. This isn't even like a game. It's just UE5, the UE5 engine. So it's UE5. Man, look how good UE5 has got. Oh my god, look at that. Like, it really looks like he can go to pretty much every building here or two. Video games are getting so good. Yeah. Sweet. All right, now what? Now I go to oh yeah? Okay. Wait, did I finish this already? Oh, I did. I'm done. I'm done with this. So now I leave, and I have one more thing I need to do in Juneau. So I need the crystal, which is north. Yeah. And then I get to go fight, finally. All this stuff to get out of the way before I can go fight. But I'm going to go fight now. Juneau to... Is it Port? Yeah, it's Port, Juneau. Yes, please.
Over the waves, and you don't just have to get them there, you have to supply them the whole time.
Oh, no, wait. I want to watch this next, actually. Let's see. Where are we? Yeah, 1943. And I did want to see some more of this, though, because this is a walk down.
I'm getting shot? Or what the hell is happening? Yeah, mechanically, this game still feels pretty good. Like all of the older Battlefield games do. It's the visuals that haven't aged the best. Was there a guy right here? I swear I saw somebody. Oh, he's right here. Oh my god. What a kill by me. Not even. It was actually...
Okay, so that was... Yeah, that game was great. So then...
But now, nearly 2 decades later, with that trajectory becoming steeper and steeper, we can now see that Idiocracy was more than just satire, it was a warning. And as we continuously fail to heed that warning, the 2505 we witness in the movie becomes less and less distant. Idiocracy shows a society controlled and pillaged by corporations, human beings who are completely dependent on products that are slowly killing them, and a constant injection of misinformation. These are all the same mechanisms that shape our society in 2023, and they all work together to maintain the status quo just as they do in the fictional society of Idiocracy. The film follows US Army librarian Joe Boris, who is scientifically determined by the military to be the most average man in the world, not particularly smart, athletic, or determined, nor the opposite. This quality makes Joe the perfect control candidate for an upcoming classified military hibernation experiment, meant to last just for 1 year. Unable to find a suitable female candidate, the military hires Rita, a prostitute. Upon their selection, Joe and Rita are locked in the hibernation chambers to slumber, and within the next year, the officers in charge of the experiment and Rita's pimp are arrested for running a prostitution ring. Soon after the scandal, the military base containing Joe and Rita was closed and demolished. And with a previous explanation that neither character has close friends or family, the experiment and by proxy Joe and Rita are completely forgotten about, leaving them to hibernate in their pods as the years pass by. Hundreds of years go by and the chart of average intelligence steadily declines, and as the world's most brilliant scientists are tasked with figuring out how to stop hair loss and extend erections, humans become less and less able to solve basic problems such as proper disposal of garbage. This ultimately leads to the Great Garbage Avalanche of 2505, which causes Joe's pod to end up in the home of Frito, an average brain-dead future citizen. This is where Joe wakes up and slowly realizes where he is and what society has become. An apocalyptic dystopia filled with people who are too dumb to sustain humanity's survival. Human evolution has led us to this point.
I can't believe he said it like that. He just straight up said it like that. I can't believe that. Oh yeah, I love this film. Yeah, just too dumb to sustain the human race anymore.
He realizes where he is and what society has become. An apocalyptic dystopia filled with people who are too dumb to sustain humanity's survival.
The apocalyptic like hellscape full of people who are too dumb to survive humanity's.
Towards the beginning,
like too dumb to survive.
We get a basic explanation as to how human evolution has led us to this point.
Having kids is such an important decision.
We're just waiting for the right time. It's not something you want to rush into.
The narrator explains that unfavorable economic conditions, social unrest, and the looming threat of global warming have discouraged the smartest of us from reproducing. And meanwhile, the dumbest people aren't considering such factors and are more willing to partake in adultery with multiple partners. meaning they're reproducing at an exponential rate. This dichotomy repeated for years, meaning intelligence is passed on to offspring less and less until it's completely phased out, which ultimately leads us to the society Idiocracy shows in its version of 2505. But what does this say about us? Critics of Idiocracy suggest that by using this logic, the film is advocating for eugenics or some sort of systematic planned breeding of society's smartest individuals.
Come on.
But this is really
It's
just
a comedy, you
simple visual and
idiots.
comedic way of getting the audience on board with the premise. What the film spends the rest of its runtime trying to tell us is that the problem is environmental. The issue lies within our system, a system that constantly rewards us for dumbing ourselves down and engaging in false desires. Just look at the first thing Joe sees when he wakes up in the future. He sees content, and not just any content. He sees content that appeals to the lowest common denominator, depicting a man getting repeatedly hit in the balls. No story, no lols, just all action and humor that everyone can easily understand. A constant dopamine rush by design. And this is a common theme throughout the movie. We see a network dedicated to masturbation, a sensationalist news conglomerate that favors entertainment over truth, televised criminal trials in the form of monster truck rallies, political speeches straight out of WWE.
Now, I understand everyone's shit's emotional right now, but listen up.
It's all built to cater towards our increasingly low attention spans and tickle the most primitive parts of the brain. And it probably sounds very familiar to us, because a short scroll through YouTube, TikTok, or even Netflix's original content will show you we're already embarking on this path, and we have been for quite some time. You'll see programming that wouldn't look out of place in Idiocracy. Short scenes, simple concepts, fast-paced editing, devoid of any space for reflection or deeper exploration, Subway servers in the background, humor that appeals to everybody while criticizing nobody, designed to reach the widest audience possible, delivering empty platitudes. And this approach is rewarded handsomely. Views go up as even the smartest of us can't help but go back for one more injection of dopamine. Meanwhile, the less instantaneously rewarding content gets lost. Creators and corporations alike begin chasing eyeballs by applying the same methods. YouTube becomes filled with Mr. Beast clones.
I hired 50 Spider-Man to find out what it's like to be a crime-fighting superhero. Ever since
Great. Nobody cares. Why?
Supervillains and save the day.
TikTok becomes filled with vandalism, public humiliation, and even sex.
Sorry?
You got a nice dog?
She's lovely, she's.
Our news has even become entertainment. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is that the faces of this movement are rewarded with immense wealth and fame. And at the same time, essential workers are underpaid and disrespected. Teachers struggle to afford their basic needs. Doctors and lawyers are required to take on immense debt with predatory interest rates. So where's the incentive for young people to pursue a career where they meaningfully contribute to society? The truth is, it's gone. From a survey of 3,000 children in 2019, it was determined that over 71% of children in the United States want to be some form of an entertainer when they grow up, either a YouTuber, musician.
You know what I really want to know is what percentage of the public actually really full blown wants to be prostitutes, because I think people would be surprised. I think it's like 20%. I think like 1 in fucking 5 people actually would prefer to be a prostitute. I swear to God, I really feel like that. I really feel this way.
Or professional athletes. Meanwhile, in China, over 50% of children want to become an
a
astronaut or
prostitute
a
is what they would be when they couldn't reach this. Because it's illegal, they just have bad lives.
Or an engineer. And it comes down to incentives.
I'm against like pretty much like, you know, the government telling me I can sell sex or drugs. I'm sorry, but
child in the United States, you're constantly being exposed to celebrity, usually in the form of entertainers who seemingly put
it's weird. Like for many years, I had no idea who these people were.
Minimal effort and reap maximum rewards relative to the rest of us. There's no mystery why children would desire to abandon their pursuit to the steep and arduous ladder of the higher education system, or even physically skilled labor, in favor of something exponentially more lucrative. And this is a clear reason for society getting progressively dumber, just like in Idiocracy. The major corporations, the leaders of industry in the world, are rewarding the ability to capture attention over everything else. But why are the world's biggest companies pursuing watch time over developing projects that could create a better world? But before we continue, I want to tell you about our video sponsor, War Thunder. Gear up for a relentless battle of supremacy in War Thunder.
War Thunder's a good game
allows
too.
You to engage in heart-pounding, high-octane battles that span across vast interactive maps, featuring an array of ground vehicles, aircraft, helicopters, and ships, being one of the most comprehensive vehicle combat games ever made. And it's not hard to see why. They have over 2,000 meticulously detailed tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships at your command, where you can immerse yourself in dynamic, combined arms, player versus player battles. Every vehicle within the game is intricately modeled, down to individual components, guaranteeing that you'll have an intense and immersive combat encounter. And you can get started in the action now on both PC, Xbox Series X and S, and also PlayStation 5. or any other previous console generations. War Thunder also ensures a seamless transition between platforms, so you can always dominate the battlefield on whatever device you choose. And when you do download this game, you'll be able to...
You still can't play it. You cannot play this 14 hours a day.
Explore more than 100
You'll get
years
so bored and so unhappy.
Worth of technological advancement, as War Thunder's vehicle collection ranges from the 1920s to the present day, offering a
It's
very
really
diverse,
cool, but
authentic experience of warfare evolution. And War Thunder also caters to all playstyles, whether you're seeking a fast-paced action-packed match or a more tactical and realistic encounter. The game provides varying immersion levels to suit your preferences, all with incredible 4K resolution graphics, authentic sound effects, and captivating music that creates an atmosphere to lose yourself in, while each vehicle's movement is accompanied by the realistic rumble of engines and a tactile crunch of tires against different terrains. However, the game does let you choose from a multitude of vehicles to cater to your combat style. So claim victory now and immerse yourself in the riveting world of War Thunder. Join the battle for free on PC, PlayStation, or Xbox using my link in the description below. And if you're playing on PC, you can get a massive free bonus pack by clicking the link in the description below. So make sure to check out War Thunder today. But when you see what 2505 looks like in Idiocracy, the answer slaps you across the face in every scene, and is evident again from the first time Joe steps into his new world. Every television show is framed with a collage of advertisements. Clothing is plastered with logos.
It's weird because he just made this point about advertisements, but then I just listened to him do like a fucking 60 or 90-second commercial, though.
President's State of the Union address has a backdrop marketing soda and credit card companies. The hospitals, prisons, schools, all littered with corporate propaganda. In Idiocracy's version of the future, you have no choice but to give these companies your constant attention and buy their products. In this future, fast food and energy drink companies have effectively normalized themselves to the point where nobody questions why one company provides them with the housing, food, and even medicine. Some even praise these companies for the services they provide. And our current world is just so much closer to this than you think. Advertisements are becoming more intrusive by the day, and most of us just accept it. The news articles, streaming services, public transportation, hospitals.
I learned about Shush Brand. Shush Brand is actually very funny, but by Internet Historian. Shush Brand.
University campuses.
Like, apparently all these big fucking companies have like Twitters and shit. And they like talk on Twitter all the time, but actually it's just some PR rep trying to be vacuous on social media to draw attention to like McDonald's or Burger King or whatever. And so eventually the Reddit boys kind of went after that because it was like essentially like silly nerds trying to present themselves as McDonald's basically. And they were like voicing in on stuff, and eventually the response to it was, "Shut up, brand. You're a brand. No one cares what brand says. No one cares what McDonald's thinks about abortion." You know, and then that started the whole meme of "Shush Brand," which actually I think is very funny. I mean, okay. This is gonna snap my rod, isn't it? Yes, it is. That's okay. No, I got a cobalt jellyfish. That's fine. That's probably about the best I can hope for, really. If I get a skill up, I'm really happy. You know. Wait. Is that the sound of the ship? Yeah, shut up, Brand. I don't care what you say.
Were all once relatively ad-free and now constantly familiarizing us with various brands and products, and as a result,
I've recently learned there's a whole class of people who actually live in Walt Disney World, and they live in an apartment in really shishi rich apartments that have been decorated by Disney. They're like, sorry, they're their homes. They're model homes, like built by Disney to be appealing to, like, you know, people who want to live in Walt Disney World, who want to pay like $1 million a year to live in Walt Disney World. And there's like security and separate entrances, and everybody who lives in the Disney World can just go out their front door. And the whole point of it is like they can go out their front door and over to another door, and they're fucking in Walt Disney World pretty much. And so their kids can just go to Walt Disney World every day. And this is kind of a thing, you know, this is like, I guess,
major corporations.
Disney Adults is where I learned about this. Disney Adults is actually very funny.
Continue to grow.
That was I think Oh god, I forget the name of the streamer, but or the YouTuber. I can't think of his name, but he's funny.
Monopolize. We're now at a point where major companies like Coca-Cola, Nestle, Amazon, and Disney own almost everything you consume on a daily basis. It's basically impossible to avoid all of this, as they actually own all the perceived competition. And
It's
because
true,
they have
they
so much
do.
influence in our society and culture, the government is forced to cooperate with them. Even when regulations are in place, these now massive companies can use their infinite funds to buy up the influence of public officials, influencers, and the regulators themselves, and in turn, they can ravage our national resources, destroy our culture and society, and commodify our primal desires at the expense of our souls. So in this context, it doesn't seem far-fetched that one day we'll wake up to a future just like this dystopia that Joe finds himself in, similar to that of Infinite Jest, where every year is advertised by the next major company, the year of the Whopper. But if this trajectory we're on is so obvious, then why haven't we tried to do something about it? Well, the movie then addresses this as well. As these companies grow, they do provide more jobs to the population. According to the most recent census data, nearly 40% of Americans are employed by large companies, with this number skyrocketing over the past decade. It's over
When your paycheck comes from somebody, you begin to think of them as this sacrosanct, like fucking like source of life and love and food and water and shelter and stuff. And you begin to like kind of put them on a pedestal when they don't necessarily deserve that. They just pay your paycheck, and this happens like more than we care to admit.
65%.
People love the people that they work for. It's kind of funny. It's
if we include mid-sized companies in this figure. And so this means that
like I remember another one that they did recently, that same kid, I can't remember his name, but I'll think of it. He did one about this guy who had prided himself on eating a Whopper every day of his life for for every meal of his life for like the last 45 or 50 years. And this has been a thing that's been going on in this country since like the 1950s and shit. There are people that have eaten McDonald's their entire fucking life, and they work out just to take care of the amount of fat that they eat every day. And they're proud of this, and they're like, yeah, I eat Whoppers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day, and I can always go to a McDonald's from 10 a.m. past and get my Whopper. And I eat a Whopper for breakfast, and I eat a Whopper for lunch, and I eat a Whopper for dinner. And they're not fat, they're not ugly people, they're not disgusting, and their whole point is they love the brand. There's people who just drink Coca-Cola. They don't drink water. They just drink Coca-Cola. That's it. Yeah, and it's Asmongold. His name is Asmongold, and he drinks soda only.
40% or 65% of Americans have a vested interest in large companies being able to turn a profit, causing them to overlook the atrocities committed by these corporations, and in some cases, vote against their own long-term bet.
I would say there was a period where from about the age of, I'd say, 14 until I was like 16, I pretty much drank like 6 sodas a day and pretty much forgoed water. And I was still prom king afterwards. 2 years later, I was prom king because, you know, your body can handle 6 cans of soda a day if you're young and healthy and you skateboard and your metabolism's good and stuff, you know.
Best interests if it means potentially avoiding layoffs. And we're seeing this exact same scenario illustrated in the movie. Joe, now given public office as the smartest person on earth, actually solves the country's food scarcity problem by replacing existing irrigation systems that water crops with an energy drink produced by their corporate overlords Brawndo. But replacing Brawndo with water on such a large scale causes the company's stocks to tank, meaning the company lays off 75% of its workforce overnight, which at this point is 75% of their entire population. This results in mass riots at the capital and a call for Joe to be sentenced to death. The masses are willing to kill the only man who can save them from starvation in order to preserve their corporate overlords. And I know what you might be thinking. Idiocracy was released by Fox, who by all accounts is one of the main corporations the movie seeks to take down with its satire. Why would Fox release a film that directly threatens their perception by the public? Well, the truth is, they did everything they could to destroy this movie. Idiocracy was originally meant to be released in August of 2005, but was put on indefinite hold by Fox until its final release date over a year later.
I'm gonna make something to eat. I'll be right back, guys. I won't be long, just 30
Fox
seconds.
was also completely absent in promoting the movie, and while no official comment was given, there was speculation that Fox was unhappy with how the film's message might play to its advertisers and were effectively trying to keep it from being seen by a larger audience.
For whatever reason, I just never saw the whole thing. It was just...
Well, it kind of, yeah, it didn't have much of a release, so everything went wrong. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. Like,
The film wasn't even screened for critics, and so many have speculated that the sole reason for the film's survival was that Fox had a pre-existing extremely lucrative relationship with the movie's creator, Mike Judge. It wasn't until 2018 that someone on the inside, actor Terry Crews, spoke about the film's bizarrely hamstrung release, more or less confirming all of the speculation. Crews actually had this to say: "The rumor was because we used real corporations in our comedy, these companies gave us their name, thinking they were going to get pumped up, and then we're like, welcome to Costco, we love you." And all these real corporations were like, wait a minute. There were lots of people trying to back out, but it was too late. And so Fox, who owned the movie, decided, we're going to release this in as few theaters as legally possible. So it did get a release, probably 3 theaters over one weekend, and it was sucked out into the vortex, making only $400,000 at the box office, making sure none of America saw this movie. So the fact that a film like Idiocracy even saw the light of day is something
Sorry
of
about
a
that.
miracle. In a society where corporations who control our culture today, keeping us blind and compliant, somehow a movie that advertises their endgame slipped through the cracks. And if we take a closer look at what this endgame looks like in Idiocracy, there's still one more facet to complete corporate rule we have yet to explore, and it's physically unhealthy by design. You see, as Joe navigates the world, it becomes increasingly clear that the furniture is ergonomically designed to make you lazy, the infrastructure is designed to become unsanitary, and the only available food is designed to destroy your body. The future Idiocracy shows us is full of sedentary zombies, being drip-fed Carl Jr.'s and sex. But isn't this the antithesis of what these businesses want? Don't they want us to live longer so we can spend more of our hard-earned money on their products?
Man, I haven't had Carl's Jr. in like 8 years, and I really want Carl's Jr. right now. I know they make a good Western Star burger with barbecue sauce. I love Carl's Jr. They used to have this like really big, fuck you, huge burger, $8. They'd be like, huge burger, they'd call it that or whatever. They'd be like, huge burger that nobody else sells. You can have the big burger here, you know? But I haven't had fast food of almost any kind except like Taco Bell and Wendy's like a couple of times in the last like 10 years.
They do, but it's more complicated than you might think.
Just this year, I've had fast food twice.
Dopamine feedback loop that I previously
twice,
outlined,
you know?
getting people addicted to satisfying their worst impulses by consumption. Sure, this is extremely effective at turning a profit, but it's only really half of the business model, because the biggest companies aren't just trying to sell you an addiction and all the negative effects that come with it. The biggest companies then want to sell you the cure. It becomes apparent with a closer look at the American Diabetes Association, the American Cancer Society, the American Heart Association, and the Susan G. Komen Foundation. You'll see that they're accepting millions of dollars in funding from companies like Kraft, Taco Bell, and KFC, in addition to massive pharmaceutical companies like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. So when we look at the leading companies that make food, the non-profits meant to educate the population on nutritional intake and disease, and the corporations that develop drugs to treat illnesses, they all have a vested interest in maintaining an unhealthy population. That's why almost everyone around you is so unhealthy these days, why people are dying at record rates of cancer. The lines blur even further when food companies such as Nestle directly purchase ownership in health science and research laboratories, and pharmaceutical companies start to invest directly in companies
Nestle
that
buys
specialize in
U.S.
the
firm as
production
part of a
and
food pharma
agriculture.
drive.
But this doesn't begin and
Nice.
end with food. You can find pharmaceutical companies and religious organizations around the world that have vested interest in nearly every addictive industry across the board. Industries including alcohol, tobacco, gambling, and pornography. They offer pills, treatments, the perfect woman, counseling for all the very addictions they help promote. And it's a very vicious cycle. And I'm not saying these corporations want to deliberately destroy humanity. Instead, they want to nudge us into addiction, push us into a situation where we must do everything we can to survive, giving more and more of our power away to the worst among us, then capitalizing on this desperation, the natural human instinct to survive, by selling us the solutions to our struggles. And the truth is, it's working. Although the average human IQ has risen dramatically over the past century, it's been dropping steadily over recent decades. And it's not down to genetics or the idea that dumb people are reproducing at a higher rate than smart people. Researchers are actually finding that the same cognitive differences between generations within the greater population are prevalent within members of the same family. So the evidence supports the theory that this decline in collective IQ is completely tied to the environment our society is creating around us. So what can we do to change this environment, to alter this hopeless trajectory we're on, to avoid full-on idiocracy becoming our reality? Well, Joe actually tells us in a single moment of self-reflection from the movie. Joe realizes at this moment that it wasn't just the dumbest of us contributing to society's downfall, it was everyone else who sat back and did nothing while we were spiraling towards the gutter. It was those of us who actively avoided the opportunity to lead in the face of crisis and decided to follow instead.
People wrote books and movies that had stories, so you cared whose ass it was and why it was farting, and I believe that time can come again.
I believe it can
those
too.
of us who recognized the incoming disaster and simply chose to get out of the way. So find some time to do something today. Step away from the hamster wheel of dopamine and consumption that even the best and smartest of all of us fall victim to daily. Even if we can take just 30 minutes out of our day.
Yep, I've got like 2 addictions left in my life. I used to be a sex addict. I used to be a meth addict. I used to be a high-speed driving addict. I used to be a criminal addict, like a crime addict. I used to be a lot of things. Now the only addiction I have is hash and video games. That'd be about it. I don't even really watch porn anymore. I mean, I don't, you know.
Walk with no distractions. Look at the tree.
I'm walking the straight line these days.
Breathe in the fresh air and learn more about the world. Maybe then.
Man, I walked yesterday. It felt so good.
And we can avoid the dystopian future Idiocracy predicts. And I want to end this video by saying a big thanks to War Thunder.
Who's good? There, June, or one of them, yeah. I watched that, I think, yeah.
The troops over the waves, and you don't just have to get them there, you have to supply them the whole time they are there, and for a significant amount of time. I mean, we're talking many weeks. The Japanese will fight these armies to a standstill with an absolutely ferocious defense. Now, in the defense of Mongol admirers everywhere, this is not a Mongol army as you would normally think of it. Most of it is a bunch of Korean and Chinese auxiliaries who are conscripts and don't want to be there because, after all, their countries have been conquered by these same Mongols. Nonetheless, a ferocious defense that provides time for Mother Nature to intervene twice. Now, let me tell you, as a military history nut, looking at this battle shaping up, I'm like a boxing fan who's bought the pay-per-view and is very excited about this conflict, only to have it end in a Japanese victory by disqualification due to kamikaze twice. The kamikaze, of course, the famous divine wind, the wind of the gods. This wind that comes up and so badly damages this Mongol-Chinese fleet twice that it has to call off the invasion and go back home. When you think about what would have happened to this distinctive Japanese culture and how it would have been strangled in the cradle had the Mongols conquered Japan and homogenized it and governed it with officials that might be from 45 different peoples. I mean, bring in a good old Russian governor to control Japan for a while and see what happens to that distinctive Japanese single malt whiskey, you know, when you start adding all these other elements. So that's why it's an important historical event. Now, this kamikaze is, of course, the deciding factor, but if the Japanese military can't hold off these Mongol forces as long as they did, they never have time for the weather to intervene. So the key to the whole thing, at ground zero, was the Japanese organization and military system. It was a cultural system, one might call it an organic system, that was similar and is often compared to the broad contemporary system in Europe. The Japanese, during the Mongol-Chinese invasions, were in a feudal stage, it's often said, at the same time when Europe was in a feudal stage. It's a really dicey subject. I mean, a lot of people complain about trying to fit the square peg of Japanese culture into the round hole of the European historical template. I mean, the context of things like knights and feudalism is a European context. The problem is it's the best analogy for Europeans to understand the situation in shorthand, even with all the problems attached to it. Maybe you could say both Europe and Japan starting to explore the early ideas of statehood and that kind of thing. Both cultures with a hereditary warrior class that made up an aristocracy that had a bunch of fighters who, as individuals, compete for the title of most dangerous warrior of all time, right? If you were a military historian buff, where would you place samurai? The core of the Japanese army for hundreds of years. The cutting edge, the same way that knights were in Europe. Hard to not place samurai in the top 10. A lot of people make an argument for the top 5. I think you have to put samurai on the top 10 list based on morale alone. I don't think there's ever been an army that's had higher morale than what samurai bring to the table. I mean, even knights, who I love, and who will fight to the death. I mean, happens all the time, but not usually. Usually, when you kill enough knights, they rout. That's an unusual thing to happen to samurai. They are more willing to die than perhaps any other troop type you can think of. And if you find troops that are as willing to die, usually it's a small group of special elite or unusual or fanatical people, you know, the berserkers over in the old Scandinavian armies or what have you. This is a huge chunk of any Japanese army. Now, one of the best comparisons, I think, that does sort of fit when you start saying, okay, what's similar about knights and samurai, is that the real thing when it comes to these kind of warriors, the real deal as they were in history, is different than the way they were romanticized later. And we all get this. I mean, think about King Arthur for a minute, and courtly love, and jousting, and the Holy Grail. I mean, think of that kind of, the sword in the stone. Think of the romanticizing of what was certainly, I mean, if you're comparing the Knights of the Round Table, you know, in the late 19th century works to something like real knights, well, think about how much the reality differs from the romantic version. Well, the samurai had the same situation going. In the 1400s and 1500s, for example, this is the golden age of samurai warfare. Not the golden age of samurai, the golden age of the real thing, the warfare. The gritty, bloody, grimy, horrible, and let's be honest, venal sometimes, warfare that is the real thing. I mean, you have samurai who fight all the time during this period because there's a lot of wars. Sometimes you're fighting the Chinese, like we said, but most of the wars are with other Japanese armies and with other samurai. There were hundreds of thousands of these guys, and they fought a lot. In the late 1500s, there will be a lot of fighting. Japan is in the process of some very big wars that will lead up to a big battle. It's famous, the Sekigahara battle. In 1600, I think there was like 170,000 people supposed to be there. And when one side beat the other, it was the big pushover capsize moment when Japan kind of gets unified. That's a very quick sounding process the way I said it, but that battle tips things over to a point where you get a new government that sort of unites Japan. The government is called the Tokugawa Shogunate, sometimes referred to as the Bakufu. I hope I mispronounced that name properly. I believe I did. No, as the name implies, the country is nominally run by something called a shogun, translated often as like generalissimo, military dictator, a hereditary usually, by the way, military dictator. Japan's history, look at a timeline. I mean, it's littered with these shogunates. And when the shogun is running the show, the emperor is a figurehead. Now, a dictionary may say that the shogun runs things, but in reality, he's dealing with a bunch of local lords, these people called daimyos. Japan during this time period split up into about roughly 200 separate little areas, and each one of these areas has its local lord, and they raise their own taxes, they raise their own military forces, they owe allegiance to the central government, but they have broad ranges of powers to deal with everything in their own domain, their own way. You can see why maybe people can be forgiven for applying the feudalism tag to that, because on a surface level, it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? The entire period is sometimes known as the Edo period, Edo being the old name for Tokyo, and that era lasts from the early 1600s to like 1868. You know, some 250 years. That's going to leave a mark, culturally speaking, wouldn't you think?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it's going to go on until the time of Hiroo Onoda's parents or grandparents means that it's going to leave a mark that persists even on the soldiers fighting for Japan in the Second World War. It's an immensely influential period, and part of the reason it's so influential is it's a time where the cultural head binding is particularly tight. And the Edo period is known as, I would suggest, a double-edged sword, a good and bad kind of thing. On the good side, in the early 1600s, I'm not sure there's a cleaner place to live than Edo, Japan. And for a mild germaphobe like myself, probably the only place I could go back to in the time